Stream B is a little bit neater. It's going to be all of the remaining games for Group B there. So we see Rebellion, BetBoom, Rebellion, Azure Ray, and then BetBoom and Azure Ray. So they're just having their nice little 3-round robin for themselves.
Nice and clean, and very important games we've touched a bit upon. Shopify Rebellion, they've got to get wins somewhere if they want to avoid maybe a potential tiebreaker or elimination with Thunder Awaken.
And then on stream, see that third stream is Tundra Quest, Entity, SMG, Gaming Gladiators, Beast Coast. There's not too many make or break games in this. Obviously, that Gaming Gladiator Beast Coast one is an interesting point of notion, though, Gods.
Yeah, I mean, Gaming Gladiators have had got to be pretty disappointing for them.
And it also wouldn't be the first time for Beast Coast to play against a favorite team at TI or Road to International in group stages and defeat them.
Yeah, well, we're going to be seeing them twice. They'll actually be starting their day on Stream D. It's Beast Coast up against LGD, LGD VP, and then Virtus Pro Nouns. That one is a very important one because both those teams are at the bottom of Group C right now. Nouns being 2 and 4 and Virtus Pro 1 and 3. So despite it being their last series, there's a lot of weight on it.
Yeah, that could be, probably is going to be the most important series of that entire group. I'm also excited to see more of LGD. There, we touched upon some of the teams who have gone undefeated in Spirit, as well as not winning a game of talent. But LGD, they're also undefeated. They're 4-0. They just haven't played as many games, and I don't think that's a team that many people necessarily had their eyes on when it came to the road to the international, and who's going to be maybe a top contender.
And there it is, the team that we're all going to be keeping our eyes on if they're going to be able to pick up a win for themselves is Talon. They're over on Stream E for their 2 remaining series. They're starting off against Keydstars, who were the only team in that group to take a game off of Tundra yesterday, so they're in great form. TSM as well, they had a bit of a bounce back after their unfortunate first series against Tundra, and then it's Talon against Quest, which Quest has a bit of a question mark around themselves right now.
Yeah, they didn't really look that great yesterday, but neither did Talon, right? And I'm expecting better things from Talon coming in today. Maybe it was a little bit of mentality, maybe a little bit of pressure got to them, because this is a team that can do better. Have proven that to us just a month ago in Riyadh.
Yeah, Riyadh was one of those things that we were able to see how teams performed under pressure. There was so much more on the line for Riyadh than maybe some of the majors, and so it's interesting to see how maybe parallel the performances might be for some teams in Riyadh to Road to International, and even if they do make it to TI in that 2 weeks' time. But the first series we're going to be seeing on this stream that we should talk about is going to be Team Spirit EG. EG being big favorites for the SA region, having a rough day 1 though.
Yeah, rough day 1, and also I think just a year where it maybe hasn't quite gone to expectations. They had some DPC seasons where they had great online results within their region, but then when it came to performing online, I feel like they just got overshadowed by Beast Coast, and I think Beast Coast overall have just kind of shown more promise, bringing the young blood Parker, whereas EG have kind of maybe fallen behind a bit, and just haven't been that impressed by them overall this entire year.
Yeah, definitely. Even the games yesterday, if you watch them, they weren't pretty. Some of those games, there's a lot of things that need to be worked on, fixed for today to actually, for them to have better results today. I would focus perhaps on Entity series if I was them and see what went wrong, because it was
you
really
should be like, it's Team Spirit, they're already undefeated, like, let's just try our best.
No, I was talking about the yesterday series they had against them.
Four issues to look at, I see. Was it more in the draft or in the execution that you would say predominantly?
I would say it was more in execution.
Okay.
Right? When there's a 17-1 offlaner running down your safe laner, something's going wrong.
Yeah, that also does feel like a tough one to look at because they're coming up against Team Spirit and they have a very, very stable off lane, so you don't want to repeat that at all. But Team Spirit, Gods, did you get to see much of their games yesterday, and maybe how did it be in such a dominant form?
Yeah, I mean, I caught bits and pieces out of the corner of my eye. I saw some of their drafts, and honestly, they were just like running over games for the most part of the entire day. It just felt like nobody even came close to their level of play. They've kind of continued where they left off after Riyadh, and it just feels like they have these really dominant lanes, and they just come out and really put pressure on you. They play the map really well. They kind of limit where you can farm, and any movement, anytime you like try and leave your base or go somewhere on the map, they're going to be there to meet you and just like farm you down.
I feel like in every tournament there's that one team that just looks quicker than everyone else. First, they play everything a bit faster, right? Their metronome beats per minute, they're faster. The second thing is they're innovative, and they're bringing some stuff in that no other team is prepared right now to copy. Like I've seen some very easy mix-ups on their side. Like yesterday, even the Pugna being a support or a Spirit Breaker on the offlane, they're bringing some things that are a bit different and still winning cleanly with them.
Yeah, I think the other thing is knowing what sort of carries are in the patch, maybe what ones we really want to ban out. Yotaro was able to pick up six different carries for himself and get a win on all of them. So he had the TB, the PA, despite her nerfs, Wraith King, Luna, Murata, and Morphling. So out of that, how are you...
Toro playing a lot of carries.
I know, it's shocking, right? Absolutely brand new information that I'm bringing here to the table. But what I'm saying is it's so hard for that. The fact that he's able to show heroes that might be nerfed working for themselves and the way that the team is able to play for them. But how do you have this mindset if you're going to come up against Team Spirit?
I think you've really just got to play your own style of Dota. Like you can only worry so much about what they're going to do. They're playing at like a top level. That's not going to change. Maybe they experiment a bit more because they're already guaranteed first in their group. But if you're EG, you have to, like you say, kind of look at those series yesterday, think, what did we do wrong? How do we play better? Because like you say, with Yotaro playing 6 different heroes with the flexibility, like they pick a Pugna, put in some weird role, they run a Ricky mid. They do all these things that you just can't prepare for. So you have to just prepare yourselves, prepare your own game plan.
And if you look even at their performances, like you're talking about Yotaro and how much he can do on his carries, like on the mid lane, the new guy, like he's having one of the highest KDAs of the tournament so far. Like also one person that you should probably pay some attention to.
Yeah, Lyle's growth this year has been insane. It was obviously that little bit of rough period. They didn't have the results that they wanted when it came to international performances of early majors for themselves. And then all of a sudden, winning Riyadh, winning Dream League Season 21, everyone's just like, holy heck, we just haven't paid attention to them this whole year. But talking to EG a little bit more, who is that stable person for them when we look at it? It's like, who needs to step up a little bit more to make the game easier to execute for them?
I think, honestly, it isn't about one single person.
You think it's everyone right now? You don't think?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really think they need to focus a little bit more to play as a team. Like I've seen some teams yesterday, not only EEG, seen some teams that are a little bit separated too much on the map, doing their own thing. Especially, you know what's fun? Especially if a bristleback is involved. The hero is very popular, and it is one of those that makes you feel a little bit too strong post laning stage. You're like, all right, boys, step aside, I got this, and then suddenly you're all alone around the tier 2. Your teammates are in triangle still.
And often it's like, oh, you got this bristleback that's having a great game, but at what cost? Like maybe your other cores are suffering because teams usually just ignore the bristle. It's like the Timbersaw where it's like, let's give this hero some farm. It's not going to carry the game maybe.
Yeah, they also picked up Troll for themselves. It's this hit or miss. How do you guys feel about the hero for the carry role at the moment?
I think it's kind of unclear, like maybe what are the
that was the 17-1 game, by the way.
Oh, that's where he got run over. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. So maybe no Troll.
After a game such as that one, perhaps it's not the best idea. Even though he's picked as a really strong laner, he owns most melees, right? He's picked for that particular reason, and it still doesn't work out.
Yeah, they also ran with a little bit of a obscure offlane. They had Whisper on the Invoker. Did you guys see that one?
I didn't see that, but I've seen through it. And I think when you mentioned the play that for me that came to mind was Whisper, because I just feel like even if you go back to the old Beast Coast days, Whisper's always been like a make or break player for this team at times, and he's the guy that they kind of ride off of when he's having a bad game. You know, it feels like the EG team just look lost and don't know how to play. But his kind of crazy weird hero pool has often just been like a big part of what catches opposing teams by surprise. So I don't hate the idea of him playing stuff like Offline Invoker. Maybe, it didn't necessarily work that game, but the idea of having him on unconventional heroes, I think, can be a good thing.
Okay, so maybe put him on some unconventional. Maybe he's going to be the shining factor for EG to be able to take a game off Team Spirit. But we'll see if Team Spirit are able to keep the dominant run, if they're able to go undefeated in their road to the international. For now, let's get into this best of 2. It's Speak Up in Lacoste. No, it's not.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed. Many questions here, such as, will Team Spirit take this draft seriously, considering they're already secured top place? Will EG be able to actually stay in the group stages? And will Lizard ever buy a shirt that fits him? All this and more. T, are you excited?
Yes. Sorry, you caught me off guard. You gave me a no question and then a yes question. So it looked like I was saying no to the excitement. But no, yes. No, yes. Yes, I am excited for today. No, I'm not excited for Lizard changing his shirt. Done. There you go. Got there in the end. My gosh. But come on, Nomad. It's TI. There's no way Spirit's going to start being too comedic, right? They've locked in their first place. They still have priority to pick their opponent, right? But you'd like to think there's a elegance, a little bit of class coming into this series from them.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be. I mean, it's not like Team Spirit to really mess around, but maybe some experimentation, you know, maybe some new ideas, perhaps.
Maybe. Again, they could. Of course, I think once you take off the pressure of playing for that slot, you could expect maybe a little bit of experimentation. But I don't want to see it too much. Then again, already, Tyro has just been playing so many different heroes, right? He's just been, what is it, I think 6 different heroes? Let me double check that. He's played Terrorblade, Morphling, PA, Wraith King, Luna, Muerta, yeah. 6 games, 6 different heroes. So maybe he gets to his 7th and 8th in this series now.
Okay, yeah, I'm here for it. But I mean, you know, talked a little bit about the meta. I mean, so far in the bans, everything's looking down the straight and narrow. As the panel mentioning, you know, Muerta, one of the hotly contested heroes, and such a high win rate on that hero. Dazzler as well. Both of which, well, one of them's going to be getting through the pool, right?
There's still
Maybe.
2 bans, so maybe we get to see it banned out here. I think the main thing here is like Spirit, they are the team right now picking a different carry every game, crushing every game. They also had to kind of like play a little bit disciplined in some of them to come back in. So it's not been like a stomp every time, but they have that, you know, that TI class around them already in the group stage. And I think on the flip side though, when you look at Evil Geniuses, they're the team that needed to make the biggest improvements, right? They've entered their tournament losing to Entity at 2-0. They drew against SMG, who also SMG aren't looking too hot as well right now.
Yeah.
So hopefully during the off time of last night and this morning, they've kind of refound their footing. And unfortunately for them, they have to play against the top seed. But I guess it's kind of a good opponent to go up against first, right? If you take a game, maybe even the series against Spirit, that's like the start of a run to claw your way away from that potential tiebreaker for elimination.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's definitely a glass half full attitude, but that's what they need right now. That is 100% what they need. And they're going to start things off with the Earth Spirit coming out from them.
Yeah, super potent hero. Of course, had a couple nerfs in 7.34D, but still fundamentally the same very active hero. I think the best players on it from the mid lane are the ones that can identify when to go Blade Mail and Heart, when to go for that Midas and Vessel. I think it's very easy to fall victim to just doing the standard. I think there is still variation from the mid lane, but it's still so chaotic in the fight. It really just breaks open the vision game because he's just in the middle of it. You're just soaking it all up.
And now we see the hotly contested Pangolier coming out as well. So we're already most likely seeing our mid matchup here between these two teams. Pretty straightforward. I mean, I imagine Pangolier edged out a little bit in the lane, but of course, Earth Spirit kind of has that strong rotation potential as well.
Yeah, I think between the two heroes, Earth Spirit is the hero that seeks the engagement first. You will often see him walking from mid lane to then roll in and take a fight, whilst Pangolier is a little bit more reactionary. He likes to see the engagement close to his side lane towers, TP in, hit a swash into a roll, and then get the kill from there. So I think they are kind of identical in their pacing, but just the way that they move to side lanes, Earth Spirit goes first, Panga will then follow. And of course, active runes for both of these heroes is so important. So having the ability to kind of free your supports from the side lanes around minute 5.5 to get that 6-minute rune will always help between these two heroes.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, how important is it now to like kind of make sure you've got a good matchup for your cores in the side lanes then, which will then kind of free up the supports? You know, is that something they're going to be thinking about when it comes to kind of helping out the mid lane?
I think it's something that teams just subconsciously do now because the mid lane wants to make these moves, so you're not going to just sacrifice your side lane easily, right? And you often don't see it, to be fair. It also kind of helps that the heroes in meta right now are relatively independent with a couple levels, like some PA, some Centaur, Axe, like all these like random side lane heroes. They get beefy or farm efficient by themselves.
Yeah, and especially on the carry as well. You know, you mentioned PA, but also Muerta, Morphling, you know, a couple of popular heroes right now. They're more than happy. Oh, and Luna as well. They're more than happy to just hit the jungle from like level 3, even, level 4 onwards, and just kind of not have anybody in their lane. The supports can go and do what they want. So yeah, it's very independent laning in the side lanes at the moment, as long as you don't get absolutely washed. And here comes Grimstroke coming out for Team Spirit. The TA and the Muerta being banned out, so no Dazzle in the end. Neither team deciding to first phase that Dazzle here, instead going for the Pango and the Air Spirit.
Where are we gonna go now?
No Muerta, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Dazzle to get banned out in the first phase.
Yeah,
I think for
second.
For Spirit, I think I like this opening. It just is so comfortable. I feel like Grimstroke is going to be this hero of TI that when you want to pick up 2 heroes before seeing the next of your opponent, like Grimstroke +1, yes, you know what's happening. Like the Grim's the 4, Pango's your mid, but it doesn't really matter. This isn't information that your opponent can really use and punish. So I think they're just really strong heroes that just play their roles really well. And yeah, I think in the future we're going to be seeing like just a random Centaur here, some like Shaker, just any of the kind of the big action-based cores plus a Grim. Yeah, really nice drafting pattern. But for EG, going to go down the line with a Venge. Of course, Venge, very powerful. Damage reduction on the swap, being able to just move a hero out of their defensive positioning, always good. If your opponent, if your teammates are too far into the fight, just bring them back to safety. And with heroes like Soulbind from the Grimstroke or the Rolling Thunder Lockdown, getting a hero away from that combination can just disjoint that aggression. So not opposed to it. Downside is the hero doesn't really pump out too much damage. So now you need to supplement that with other heroes. And of course, Earthrit kind of doing it already.
Okay, and Dawnbreaker coming out now as well. So if you do want to run this Venge as a 4, this is a very potent lane. Wave of Terror into the Dawnbreaker hammer, swinging around, doing loads of damage. It's definitely a nice little combo, but Venge also happy to be a 5 as well, so lots of flexibility here. But yeah, I mean, look at the movements on the map that Evil Geniuses can make already with its Earth Spirit, with its Dawnbreaker. Like, they are very, very mobile. And I think that's something which we'll like to see versus Team Spirit, because Spirit, even if they don't have the best early game, they are so good at just playing the map, about getting your lanes out, about causing you so many issues. And it can be really, really difficult for teams which can't match that tempo to actually finish games against them. So even if you do get an advantage, Team Spirit just run you in circles. So one solution to that is absolutely this kind of Earth Spirit Dawnbreaker combo where you have a lot of map presence. It just makes the game easier for you. It simplifies things.
Ooh. And now we get to see the Bristleback collapse yesterday, popped off on the Bristleback. Itari wasn't having the best game on his Murta, but yeah, you see him here on screen. It was just an incredible performance from the off-lane rushing, going for like Vanguard, going for the Ags, and disassembling, getting Bloodstone, buying Lotus Orb, just super in your face, and it just basically felt like another carry to deal with. And I think all the points you're mentioning with EG's lineup, it's very good when you get to dictate the fight you want to be in, right? It's, I swap to save them, I Solar Guardian, okay, we've survived the initiation. Now let's take that secondary fight. And I think Bristleback, he is going to be the hero of TI that doesn't care about the initial entry to a fight. It's, sure, you survived, but my fight is like 2 minutes long, 3 minutes long. I never have a downtime. If I've got mana, if I can quill and I'm not broken, I'm running you down. So it kind of dismantles some of the main defensive capabilities of EG, because you'd expect Bristle to be the one soaking up that swap, soaking up that Solar Guardian, and then allowing some last pick Yatara down the line to, of course, wreak havoc as well. But yeah, I think Bristleback, Spirit Breaker, Dazzle, these are kind of like the big 3 heroes for me right now in just how they just dictate a game and force their opponent to have to play just differently.
Yeah, you have to have a plan. You have to have an idea on how to do it. I mean, is that like necessarily important to get the break, or are you looking for control, or what are the answers to kind of give this Bristleback problems? Well, Spectre.
I would have not said Spectre.
Yeah.
No, so Spectre is, I think, a hero that should be at least considered more nowadays. Do I think it's going to be a good pick into a Bristleback? Yeah, things can get shaky for sure. So Spectre likes to buy Diffusal, likes to buy Skadi, here items that can annoy a Bristleback, with your ultimate being a single targeted spell, but with a reduced cooldown, you can be very quick around the map. We already mentioned the Earth Spirit and Dawn always looking for that next pick, throwing a Spectre on top of it. Whilst Bristle's farming and taking over one side of the map, if Pango's being a little bit cheeky, he could start dying, and it's like, sure, Bristle's super farmed, but we're now feeding on a Sky, feeding on a Grim. Like, when you look at the supports, both of these supports are food for a Spectre throughout this entire game. Like, it's only the Bristle aspect, which is very good against the Spectre. So for Spirit, I feel like they just need a carry to utilize his Bristle timing to go, sure, you can kill my supports, but if you're killing them, my Bristle plus double core is just ending the game. Like, it's going to be a little bit rough. Of course, I think EG are looking to drag this game out extremely long. Of course, with the Viper ban as well, they don't want to get run over.
Yeah, they don't want to get run over, don't want to get broken, that's for sure. But they're also not really looking for the breaks themselves, I guess. The Spectre pick kind of just says to me, like, yeah, we don't even want the option to get a Silver Edge, because I really don't see a Spectre going for that item. I mean,
10 seconds remaining.
maybe, but it doesn't seem good at all. I don't think we'd see that, so
5 seconds
yeah,
remaining.
not really, not super pulling out the answers here. And meanwhile, Team Spirit, they're going to get rid of the Shadow Demon and the Tusk as well, so just some strong supports at the moment, which can kind of control the game a bit, offer you a bit of save versus this Grimstroke. Scarith Mage, not a hero we've talked about a ton so far, but just gives them a lot of magic damage, gives them a lot of roaming potential. Kind of makes up for what the Bristleback lacks in the early stages of the game.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Instant pick as well with a Doom.
Alrighty. Doom. Going to be the final pick from Evil Geniuses. Is this the Bristleback answer, or is this just greed?
It's like 50-50. I think Doom, of course, got some changes to him, where now you can still use your items during the Doom, and then once Doom gets to 25, he has to choose between either muting and preventing items being used, or going for that break. And in this game, against a Bristleback, you're probably going to want to look towards that break. So this is always going to be quite a interesting game in that regard, and we are going to see another brand new hero for Yotaro with that Chaos Knight. He really is just... this is just his previous TI form of every game, new hero, do whatever. And it does amplify that crush the game mentality that I'm saying. Like, for EG, their damage comes from Earth Spirit with a Vessel and Magnetize. And other than that, like, there's not a lot of damage, right? Like,
There
Spectre
really
wants
isn't.
to go for maybe Blade Mail Diffusal, quite a slow farmer. Doom wants to go for the Midas, Octarine. It's a lot of wait, hold. Don't worry, guys. Play for the late game. Play for the late game. On the flip side, Spirit, you've got Bristle in your face. CK loves to buy like Armlet, Blink, and get amongst it. Grim, Sky, wanna be fighting. Lull, Diffuser Blade on the Pangolier. It is kind of night and day difference right now. Spirit, they just want to control the entire early game and the entire map. And I feel like it's Spirit's game to lose their grasp on it and allow entry to the game from EG. We'll see if Spirit can just play a clean game, but it's going to be a bloodbath if Spirit are to get an early lead, I feel.
It is indeed. Yeah, I'm very worried for Evil Geniuses here, honestly. Like, they've put themselves in this position where they're just trying to delay. They're just trying to slow things out. But that's going to be hard with this draft. Like, they have the Doom, sure, but the ability to actually run somebody down and kill them off 100-0 before Team Spirit can really mount a offensive response, it's not that quick. You know, they don't have big damage other than, as you say, the Earth Spirit. So a lot on C-Smile here, honestly, a lot on his shoulders. He has to do work on this Earth Spirit. And, you know, it is a favorite, but my God, it's looking kind of tough. And yeah, they just got to survive, not let Team Spirit just take over their map. It's looking like a tough one, but, you know, they do have ways. As you mentioned, that global potential they have is still very much in place. So yeah, these backliners on Team Spirit, they got to be a little bit careful.
And I think Spectre, I think most people watching, when you see Spectre, you always think of a slow hero, a hero that's always locked into cooldowns. But patch after patch, this hero is getting buffed to a point where it's relatively more active. Like level 1 Shadow Step is now only 60 seconds on level 1. So you have to expect Pakaz to be very active. Every time he sees an opportunity, get into the fight. Go for that next kill. And will he go for Blade Mail into Diffusal? Will he go for a Midas? Will he go Radiance? Scardy? Like, there's some options in play. And one wrong item, though, could be the start of the end for EG.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on both teams to optimize as well. Team Spirit, of course, you need to get the right items so that you can keep the pressure up, keep trying to kill off EG and take over their map. EG, if they do end up being kind of low on resources, then every single purchase matters so much.
30 seconds to battle.
Of course, if Team Spirit do struggle in the laning phase, it's going to be quite difficult for them to fight up into EG. Like, they've got one of these lineups which, if they're, like, together, and if they're able to just kind of run around as a group, like, you're not really going to be able to pick them off too easily. Doom is tanky, Spectre's tanky, Spirit's tanky, and then on top of that, you've got Dawnbreaker and Avenge. There's a lot of save coming out. There's a lot of healing coming out there.
The battle begins.
Team Spirit going for the wraparound here. They see C-Smile, but I don't think they've got the damage to bring him down. Though Toro, he's coming over. He's got the stun available. C-Smile still holding on the level up for the time being, and now is going to get that roll to get himself to safety. Now, Bakaz coming forward onto Mira here.
Yeah.
They've got the blood grenade. Mira could be the one in trouble now, but of course that concussive shot slowing down Bakaz, stopping them from really committing to the kill. Stun not available. Wave of Terror available in 1 second, but that won't be enough to grab this one. Dagger, pretty long cooldown level 1, so Mira will be able to get away.
Already so much damage getting thrown around, and so of course I think C-Smile is going to be the kind of the loser of all of this. The fact that he's going to be less than half HP, already chugging some tangos, and low. Oh, nice! My enemy's just got no HP in this lane.
Yep.
I would be surprised if Lau gets a kill on this, but still, C-Smile needs to be. He's even just rolling in. Okay, he doesn't care.
Oh, it has to, right? Like, it's his only spell. It's, yeah, unfortunately had to level that to get away, and now has to level with low HP and the wrong spell in the middle lane. It's very awkward indeed.
Earthroot mids often like to go for that border smash level 1. It helps them secure the range creep, and if their enemy mid does step up, can go for the kill, but
Toro taking some heavy hits here. Whisper looking to try and run him down. Of course, Toro should be fine here. He's got a stick. They're kind of out of resources, but these guys, they are going at it in the first game of the day.
the creep pulling shenanigans, right?
Oh, Toro. Oh my goodness, that's getting rather close there. Matthew gets off the Starbreaker. Keeping him low. I'm talking about keeping low. C-Smile again just being swashbuckled down. Bolt now complete on the Pangolier. C-Smile, he's still a little bit too far away from his. Now have the level 3, but it's coming out to him now. It's so late though. It's going to really hurt his laning phase. You can already see Pangolier almost doubling his CS, and that's going to be a kill coming out as well. Lyle brings him down.
As expected, yes.
It's the events of the bounty runes that now kicking in. Lyle getting the solo kill, getting the water rune as well. It's nearly corrosion done at the 2-minute mark for Lyle.
Oh
Everything that we just said for EG during the draft is built around this Earth Spirit, and 2 minutes in, things aren't really connecting for them.
Yeah, and as you say, all due to the level 1. The bounty rune fight. He didn't die, but he got low, and that's almost worse. We'll be able to kick Lyle away, and even using the bottle here. So, you know, these are the small acts of efficiency he needs to be doing to get himself back into this one. But Lyle is doing so much damage to him, chasing him back all the way. Swashbuckle will be available in 1 second, as well as a shield crash. But C-Smile now with the water rune at his disposal should be okay. But yeah, it's pretty painful.
He also, during that aggression, Lyle brought his courier to the mid-tier 2 without the corrosion complete to then send it back to mid lane to grab the corrosion. Very small thing, but it is going to delay Lyle's ability to further push C-Smile out of this mid lane due to the mismicro on his courier. He's now sending it back again for the second time. And I'm just looking at the minimap, guys, but Lyle's courier is just doing everything but delivering him his items right now.
Yeah, talking about the acts of efficiency from C-Smile with the water rune, and then the acts of inefficiency from Lyle. Maybe that's going to be the difference maker. Or at least keep the Earth Spirit in the lane a little longer. But still definitely going to be Lyle feeling very good about things here. Stay on the bottom side, just kind of trading HP, and very successfully on the side of EG. They're pretty tanky, so they're able to put a little bit of hurt onto Team Spirit here.
I think EG's doing better than expected in the bot lane. I didn't really think that a Doom Dawnbreaker would be able to muscle up too much into how potent CK and Grimstreak is, but this no points in Devour going for Scorched Earth provides you quite a lot of kill threat on this Whisper Doom.
Yeah, he's deciding to fight the lane, which you'd like to see, but in the middle lane, a rotation comes in from Matthew, not really resulting in much. But knowing that Whisper's going to be okay on his own really enables Matthew to come in and try and help out here, and he's going to get the water rune. Might be in trouble, though. Lar just kind of chasing him down. I think he's just going to be able to kill him here. I don't see Matthew getting away from this one with Swashbuckle available in 1 second. Oh, Spirit Breaker. Oh, doesn't connect. Lar gets the kill. Spirit Breaker, Starbreaker.
Thought you said Spirit Breaker. It's like, yeah, I know he's very good right now, but he's not in the game, don't worry.
Because I'm casting with you, it's just always in my mind. Oh, that was cute.
Ooh, nice kick.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Oh, luckily, guys, don't worry. I mean, Centaur's not in the game, but that bug has been fixed from yesterday. Where the Upspirit just gets stuck inside roll permanently because of the cart.
Kind of hoping to see it again. It's pretty entertaining, but I guess no Centaur in this game, so...
So everyone in Seattle's like, no, man, we don't want to see it again. What are you talking about? Game breaking bugs, please. No, thank you. Quite a trader farm right now, I think. Spectre pretty much in the window of getting whatever he can. Oh, and Nukari, a little bit of pressure. Nice rotation from C-Smile here.
Yeah, it does take him away from the Starbreaker, though, and a big Inkswell's going to come off, but C-Smile still thinking of chasing, but not going to go under the tower for this one. A little bit too risky, so the rotation doesn't quite pay off for C-Smile. Unfortunately, a little bit of anti-synergy there with a kickback, although that said, spells off cooldown once again. They'll look for Maposhka instead. They'll take the consolation prize, and this should be a kill.
Panda, hi, I'm here. Bye-bye.
Dire's middle tower is
Just sticks his head through the portal, grabs the XP, pieces out back to top lane again. Thanks, guys.
Plus 27 gold. Hell yeah. I did this. I think for EG, though, they are kind of telling us that they don't have an answer to this Bristleback. Like, they're making the rotations away from him. I don't think there's going to be ever really any kill threat. And at some point, the guys will get pushed out of this top lane. So EG just to make moves as well as they can. And Lau, he's just having one of the best games so far. 2-0, 37 CS, 6 minutes taking the mid-tier 1 tower. He's already got pretty much mana boot complete.
Yeah, it's Whisper now in a bit of trouble. He's trying to heal himself up, obviously trying to stay alive, and the Yatora is getting turned around upon a bit here, but they don't have the damage to bring him down. The Chaos Knight's going to survive. Matthew now being chased under the tier 1 tower. Yatora, no health, no cares. They'll bring him down regardless.
Yo, look at Panda.
Gets that kill.
Panda's coming in. This is his time to shine. Let's go!
Oh, the Vengeful Spirit solo wraparound. You love to see it.
What a drive-by.
The magic stick fairy fire venge nonetheless. The Mirror could be in some trouble here as well. C-Smile's coming across, and yeah, it's going to be another hero going down. Hello. EG able to scrape up some scraps here, but Lal just sneaks in across. He's got an arcane rune. He wants to make the most of it here. Not going to pop the Rolling Thunder, though. I don't expect him to with the arcane rune, but no kill potential, so we'll just settle for the cheeky little pick off at the sidelines.
I don't know why, but that play from Panda just reminded me of, like, you know, the 50-50s that you used to see on Reddit from the Eternal Envy days?
Yeah.
I feel like that could have easily been one of them. Like, Panda walks in, 1v3, dies instantly. Or does he solo kill Yataro, TI winner, on his position 5 Venge?
Lal does get the block off onto C-Smile, puts him in a very awkward position. Maposhka coming across as well. Rolling Thunder, gonna be able to run him down. And another sad death in the middle lane. This Spirit having a pretty miserable time every time he comes back to mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh boy, Lal kind of feels like he's just gonna run away with this one.
Yeah, there's nothing really to stop the Bristle or the Pangolier right now, I feel like, for EG. And EG are doing a pretty good job at least getting something from the side of the map, but when you can only play 1/3 of the map, it doesn't really give you the most confidence. They are looking at Yataro once again on the bot side of the map. They're going to find him.
They will indeed, and this is a double damage Dawnbreaker coming on through here and throwing the Shadow Step just to make sure he goes down, and Yatoro will fall again. The only core on the side of Team Spirit to struggle, and EG are really just kind of sticking their fingers in that wound at the moment. D-Ward comes through though. Team Spirit look to kind of take back control of this area a bit.
And then Mass TPing top, they're going to try and 4-man gank Collapse, but he's already dragging the wave.
I mean,
There's no real way to gap close right now. That's
yeah.
going to be the main concern here for EG. Without the Surf Spirit, they don't have the cleanest form of initiation. And
The Spirit is coming over. They've got the Doom available. Do they throw it down is the question. The answer is yes. They're going to go for it. Kick back into everybody. Stuns there as well. Collapse getting very low. They finish the job. They get the kill. But now they need to get themselves away. And Lal, his Rolling Thunder is up. Inkswell to pop onto the Spectre. Panda sitting behind doesn't have the level 6 to swap him out just yet, though. So Pakaz, he's not even going down, though. Team Spirit, they're not getting anything from this.
Yutaro also popping his ultimate. Trying to find Matthew.
Ooh, bad timing there, unfortunately, on the Reality Rift. Doesn't follow up with the Chaos Bolt as well. EG, despite being a little bit behind here, making some lovely, lovely moves in the laning phase.
Yeah, just really nice stuff there. To play on the Doom bot lane, going for that kind of slightly different build with the Scorched Earth, to then utilize that Twin Gate and get a kill on Bristleback. Like, at this point in the game, at 10 minutes, you don't expect 5 heroes to be making a gank, but if EG aren't ganking with 5, they're probably not going to be getting the kill. So that is testament to EG understanding how difficult the transition from laning phase to the mid game will be. And they are just making sure they use absolutely everything to get some of these key kills. Unfortunately, he isn't really stopping the farm of Collapse as he moves towards nearly was it a triple or a quad stack here in the Ancients? And 2 components deep into his Aghanims. The inevitable bristle timing of the mid game is coming in full swing.
Yeah. He's doing all right. It was a setback, but, you know, it's the difference between him absolutely reaching godlike timings and him just reaching pretty good timings, which he's still heading towards. But still, these are the things they need to do to give themselves a chance in this game. You know, any delaying tactics is good for EG with this draft.
Yeah. And if we look at Spectre, of course, when we say delaying, it's all going to be about what does Spectre do with the god that he gets, and it looks like he's going to be going for a Blade Mail. It's not as if Blade Mail is the best in this game, I feel, just because of CK having lifesteal, Bristle naturally being quite tanky, Pango not carrying. But it is a very good farming tool because you get to reflect some of the damage back onto the neutral creeps. So it's kind of more of a farming tool, I feel, rather than the I can crush a team fight with it that other drafts might be able to utilize.
Yeah, I mean, from the games I've seen, I think it's built almost every time, unless you're having like a really good game where you can just run around and kill people. It's, yeah, as you say, good farming tool in combination with dispersion and a bit of safety. Just a ridiculous item at the moment, to be fair. Blade Mail's just kind of silly. We see a lot of heroes building it, which just makes me wonder, what is our spirit heading towards?
Yeah. A Blade Mail for himself, most likely.
Looks like it, but he's not giving anything away. He's got that magic wand in his quick buy.
Well, the thing is, Nomad, he doesn't have much gold to really give anything away, does he? He's not had a very good game so far.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, he hasn't. Still holding on. There we go. Blade Mail queued up now. Alrighty, that will be what the chainmail is for. So 2 Blade Mails coming out. You know, it's an alright combination. Reflect a bit of that AoE damage. You know, we talked a little bit before about this kind of group up potential which EG has when they are as 5 men. It is very difficult to bring them down, but Panda, meanwhile, just getting clonked on the head by Yatoro. It's going to be an easy pickup for Team Spirit up on the top side. So they start to take over the dire jungle.
Yeah, for the double Blade Mail, at least it potentially could prevent Lyle from being as free in his spell usage due to the Swashbuckle not wanting to hit 2 Blade Mail targets and put himself in maybe kind of half HP territory. But still, it's just sit back, hit the creeps, and I think for Spirit though, yes, it looks like they're being relatively passive, but their biggest timing will be at around about 60 minutes. When the shards come in, you throw one onto the Grimstroke, you pick up the shard plus Ags from the Bristleback. I think you can expect Spirit to be looking to make some game-breaking plays in the next probably 5 to 6 minutes. But before that window comes in, I think EG, as soon as they have Haunt available plus Doom, go look for a kill, get a pick, reset.
Yep.
And then be ready for that inevitable timing. And yeah, they're smoked up right now, but Spirit, they've already played this top side of the map already. They're not going to be lingering here.
You say that.
Yatoro actually now re-enters the jungle.
So here's a greedy man on a horse hit, looking to get some creeps. A swap is going to come in time. There's a Doom coming out. There's a Shadow Step. The whole kitchen sink being thrown at Yatoro, and nobody is here to help him out, so he will be falling. Team Spirit, do they want to come and invade and get a bit of revenge for their fallen comrade?
Dire's middle tower.
That was very aggressive positioning from the Yordle there.
It really was. Oh, silence comes out onto Matthew, meaning he cannot use that Celestial Hammer to get himself away. So, yeah, Team Spirit, they make a trade. Not a good trade, but they still make a trade. The thing is, what do they do when Yutoro's back? Because Doom's going to be on cooldown. Maybe you've got a little bit of a window here to play and start to pressure some towers.
I don't think Spirit needs to overreact too much at this point in the game. Like, I've already mentioned how important this 15 to 20 minute window will be for Team Spirit. We're talking about going for Roshans, getting their shards, completing the Aghanims. Like, once all these things come in, then yes, if a Doom's on cooldown, they'll cross the river and keep making those plays. But until then, it's just, okay, they killed us, whatever, keep farming up, wait for everyone to be ready to take that fight, and then go for it. And it's why EG feels relatively comfortable so far, because Spirit aren't making just forced errors, right? They're just playing for when can we break EG rather than when we maybe break them.
Well, the first puzzle piece in breaking EG is on its way out as Collapse's Aghanim Scepter now does arrive. And in the middle lane, they're looking for Whisper. Once again, that combination coming down. Mystic Flare doing a lot of work. They'll throw the ultimate down from the Dawnbreaker to try and keep him alive. And Mira's going to be the one to die in response. The jump in from C-Smile and from Pakaz gets them that kill, but Collapse now arrives. He's got this Aghanim Scepter, immediately blows up C-Smile with it, stun out onto two. A beautiful Link Swell coming on down. Swap back onto Collapse, brings him under towers. Does he care? It's just going to set him up for another Bristleback. Whisper narrowly surviving that one, and the Bristle will die. What do you make of that one, T?
I'm going to say worth. EG worth.
Yeah.
I think Collapse, he got a bit excited. He picked up his Aghanims. He saw the grouping, the potential three-man Bristleback quill spam with the Aghanims, and instead he kind of just threw it onto a Blade Mail because he gets another kill. And yeah, I think that's kind of a win. Spectre, early game 3 kills, get yourself to a Radiance. Little bit over-aggressive from Spirit there.
Yeah, you know, Bristleback, he had his shiny new Aghanims. He wanted to show it off to everybody, and he certainly did. 2 phenomenal uses of it, but goes down in the process, unfortunately. And now Whisper, he's going to get caught out as well. He's going to be taken out for 30 seconds.
Do you see how Spirit positions now? Like this window that I was mentioning?
So aggressive.
Now they don't care. They're just inside the Dire jungle, between the tier 2 towers, and it's like, Collapse, you go be the carry in bot lane. We're just going to run around and click spells and just prevent them from being efficient on their farm.
Bold maneuver, just trying to blade mail the Bristleback. Bristleback doesn't care at all. And in the middle lane, they manage to catch out. Oh, poor old C-Smile again. This is just the cursed lane for him. Every time he turns up here, he just gets donked on.
But it's the mid lane. It's where he belongs.
Yes. This is my home. 17 minutes in, 5k gold advantage for Team Spirit with his very aggressive draft, and they are executing at the moment. Doing well, putting the pressure, taking over the map, and forcing EG to kind of play their hardest to come back into this. They have been making good moves on EG, definitely showing us that there are teams to be reckoned with, and they can put a fight to Team Spirit, but
C-Smile, he's pinging out the Bristleback. He's dragging his team over for a fight. He wants to try and go for him.
Yeah, that's a tricky target. Maybe if he's by himself, sure, but with the 2 supports behind him, that's not really looking very possible, and they'll recognize that and back themselves off on EG. But still, they get them out of that area of the map, so small win in that regard. If they can get the ward, that would be even better.
Yeah, and the important thing here, you see it on the screen, EG, they are the team right now who, if they are to lose this entire series, would be in a kind of elimination spot tied up with SMG.
Yeah.
Today is the day we'll find out who does get eliminated from each of the groups. So EG have everything to play for, and of course Spirit already locked in as first place of the group. So they're kind of playing with a little bit more of a creative freedom, so to speak, in this final series for Team Spirit.
Yeah, definitely. And they only need 1 win, right, on EG, not the full series. Oh my god, C-Smile just gets absolutely bonked. He can't show. He cannot show. And when he's dead, it's really hard for EG to make fights happen as well, so pretty costly, but, you know, Doom and Spectre still doing their best to farm up. I mean, Radiant's on the way for Pakaz, but Don't know how much it's going to help things at the moment. Things just kind of getting out of control for Team Spirit at the moment.
It's like anywhere you look, just someone can die, right? Because it's going to be a Shadowblade CK walking at you, either a Pango with a Blink Diffusal, and then just the existence of Collapse. And 19 minutes expected to get Blade Mail Radiance. It isn't that bad. The real issue is, where's the next source of damage going to be coming in? Because yes, they can doom someone, but unfortunately for C-Smile, he's only got 6,000 net worth to his name. He's only like, what, 1,500 higher than the Grimstroke. It's for the position 4 of Spirit. They are kind of lacking that extra piece of the puzzle to give themselves a fight, but I think luckily for EG, C-Smile has the levels. He is level 12, 2 points in Magnetize. If they are to overextend behind the tower, utilizing the swap, the Solar Guardian, and all the stuff we mentioned during the draft, then there could always be that comeback potential with these types of heroes. The thing is, though, you're always playing for Spirit to make the overextension rather than your draft naturally finding the moves. So Spirit, of course, are going to be a little bit disciplined right now. Most likely, I'd expect them to look towards Roshan at some point, just to give themselves a little bit more confidence as they sweep across the map of the Dire side.
Yeah, Roche been kind of ignored up until this point, but, you know, only 20 minutes into the game. Doesn't feel like it the way Team Spirit are playing as they pick up yet another kill on some Matthew up on the top side. That's a crazy thing about Yatoro as well. Like, do you remember how much he was shut down in the early game? Like, he had no game. I mean, he's just been able to play his way back into it.
I think there's that kind of psychological warfare with surely CK can't be farming this aggressive the entire time, right? Because he's getting
He needs help. There is no Dawnbreaker, though, to come and help him. Yeah, I think he's just going to get brought down here. Nothing else he can do. Yatoro and Lal bring him down. Yatoro does take a ton of damage whilst trying to do that, but it doesn't make a difference. Like as I said, regardless. And again, you know, you see the difference there. If they didn't kill Matthew, they would have never made that play. But because Matthew's dead, well, hold on. They're going for this right now. Grimstroke, he's going to get killed off first. Yatoro, can they find him? Well, he's just going to turn around and fight the guy. He actually drags him into the Mystic Flare, and Yatoro brings down another. Who's looking for whom is the question, and Collapse tries to just blow up the Venge who's TPing out. Bristleback doesn't quite kill him off in time.
EG just not in position to help their Spectre there, and then trying to go for the big players, right? It's okay, they killed our Spectre, maybe they're not ready for us to make a smoke. They just don't have the damage. It is going to be the key story of all these engagements right now for EG. Where is the damage for their pickoffs? They need more time, they need more items, more levels, and Yatoro, he goes from bot to top. He's okay, there was a sentry, a random sentry in top lane, and Yataro's dead.
Very nicely done, EG, finding the ways, just holding on. I mean, oh, it's so tough. I mean, the fact they're still killing off like the position 1 at a 13k gold deficit is definitely commendable, but what can they really turn it into? I don't think it's going to be a lot. And then the moment Yatoro is back, there's going to be no Doom in place, so I feel like they just flick the switch again. In fact, a Team Spirit even turning off right now. They're looking towards the middle lane. Matthew, he's going to show, and he is going to be in some trouble. Silence out onto him. Full stop instead. Not going to make a difference. That's a double damage Pangle here. Taking down Matthew again.
The question is, would you take a trade for Collapse soloing a Tormentor to then lose your carry? Tormentor or your carry? Tormentor or your carry? I'm not saying Collapse could have saved your turret. That's not the scenario. It's more, which one's better value? Do you think EG's sad they lost a shard? Or are they really happy they killed a CK?
I think just the psychological, you know, killing heroes always feels good. It's fundamental lore in Dota. Even if someone's diving your fountain, if you manage to like buy back, stun them, even if you've already lost, you're still like, I gotcha.
Yeah. And I think because it's showcasing what Spectre can do. Of course, in this type of game, it'll always be a little bit difficult, but I think in future drafts, future play, like the speed in which you can just appear in a fight, contribute the damage, and then dip back out. 60-second cooldown, scaling down to, what, 40 seconds at level 18? That's incredibly potent, and I think Yatoro will need to play a little bit more cautious, not to give away some cheap kills.
Nira sees Panda. He's the first one to fly here. Silence comes out, and Panda is just gone. Now Lal, me looking for the second target here. He's onto Dawnbreaker, but turns around to deal with C-Smile instead. C-Smile's just gone. Oh no, Solar Guardian gonna save the day there. Oh, my poor little Earth Spirit. He's so close to his BKB as well, but just cannot find a way into this game. Like, Whisper and Packhouse, you know, they've been playing some game. They've been actually using their heroes in this one, but Spirit, it's just not come together.
Nice.
And collapse.
It's an incredibly...
Roshan now. What the hell?
My
there's only
finest
4 players on Team
creation,
Spirit.
yes.
Yusora dies again for it. Who is the carry of this team? I don't remember, but Love jumping in onto 2 here. Big stun coming out. Pakas held still, but Blade Mail kind of warning them off at the moment. And Whisper with the BKB as well, also a big threat. Bristleback coming up into their faces right now, but he has got the Aegis, so he doesn't really care about dropping. Matthew trying to TP out, and he gets away on a sliver of HP. Lyle still chasing though. Doom no longer has a BKB, and for that he shall die. Another death as Team Spirit really start to run them down. And Collapse, I'm not sure he's stopping. He's got an Aegis, he's got a Sange, he's got a Bloodstone. Coming up the high ground, EG, they do force him back for the time being, but goodness gracious, oh, Picaz in a spot at the moment, but finds a little hidey hole in the trees to keep himself alive in.
This is like the... just like the perfect game. Collapse playing his little PvE Dota, right? Soloing Tormentors, soloing Roshan. Meanwhile, the rest of his team's like scrapping through, like, we'll find the pickoffs, we'll find the kills. Like, Collapse is just like chilling. And C-Small is just dying. So many constants in this game.
He was like 30 gold off his BKB. He just wanted to take one wave for it.
I've heard you say that so many times now. He's so close to a big... Ah, but he's dead. Oh no.
Oh no. In the middle lane again.
Matthew.
Nonetheless,
Yep.
Collapse gonna run down Matthew. Matthew swinging his hammer around. You can swing that hammer all you like, my friend. They've put up a good fight, EG, but it is feeling like Team Spirit are running away with that one, and there's not much to be done.
It's rare that I say this, but I feel like EG might actually just be playing for level 25 Doom. And it makes me really uncomfortable. At 26 minutes, I'm bringing this up, but how do you kill Bristleback right now? You know, they don't have this burst damage. They don't really have Diffuse or Skadies. Pakaz is also just dying top lane.
He is indeed. This is a big pickoff. It's taken them a while to find it, but Pakaz finally falls up on the top side. But yeah, I agree. I feel like maybe that wasn't the plan coming into the game, but at the point they're at now, they're like, we don't really have another way back in, boys. Panda does actually pop the dust and find the Skywrath, but it's not going to make much of a difference here. Oh, maybe. 4-star, yeah. So let's get away.
He's too quick.
Jesus. I was worried for a minute. The Bristleback is in, though. In comes Collapse, just running down Panda, hero after hero. They're kicking him away. They're kicking him out of the tier 4s. What is going on right now? They're going to doom him. They're going to doom the Aegis Bristleback. He's just running around doing whatever he wants, and he doesn't care.
Dive the fountain.
Kick him in. Kick him in. He's asking for it. He's going, go on, buddy. Do it. Do it. Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
He gets doomed, he gets kicked into the fountain, and he doesn't even lose his Aegis. I mean, oh, it's a roughie, it's a toughie.
Should Collapse have traded his Aegis to kill C-Small one more time? That's the real question for me. He had an opportunity. Oh, Matt Mirror, though.
Yeah, Pakaz just going to try and pick up the freebie, but is it really free if he dies for it? That is the question. Roll in. C-Small, he's got a BKB, everybody. He can maybe try and take this fight. The swap is there, but it's not enough. Lyle finds him regardless. Blinks on top of him with the Rolling Thunder, as I'll take down Panda as well. The Bristleback, the Toro CK, the Lul Pangolier, just taking heroes left, right, and center. EG, they got to be close to tapping out soon. I have no idea how they're planning on coming back into this.
I'm not even going to try and sugarcoat. I just don't think they come back into this. Like, it's mainly on EG, and to show how, you know, strong-minded they are to maybe just throw out a couple scraps in the next couple of minutes. But for Spirit, they have just put on an absolute show with how to utilize Bristle in the off lane. You pick up an active carry, you look for the fights. Bristle is kind of the hidden carry from the off lane, and once he hits his farm, just take over the game. Bot racks is the full, mid racks as well. They can't get mega creeps because of the top tier 2. EG, it's always been wait, farm, hope to get the levels, and just, of course, the teams just aren't going to give you that time.
Collapse coming in once again under the tier 4s. Still has that Aegis. Only 17 seconds left upon it, but it's not like there's anything what GG can really do about it. Yatoro was just kind of happy, just kind of being relegated to position 3, I suppose, this game. I mean, sure, he's still the carry, but Collapse is really doing everything.
Yeah, I think the best teams in the world are the teams that have that flexibility in what their cores are doing on the map. You don't always need your position 1 to hit the creeps, your position 3 to make the space, and your position 2 to like connect the dots, right? Like I feel having that freedom of let's go for a bristleback strategy, and all you need to do, Yatara, is play any core that can help contribute to the first 20 minutes of fighting, right? And CK is one of those heroes that does it extremely well. And yeah, I think this freedom in both draft and play can just take teams to very deep runs in tournaments. And of course, Spirit, top of the group, yet to lose a game.
Here we go, though. Lal does get his Linken's pop. The Doom comes out successfully upon him. They're throwing everything they've got onto the Pangolier, except for the Spectre, who's going after all the targets right now. But they need to finish this guy off, but they're not going to be able to do so. Now Collapse just comes in and tears them apart. They will be able to kill off the Lal Pangolier, but they're going to lose just about everybody for it, except for Whisper, who's just pieced off down the river. And GG is called game number 1, convincingly going in Team Spirit's favor.
Yeah, just a really nice draft there from Team Spirit. Just punished the greediness of EG. I don't think this lineup is too great for the current meta. I think maybe if your opponent matches you in the lack of objective pressure and lane pushing, then you can go for this type of lineup. But to go for the Earth Spirit mid with a Doom offlane, a Spectre carry, and low damage supports, like relegating the Dawnbreaker to a support role and not having a side lane core that can just amplify that kind of sustain it provides, it just felt like the entire strategy was just disjointed. And compared to Team Spirit, it's you've got the Bristleback who's free farming the Ags, taking the ancient stacks, Yatara who's sacrificing his farm to play with his team, to be that stun setup for the Grim or the Sky, and then Lal, because of Earth Spirit leveling role level 1, he wasn't securing his own lane. He then got solo killed, gave away an early Orb of Corrosion, and just pretty much a free game for the Pangolier. So a lot of things kind of went wrong in the first 2 to 3 minutes for EG in this game, but the key thing is I think the overall draft was just a little bit too slow paced against a team that will happily pick apart these scaling lineups.
Yeah, it's a tough loss for Evil Geniuses, and now they got to pick themselves up. They got to come back into this one, which is no easy feat. So, you know, their mentality really being tested here. Can they pull it off? Well, we'll find out, but we're going to send it back to our panel of Nat, Lizard, and Gods to break down this game a little further.
It was a really rough game 1 there for EG, but Team Spirit continuing this undefeated run for themselves here in group stage on the road to the international. And it was fantastic when it comes to lanes, the rotations coming out from Team Spirit. Like, I don't know if we've seen, obviously there's a lot of games going on, so it's a bit hard to watch all of them, but a team so active in the rotations, it feels like they're always on top of whatever moves EG wants to do and are able to shut it down and make more for themselves as well.
Yeah, Lizard said it, you kind of said best during the pre-show where I was just like, they're just faster than everybody. They move with this pace that teams don't seem to match. And they're almost doing it where Yatoro couldn't match it because he got left behind a bit this game, but it didn't matter because they were just dominating all over the map right from the get-go.
Yep. The problem is, T-Governor said it in the recap, like, they had this bounty rune fight in which Earth Spirit got dropped down to like 30% HP, 20 even, and he's coming to a lane, he's playing into a Pango, full HP, like, he dies, feeds the first blood. Understandable, because he's trying to get something at least. From that point onwards, Pangolier has an Orb of Corrosion, a level advantage, he's able to just roam across the map, do whatever he wants to. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have this Doom, you Dawnbreaker, like, Venge, and the Spectre is just so damn passive. It's basically the best game for a Pango to get the first blood and just dominate the lanes.
What do you think the idea behind EG's draft was? Because we were kind of talking about what Dawnbreaker support fills in. Obviously, Spec, people believe that she has a better early game now with the cooldown of her ult being changed in the most recent patch. But is this still a lineup when you look at it where it's EG need to stall this game and go as late as possible? Or you're not even really sure when you see what the 5 heroes they pick up are?
I think there was a game plan which was very much reliant on this mid lane going well. Like, it was very much like, hey, we're going to pick this Doom that's a bit greedier. We have a Spectre in the safe lane, which maybe it's still a greedy carry. Like, yeah, you can get involved early. You can, you know, pop your ulti and come to these fights on a much lower cooldown. But at the same time, you're playing around Chris Luck or C-Smile, you're playing around him and his rotations, and when he gets destroyed in lane and it was like 6 on net worth by a huge margin, like you just don't, your team doesn't have a game. So you can't afford for your mid lane to be that much of a disaster. And yet maybe it's somewhat understandable that the lane goes poorly because of that bounty rune fight, but it just felt like he just went on tilt after that and just never really offered anything to the game.
Like if you watch their cameras post game, the players were literally different levels of despair. Like one is
I did see someone all the way down, like reclined in the chat.
one of them is trying to justify and like trying to charge them into the next game.
Yeah.
The other one is just in his seat, just completely done. Yeah, it's difficult. They're in a difficult spot, and yeah, I hope that they manage to bounce back in the next game.
No, well, we can still have a look at our game one stats here and see what happened at the end of it, because I want to see who had the highest net worth, who was getting all of those kills on the side of Team Spirit, because we talked about Yutaro did get caught out a few times. He ends 9, 5, and 8. So it's maybe not that flawless performance that we're really used to when it comes to Yutaro on carry, but Voshka picking up a lot of kills for himself, getting the last hits off, but Lal as well going 8 and 1 and Collapse with Bristle 9 and 2. First time we're seeing Collapse so far here on the road to the international picking up Bristle, but we know how hotly contested it is and how well that hero is doing in general for a lot of teams right now.
Yeah, he pretty much did exactly what he needed to. He was that annoying Bristleback post laning stage, gets the Aghanims, just runs at everyone. At some point you couldn't really tell which one of them is supposed to really carry the game. We had the CK who's doing just as much as Pango as Bristleback. Nothing is really separating them. It never felt like one is being created space for. They're all kind of doing their thing, and they're all successful at it.
And I think there's this idea that, hey, EG's going to make these rotations using the Spectral, using the Earth Spirit, so whoever they decide to gank, the other two cores are going to thrive. So, you know, it looks like Yutaro is having a rough time and kind of getting carried by his teammates, but that's because, you know, EG just kind of chose, we're going to focus on this bottom lane. We're going to go kill Yutaro. He's that carry, right? But suddenly this Bristle shows up with Aghanim Scepter and is diving you, maybe diving a bit too far, but ultimately...
You think? The Fountain? Too far?
Well,
yeah.
the Fountain,
no, I think
that was the
amount.
tier 2. Yeah, that was one the tier 2, then the Fountain, you know. But at that point, you know, I think Spirit, they knew the writing was on the wall, and this game was pretty cinched up. So
it is really hard. We already talked about it's not as simple as just focusing and shutting down one sort of player. So is there a way that EG could have used this map a little bit better, the way that the spec cooldown is a lot shorter to be able to target and shut down all 3 cores? Or again, with the lineup, everything, all the contingency plans Team Spirit had in place for themselves, it was always going to be maybe this slow chokehold where EG would run out of map.
This was one of those games that's really hard to come back in. Basically because your playmaker and the hero that has 0 cooldowns, the one that you were literally putting all your hopes into to lead you through the mid game, got crushed. And when that happens, you really find yourself in a desperate position in which you're just hoping that the enemy team are passive enough for you to reach that late game with the Doom, with the Spectre. That was probably the best case scenario for them. But if the Earth Spirit gets that shut down, it's just so difficult to play the game. You don't have a mid laner, you have another position 4/5.
Were you guys watching any of the other 4 streams that were going on beside this one? I know the games are still going on, so there's no updated standings for any of those groups or any of those teams at the moment, but anything else that caught your eye with who was playing?
Talon were looking really good in their game one, because they're, you know, a team that I think a lot of people had high expectations, so the fact that 0-4 start happened, but today playing against Keatstars and later on Quest, no, possibly a day they could bounce back. They need to win at least 3 of those 4 games, it feels like, and they had like a 10k plus gold lead, so that's a good sign considering where they currently stand.
I kept my eye out on my other Eastern European teams, a little bit at least, and yeah, they're picking their own stuff, maybe a little bit different than everyone else. I'm seeing some Storm Spirits being picked up here and there.
Yeah, that's the Storm Spirit. That's Bet Boom up against Shopify. So they picked up the Storm Spirit for themselves on Bet Boom against
Shopify. Yeah,
yeah, that's a bold move to do that.
It really
one.
is, yeah.
But I do want to circle back to what you're saying, Gods, about this Talon series. It's great that they're looking to be in an advantage for game 1 because their 2 remaining opponents are Keed and Quest. So the only 2 teams that are above them, we did the quick maths. If they get a 2-0 here and at least one other game, they're forcing tiebreakers for themselves. If they get the clean sweep today, so 2 2-0s for themselves, then they'll be looking in a safer position. So with the way that the draw happened for themselves, the opponents that they faced today, going 0-4, as dire as it might look, wasn't the worst for them because it was the 2 teams directly above them. They know that their fate really does still lay in their own hands.
It's exactly. It can look bad when you've got that 0 wins, but they've still got a way to make it out. Things still looking not too great for Shopify though. They were losing game 1 against BetBoom, so they're another team who needs to climb their way out of that hole. So there's a lot at stake today.
Do you maybe have some words of encouragement for your NA boys or
Pick Storm.
Pick Storm?
Don't let the
Don't
other
let the
team host
opponents
Storm.
pick. You're meant to be the ones picking Storm. Come on, Bulba, get together.
We can turn back our eyes, though, to this best of 2 that's happening on this stream here on Stream A. We're going to talk about what we want for Game 2 because a lot rides on this, but EG, it's the final series for Team Spirit. So even if EG do, unfortunately, lose Game 2, they still have that buffer zone of another best of 2 for themselves. But Team Spirit want to go undefeated for themselves. Do you think it's a very real possibility with how they've been drafting and playing?
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they.
You don't see any weaknesses?
Not currently. I mean, I think they're versing one of the teams that they're heavily favored against. I don't think.
Maybe they could lose to themselves, as they say, right? Like if they decide to experiment a little bit too much because they are already on top of the group, nothing can change that. So they can go into this next game a little bit more relaxed than before.
Drow Ranger or something, I don't know.
I think it still work.
I feel like Yotaro is going to try and go for a different carry every game of group stage because he picked up Chaos Knight. Wasn't one of the ones I mentioned earlier that he played yesterday. So right now, in the 7 games he's played, 7 different carries.
Yeah, but it looked really strong. And there was some idea behind the CK. It wasn't just the CK pick.
No, of course.
Yeah, there was the Grimstroke as well with him. Like, it all made sense.
And I think I think that's what I'm curious seeing going forward is because like Bristleback is this hero that takes a lot of farm and can kind of pseudo carry games, but you still need some more damage. But if you pick too greedy of a carry, like I don't think the Bristle works with like the Naga Siren drafts or in some of the more hard carry type drafts. So I'm curious to see what kind of heroes teams decide to pair with Bristle moving forward. And CK to me seems like a good one.
Would you like to see them pick up Bristle more to get a little bit more information on that, or are you hoping EG take that one out because it was a bit hard for them to deal with?
That definitely could be a bandworthy hero. It's just one of these heroes that just completely alters the opposing team's game plan. I think that's something T mentioned during the draft.
I really hope that they focus on themselves and their own draft because this Dawnbreaker perhaps was something that they didn't have to pick. They lost to it quite heavily yesterday. Maybe that's one of the reasons why.
Oh, like their opponent picked it and they lost that game against.
Once again, that was the 17-1 Dawnbreaker into them.
Oh.
So maybe it played a little role in their draft today.
They're like, this hero's OP. We gotta run with it.
It was favored a couple of patches though, the support Dawn, and we were talking about it off camera, but how do you really make it work? You say that they could have picked a different support in this lineup, but let's say they kind of wanted to center a little bit more about having the Dawn as a support for her mobility, the global presence that she has. How else do you build around her? Like, how can you make a Dawn support work?
I really think that Dawn
Asking all the hard questions.
Nah, it's not that hard. Like Dawn at the moment for me is a much better core than a support. Like hands down, the item builds that you go for on her are all made for an offlane Dawnbreaker, and they work very well for her. There, like if you're a support, it's much harder.
I mean, the idea is you have a hero that goes in and then you ult on top of them in this case. And I mean, to go back to a point we've harped on a lot is the Earth Spirit had a rough game. If
Right, that was
having a better
personal.
game, that's the. I mean, you've also got Spectre. So there was some synergy between both Earth Spirit and Spectre where, hey, you've got these great heroes that just go into the middle of the enemy and you can pop your ultimate and have this like great team fight, but it's the actual execution of that is it doesn't really work when you're losing your lanes. Dota isn't just played in that one 5v5 fight over a 30-second span. It's played over 60 minutes.
As long as they have just a normal mid laner this time around, like just a normal mid lane, that is, it will look much, much better. I feel that was truly the one issue. And I've had this situation so many times before. It's like, if your mid is getting that crushed, the game is almost impossible.
Yeah, it is the kind of game. You could literally replay this game, and if mid lane goes even and there's no first blood...
It's completely different.
Yeah, I would still imagine Spirit win it, because I think they're the better team, but we could see like 25 minutes in the game is just even. And it really just completely alters the game.
So what other heroes, like you say that you want it to be more of a even mid or a normal mid, does that also apply to like the hero picks, or are you just saying pick something that's more comfortable for you that you think even if you do get a bad matchup, you can still hold yourself?
It was all about the circumstances really in this last match. I would like to see the same matchup
Don't
play
fight
out.
over runes is what you're saying.
Exactly. Like, I would actually like to see the same matchup play out, but without inherent advantage for the Pangolier, because their draft for me wasn't that bad. If you imagine some Earth Spirit that has enough farm, goes in, follow up by the Spectre, by the Dawnbreaker, it could work. There's a lot of global presence from them. But if you don't have that focal point, that Earth Spirit that rolls in first and makes stuff happen, it all falls apart.
All right, well, some things we've given pointers on what we would like to see changed for EG. Hopefully it is a better mid lane for themselves. But either way, it's a game number 2 in this best of 2. We'll see if Team Spirit can go fully undefeated in their road to the international here in the group stages. We're going to head on over to T-Gov and Nomad.
With another draft for Team Spirit versus Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses, it is do or die time for them. If they don't win this game, then they're going to play a very uncomfortable tiebreaker game for elimination from TI Gov.
But yeah, potentially, you know, it's just awkward. Like losing this series, just everything later. It's like they play up against 9 Pandas, then they have to hope SMG then also potentially doesn't do so well. And yeah, not the position you want to be in. I guess the caveat is to all of this, because of the format that we're in, as long as you're not last place, there will be that single best of 3 to play up against a better seeded team if you are in this kind of 3rd, 4th position, to then maybe get yourself to an upper bracket in an unconventional way. And the key thing here is, though, if you are an EG fan, they need to start getting some game wins now. Yeah. And if they can close out a second map win against Team Spirit, it's going to be a good place to start.
Yeah, you do not want to be in those bottom 2 positions. You don't want to be tied for bottom at any point during this time. So the pressure really is on. But of course, Team Spirit showing absolutely no mercy so far. They are just taking out everybody and not going light either. They're not experimenting. They're not trying anything. They're just doing what they know is really, really strong this patch. And yeah, I'm worried. Let's see what EG ban this time around. They are the team with 4 bans this time. And they're going to take out the Dazzle, they're going to take out the Treant, they're going to take out the Invoker, and they are going to get rid of Beastmaster as well.
Nothing too crazy, I'd say. Just got to think a little bit here. The Spirit this time around are going to be first pick, so that will be a difference from the last time. Of course, for game 1, EG did first pick the Earth Spirit, and it didn't really go too well for them. And then we'll see what the Spirit want to gravitate towards on their first pick.
Yeah, I like that EG aren't panicking. You know, they're not like going, oh, we need to ban Pangolier and we need to ban Bristleback and we need to do this, that, and everything else, and completely changing the strategy and their ban picks just because of one game. You know, they're staying true to their belief that, they're good enough to counter these picks and that these heroes aren't broken. They just had a rough time. But yeah, definitely going to see some adjustments to the draft itself.
Is it going to be Muerta now for Team Spirit? This has often been the line of draft for them, where is Tree available? Yes, no. Is Brewmaster available? Yes, no. And once they get past all those, it's like, okay, we'll go for our Muerta. Again, we don't have the most information to really go off. You would expect them to have other first picks available. But like we've already mentioned, Team Spirit, they are locked in at first place. So if they don't want to really reveal anything, maybe they don't go for it. But no, they are going to show something slightly new. And I believe this is their first time playing Primal Beast at the road to the International.
Cool. All right. Something different coming out from them. Like to see it. And yeah, no team going for the Muerta. Grimstroke's still available, so they grabbed that. But yeah, I was fully expecting that as well, especially with the Shadow Demon ban. Shadow Demon has been one of the heroes which has actually been pretty decent versus Muerta. So they banned it out, but then they go for the Primal instead. But I guess the same thing still applies. Still a nice answer to Primal Beast, so it will be the pickup. Nice Stompy boy. I mean, what are the strengths of this Primal Beast as a first pick? You know, is it pretty flexible?
It's soft flex between 3 and mid, but I think the hero just does so well. But because of the Blade Mail meta being so good in 7.34D, you got 2 less damage on the item, and that was this big nerf. And I was like, was it really a big enough nerf? You also have so much HP naturally that you use Blade Mail really well. You can go for the Heart after to be continuously tanky. And then you have a break mechanic with your Aghanim's, initiation with your Blink. Like, you kind of do a little bit of everything. Plus, you just naturally, by level 10, have nearly 2,000 plus HP. So it is just a very kind of stock standard hero. You pick it and you know what it's going to do. It's going to push waves. It's going to threaten the early game pressure. And it's going to scale quite well throughout the game. And just be just there. Just do a good job for the team.
Do a good job for the team. That's all you want from a first pick hero. But yeah, fairly consistent with the with what it can deliver. You know, there's a few kind of like counters. I mean, sometimes we see Bloodseeker coming out against Primal Beast. Sometimes we see like other area denial style heroes, but
10 seconds.
Primal Beast, he just always has ways of committing stuff to the fight. And in the early game, you know, that's usually trample. You can shove waves. You can be annoying with that. And in the late game, also, you've got the double usage of the ultimate as well. BKB Penetrating Sun, of course, always very useful. And at 25, you get double the duration, which is just absolutely insane. So you've always got timings to work towards. You've always got ways to be useful beyond just what you primarily do on the hero, which I think makes it pretty good. It's 2-dimensional at the very least, maybe even 3 dimensions.
EG, though, they need to make sure that they have ways to
Spirits turn
just kind of give Grimstroke purpose. And
Alrighty.
we just lost to this
Wait.
really cool strategy. So I got this great idea. Let's just pick their heroes. Okay, thoughts? Team? We love
See
it.
smile. Yep. He's like, fine, I'll
Yeah.
take it. I'll do it.
Oh, yeah, did you see that banging meme from Nouns yesterday?
I did not.
They tweeted, didn't even have to pick Pangolier, yawn emoji, yawn emoji, yawn emoji when they took a game of Gaming Gladiators. Very good tweet.
Very
Big
strong.
fan.
Good job now.
Yes.
Something better than a kind of underdog coming to TI, making some upsets and then laying on some banging memes on top as well. Good way to get fans.
Yeah, it's like, even if you get eliminated, just stick to the meme game. You've got it. But right now, Spirit don't want EG copying all of their homework, and they take away the Scarf Mage. Based on the things we already mentioned about Primal Beast, naturally, even from mid to offlane, whatever role he's in, he always sets up opportunities for aggression. And then you pair that with Scarf Mage, who loves to throw down his Mystic Flare on a hero that's stunned. Primal Beast can do that for quite some time.
Remaining.
And, yeah, overall nice combination. Pangolin needs to be careful as well. Some 3-4 minute gank from mid lane by the Skyriff Mage. That can also get a couple cheap kills onto him and just prevent the efficiencies of Pangolier and what he can do to the game.
Yeah.
So overall, very nice Sky pick.
Yep. Agreed. Same as last game, but you know, kind of similar to how it worked versus C-Smile. Also going to be effective in the same way versus Pangolier. A little bit worse, I'd say, but still very good.
Evil geniuses turn
And giving you that kill potential, which Team Spirit love to have. Now the Enchantress coming out for them. The Poshka's Ench, always something to be feared.
I really like how Team Spirit does pick Enchantress though, because it feels like they use it in a way where it's like, okay, we need to progress the draft and we want to utilize our reactionary core pick, but how do we get there without making our draft look weaker? And they always opt to go for the strong laner approach. So I think some teams here, they might go for like Avenge or some, like not a Dawnbreaker support, but that kind of concept of hero. And it's punishable. We saw it in the previous game. But for Spirit, they just go, let's go for the Ench. And EG, guys, I don't want to be that guy, but you're literally just stealing their entire draft, boys. Where's your own prep, huh?
No, T. They have a Crystal Maiden, okay? It's entirely different.
True. Yeah. After the game one, the coach was like, guys, I have a really cool strategy. It's a Crystal Maiden lineup.
Yeah.
And they're like, tell me more, tell me more.
I mean, they only didn't pick this guy because they couldn't, because it was taken by Team Spirit, so.
Team Spirits
Oh my
turn
God.
to ban.
All right. Team Spirit, they're like, what breaks our lineup from last game? What did we not want them to pick? And apparently
it's
the answer to that
ruined,
is
man.
PA.
Oh, no, it's ruined. It's over. Utaro's played a hero twice.
Oh, okay.
Come
All
on,
right.
man.
Team Spirit, it's been a good run.
It's been a great run. Yeah. That's it.
5 seconds remaining.
Disappointing. Would have been pretty exciting though if they got to like grand finals, played like every carry, every like pseudo carries, having to pull out like
Evil geniuses
carry Crystal
turn to
Maiden
ban.
in the grand finals.
Yeah. And True Sight would be banging. You just hear the team come, just like, it's a PA, and they played it, sorry, mate. Okay, nah, I don't want to play Viper. Yeah, Morph played it already, mate, sorry, can't.
Yeah.
But no, I think in regards to draft, of course, EG, yes, they are just copying Spirit's Game 1 lineup. We saw how potent it was and the timings it can hit. The CM pick, a classic counter to Enchantress in the fact that the creep comes in, you Frostbite, it lasts a little bit longer, you stop the creeps just being as annoying. On top of that, you now amp up everyone else. Bristle, he wants mana for Quills. Pango wants mana for Swashes. Grim is a very mana-intensive hero, so that Arcane Aura will be pretty helpful. But EG just need to basically just copy Spirit's draft and playstyle, right? Like they need to be as aggressive, as efficient, and yeah, just run it back. And for Spirit though,
Remember the play like Seb meme? This is the play like Spirit meme.
yes, exactly.
That's what
They
the
need
coach
to.
just said.
remaining.
Just do what they do. I
don't know how often
think a
at TI you
Chaos
see
Knight
this, though.
would be really good for Evil Geniuses next. I don't know. I'm just feeling it. Oh, banned out first phase. Oh, it's ruined.
Turn to ban.
Is ruined. But yeah, we haven't mentioned the PA pick yet in too much, other than the fact that Tara has played it already and ruined the stat. With the break built into your shard and a cheap form of break, it isn't a Aghanims or a later level on your talent tree.
Silver Edge,
It is a very simple 15-minute timing.
10 seconds remaining.
And yeah, it means you also don't need to buy Silver Edge, which is expensive. So for PA,
5 seconds
very good counter to Bristleback, and you always can get on top of him because of that Blink Strike. Very simple.
Turn to pick.
Yep, and then you've always got the backup damage as well, coming in from the Skyrath Mage as well. So, you know, even if you
Is this not
yourself can't do it, you've got
Axe?
the extra. You want to see an
Axe
axe
fans?
double
Sorry.
down?
Yeah, I got excited. Yeah. Why not? Like, you have Sky
not?
Axe, you just blink kill every time.
10
Primal Beast will always just set up the fight with your vision. PA can play behind it. Super aggressive. You can kill off the CM in lane. You kill off the Pangu throughout the game. It's a collapse specialty.
Yep, the Kallax.
Everyone in chat would be very excited. There it is.
Hey, it's a
Let me load up
Kallax.
chat. I need to see the excitement.
Let's go.
Please hold. I didn't load up the stream yet.
Yeah, this is deeply
Okay,
unprofessional.
it's open now.
This is the road to the international.
Yeah, and exactly. The international, the
trail.
people's tournament, the people must be involved. And now I see the pogs from the people are pogging the pogs the people, and the act has been picked.
Remaining.
See? I don't know if
Fair
your
enough.
chat
I
opened
can't
up.
fault that
It is a
reasoning.
sea of happiness right now.
Sea and ocean. Ocean of pogs. All right. Evil Geniuses, final pick for you. Now, your CK is banned, so you can't completely copy the last draft. You need to come up with something new here. What is it going to be? You cannot Muerta anymore because of the axe, so that's an issue. Unless they want to put the Bristle in carry and pick an offlaner here, which can kind of deal with the PA a bit better. But picking Bristle carry when you're against a PA and axe just feels like a terrible idea.
I'm trying to think what the approach would be. There could be... Yeah, you want to put Bristle offlane, of course. You don't want that to be your main carry.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
There's
Troll's banned. I
nothing
was going to
being
maybe think about
said. Oh,
Troll.
no, there is. I was just saying, they're all sitting in silence. No one was saying anything, like not Packers, not Seedsmile, not the coach.
Yeah.
The Packers is now
No.
talking.
Yeah,
His
Carrie's
thought.
piping up.
Yeah.
This one's a little bit of a harder pick because it's the whole how do you deal, like if you deal with the PA, your lane's naturally not going to be as great to then deal with the axe, right? So kind of like such an awkward two heroes to counter. I think you could maybe have done some, actually no, you can't even do like illusion heroes because of Primal Beast killing through your stuff, and I would have never in my right mind said Pudge, to be fair, so fair play.
Yeah, I think if I listed every hero that's still available in the draft, he still would have been like around number 30 or 40 after like every single other carry. But I mean, it's not horrible. It just completely kind of changes the way Evil Geniuses now play this. I mean, Bristle is kind of still, I mean, Bristle and Pudge are kind of still the carries together.
Yeah. I think the main thing here, though, is for EG, is get through the lane with kills. I think if you are an EG fan, you're looking at this Pudge to most like. I feel like even though Panda's playing the Grimstroke, I want to see Matthew on the CM laning with the Pudge. Like, I want Axe to walk up to lane, get Frostbite, hooked under tower, he's dead. Respawns, coming again, pressured to half HP, and then the entire time Collapse is now thinking, where can I farm safely? Because in the lane, I'm always going to get hooked. If they put Grimstroke with the Pudge, I think it's going to be slightly less optimal, and then, of course, we're going to be seeing Spirit most likely hit their stride. And Pudge is the type of hero that you need to get early kills, early momentum, play on the Bristleback, because this is the PA game where PA will eventually just slaughter absolutely everything. Your Bristle won't be your frontline anymore at like minute 35, and your Pudge, yes, you can itemize to be tanky, but you can't protect everyone in your lineup with your Shard and your just Ags raw annoyance. So yeah, I think for EG, lanes setup are super critical with these heroes. And hopefully they can get it going, because if this draft is to win the game, it is going to be an incredibly enjoyable game to watch, because it's going to be non-stop fighting, hooks, Bristleback. And yeah, we'll see if EG has that level of play in them against a team as disciplined as Team Spirit.
So is this going to be one of those Spirit games we've seen in the past where they kind of ignore the enemy team for like 20, 25 minutes? You know, they just rely on their timings, they split the map, they be annoying, and they kind of play or try to play EG around the map. Is that what we're expecting? Or are they going to hit some earlier timings than that and actually take the fight to EG sometimes?
I think for Team Spirit, it's going to be as annoying as possible in laning phase. Then you sit back for a couple minutes. Once Axe has his blink, just utilize 2 or 3 smokes in a row where it's, we got a big kill with Mystic Flare, Axe cool, reset again, Primal Beast looks for a kill, get a kill, reset again. And then once Yotaro leaves the jungle with a couple of those big items, Battle Fury, Deso Shard, then he'll make the call, let's break the game. But there will be more levels of downtime, and Matthew already eating away a first blood to the PA as well. Oh no.
Yeah, PA's one of those heroes which isn't fantastic. And he's decent in lane. You know, dagger spam's annoying, but if you give him a little bit of a head start, then he can actually do work. He can win lanes, so little worrying, but we'll see how we do respond to this.
By not dying again in the next 2 minutes.
That would be a good start.
The battle begins.
Nothing else fruity going to be happening at minute 0 here, but, you know, another day and another minute 0 victory for the side of Team Spirit. They're feeling good about this last game. Obviously, taking down Steely Smile, or bringing him low at least, completely just changed the game for them. Made it very easy to play. And this time around, Yatori is going to be having a bit of a head start, and we'll see how that affects things.
So in the offlane, we got to see Collapse do a really cool body block where he sent 1 creep further down the lane. So the lane is naturally going to be pushing into this Axe. Just, yeah, look how incredible that block was. Even pushing his own creep underneath the tower.
Well, actually, Miposhka came in and blocked the enemy creeps as well and made sure that the ranged creep went first, but it doesn't seem to have quite worked out that way. But anyway, still working, still cool.
Yeah, the key setup here, as you see, the 3-lane split is going to be Matthew actually laning with the Bristleback. Of course, I was kind of advocating for CM to be with the Pudge for that Frostbite into Hook combination, but instead EG are looking to put the CM into the Enchantress and prevent the creeps from being as punishing. It looks like maybe focusing more on Bristleback than the Pudge. And maybe this is something that we can debate in 5 and 6 minutes time, seeing how the lanes go. I do feel like the Pudge won't have as fun of a time based on this setup for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if he can land the hooks, then maybe we'll see some magic happening up in the top lane, but it's definitely way easier to do that with the CM, as you said, so maybe he's just confident. Maybe he's like, I don't need setup. I got this.
Yeah, he just needs slow. So hit the stroke and he's dead. Matthew, though, gotta be careful. There's already a creep in play, and this is, of course, the power of CM. 1 Frostbite does last longer, last 10 seconds on creeps.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that Miposhka saw the lane and still went for Enchant rather than just going for the impetus and getting the harassment in, but does always seem to favor the Enchant no matter the situation.
Well, use a creep. Matthew has to use the Frostbite on the creep, not Yotaro, right? So, you know, he's tanking it for his carry.
True enough, true enough. Meanwhile, over in the top lane, Mirror is in some trouble. It's going to get brought down. Akaz gets the kill and looks over towards Collapse as well. It might be the double. It certainly will. Both going to fall up in the top side. Team Spirit overplaying their hand just a little bit.
Okay, not respecting the fact that you have Rot and Inkswell of AoE damage and double kill. For EG, they need to get a lot of kills in laning phase. I cannot emphasize how important it is for this lineup.
Yeah. Start things off with a bang. That's what we want to see. And at all points in the game, they need to have kill threat on the PA as well. Like, there can't be a situation where your Tora is able to just jump in onto the Bristleback and 100-0 him without being punished for it. So that's going to involve the Pudge being a massive factor in this game, being able to threaten with the Dismember. That involves him getting big, but good start in that regard. 2 big kills up in the top lane, definitely going to give Pakaz the start he wants. But there's a bit of rotation, maybe? Nah, Lal's just looking for the bounty rune.
Yeah, Primal was also one of those heroes that because you have such high range with your onslaught, it is very easy to go for a rune and then now I'm accidentally in the side lane as well. Whoops, let me just quickly gank you.
Yes,
Kind of the same logic
yeah.
between an Earth Spirit. These heroes just magically appear so quickly onto the side lane for that early game, like pre-5-minute rotation. Of course, Lal isn't doing it yet. Something to always look out for with these heroes.
Huh. It seems like Swashbuckle does just give you max stacks of uproar, so, or at least 4 stacks of uproar. So that's a pretty nice nice matchup then for the Primal Beast. Parker's chasing down Matthew, firing those toothpicks into him. Very unpleasant.
What creep's he gonna get? A Hellbear Smasher. I feel like Miposhka.
Top lane, Mira's
dead
gone.
top.
Yep. That time it was just the hook, doing the work.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I was mentioning that you need a setup for your hook, but you know, so far he's just hitting the hooks for free.
Pack's a bit of a punch specialist, kind of putting it to work here, it seems. Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit, I don't know what they can do about this. I mean, Collapse kind of needs to have a lane. We've seen a lot of Axes struggle so far. Miss on that hook, unfortunately, but Collapse will get away.
In the build-up to DPC, because he only actually played 2 Pudge games throughout the DPC season.
Really?
So it wasn't as if he's really been spamming this hero. I know he has played it a lot before, but yeah, this year, not the Pudge year for him.
Yeah. I mean, have we seen much Pudge carry in general throughout this year?
From Watson, yes. From Entity.
Yeah.
He is one of the few players that does still dabble with the art form of the carry Pudge. But it doesn't matter right now.
Top lane,
So here's the
everybody's
gate.
turning
Lal
up
as
here
well.
to bring down Pakazda. They want to take down this Pudge, and they're going to do so successfully. Sea-Smile jumping in, though, looking for the punishment here on the Pangolier, and they're going to be able to bring down Lal. They get one. How much more can they find? Miposhka is the target here, but a nice concussive shot from Mira, slowing down all 3 of them, making it very hard for them to chase. Swashbuckle off the mark, Collapse getting away with this right now. Sea-Smile, though, still keeping up the chase. Meanwhile, being kind of accosted by both Miposhka and Mira. He's probably going down here. They've got the damage. The Wild Wing Ripper going to help out as well. And a little pet will finish the job. Miposhka, now the one in trouble though. Panda, he's got one of his spells available. Should he want to use it as a Wild Wing Ripper, throws him back. Panda trying to get away from this pesky pigeon. And he will escape. Meanwhile, Pakaz trying to bring down Mira as well, but can't quite seem to do so.
So aggressive from Team Spirit, right? Just like some supports, an axe dive, and now you brought all the heroes to top. Good thing for EG though, they don't overreact too much, right? Like Whisper's still hitting the crit's bottom.
Oh my God, Panda.
Trying to go for the twin get as well.
The Madman, he's going for this right here. Onto the Skywrath Mage. I'm not sure it's going to work out though.
He has a one.
Mira, he's just got too much damage, and Panda will be forced to back away.
The 7-minute wisdoms are going to be so key though. Like the fact that EG level 3, level 4 in their supports. Mira, it looks like he's trying to get there.
Top lane, Pakaz being run down. All the frostbite, it's not going to save them. Katora gets the dagger off. Collapse, he's now in trouble as well as Lal going to throw down the pulverize to try and buy Collapse the space he needs to get away from his bristleback. Does escape, but now Lal's the one in trouble, and they'll just take him down instead. EG fighting well in this early game.
Is Sea-Smile going to get the wisdom? Maybe even an axe kill?
Oh, he didn't use the call in time. And Sea-Smile grabs the enemy wisdom rune. EG
Absolutely
turning up
mad
right now.
value there.
Attack are scanning.
Oh,
For
Mira
EG, that
did
could have
steal
been-
the other one though, so it's
They
one apiece.
did, yeah. It's like that could have been an absolute disaster for them, though, right? Because it's like Mira was stealing one wisdom, plus Axe was going for theirs. Whilst sure they lose Primal, but if EG mass TP top didn't get any wisdom rune, only get 1 kill, the supports would have been incredibly starved. So yeah, really good read from Sea-Smile to look for that kill, look for the wisdom, and
Middle tower.
I mean he was looking for the wisdom, and then the kill kind of occurred. But still, it's
Yeah.
very good for the Pango to be thinking about the wisdoms there.
Yep, in that location, always on the mind. Meanwhile, Collapse, whilst he has kind of been beaten down a little bit in this laning phase, he's got plenty of stacks to go back to. That will help him keep up a little bit in net worth.
He's
But,
walking in the river again.
my goodness, yeah, it's Large is brawling right now. Mira,
Matthew,
oh, God, the
Matthew, cast
swashbuckle.
some spells. Okay.
Collapse is
So he
gone
was
on
teasing
the
us for a
sidelines.
second.
Matthew and Panda take him down now. They move across towards Lala as well. The Primal Beast being beaten down. He's got the Pulverize. He's going to use it to try and buy himself a little bit of time here. Mirror from the side as well, trying to blast in some damage, but it's just not enough. Lala will fall. Panda as well. Mirror to go next as a Swashbuckle comes through onto him. And it is EG who are coming out on top once again. There's just so much chaos in this early game. Like, everyone's all over the place.
And then Whisper's stealing some stacks as well.
That's huge.
I mean, he's got no stacks to his own side. His team's just been fighting top, so it's like, all right, I'll take theirs. But no, we are seeing the effect of course, Pangler. With such kill-hungry heroes, the CM, the Grim, they like to move around the map. They like to go for kills. And the good thing for this support duo, like you move to a Pudge lane, you might get a kill. You move to a Pango, you're probably going to get a kill. You go to Bristle, you're amping up his quills as well. So wherever these supports goes, as long as the cores have the resources, you should be able to pack a little bit of a punch into Team Spirit. They have been throwing their bodies into some engagements, and their supports are now incredibly underleveled. Mirror
Oh,
only
this
level
could be
4.
big though. See Smile, they need to drop him, and they won't be able to do so. They don't have the damage. They just don't get it off in time. And now Maposhka, he's going to get dropped. In comes the Pulverize. It's not going to be enough. Surely they get Matthew. Yes, they will. Scarab Mage gets it off, but does die in the process. And C-Smile actually died on the sidelines as well. Enchantress was able to get off the click, so they do kill the Pangolier. A very critical kill on Yatori even coming in for this one, but Whisper's immediately upon him, and Pakaz! He just comes up from the river! Where did he come from?
What is this game? Everyone's just fighting.
Yep. Into the river we go once again. Lar gonna stick around for this bottle. Get at the regen room. Pakaz trying to set up for the hook. Doesn't quite land it. Primal Beast, he's so damn big, but still not big enough to land the hook for Pakaz. He will now TP himself away.
Tilt himself away. I was like, oh no.
It was a tricky one. It was very forecasted. I'm starting to believe that the EG heroes are aquatic because they just keep coming out of the river. They love it there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking this type of gameplay. It's a lot better than the previous game for them. They're stepping up to the aggression that Spirit set. They are also playing the same concept that Spirit had, but I feel like they're playing way more aggressive. They're not doing that kind of wait for the items. They're just trying to find kill after kill after kill. And yeah, it's kind of working out for them right now. Of course, PA is still sitting there at the top net worth, about half a claymore away from that Battle Fury. And at that point, then it's just the the Deso's complete, the Shard's complete, the break's in play. So EG, of course, still trying to force as much pressure as possible. I think if you are Team Spirit, you're probably asking your PA, you don't need to join every fight. You're going to win us the game. Just ignore the EG aggression right now and come out of the jungle at like minute 20.
Yeah, it's all on EG then. How much can you pressure? Can you slow down this PA? When do you want to see them making moves onto your Toro?
I'd argue when Diffusal Blade is complete on Pangolier, that will allow you some soft control to set up for the rest of your team, because as soon as you have numbers, like they have, PA does dispels at this point in the game, and it actually looks like they're trying to move just as two.
They thought they could grab him there with Pulverize, but they couldn't quite get it off. And yeah, this silence in level 2. 4 seconds isn't enough, they feel. But hey, they picked up a Diffusal Blade on the Pangolier, so I really feel like they should go and try and find the PA.
Well, the CM and the Pudge did try to make that move. They had the smoke, but they never really went as far south. Matthew's going to walk into Yatara now. Pop the ultimate.
Oh,
Here it is.
oh. It's TP out time. Pudge going for the hook. Oh, doesn't quite land it. Chad Matthew, though, just walking in as a Pos 4. Just trying to, Pos 5 even, and trying to solo him. But meanwhile, C-Smile's gone down on the other side of the map, so all in all, not a great situation for EG now, as Biffleback's also in trouble. Panda's coming on through, trying to help him out. Big Inkswell coming on out here, stunning them both up. Whisper, he just needs to get off a few more quills, and he can't quite do it. He will fall. Brings down Maposhka at the very least. Pakaz going for the hook, doesn't connect. Surely they can get the Primal Beast at the very least. And he will be dying to Panda, but yeah, Pakaz unfortunately unable to connect with that one, and that means that everybody else escapes.
Yeah, for the EG, it feels like there's a little bit late to every engagement, right? They go for the PA kill, the Pudge is milliseconds away from hitting the hook. And then top engagement as well. The Centaur Stomp from the Ench kills off the Pangolier to then go for a Bristle kill. And EG, they're spreading themselves quite thin on the map, and Spirit just kind of jumping in, getting a quick kill, jumping back. And of course, it was kind of the undoing for Spirit early on. But as the game progresses, you know, it's of course going to favor them. Every pick just prolongs the game, delays EG's group up timing. And even though the net worth looks incredibly good for EG, the fact that PA is so sweetly in contention, she's going to just erupt in the next 10 minutes or so if EG aren't able to find her at least once.
Yeah. And there we go. Battle Fury finished. 13 minutes and 48 seconds. That is a pretty damn good timing with the power treads as well. Definitely Aturo going to be feeling pretty okay about this one. And now she's going to start to rise the ranks in net worth unless EG can do something about it. Aghanims coming on the Pudge relatively soon. He's only 400 gold away, so I imagine that's the next big timing we're looking for. Bristleback as well, also looking for his. A little bit further away, but still not too bad, especially because he can take Ancients as well, so that's going to mean he farms the jungle a little bit quicker. I mean, one more good fight would be really nice for EG, just to accelerate these items, but I feel like you might as well just wait for the Aghanims first on Pudge, at the very least.
Yeah, I feel that is going to be such an incredible timing, especially because Grimstroke with the Inkswell, you're about to hit minute 15 with a Shard, you're now throwing the additional healing on top, plus there's a strong Dispel to boot, you really are, it's going to be so much damage.
Yeah.
And you put it on the Bristleback or the Pudge.
Yeah, they got
I'd be
amazing
surprised
timing
if EG
coming up.
weren't smoking to get some big kills right now.
Okay,
of
here we
course they can
go.
go
15
Roshan.
minutes hit. The Aghanims is
Shard
coming
ball.
out for one. The Shard coming out for the other. The timing is absolutely impeccable for EG. Surely they make some moves with this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Do they even have smokes left? Okay, they do have one.
Yeah,
right?
they do. They've used it.
But they're smoking when the
There's no
mag is
Pudge.
coming out, and interesting. Sure. 3-man, I'm not too much of a fan of this. I feel like right now the smoke
Are scanning.
usage is so critical for this point in the game for a team that's hitting such big timings, and they use the smoke, get a ward out. Spirit actually scanned the rotation of the Pudge as well. But Yatara seems to always just be in the right place at the right time to dodge these aggressive moves. Dodged the CM and the Pudge earlier in the game. Now he's moving through the bottom side of the map away from the Ancients, and EG not getting the kill. Real question is, do they actually have any smokes? They have, I think, one left? Yeah, they have one left.
One left, yeah. You got to make something happen with this, because this has just been a lot of wasted time now. They've hit these big timings, and it's just like, oh, whatever. And now they jump into the bottom lane. They're going onto the Bristleback. It's Team Spirit making the moves right now. There needs to be some sort of response coming out, and there is. The Pudge, he's in the middle, he's in the back. The Poshka collapse already gone. EG, they are able to easily respond to that one. They didn't find an opportunity, but Team Spirit gave them one instead.
Yeah, and now EG, they get the kind of counterplay in bot lane. They have the vision set up from their prior smoke. So can they find Yatari? Because they have the vision. They know exactly where she's farming. It looks like they're trying to walk over there. Blink Dagger now complete on the Pangolier.
Blink Pango, Ags on Bristle now as well. He's joining the Aghanims club. Pudge going for the blink next. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Give you like a
Obviously,
oh, Yatoro, he jumps in. That's bad. He's going to be in trouble now. No way out of this one. Silenced up, taken down. Panda, he's going to scoop up that kill. And that is a dead Phantom Assassin, keeping her down in net worth. Exactly what you want to see if you're an EG supporter.
Yeah, key thing is just the vision game right there. The wards placed earlier, taking the fight bottom, utilizing your vision, sweeping across the map, not sitting back to hit the creeps. It's that speed of play that will eventually get you a kill against one of the more elusive carries in the game. And go from top, utilize the twin gate. If anyone's bottom, they're going to go for a kill again. Will Yataro TP top or bot, do you think? He just died in top. Bot was kind of free. If he comes back bottom, EG, they are very
He's
much
going
ready for him.
Ancients.
You think he's going Ancients?
Yeah, what are you saying?
Radiant's
What if he
bottom
just TP's
tower
tier
has
2
fallen.
into walks south and dies?
All right.
Oh, he's going Ancients.
Phew.
I mean, that's obviously the better play, but it would have been hilarious. That's kind of what EG were hoping for, and yeah, Yatara just makes the read really nice. Nicely.
Hey, look, I've got Yatoro on my fancy, and one of his things is deaths, so I'm very happy that he TP'd top. No bias here, but
No, of course not. None at all. What's his CS looking like? Come on, I got him for Mind Fantasy as well. Oh, yeah, you hit
Not
those
great
creeps.
yet,
Give me
but
those fantasy
he'll get
points.
there. You're pretty safe with CS, I feel.
Is under attack.
Yeah, we're good, we're good. Ooh, Whisper, gotta be careful. In the mid lane, Spirit are posturing.
I mean, Collapse, he has got this Blink Dagger and Blade Mail, you know, he found his timings, but just nothing's really connected for him so far. Matthew and Pacaz have been seen here. Collapse, he's gonna blink away. He doesn't want anything to do with this Pudge. Not the big boy. Hook, oh, just about misses, but might still be able to close down the gap on Collapse regardless here. No Blink Dagger available, but he's got the phase boots. Matthew Pacaz chasing in deep. Collapse, move to the sidelines here, and now will be seen. Goes for the core, goes for a Blade Mail, doesn't catch the Kaz inside of it though, so he can just get off the Dismember and finish the kill.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think EG should be just looking at Roshan now. Of course, Bristleback with the Ags, that core spam can just solo it, and throw in a swashbuckle on top of that. Easily going down.
Yes, sir. Any response from Team Spirit? I don't think so. Not without your axe.
Well, they
Wow,
really want
Matthew.
Roshan.
Yeah. I think Matthew believes that Freezing Field is a single target ability, considering the few times I've seen it used was on a solo PA and now on a Roshan as well, so. And they give the Aegis towards the Bristle. I'm a little surprised by that. I think I would have liked to see it on the Pudge, but he wasn't even in the pit, so looking for some hooks on the side. I feel like the Big Dagger Pudge, given it, oh my god, bottom lane. I mean, they're going on to Panda here. They're trying to punish anybody who comes through the portal, but EG are here in numbers. C-Smile able to take it down, Mirror on the side. Meanwhile, the hero target away, TP away.
Under attack.
Lal gets himself out, but yeah, it has to be sad out of everybody here. I mean, Lal has definitely struggled the most in this game, I feel.
Yeah, he hasn't really been able to connect in some of these big kills. But also, who's he going to be jumping, right? If he goes in to a Bristle, doesn't feel the best. If he goes onto an Axe Pudge, I think there's an early game window for him to fight, and they did try to make those plays, and it just didn't work out because Spirit was just either a little bit disjointed or late, and now he's in bot lane. Probably going to be going down again.
Yeah, I believe so. He turns around, tries to just pulverize to kill the wave, get himself something, but it's not working out for him. Mid lane now as well. They're just comboing, keeping it going right here. Pudge just getting on top of the Axe. Axe almost turning it around with the Cool and the Blade Mail, but simply not enough damage to come through onto Pacaz to threaten his life. And he will be claiming that kill.
He's just kind of just like walking at Spirit and just getting kill after kill after kill. I guess the saving grace though for Team Spirit is the fact that he has got the Desert coming in. Yeah, C-Smile doing a very good job of this game for sure. Like mirroring in regards to net worth, but you can just feel the impact of the Pangolier.
Radiant's
Just
middle tower.
it spades more than the Primal Beast right now.
Top tower is under attack.
And Yataro on the PA. Completed the BKB, has the Battle Fury, so went for the BKB first to go, you know what, if there's a fight, I can join. Because Deso, he's still a little bit fragile, but after the BKB, you would expect him to complete the Desolator or the Shard. And this is now the kind of the window where Spirit should be able to fight at full strength.
Yeah, and of course they have the Shard on the PA to break. They also have the Primal Beast Daggonyms as well, so two sources makes the game a little bit easier to play up versus his Bristleback. It will not be the same Bristleback as the last game, where they had no Briggs to deal with him.
They're even smoking up before the Shard comes in play. Goes for the Mythril Hammer.
These axes are axeless.
Will Spirit be able to find anything right now? The age is expiring in 2 minutes and 20. So jumping on the Bristleback. You might be able to kill him once, but can they kill him twice?
It's a very good question to you, Governor.
Radiant's bottom tower
I
is
think
under attack.
it's got a very certain answer. And they know as well. They're going on the backlines. They're trying to find the Pudge, and they might just jab him. He can't get off the BKB because he's stuck in a cool. And now C-Smile comes across, but grabbed by Lal with a BKB and Pulverize, just cancelling out the role of C-Smile, making him really not able to get into this fight. But the PA just gets taken out. Whisper, he's doing way too much damage right here. They don't have the break. They don't have the control. Whisper's just doing whatever he wants. Now moving on to Collapse as well, trying to keep his Crystal Maiden alive, but I don't think there's much left in the tank for Matthew here as well. Impetus comes through doing so much damage, but these Quills, they're really starting to stack up. Lal trying to TP away. The Bristleback is there though, and Whisper will take him down. Triple kill for the Bristle. Well,
I
they're
think
still
Panda's
sticking around here
absolutely
as well.
crushed that fight on the position 5 Grimstroke. Like, he has the Ghost Scepter, PA jumps in, sure, good job, man, you got a BKB. Well, I'm now ethereal, you can't kill me. On top of that, his Soulbind connects the PA up so she can't get back out, plus the bug. Yatara, he jumps into quite a decisive fight for Spirit and just gets fully removed from the position 5 of EG. So yeah, great stuff there from Panda. And you can see the replay here. Yeah, it starts off pretty well for Spirit. They instantly kill off the Pudge. But in a second, you'll see where the whole undoing happens for this team. Right here, look at this. There's no way PA can take this fight.
Oh my god, the bristleback. And it's kind of annoying that the hero plus the spell plus the passive all called the same thing, but specifically talking about the rapid fire quill spray here. The bristle smack, let's call it. It's doing the work. It's doing so much work in these fights. This Aghanims is absolutely insane, and Whisper is making sure they know about it. They're killing off Lal as well.
Yeah, the perfect thing for Bristleback is you can't contain the fight yourself. You can do the damage, but you need your team to assist you. You have the slows from the Pudge, the Soulbind from Grimstroke, Crystal Novas and slows from CM, Rolling Thunder from Pangolier. Every single hero from EG can facilitate a moment for Bristleback to pump out the Quills, and Spirit, they're kind of falling victim to it right now. I think there's been 3, maybe 4 different types of engagements where Spirit were the aggressors, but then kind of just fell flat in their damage output. And
Jesus Christ. Okay. We've come so close. I swear, we've seen like 3 carries live on like 50 HP against Tormentors recently.
I would love for Valve to have a little cup for player to die most moment at TI12. Yeah. At the end, like Gabe just walks up to...
They all get them to stand on stage and give him a little rubbish medal.
Congratulations, Yatara. You didn't win TI, but you died to Tormentor 3 times this tournament. Here we go.
Here's your 3 medals.
Yay.
Made of crushed Weetabix and PVA.
Dire are scanning.
Well. EG, the shooters are truly on the other foot with this brave strategy, which we haven't seen anybody else utilize at all. Great draft from them. Yeah, Yatara, he's still hitting his timings. Yeah, that's the thing about Yatara. He's always hitting his timings. So he's got a Desolator now as well. Just going to keep on trying to farm up, look for an opportunity. I think we're really looking at the Shard. We're looking at the Aghanims on the Primal Beast, and they're both nearly up. So they get another shot at this Team Spirit. They get another timing to look at. I mean, are you surprised they tried to make that last fight happen?
I think Spirit have showcased that they always look to go for these fights that don't look perfect for their timing sometimes. I think Spirit is that team where they'll happily wait for a team timing, but also if they feel like they can burst a hero, they're going to go make that play. And when you kill off a Pudge at the start of the fight, I think every team in the world would then continue for the 4v5 fight after, right? So I think it was a fair attempt. It just maybe the Ghost Scepter reveal, from the Grimstroke was something that Yatara didn't factor in.
Talk about Yatara. He's being clicked right now. It's to get away. Luckily his team heads help him out, but Whisper always coming through the bristle smack, chasing them back. Gotta be so careful of that. If you just like falter, you take one wrong step and you end up in range of that quill spray, you are going down. But they're going. The team one seems to without all the hook because he saves him. He gets him from the low ground. They still running away on the bristle. Miposhka desperately trying to chase, but I don't think there's anything left. The rest of the team kind of backing away. Miposhka will just go for the directional move up the cliff, get himself to safety. What a save from Pakaz.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. And also Pudge going for the E-Blade build as well, which is one of the classic, I'm a carry Pudge, but I need to kill off some really annoying enemy, a carry that's a real carry. So you go for the E-Blade, you dismember, you rot. It's a lot of damage that you can pump out, especially once you start picking up some Flesh Heap stacks. And on top of it, down the line, if he gets a Shard, he can now hook save the Bristleback during that break. And that could be the game-deciding plays, right? Bristle just tanks the initiation, Pudge quickly jumps in, eats the Bristle during that break, lets him back out, and now how does Spirit kill off the Bristleback on top of the Pudge being on top of you? There's some cool combos for EG to utilize, but of course positioning is key. Spirit will always be looking for that next pick-off, that next ability to just surprise them with that burst potential.
And that's the thing, like, Team Spirit can continue to be aggressive now because for some reason Rolling Thunder was using that last engagement, so that's not available. If they look for a fight here, it could actually go pretty well for them. But EG seem to be aware of this as well, being very cognizant with their positioning and not giving anything away too easily the way of Team Spirit. These guys are psychopaths. They know that if they show at any point in the game, then there's like even if they're behind, there's a 50% chance which Team Spirit will just jump you anyway.
Yeah, Spirit's jump is also very insane. Just at Skyroth PA, these like heroes in tandem are some of the most explosive heroes in the meta right now. So EG, yes, they're tanky. Yes, they're in the lead kind of momentum based. Of course, they're not in the lead net worth. They just have to respect that. And of course, getting that next Roshan will be a key component for EG to continue flooding the map and looking to take the fight.
Into the pit we go on the top side. See Smile, Whisper, taking down Roshan. Viscous Nasal Goo. 21 armor taken away from Roshan. Absolutely disgusting. And that will make an easy Roshan for the side of Evil Geniuses. Team Spirit just a little late to the party, unfortunately. They scanned it out, they smoked it up, but all a little bit too late. I think within vision of Evil Geniuses as well.
By the way.
Yeah.
Look at him. There we go.
You might not like it, but this is what the ideal Enchantress build looks like. Take note, people.
Yeah. I mean, some of the greatest of all time have built this very item build. So here we go. He's going to be an absolute cannon in the
And the
engagements.
Sproink as well. I love Sproink. Miss it being Yags, but at least you get to use it now as a support. Middle lane, Yatoro. Oh, Yatoro's showing, and they're ready for him. Rolling Thunder coming on. Oh, kind of. Oh, he's getting over. Oh, no. Okay, it's fine. Poor C-Smile. He just got caught on like every single little piece of scenery possible there, so couldn't quite close the gap.
EG just need to use this Aegis, right? They just need to get themselves to the tier 2s. They need to start thinking about the objectives. They're kind of just playing a little bit into Spirit's game, and Whisper, he understands what he's got to do. Barreling down towards this bottom side of the map.
Nope.
The question is, do they go for tier 3s, or do they continue doing the outer tower demolition?
The outer tower demolition derby. Yeah. I mean, Whisper, he's not leaving anything up to debate here. But here's Maposhka. Oh my god. You want your
He's even got
bristleback
the,
counter. Here it is.
He's got the quiver as well. Like, he is ready to slay. Act cool into like 3-4 hits from Maposhka, and Bristle can die. Oh, here it is.
Here we go. Act cool into 3-4 hits from Maposhka. And the Bristle, he's still alive. He's got himself a Bloodstone. He turns around. The Bristle's back and tears them apart. Collapse. Lol. They're completely gone. That wasn't in the plan whatsoever. I mean, sure, okay, the Enchantress is hitting them, but she's almost out of mana now as well, especially with that Swashbuckle coming through as well. Oh my god, they got absolutely rinsty.
Yeah, your turret just doesn't have TP. Like, imagine if the PA was there. If she had the TP available, that's a completely different story. But for Spirit, we saw such a great combination. Like, your position 5 Enchantress went for a second item Moonshard, nearly getting, like, the kill on the Bristle, but yeah, just Team Spirit not ready to capitalize on what could have been a great opening. Of course, the Bristle did have Aegis, so you would have had to go for a round 2 after that, but Rax falls with ease.
You wanted a game. We might be getting one. Yatoro cues up
Rapier time.
the Divine Rapier, feeling the desperation, feeling the situation they're in. Evil Genius is the first team to really start pushing at Team Spirit, and they got to respond.
This is the point, though, for EG. Like, they can feel the momentum, the fact that they can just obliterate these towers. But in the back of their minds, like, when this Aegis expires, their Bristle's dying the next time he goes high ground. Spirit will not allow this Bristle back to survive. Like, yes, if he gets the Bloodstone with the quills, he's back to full life. But you need to respect the fact that Spirit kind of blundered that high ground defense. And there's about 1:30 left of EG having all the confidence in the world.
Here we go to the high ground. Again, Yatoro just not home. And this time he has a TP and he's not coming back, and not convinced he will.
I think he only returns once either Aegis gets taken or Aegis expires.
Yeah.
That's kind of the territory we're in.
Oh, that's going to be a lot of damage. Whisper nearly goes down. Even he wasn't trusting that as well. He was expecting the Arcane Bolt could possibly finish him off. So he just uses the Bloodstone to heal himself up. And now 40 seconds left on the Aegis, and they're actually going to take the foot off the pedal a little bit and give Team Spirit a little bit of breathing room.
It's the respect they need to give. I think a lot of teams fall victim in this position where they take our racks with such ease. It's like, oh, we can just go again, guys. But especially against teams like Spirit, especially against heroes like PA, a hero that's been relatively absent this game, only 2, 3, and 2, only part of 4 of the 15 kills on Spirit. At some point, the PA will punch herself into the game, and most likely will be when she gets that rapier in 1900 gold.
Another Rolling Thunder. Another Rolling Blunder, unfortunately. Didn't have the Blink Dagger to close the gap on the TPing axe, but good game sense to know there was somebody around there.
Yeah, I've kind of tuned out to the rolls now, by the way.
Yeah. It's a low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
But 2,000 gold to Rapier territory.
Roshan might respawn in 2.5 minutes. So you'd expect that this next rush fight, Spirit won't be giving it away for free. Should be able to contest it with a rapier in play to get the Aegis themselves. Then this game could get very difficult for EG.
Part of me is wondering though, like if there's 2 or more heroes inside the Bristleback Shard, sorry, Aghanims, even a rapier with Bloodstone going off, I don't know, surely that's enough. Surely a rapier and a break is enough to bring him down, but part of me is wondering, this hero, I've seen so many crazy moments from him. I'm just full of fear, Tiga. I'm full of doubt.
Don't worry, no man. We'll know the answers soon.
We will. Yeah, we will. In one way or another.
Look at Yotaro's positioning though. Like he's trying to get this rapier. He just went and like snuck his way past 5 heroes just to farm 2 camps. Like if this is a pub right now, you're like pigging it, please don't die, carry, please don't die.
Yeah.
But,
and if he does get caught, it's not like
stuff.
you can just BKB TP away, right? Like they might have the damage, even if they don't. There's a pudge in the game. Pakaz looking himself.
I care about the true carry in the game. What's with Poshka going there? Oh, okay, BKB. Like Ench is my carry for this game.
Yeah,
Oh,
true.
there it is. Rapier is. It's ready. It's there. It's on the courier.
Dire's middle tower.
The courier.
Hi, courier. It's only a CM though. It's a pathetic support CM trying to kill off the courier. It's all good.
And gonna leave the area now as well. Rapier assembled. Team Spirit. This is their final hurrah. This is their last shot at taking down Evil Geniuses.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now, Evil Geniuses, this isn't a surprise rapier anymore. They're going to know about it because they saw that courier. That is a very important thing to mention. I mean, there's a chance it could have been MKB or something, but they'll know. It's Yotaro.
Just the fact that we're at 40 minutes and Yotaro has 0 charges on Desolator with a rapier picked up. Like, I just to make
You're right, I
This is
didn't
the
even
type of
spot
game
that.
we're in. This is the most farm intense game possible from Yotaro. But now he shall enter the game.
Hold. I mean, it's all about Roshan now. Neither of the teams going to make a move until Roshan hits that minimum respawn. Now it does, and both teams smoking up and charging at each other. How much are we going to see from this fight? Are they going to move around each other? Are they just going to charge at each other? They'll see this creep wave being obliterated by Snot, and they will know that someone's around. Collapse, teasing forwards. It's all on Collapse. If he can find the jump, it'll be absolutely golden. But they're asking a lot from him. See Smile, Rolling Thunder. Bounces off. He's going again. He gets another round 2. Does get the jump onto Maposhka. I mean, it's not the best target. And now BKB with the ultimate on C-Smile holding it back, but he's got an A on distance. He's going to be able to survive through this for the time being. And where is PA? Yotaro biding his time on the top line. Gets on top of the Bristle. He's gone. They take down the big hedgehog, and now they move across. Lal's already out, but Yotaro tearing Pakaz apart. Yotaro He is doing everything in this engagement. Maposhka as well. Finds Matthew, slows him down, takes off that Ghost Scepter, and PA gets another one. Oh, it is giving them everything they wanted and more. And now Roshan will be respawning just now. Maposhka sees it. That is what they wanted. A high-risk situation for Team Spirit. The pressure is high. And they just shrug it off. And now they've got an Aegis and they've got a Rapier.
Nomad, we just saw a 300% increase on the Desolator charges for Yotaro. What a fight from them. They positioned it beautifully. They waited for EG to initiate, and unfortunately for EG, it just wasn't that clean. The Pango jumps in, the Pudge is then after, but I think Yotaro's positioning was key there. The fact that he moved so far north of the fight, hugged the high ground at the Twin Gate, and then opted to enter the fight once he saw the entire fight develop. And at that point, EG, all they got to do is get their tail between their legs and run away. And the question now is, how can EG fight into Spirit? But the fact that this PA can just obliterate any hero for free.
It's turned on its head this game.
The jungle has everything Axe
So I'm not sure 6 is a 300% increase from 0, but
I'm saying 300%. Don't worry. I'm saying it. I'm making it say 300%.
it's all right. You came up.
Yeah, bro, it's fine, man. It's just whatever, man. Why'd you have to bring that up? After I said it, I was like, yeah, it's 3 times more from 0, but 0 but times 0 is 0. Kappa.
I was thinking of letting it go.
But it's like what do you
I
want
like
to say?
hearing you squirm.
6
Girl, that's the
defo
thing.
charges. Come on, it sounded like good. It was a good number.
It sounded
300%. Well, maybe if you had a better game and had 1 charge, it'd look good. All right.
But now, how do EG answer now? Because they're now in the position where they're playing. I mean, obviously, I think do they just wait out its Aegis, I imagine? I think it's very hard for them to take out this oh my god, look at that graph.
I don't think EG actually has any choice in the game now. Like, they don't have the ability to wait out the Aegis or to do... Like, it's on Spirit now to just walk through the map and do whatever they want. Like, with this type of draft, it's not as simple as initiate and kill a hero. Like, all their damage is over time, right? It's the quill spam that builds up, the Ags rot that builds up, the swashbuckling, taking down the mana, chipping you down. CM ultimate, that's a lot of damage over time, right? Inkswell, like, all of EG is... Let's hope the fight lasts 20, 30 seconds. And that's where Spirit, they are super explosive now they've got their items. So for EG, it's just hope that Spirit doesn't look to kill you. Push out some waves and off you go.
That's a bold thing to hope for, to be fair, but yeah. And take down the Tormentor. Lal gets himself a nice rock. I like the rock. I don't care that people hate it. Rock is good.
Maposhka is more farm, like he's basically shared farm with Axe at this point. He also now has a Hex. Like the damage breakdown at the end of this game, he is going to be so far up there for what he's presented himself in this game.
Yeah, Bristol's game is no longer easy. Like any sort of control for him, which is going to stop him
Look at the
casting.
damage.
Bristol, oh, Jesus.
I'm
Almost
pretty sure
the most in the
it's
game.
easily top. Yeah. Only a OS Frog Bristle stands away in the path of Maposhka being number 1.
Yeah, 600% higher than the PAs.
7,000% higher than the PA.
It's true. Team Spirit. I mean, what a comeback in this game. They were looking. I mean, they just had to bristle back in their high ground. There was nothing they could do about it. Wiz was doing what he wanted. That's the thing. EG, like they just kind of backed off, and then one big fight gave Yotaro a chance to find a rapier, and now they are in a very tough situation. 1 minute 30 on the Aegis. Team Spirit. They want to make something happen with this. Moving across. There is going to be a Wisdom Rune here. Collapse is going to gobble. Oh, he's not going to gobble up. Doesn't want to give them any indication if they're in their neighborhood. Panda, don't do it. Actually, you might just get away with this. They don't have the vision. But they see C-Spell. That's an even bigger target, but he gets the swashbuckle up to the high ground. Aeon Disc as well, keeping him healthy. Ooh, it's scary. Very, very scary. The sharks are in the water.
Yeah, EG. Trying to dodge as much as possible. And I think for Spirit as well, like the high ground, PA's got to hit the high ground by herself, right? And I think Pudge, there's always going to be that opportunity, that one hook. I think a lot of drafts we see nowadays always has that kind of movement-based ability, right? Like we're not seeing Magnus, but there's Earth Spirits, there's Tusk, Ags, there's Pudge. All very much in meta and forcing the high ground sieges to feel slightly uncomfortable as the game does draw later.
I mean, I think Miposhka can hit buildings relatively well as well. He's got the attack speed, he's got over 200 damage. But again, same thing does apply though. If you catch the Enchantress, she dies much, much easier than the Phantom Assassin. But then you give the Phantom Assassin an opening, a window, and it all gets a little awkward. But now with the Aegis timing out, Evil Geniuses, they want to make a mark on this game. They want to fight back. Let's see what they can do. At the perfect time to catch out Yutoro, but Yutoro, he's no easy fish to fry. He's got himself a BKB, he's got himself an Aghanim Scepter now as well, and a Refresher Shard, which he just moved into his inventory, so double BKB is going to be available. Not that easy to bring down.
Mid lane is getting pushed in right now by the Ench creep. So Spirit well aware of EG's smoke move due to the fact that creeps aren't getting shoved back out by EG. And that's why Spirit are able to dodge that smoke gank once again. It's also why they were able to have that beautiful entry to the comeback fight, because Miposhka, he had that creep in mid lane, then soaked up the initiation, disengaging to give PA that entry. Miposhka doing a lot of work on this Enchantress to make sure he provides as much information as possible. But like you said, the Aegis has expired.
Look at this Ench. The whole team's just coming up mid and Ench is just leading the charge.
Yeah. The Ninja Gear. Ninja Gear did get nerfed in 7.34D. So you can backpack it now and surprise.
Oh, they have found a Grimstroke. Grimstroke, he's got the Andisk as well as the Ghost Scepter to buy himself a bit of time, but it comes in Enchantress. There's the Sproing. Bye-bye, Panda. Yikes.
Yikes indeed, Nomad. Yikes indeed.
Yeah, PA's not the only killer. She's not the only shark in these waters. Enchantress made more of a
not Nico,
crocodile.
baby, man. He's not here.
Ooh, collapse. Fishing for Pikaz. It's interesting that Pikaz isn't really trying to go for these hooks here, not trying to fish anybody up. Is it fear or is it just caution? They want to take the fights in a safe way when the Grimstroke is alive. Team Spirit going to cross the river back to their side of the map for now, except Miposhka, but Miposhka doesn't give a damn. He's playing his own game.
Feels like we're just going to be waiting for another Roshan, it seems.
Yeah, I believe so. That is when the big fights will take place. I mean, what's the effectiveness of this Bristleback looking like now? Because he's kind of nullified a bit by all the breaks coming out, the hexes and whatnot, but then he hits his 25, he picks up the plus 12% spell lifesteal talent. How big of a difference is this going to make?
He basically always has turnaround potential, and I think it's maybe less about the Bristleback and more how does the Pudge enable the Bristleback now. I think Pudge needs to think about, okay, if they jump the Bristle, I save him.
Matthew.
That's when we get to play out the game.
We'll see if they can pull that off. A triple stifling dagger coming out as well, throwing out bashes, throwing out damage, collapse, two-man call, that is perfect. Double Mystic Flare coming up as well. Skyroth Ag doing work. Matthew's dead, immediate buyback. Look at the punch, he's getting destroyed. Yutoro takes him out, moves across towards Sea-Smell, he's gone as well. You fail to find the Phantom Assassin and you are going to have a bad time. Lyle jumping in now as well, trying to get on top of the pesky Bristleback. Call comes through, he stuns him up for the time being, but the moment, oh my goodness, the Bloodstone, it almost keeps him alive, but not quite in the end. He does get out, and Panda falls as well. Everybody dead on the side of Evil Geniuses. The call was just perfect.
Middle tower is under attack.
Such a beautiful initiation. I'm just so... Oh, it hurts for EG, right? Like, you could see that they had the early game aggression, they had everything going their way, but just they weren't able to close it out. They weren't able to make that kind of game-winning move, and At this point, it's just Spirit. You can see it from the graph. It's just one big fight until, here we go, PA's in the game. She was 2-3-2, and now she's 6-3-8. Getting that third Roshan, getting Aegis to cheese the refresher. At some point, Spirit will start taking the fights closer to the base and looking to take racks from EG. They're going to need to discuss how they want to approach the fight.
And here we go. This is what I was waiting for. Oh, it's such a bad situation. The triple stifling dagger talent. You know, I was about to doubt it. I was about to say, is this the correct talent? But I'm not going to say that anymore because that was phenomenal. Give some vision. Give some control.
It's like they start the fight with just dagger spam into then a two-man at-school, Maposhka then also layering in, and then Lau at the very end finds the three-man jump because of Mira setting up further vision. It's like they just have such beautiful layering in their spell combos to break EG apart. And this Pudge, non-existent, the Bristle broken, like they just can't do anything right now outside of the map, and you can see it on their faces.
Ooh.
How do they win a fight at this stage of the game? They really need Spirit to
despair.
To make some blunders here.
You can feel the agony coming out from Evil Geniuses right now. This was their game. They were so far ahead. They were threatening the high ground. They took a barracks. But Yatoro, you can never count this guy out. I mean, all of them. It's a team effort, of course, but that Divine baiting out the call for Kaz.
Nothing.
Ooh, nicely done. They got Maposhka. Maposhka could fall here, but immediately the Yatoro jumps in, trying to bring down Bakaz. Bakaz has survived through this for now, and Maposhka is dead. There's Whisper going to work. If they take down the PA the once, it's a good start, but they need to do it a second time. And meanwhile, Lars just smashing Pangolier into the deck. Now, PA jumps out. She doesn't want anything to do with this fight right now. Even though BKB's been popped, even though spells have been used, even though Mira is in the base, Team Spirit are backing themselves away. They don't want to risk the game, not like this. Buyback from C-Smile as well. They're chasing, but they're not looking in the right place. EG will not be getting anything else from this just yet.
This game's gonna wait for another Roshan now, Nomad. Only having to use the Pangolier buyback. Bakaz hitting some big hooks. I think, you know, Enchantress, it's not underestimate how much he's doing in the fight. So killing her off at the very start, cleaning, or taking away the Aegis, sorry, from the PA so quickly. Now EG thinks, oh, this is a window, let's run down mid a little bit.
Yep. They've just hit like 25 talents galore on both sides, to be honest with you, and it changes the game a lot. One of the big things in the last fight was the Primal not being able to be slow during trample. That allowed him to stay on top of Whisper. And Whisper now going for the barracks. No waiting for Roshan. They want some buybacks here. They're not going to get it.
The fact that EG are the ones potentially getting the second Rax, Nomad.
I didn't see that coming.
Fight.
Hakaz is just sitting behind as well, ready to save him. Wow.
Okay, EG, just do it one more time and you get Mega Creeps, all right? Simple as that. You just need one high ground hook. AFK in your base if you have to. Spirit needs to get to your base to win the game. So if you just sit back, hold tight, hit a hook. Of course, you can't abandon inside a lobby game. So you don't need any XP.
Okay.
That's a really important note just in case.
Yep. If anyone was wondering. Oh, fresh roll on the Bristle as well, so double Bloodstone, double BKB,
double Cap.
Oh wait, no, you get Blood Pack Drain, right? So you can't double Bloodstone.
No.
But yeah.
Mainly the BKB and the Cap, yeah.
And the Crystal Clone for Matthew.
This spell is criminally underrated, by the way, because the creep waves when like in they aggro it and they don't kill it, so they just stand stationary on it. I think this shard should actually get picked up a little bit more, but it's just one of those things that is kind of new to the game. No one's really tried it out, but it's very good at skipping waves. Either way, EG smoked up 52 minutes.
Yes, this is critical. They're trying to win the game right here. CM Shard's probably not going to make a difference. This is the fight collapse. There comes the Dismember coming out, and there's nobody here to help him.
He has no buyback.
Oh, how does he not have buyback?
He
collapsed. That is criminal. Felt like he needed one of these items. I'm not sure what his recent purchase was, but either way.
Did they click him though? If they click him, they'll know he doesn't have buyback.
Not sure. I'm not sure if they've been keeping track of who's picking up items when, but they're definitely going to try for it here. Evil Geniuses, I mean, one thing about this game is that every time they've had a little bit of an advantage, they have been pushing it. They have been making Team Spirit sweat, and if they're doing it with just 2 supports dead, then they'll definitely do it with a core dead. But now Lal immediately jumping in. They just want to take down the Bristleback straight away, but the Pudge is just trying to just mess
Whisper's
things up.
already
Whisper, he's so low, he's going to have to use the Bloodstone, and he's just not being able to heal off it as well, so the reset is looking very iffy from EG right now. And now Yatoro senses a weakness, jumps in, takes down Pakaz, immediately looking for more. Bye-bye Crystal Maiden. Panda's going to be the next target. Supports are just getting turned into butter right now as they're all going down on the side of EG. 3 dead at the misinitiation, punished hard by Team Spirit.
Radiant's middle
Oh, EG had such an opportunity to maybe get the mega creeps, but the Bristleback not being able to lifestone the Bloodstone, the Pudge blinking in but not grabbing the Bristleback, and then it got a little bit janky. Bristle still had Refresher, he had another BKB. Like 4v5, that could have been it. That could have been a way for EG to come back into a game that felt all the way Team Spirit's.
Was he trying to eat the Pangler, or was he trying to dismember the Primal?
Either option would have worked out, but he jumped in instantly, just cancelled it, and from that point, you're just kind of in a bad position, right? And of course, Bristleback didn't have anything to quill on. This game is just
Dire's middle tower.
so damn close, and we have 2 buybacks. Grimstroke and Pudge both have the buybacks in play. Collapse still doesn't have the economy for a buyback. 1,300 gold away.
Yeah, 1 barracks doesn't really mean much in this game at this point. 2 barracks, a little bit.
Middle barracks has fallen.
6 seconds for the supports to both be back, 20 for the Pudge. That will be another lane of barracks, I believe. Although, to be fair, Team Spirit, they don't want to give any opportunities. They're being very cautious about this. They recognize building is just important, but not worth the game, not worth the death on one of their key heroes, so they're just going to get themselves back, take the tower, and leave. Roshan is also going to be up soon as well, so any missed played fights is going to send repercussions throughout the game.
50 seconds for the next Roshan. It will be spawning on the top side of the map for the nighttime. Fair play to EG, testament to their resilience. This game, a lot of teams after the PA getting the Rapier, a 1 fight, 2nd fight, Aegis, they'd have felt the pressure and just backed down, but EG, they just kept finding like opportunity after opportunity. Of course, having bot racks did help, kind of force Spirit to always think about that bot lane, but now they got the 2nd lane in the mid. Spirit has a 25k lead, it's only just 1 hook to make the difference. Spirit going high ground is
really
incredibly awkward.
1 hook, 1 call, that's all it takes. It's very tricky to go high ground against a Pudge, especially one this large. But, you know, just reflect on what this game means. You know, for Team Spirit, they're already secured top place. It matters, but, I mean, only in terms of pride and, you know, they're just, as that lactose guy would say, they're just e-athletes. Any game, they're going to try their hardest. They're going to play their hearts out because that's just who they are. And EG, they're just like, please, just let us win. Just let us get out of the bottom 2, please. We don't want to play tiebreakers and risk being eliminated in the group.
Yep, exactly.
Whisper and Lal, the 2 big boys, happy to just kind of throw some spells at each other and see if the other team respond. Pakaz collapse, jumps in, finds the Crystal Maiden, and immediately takes her down. That'll be the first casualty of this fight, but buyback immediately doubles this member coming up from Pakaz. That's a great way to do things, but Lal, he's got the cheese. He can heal himself up. Refresher, BKB turns around, uses that smash to just hold up the Bristle, but it's not going to bring him down. But Yatoro's in, kills off the Pudge. Now Whisper, he's pretty defenseless as PA takes down another. Maposhka from the sidelines doing so much damage. Yatoro just not taking prisoners, but knows Whisper is so damn strong, and with the buybacks coming through as well. The hook, he lands it. The Dismember to follow up as well. They get him. Yatoro is out for the count, and now the move towards collapse as well. Another Rapier purchase from the PA as she tries to get back into the fight. Pakaz just being beaten down by Maposhka. Who's the real carry now? They need to get away on the Bristleback. Toothpicks to follow. They keep on chasing here. Team Spirit, they get 2 kills. They don't have buybacks on the Pudge. They don't have buybacks on anybody now. This might be it. The game might be over. Sure, they kill off Yatoro, but Yatoro just buys back, buys another Rapier, gets straight back in. And they don't have the resources on EG to make this defense work anymore.
At this stage of the game, they just didn't have the amount of resources for how long the fight lasted. Like, if there's a refresher on the Pudge, his buyback will TP back in onto the outpost, have that next round of BKB. But they just didn't have enough, unfortunately, and Spirit able to get back into the fight so quickly. And Maposhka, the true carry, pumping out just enough damage to help get some of the kills on the tanky heroes whilst PA wasn't in play.
Yeah, it's still a threat. That's the thing. It's Maposhka's just there with these impetuses. You can't fight into it, and now we're going to have to see a buyback coming out from the Pangolier. The three-man defense. It's feeling pretty desperate, to be honest, T. Maposhka's just going to stand there, do the building damage. Yatoro just sitting on standby. BKB now ready.
But Bristle, he has the rapier, he has a buyback. There's still hope for EG.
It comes in with, oh my god, that doesn't look like hope to me. He's just gone. Life number one taken out. In comes T-Smile looking for some revenge, but who grabbed the second rapier, T? I don't know. You look at that as Pangolier just being beaten into the ground by Lal. Yatoro taking down everybody right now. 2 rapiers up on the Phantom Assassin. Matthew, he's going to lose his life, and inside the fountain, Whisper goes down as well. Team Spirit 2-0 over Evil Geniuses.
Whew, what a game as well. Just the fight between both of these teams. Of course, Spirit undefeated now in the group stage. This was such an impeccable game from them. It was awkward early game, but they knew about the later timings. They're not looking too happy right now. It was a bit difficult to get the win, but we saw how PA,
I can see Yatoro giggling in the background.
Yeah. I mean, he got to buy rapiers. You know, that's one of the most enjoyable items to buy in the game if you're a carry player. And unfortunately for EG, this is going to put them in quite a dire situation. They need to get at least a game win later on today. Otherwise, they are going to be kind of on the path to potentially being 5th and eliminated from the road to the international.
Yeah, and it's also scary because, you know, SMG, if they do well in their series as well, then even if they do pull out a couple of wins, they might still be tied regardless. So, yeah, their fate is tricky, unsure, but we've got people better than us to break that down, T. Let's throw it back to our lovely, lovely panel. We've got Nat and the gang ready, so they can take it from here.
Look, we'll put their knowledge to the test. We'll see if they are better than you guys. But Team Spirit, they were put to the test in that game number 2, their very last game in the group stage. But they do end up going 8-0 undefeated for themselves. And I have to ask, how do you come back? How do you see Team Spirit being able to make the space and make the time for themselves in a game where it felt like Whisper and Bristle was just going to run over and end it about 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, it felt like a game where you just had to really weather the storm. Like, you have this Pudge, Bristle, these heroes with early timings that want to run at you and really dominate that mid game. And for Spirit, it was all about just like, okay, let's not basically get overrun. You just can't lose the game at 25 minutes, basically, because late game PA really unmatched as a carry. You even had this secondary carry in the Maposhka Enchantress, and ultimately they had the Bristle counters. They had these breaks. They had, you know, with the Underlord as well as the PA Aghanims, like they had ways to basically address the Bristleback and make him killable.
Yeah, using that call as well, right? Later on in the game to turn him. But overall, yeah, they just had to weather the storm. They didn't really weather it. It was looking really rough.
You keep saying, like, you know, make sure you don't lose at 25-minute mark, but what exactly is it? Because they almost took 2 lanes of Rax against them.
It looked like they were going to lose, like very convincingly, but the way they defended the high ground was pretty much on point. Bristleback perhaps needed another save or 2 for him to be able to just walk uphill and hit. I don't know, I was, like, we were watching and I was commenting one thing, just get the shard on Pudge, get him out of problems every time that they go on him so that you can reset the fights. If that was happening a little bit more often, I feel like they could have taken those fights more convincingly, the high ground ones, the ones that really mattered.
And they really, I think the way you defend high ground there is like, because this Bristle with Aegis, you never really want to go on him, but Enchantress was the key to their high ground defense, because she would just get Bristle down to like half health, 25% health, and your Bristle like, I don't want to lose my Aegis for nothing, so they would back off and basically buy time for that Aegis to expire. So Ench was, you know, holding the line.
Yeah, they did put a lot of eggs into the basket. That was Bristle Whisper there. But let's have a look at our post-game stats here to see just how much net worth was really put into this. Bristle, how much really went into him, because he went 10, 5, and 12, 30, almost 35k net worth for himself. You guys talk about maybe investing in another save for the Bristle, but I also look at this and I think, is there a way in which he could have just had more support in another carry so he's not the only one pushing high ground? Or is that again something that Team Spirit did really well in defending, but also drafting and the way that they played it to avoid?
I think the way that their lineup works is you want to be taking these early game engagements and you want to be finishing the game really fast. Because of that, you don't have the full late game potential in other carries. You're all inning in the mid game with the Pudge, with the Bristleback. Like eventually, you got to know and understand that this Phantom Assassin will be stout and you won't be able to out carry her. Honestly, like in the end, even in this ultra late game, they did find ways of killing her, disabling her, like Pudge. He can bite you through BKB as well, so it was something that they played off of, but eventually it just feels that PA will not be contested.
Yeah. I am also looking, like we make the joke, like the second carry that was Mapushka, but looking at his net worth, he genuinely was. He was just 2k behind Lol there, so had a great item build. I had Nomad and Tigov having a bit of a chuckle about that one, but it did work. They knew where they had to put the farm, and that's something that's a really big adjustment, and probably why Team Spirit is always coming out, even in a 60-minute comeback game like this. Yeah,
it's kind of creative. I'm obviously support and transition to core is nothing new. We've seen it time and time again, but I think they recognize that, hey, our two other cores, other than PA, they're not going to do damage. Here's Axis going this refresher build. He's all in on this lockdown control. Primal Beast, similar thing, was just trying to control the Pengo during the roll. So they needed the damage to come from somewhere else, because PA can still get kited, bitten by the Pudge. So the Enter is just going ignored like every single fight.
And if you're going late game, if you understand that you're going late game and you're playing Genj, what's the point of building all these small utility items that might be helpful early on but will fall off for sure later on? No. You just get that.
Just commit. You commit like around the 15, 20-minute mark, and you're like, this is what we're going to run
I think one change really makes a huge difference for Enchantress as a core from a position 4 or 5. That's the switch up with the Shard and the Aghanims. I think getting that Shard from the Tormentor makes a huge difference when it comes to farming. It's much easier for you to get those items.
Well, because our game 2 here went that little bit longer, it went almost 60 minutes, it does mean that the games on the other streams were able to finish up their best of 2. So let's have a look at our standings and have a bit of a quick discussion of what happened over on at least 4 other streams, because the Tundra Quest series is still going on. They had an absolute banger of their game 1. It has concluded. Tundra did pick up that one for themselves, but we saw LGD taking a 2-0 over Beast Coast, BetBoom getting a 2-0 over SR, and then Talon obviously getting that 2-0 over Kid Stars as well when we look at our standings here. A lot of 2-0s going around.
That Group D is just like completely changed though. Something like coming at the start of the day, you had this team 0-4 where you're like, oh, they might get eliminated. Now you've basically got 3 teams who are almost tied. I mean, Quest have 1 less loss, but 3 teams on 2 wins, so it really could be any of those teams finishing 5th place. Tiebreakers start to look more and more likely, so Talon getting a 2-0 there just warped this entire group.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're able to tie it up for themselves, so it feels that worst case scenario, depending on what happens to Kid Stars, is that they're going to be going into that tiebreaker for themselves. But again, the team sitting just above them right now, Quest, yeah, they could still be forcing their hands there, but we can look at the schedule of what else is to come, because this was only our first best of 2 happening. We still have 2 more scheduled best of 2s. We've got Liquid Thunder Awaken here on this stream A, and then we will be seeing EG return against 9 Pandas, and right now it feels like 1 foot in the grave for them, but that series later today really will be the do or die, make or break.
Yeah, I think the good news for EG is at least you've got that other team down there with you over in Group A. SMG, unfortunately, have also not had the best run throughout the group stage in the road to the International. So if both those teams have rough days, they're going to end up in a tiebreaker to basically settle their previous draw, since they went 1-1 when they played. So, you know, it's not all over for EG. I think that's what you have to keep reminding yourself. You know, you almost took a game off Team Spirit. Yeah. Honestly, being the best team at the tournament so far. Game 2, they honestly played some impressive Dota. And against most teams at this tournament, they would have won.
Game 1 was really just unfortunate series of events that happened from the mid lane. This game 2, they have proven to all of us that they did come here to play and that they can even match up against Spirit. And if they can match up against Spirit in a fashion that they did, I'm sure that they can take down 9 Pandas.
Yeah.
If the stars align.
I was going to say, try to take that confidence that you almost took it and persevere when it comes to that one. But over on Stream B, we're going to be seeing Shopify Rebellion playing again. This is their last series, so a bit of, again, do or die for themselves, and it's up against Azure, who are sitting 3-1 at the moment, so definitely ahead of them in the leaderboard, and a team that had a great win against Liquid yesterday, the only loss that Liquid picked up for themselves.
And I forget, Rebellion and Thunder Awaken, they're both 1-5 right now?
They are, and they're actually both
and they're both playing at the same time.
They are, yeah. So they're, like we just said, the Thunder Awaken Liquid is happening here, Shopify Azure happening over there. So the two bottom teams playing at the same time. And in 2 games' time, we'll see what's happening. Over on C-Stream, it is still the Tundra Quest, so they're not quite up to their Entity SMG series just yet, but that is where the other Group A team will be playing, that SMG where you're talking about that EG need to see the result of that one to know just how much is on the line for their 9 Pandas series later today.
I'm always a big fanboy of the stand-in teams and teams that are scattered
You're
across.
like underdog.
I like underdog stories, but I also like stories in which they get this one strong player from a different region and bring him in. Like Tundra, an obvious example. SMG for me as well, like having no one in there. It just makes everything more fun.
All right, so they're your 2 favorites. I definitely know that one now. Stream D is up to their second LGD series. I do see Game 1 draft almost finished, and that one's going to be up against Virtus Pro. A very important one against Virtus Pro as they are sitting at the bottom of Group C.
Dude, LGD 6-0. That honestly just coming out.
And they're playing against the last team of
Yeah, they're very good chance. I mean, they're probably got to be almost guaranteed first place in their group now after that 2-0, and that is just honest dominant. That's so impressive from them. I mean, there's still a lot
I think they are.
played,
Yeah.
but
It's not only that they're dominating so hard, it's the fashion in which they're doing it. Some of their games are lasting 30 minutes. Their offlaner New, I believe he has the highest KDA of the tournament at the moment as an offlaner. Usually you expect that from some mid laner or a carry at least, but they came here to really prove that China is not out.
No, definitely not. Might be 2 teams, but they're strong teams. They're putting up a massive fight. And then we just saw there briefly as well on the final stream, Stream E, it is Keydstars up against TSM. So I'm interested to see if TSM can continue over the momentum that they had at the end of yesterday, because they had a rough start against Tundra. Maybe they're just not a morning team.
yeah. And then Keedstar just had that 0-2, so if they are having a bad day, because they had a good day yesterday, if they get another 0-2, suddenly they may be the team getting knocked out. So that's a very important series there for both teams. And yeah, curious to see how, hopefully, for the sake of the main event here at the International, we get an NA team on the main stage. So let's go TSM.
That's good. That's all your eggs.
I've given up on Shopify.
Nouns. Have you forgotten about Nouns?
My boy Gunner's going to do it, I believe.
It.
Yeah.
I have full faith in it. They're in a pretty decent position.
No,
at
he
the
doesn't even
moment for
doubt
themselves.
him. That's
Yeah, they're a no-brainer.
Well, look, we're on the precipice of finding out potentially what team will be eliminated, or if there are going to be tiebreakers between these groups. But right now, the team that's sitting at the bottom of that Group B is Thunder Awaken. They're coming up against Liquid. This is the series that we're going to be seeing very soon on... Lizard, you're shaking your head already.
No, I'm not shaking my head.
You don't think it's going to be a close one?
I feel bad for all of these teams that had really rough start in day 1, and now as their final series, they get to face Team Spirit, they get to face Liquid.
Yeah.
It's just a really difficult position to be in, and it's a difficult position for your morale. Like, how do you get out of the bed in the morning? Yeah, today we're gonna take that Nisha and we're gonna just wipe that mid lane with his face. Yeah, we got it, easy.
I mean, it is tough, right? Liquid, the only sample size that we have of them losing so far on this patch and on the road to TI is that one game up against Azure. It was their very first game yesterday. So I'm not sure if you guys really caught that one, if you had a look back on it, but, were there any key weaknesses as to why that was Liquid's downfall and we haven't seen a repeat of it just yet?
I feel like they matched their perfect rival there. That was it, more than anything else. They matched a team of their own caliber, someone that can actually play to their level, put Nisha out of his boots and maybe mess him up on the mid lane too.
Yeah. Because Liquid, like, execution-wise, mid to late game looked amazing. Like, especially if you look at the series against Rebellion, where we had Arteezy playing Faceless Void, and basically they had this win condition where don't get everyone chronoed and just play around that spell, and they really did that perfectly. They drafted this awesome Razor pick as well. So Liquid look really hard to beat both strategically and in terms of execution.
Well, let's see what they're going to bring to the table today, what they're going to draft for themselves as we're seeing them up against Thunder Awaken in this best of two. Our casters are ready.
Kind of close.
Goodness me, look at the time. It is draft o'clock. That's right. Team Liquid versus Thunder Awaken starting right here, right now. My name is Nomad. I'm joined by T-Governor. T-Gov, what are your expectations for this series?
Ooh, probably Liquid to win. I'm not going to try and, beat around the bush here. Liquid are currently sitting at, 5 game wins, 1 loss. Therefore, 2 wins, 1 draw. Thunder Awaken, on the other hand, only a draw to their name, 2 losses. So it does kind of feel like you shouldn't be expecting Liquid, but I'm here for the upsets. I'm here for the moments of brilliance. This is the time for some of these teams to step up and find some wins. And EG was unable to do it in the previous series. Maybe a new South American team can step up to the plate and start getting themselves out of the elimination spot.
Maybe. And of course, Thunder, they had that kind of rough starting series versus Batboom, where at least the first game was rough. Second game was actually really close. They had a few moments where Lilo were going to be able to take it. And then versus Shopify, they actually were able to take a game versus them, which was quite surprising. So don't count out Thunder Awaken. These guys, they have some plans. We won't talk about their latest series against Azure Ray. That's better left unspoken about, but yeah, didn't really go too well. But nevertheless, they're here, a new day, a new them, and they're ready to take on Team Liquid. And they're going to try and do it with a first pick Treant Protector. Pretty common hero at the moment, pretty strong. Why is he strong, T?
Well, the laning phase is very powerful with Leech Seed. You can just prolong games with Living Armor, which is like the classic old school perception of the hero. But with 15-minute shards and how easy it is to get there, because they are very cheap, you then have this invisibility aspect on the hero where you're running around or setting up other heroes to make plays. Already, Liquid respond to the Treant Protector with quite a nice counter pick with the Phoenix. The reason why it is a counter is when Treant Protector overgrowths to provide the initiation of the team fight, all Phoenix needs to do is Icarus dive in and place his egg. And now the argument is, do I kill during overgrowth but then get hit by an egg? Or do I have to disengage from what could be a very good setup because this egg's about to pop and then stun everyone in its vicinity? So it's a pretty cool counter to that Treant Protector in regards to the team fight.
Indeed. So, yeah, we'll see how these two heroes kind of match up against each other. Of course, always like seeing a Liquid Phoenix. This is a very comfortable hero for them. And Treant just generally really strong at the moment. As for the bans, nothing super exciting coming out for either team. I mean, Spirit Breaker is a hero which some teams are banning out, some heroes are letting through, and some heroes are ignoring at the moment. Some players, at least. And overall, yeah, Dazzle and Muerta, the big offenders, gone. Pangolier going to get gone in the second phase as well. So, yeah, the usual ones taken out of the equation.
Yeah, I guess the main thing here is the fact that Bristlebacks may be in play. Of course, I don't think we're at the stage of TI where people will be first phase banning it. It's just more, do teams kind of give it a sign of respect in the second phase, or are we just going to see it picked up? I think both teams, you could argue Liquid have kind of soft covered themselves a little bit because they have the Sunray to deal with the tankiness of the Bristleback to some degree. But yeah, I think that's a hero that in most draft panels now, I think you're going to hear a lot of people just mention it at least once or twice. Same thing for the teams. They'll just need to just consider it the entire time.
Yeah. Keep one eye on it. Always recognize that it could be a possibility. So, interesting Luna ban coming out from Team Liquid. What do you make of that?
Earth Spirit.
So I think, Knight did play Luna yesterday in a game that was incredibly close against Shopify. It was the 62-minute game where Shopify relied on Arteezy's rampage at the late game to get themselves across the line in that victory. And especially when they already have a Treant Protector, the lane plays itself. I think Luna, Muerta, they kind of need the same type of position 5, the big body melee hero that can just sustain the lane for you. And yeah, it's just a bit of respect there. And we said Bristleback was something to keep note of, and there it is, already picked up for Thunder Awaken with the Grimstroke. This pairing is so potent. I feel like I just need to have a soundboard of me talking about Grimstroke plus Bristle or Grimstroke plus anything, but of course, Inkswell with the shard, throwing it in, and nice. We haven't actually seen any AA recently, but this hero is very good. in my opinion.
Yeah, it's been played across the groups. I think we saw one yesterday from Liquid, in fact, versus Shopify, I believe it was the series I was watching
10
after we were all
seconds
done and
remaining.
dusted with our games. And yeah, worked out for them. They won the game. I think it was the same
5
combination, in
seconds
fact, with the AA and the CK. So yeah, clearly something they're thinking of running in this second phase of picks.
Yeah. Because it was both Shopify games they did it, and one game they had it with the Earth Spirit, the other game they had it with the CK. So kind of merging it together for today. They weren't really picking it into a. Don't know why the police are coming to arrest the A pickers, but it's fine. But like yesterday when they drafted it, it wasn't as if they were needing to go against like the big healing style hero, right? But today, like this is like the AA game where it's like they need to hit the bristleback with this. And I think they have simplified that game plan because they have the roll from Earth Spirit with the slows plus the CK stun as well. So it's going to be pretty easy for them, I'd say, to connect on that bristleback with that with the ultimate. But the cool thing as well with AA, which I think makes the hero more playable, is the fact that his Vortex applies the slow, the magic amp, but also the damage. They moved it away from his shard, and I would have never said Omni Knight would have been picked in my entire life.
Well, AA is already here, though. I mean, I guess something that's all about the heals. Physical damage resist is a thing,
10
but
seconds remaining.
I mean the purge, I suppose. I don't know. This is pretty
5
wild to
seconds
me.
remaining.
If you're Insania right now, you're like, wow, what a great AA game. But if I miss my ultimates, everyone's going to see that I've missed my ultimate.
Yeah, every single one of these hero heals in some way. So, yeah, pretty value AA game. I mean, if you ever want to have a reliable AA player, though, like Insania's definitely him. Then, like he's always been playing this hero. One of those guys which is just stuck with the hero
10
through thick and
seconds
thin.
remaining.
Actually, let me see if
5 seconds remaining.
there's been so many games in the group stage. I'm going to quickly Control F Omni.
Liquid's turn.
All right, you do.
It's had 2 games
that right.
played
Okay.
and none into AA. But no, Quest played it in a victory against Kid Stars, and then LGD played it in a victory against Beast Coast. So it has had some
100%
road
win
to
rate.
the international gameplay. But let's first of all touch on the point of picking it into the Ancient Apparition. Of course, picking additional heal into an AA was always going to be a little bit underwhelming. But I guess the philosophy here is it's less about that and more Omni Knight, if it is in the core role, of course, going for like the harpoon, the phase boots, that chase down. Not only do you have a bristle running at you, you then have the Omni. So it's like if you ice blast the bristle, the Omni can punch you. If the Omni gets ice blasted, then the bristle's going to be healing, right? So AA is going to have to be very careful with who he initiates on. And additionally, this Vessel pickup from Earth Spirit, the Dispel from Omni coming into play as well, where's Liquid's damage in the early game until Silver Edge and these bigger items come into play? So I think it could look a little bit weird picking it into an AA, but this does scream a lot of tempo and a lot of in-your-face play.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They're definitely not friends, Bristleback and Omni Knight. They'll be playing at completely different parts of the fight. Bristleback's on the front lines. Omni Knight's trying to either be behind him or jumping past him to get to the back lines. Very different
10
styles coming out
seconds
from the two of them, which is going to mean it's harder for the AA to land a nice ice
5
blast.
seconds remaining.
And he's kind of on a timer as well. If you don't get the ice blast out, you might just get popped. Omni, in case you don't know, does just 100 to 0 supports these days for some reason. It's brutal. His hammer, it hurts. And now Wind Ranger comes out for Thunder Awaken. All right, they've woken up and they've decided things are going to get a bit spicy today.
They're really hard to kill, to be fair. Like, I think Liquid, their final pick needs to tie a lot of things together here.
10 seconds remaining.
Can they even go Kunkka? Like, what didn't even... Oh, Kunkka's banned second. Okay, take that back. They can't do that. Because you're expected to be like a mid-Earth Spirit. You're looking for some Zai offlane hero, but the offlane hero needs to be able to deal with the aggression, but also do a lot of early game damage
Yeah.
to kind of build enough time for your CK to buy, let's say, like the Silver Edge, Moonshard, Blink kind of category where he's just like ripping through heroes.
Yeah, part of me is like maybe Darkseer, but it feels kind of like you got these two great Iron Shell targets, but it's just not damagey enough.
Oh, actually, no, yeah, Enigma will just get run over as well.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's like, what do you pick? The lane is so difficult.
It is hard.
They have 55 seconds to decide, but
Yeah.
it is going to be an interesting one.
Possibility of going for the Doom. It's not damage, but it does help you get the kills onto Bristle and stuff. You know, really lock down either Bristle or the Omni and just stop them. I mean, they have to cast spells to be useful. Every single one of these.
Give me
thoughts.
an Underlord. That's a spicy pick, but some like Firestorm percentage damage, hold off the game a little bit.
Like
you can then join the
like they've been
fights.
doing. Sorry, we're just saying.
That sounds. Go on.
No, just saying heroes at this point, but I do think it would be.
Contribute, Nomad, contribute.
Oh, I'm struggling. It's, he can take the damage of the wind, but then you've got Bristle and Omni who don't really care about it too much. So Sniper, yeah, that was the next one I was going to say there. Yeah.
Okay, so where are heroes going? Let's see what's happening.
Zai Phoenix.
Let Liquid cook for a second. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. It feels like they're just going to be playing for the late game, boys. But so when I was saying Underlord, it's like put some AoE stuff on the ground, don't be near the fight. Same logic with Sniper, right? I don't want to be near any of this aggression. And for Thunder Awaken, they have a very brawly lineup, but their ability to get to the backline is pretty atrocious. And you cannot rely on like the tree to get there, because then how does the Omni follow up, right? It's a lineup that will just be dominant maybe for 25, 30 minutes of the game. But like we saw in that previous series with Team Spirit, as every minute passes, their ability to actually convert on the late game will get harder. And this Sniper pick will be the king of the high ground 35, 40, 50 minutes into the game. So if you're a Thunder Awaken fan, you're looking at how dominant they can be in the early game and try and just close out. Oh God, Knight, focus on your screen. That was very confusing.
The cat ears, of course. There's always one guy with the cat ear headphones lurking around. Always got to keep an eye out. But yeah, I mean, is this offlane Phoenix like going to be going Spirit Vessel, Shiva's Guard, and kind of being like another anti-healer? Or is it going to be like the Refresher Orb with the Scythe of Vice? Like, what are you expecting from Zai this game?
I'd like to see him go more to the active department, just because when you have a Sniper farming, a CK that can kind of fight, I think you want your Phoenix to be able to, help out where possible. So potentially he can go for some of the cheaper items. Like, I'm trying to think where he goes actually. He could just go like Tranks Midas and then Shiva's into maybe a Hex or something. He could also just rush the Hex like you mentioned, but...
Okay, sees MJZ, and I think he might be MJ dead right now. The whole team's here. They'll take him down. They'll give the kill to Nisha as well, just to make sure their mid laner gets a great start. And that is exactly what you want to be seeing for this mid lane for Nisha to start this game off.
This is exactly what's needed for Liquid here. A couple kills. I think their lanes will be pretty formidable in regards to, like, Sniper should be contested. I think mainly it's the AACK lane that Liquid are looking to find kills, because once you pick an offlane Phoenix, this is not a hero that crushes the laning phase. It farms up, you put 3 points in Fire Spirits, you just push wave, go farm some hard camp, and that will of course give Bristle quite a happy entry into this game.
Yeah, should do. It's a pretty reliable hero to get into the game. Doesn't really struggle in lane too much, and then usually... Ooh, nice kick away from Boxy there to secure an extra bounty rune. Trying to be a bit cheeky on Knight there to grab that one, but denied. But yeah, Bristle always finds a way into the game. Like, you can't really shut him down early. Even if he somehow has a bad lane, he will come back. But Mickey, they get heavy hits here from Knight and Illich. And even if they don't kill him off here, which I don't think they're going to, it's still a kind of stinky start to the lane for him on low HP. Insania looking to make the trade back the other way and just harassing down Knight with a bunch of right clicks.
Nomad, do you think you're going to be saying, hello guys, welcome to the Road to International. We will be commentating Sniper versus Omni Knight mid lane?
I hoped, but I didn't expect. This is lit.
Yeah, this will be, I think, a no-kill lane from either side. Both heroes will probably just push it out. Omni will tank some damage, but then purify back up. Nisha will just get headshot hits and eventually put points in shrapnel, and then be able to shove the wave there. Rotation potential, of course, Liquid with the Earth Threat has the advantage.
thing is, if either of these two do step out of position, then there is a chance they can get balled down. Like, there's slows, there's tons of damage coming out from these two.
It's the
Always a
supports though
chance.
that will bring that into light.
Yeah, yeah. Top lane, Knight really doing some damage to Zai here. Zai gonna be forced to pop the Fire Spirits to push him back a bit. Of course, not super healthy on Knight either, tanking that whole creep wave there, so both of them getting kind of low. But yeah, Zai gonna be forced to lane on not a ton of HP.
It looks like Zai's going to be going for the urn, and then most likely a Midas. He's got a casual glove here and his quick buy, but I think this is a game for Liquid where they can be a little bit greedier. Like, there's no way that they can itemize for a 15-minute timing of winning fights. So just itemize to farm through that window and then look for like that kind of half an hour engagement to then really kind of get themselves into the game. This is going to be a slightly longer game, I feel, for Liquid, unless they just find massive kills in laning phase and just sweep through the game. Of course, that could always happen in any Dota game, but
True.
I think Liquid will be a little bit more farm efficient this time around.
Yeah, and one thing which is always going to be nice, especially now that Zai hits level 2, he's going to have the Icarus dive. He's going to have a full stick pretty much at every point due to playing it against Bristleback, so he might get low on HP, but he's never really going to get brought down here, I don't think, unless MJZ lands a sneaky silence on him or something. It's going to be very tricky to actually finish off the Phoenix. Same with Boxy as well. He's got roll, so the two of them are pretty escapable. But yeah, not going to be able to put tons of pressure on the Bristle, I don't believe. Is in the middle lane. Ooh, Nisha, he's like, I don't care about the water. I just don't want you to get it. Nice heal, though, onto the creep. To
He has to take him available. Go! Deny!
Oh, he's going for the kill. He doesn't care about the rune. He's trying to bring down the Omni Knight. Slat him. He's pretty miserable at the moment.
But he doesn't have a lane to play. Nisha just styling on him there. Going for the 2 points headshot and take aim. Having that bonus range to deny off the water runes, but also just non-stop tickle this Omni Knight, and he finally gets a bounty rune to have a little bit more regen from his bottle. But yeah, nice moves there from Nisha to focus on that 2-minute rune.
Yeah, just killing them both. He's shooting everything. I mean, I would have loved to see Boxy maybe roll across and get the bounty rune, but of course it's a pretty huge risk. Leaving your Phoenix alone kind of affects the lane pretty heavily, and you might just end up walking into an Omni Knight and giving him a kill or something. So maybe the smart play just to stay in lane.
So with this build from Nisha, like, Saddam kind of can't play the lane. Like, he just doesn't have resources to non-stop get headshot, and he has 2 Wraith Bands on Nisha, like plenty of attack speed as well. Saddam, he's going to need some help. Like, he picked a mid Omni Knight and he just can't play the lane.
It's going down the toilet. Help is coming.
And another water
for both
stolen.
sides. Yeah, Boxy and MJZ both meeting each other, and Sladham dares to take foot a little bit into the lane, comes close to the steps, and look at Nisha. He's just holding his ground. There's 2 creep waves on him. He doesn't give a care. He doesn't give a care
So many
at all.
shrapnels.
Uh-oh. Rotation in from Knight. Sania is here, trying to help him out. Nisha being slowed out by the Stroke of Fate as well, and they will finish the job. Catch them out with a Hammer of Purity, but they get the return kill onto Knight. Sladham, is he going to fall as well? And Sania trying to take him down, and will be able to get him with the right clicks. No, MJZ being tagged up as well by Boxy. Looking for some help here to take down the Grimstroke. Is Boxy going to try and dodge the Inkswell? No, he is not. Roll forwards. Nice sidestep there from MJZ, but I think he's out of life. He's out of options here. Just try and get off a little bit of Stroke of Fate. Trying to get the creeps over, healing himself, but no, denied. Boxy takes him down regardless. And that is going to be a nice movement in from the side of Liquid. They do lose their sniper, but they get plenty of return kills in retaliation.
Yeah, the key thing there was Liquid also brought the supports. If Thunder Awaken was able to rotate in, kill Sniper, it gives Slatum just a little bit of entry to the lane. But yeah, Liquid just mirror that movement and don't allow any real punishment to occur. And Nisha continues to be a happy little farming lad. And yeah, he's going to go for the Diffusal Blade. Of course, the reason why Diffusal is pretty good in Sniper is you can build it into a Disperser, put that active on yourself, be extremely quick. It's AoE as well, so you're amping up your team if they are near you. So this item, very good if purchased early on a Sniper. You can take over some games based on momentum.
Oh, they're moving on to Sladham again here, and Sani has been taken down to the bottom side, but Sladham, he's taken some heavy hits, and there's just no way out. He's out of heals, he's out of life, taken down. Nisha links him to death.
So you know what I said about this this timing from Thunder Awaken being some like death ball?
Yep.
they're going to have to try and defo with 4 heroes because this Omni does not have a game.
I mean, be fair, you know, it's kind of more like 3 supports than 4 heroes, but yeah, I understand the sentiment. And are they just feeding Snight and Nisha another kill here?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Omni's here.
Okay, surely they can get a bit of revenge here. He's going for the TP out though. They don't have the damage. Oh, Power Shot is not there in time. He TPs away. Nisha, too good. And now Boxy kicks Sladham up. Is he stuck? No, he can get his way out of that one. But Illich will be able to come through and help them clean up Boxy. So again, another consolation kill for the side of Thunder, but not getting the big boy, or more importantly, the little man. The sniper gets away in the middle lane.
Will Insania get the Wisdom Rune? He's there. About 8 seconds before it spawns. Oh no, he's running away. He's like, oh, okay, I'm not giving away a free kill. Bye.
It's one of the rare occasions I've seen someone back out from a Wisdom Rune fight.
Yeah, normally a lot of 5 players are like, I don't care, I'm going to try and stun. Like, he does have points in Cold Feet. He's opting though to be playing on the lane.
Movement in from MJZ onto bottom. They want to bring down Mickey, and Inkswell is there onto the tree and protector. Mickey really running out of options here. Wand is available, but not going to save him.
Now, imagine if Insania had tanked those spells at the Wisdom Rune. The game would be entirely different. But no, Thunder Awaken making some pretty good moves, especially with how dire the mid lane is. They do need to try and do something, because Boxy, he's just not leaving Sladham alone. Boxy just playing with Nisha this entire time, making sure Omni Knight does not hit the creep wave too cleanly. 20 for 7 on the Omni Knight to 32 and 19 for the sniper.
Jesus. Yeah, Nisha, he's getting good. He's having a very nice time. I think Thunder needs to do something about it, and they keep bringing in the heroes, but Boxy, he's just the early warning sign. And Nisha, they're coming for you, my friend. And Thunder, let's see it out. Knight, has he been able to maneuver around this one? No, he has not. Sniper actually just sees him and just starts shooting him down. And now Boxy rolls in from the side, and they'll bring down Knight, and that means no Inkswell on this side as well. Sladham gets frozen up. He has hit level 6 right now. He can level up his ulti if he wants to, but no, goes for the repel instead to try and get himself away. And that does seem to be the play, although Boxy still chasing, still wants him, but the heal is there from the Omni Knight, chasing back Boxy and keeping himself alive. But still, another play onto bottom lane. Illich, he's been caught out by Mickey and Zai. The rotation from the Phoenix down to the bottom side. TP's in, helps out his CK, and another kill for Liquid.
Liquid just getting kills all around the map, especially because Zai, we've not had to mention him, he's just in a trader farm in top lane. He sees Winner and just step up a little bit too far down the lane, and then, yeah, 4 points in Fire Spirits, plus Egg and an Urn. Yeah, plenty of damage to kill off this relatively squishy Winner. And Sladham
God.
shows himself again, and Boxy. Boxy just has his number.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower.
Boxy is just attached to this middle lane. It is a
Sniper.
dual lane mid, but maybe they're getting some revenge here on Nisha. Zai is behind him, trying to help out, but with the Inkswell coming in, the stun is there, and Nisha's overextension is punished.
They finally had to kill him off. The way that they were playing, it's like, okay, you need to kill Liquid at some point for their aggression.
Yeah, I mean, he was sitting at 4-1 and 3, so about time someone put an end to his shenanigans. But I mean, due to all of this happening, like the CK is kind of just, I don't know, chilling down on the bottom side. But at the same time, you could also say the same thing about the Bristle. And honestly, like the side lanes are kind of just equal trades. It's only the mid lane which is going crazy.
Yeah, the thing to me is this a Bristleback game where he gets, let's say, like an 18, 19 minute Ags plus Shard, and he's breaking open the game? Because he's going to be running into Shrapnel Slows, Sun Rays, Ice Blasts. That's a lot of, like, counter to him. On top of that, there's, like, the Diffusal Blade hit as well to drain some of his mana so he can't cool as effectively.
Yeah.
And I think Thunder Awaken just need to be mindful of that. Of course, I think they do have a pretty cool answer to Sniper when they're playing outside of base sieges, because when you're on a, Aghanims, go invis, run around, you get that focus fire onto the Sniper pre-concussive grenade, then you might actually be able to just kill him off with that Windrunner. But there's a lot of things that need to go right for Thunder Awaken, whilst Liquid's draft, they're just the fights play themselves because you know that Dai is going to be running into your territory in the hope to just brawl you out of the game.
Oh, Boxy, and not a perfect roll onto MJZ. And he's going to get brought down as well.
Dire's top tower
They assemble up in the top lane. Both supports come in just to make sure this tower goes in their favor.
fortified.
Pressure is immense. I mean, do you want to see the Thunder Awaken doing a little bit more on the side lanes? Because it does feel like they're kind of just letting things happen, allowing Smiling Knight to just kind of farm the triangle and Win sort of just trying to respond to stuff, but not really actively making plays.
Radiant are scanning.
They just don't have damage to make plays on Thunder Awaken. I think that most of their heroes scale over time with levels and items. Because like Bristleback, he needs Vanguard Ags. A Windrunner needs a Maelstrom to then be like a little bit of a threat, but realistically she needs like that BKB or that Ags to be survivable. And Omni Knight, you're normally looking at like Harpoon Shard timings to be the big window. Mickey steps up actually to the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, this is a movement and a half from Thunder Awaken. Mickey gets beaten down. 4 heroes just suddenly upon him, swamp him and bring him down.
Yeah. And that's kind of Thunder Awaken's best move to make. It's just hit creeps, be effective, try and get to that moment where each core has one of their active timings of their first item, and then play from there. Until then,
Yeah.
just find the free opportunities. And Liquid, they present 1 or 2 throughout the first 12 minutes, but not too many to feel comfortable. Nietzsche has the Diffuser Blade completed. Nice mana burn from range. Of course, the end goal for this build is going to be the Disperser,
Are scanning.
making him even more elusive due to the fact he'll have the Suppress active, which makes him go very quick
Wowee.
around the map with bonus move speed.
Pretty cool. Oh, I'm kind of getting now why they picked Sniper. They've even dressed like Muerta as well. So they wanted Muerta, didn't get it. They just picked the Muerta
Self-banned.
Sniper with this
Yeah.
lovely set.
Yeah, I made that joke yesterday, Nomad, but it's fine. You can recycle
But that
it.
was a
It's okay.
pudge. That wasn't even close.
We could get a team of Muerta. That's true. We're getting close.
Some more sets, please. But yeah, it feels like the CK is always going to be the target for Thunder Awaken because Sniper is just positioning is always going to be really safe. He's kind of hard to jump, if he's not far from like a TP point as well. And the Phoenix, he's just pretty quick. Icarus Dive, always a very annoying ability. Egg buys the time for the team to come in. And here we go, another roll in onto MJZ, and there's that egg coming down, throwing a nice blast as well, and MJZ is gone. And by the way, Knight's just going to tick out as well to the damage from Zai as well. However, they're looking for a bit of revenge. Thunder,
shackle.
they're bringing in the heroes. They're on top of Boxy right now. Sunray not going to be enough to heal through Boxy
DK
right now,
Sniper
but is
coming.
doing decent damage. Illich just dropping everything onto Zai. Zai doesn't care though. He's standing his ground. Illich has to back away as Nietzsche's here as well. And the Spirit Vessel, they're going to tick him away. It's not. Omni Knight's here to keep him healthy. And that will be
Dire's
Well,
top tower
a bit of a trade, but going pretty nicely in the favor of Liquid, I would say. Zai getting so much from that and almost getting his minus finished up.
They have one of the most like old school potent combos, right? AA plus Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit always likes to set up the fight. He likes to do lots of magic damage. You throw that with the 4 points of Ice Vortex from Insania. This build is exceptional. This is the build for Ancient Apparition, in my opinion. You want to reduce that cooldown to 4 seconds. Just have plenty of vortexes around the fight to amp up that damage. And then, sure, some Sniper of Shrapnel or some Phoenix in the area. Plenty of damage to kill off these heroes. And Thunder Awaken, if they get caught by any of this, they are to go down. But yeah, Boxy having quite an exceptional game so far. The pressure on mid lane, the setting up the fights. He's kind of doing a lot of work for Liquid so that the cores don't have to waste too much time moving around the map. He's doing it all by himself, it feels.
1, 2, and 10 on the Earth Spirit.
Yep.
That's
He's only
insane.
missed out on a single kill.
Omni.
Omni
Nice
nice.
blast. Ooh, slightly off the mark.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tricky one to land. Sladum saw it coming as well, so moved out of the way. But yeah,
Radiant's
this middle tower not going to last too much longer, but going to last longer than MJZ as he gets brought down again. Boxy on top of him. If a hero exists, Boxy will roll upon them. And how do you walk at these guys as well? Like, how do you approach Liquid? You've got to walk through shrapnels, you've got to walk through vortexes. And they just keep on chasing. Saddam's going to be the next target. Boxy just forcing him almost back onto his high ground. Not letting him into this topside jungle whatsoever. Menzies circles it and just says, this isn't the place for us. They're just going to have to wait for their Bristleback to get its Aghanim Scepter. That is when they can maybe play some Dota, but for the moment, it's chill time.
It's like the way that you say maybe. I'm just like, yeah, maybe they can play some Dota? Like, maybe they can somehow dodge an Ice Blast and then utilize Quills and the tankiness, but not get hit by a Sunray or slowed up by some Shrapnel. This is going to be, I think, one of the first games that I've got to cast where the brittle timing of Ags isn't going to be his true timing of playing the game.
Sladham does sidestep the A-Blast again, which keeps him alive in the middle lane once more. Luckily, he is fast, especially with Repel to get a couple of the slows off him. He can get his way out of this one. And actually, I'd love to see some Boots of Bearing coming out from somebody on the side of Thunder Awaken.
That'd be true. A very brief
good.
window of no cares to move speed. Just get yourself around.
Charge.
To invest in that is like, who's buying it? Like, Tree can't buy it, Grim can't buy it, Bristle, you're griefing if he's doing it, Omni, same thing, Windrunner. It's kind of like an impossible item to buy in this game.
Thank you for the sound effect. Yeah, accurate.
No worries.
Yeah. It's there's no Boots of Bearing carries on this team. Maybe Treant, but he's already got the Arcanes. Probably not going to happen. No one's really considering it, so not going to be a factor. Knight, he's got this Aghanim's. He's going to come and defend it, but Boxy immediately wrap around the backlines. Air Blast coming on through the top. Knight, he takes down Boxy, trying to run away, but the Assassinate catches him. A long-range poke damage from the side of Liquid is just too much to handle. Bristleback, I mean, he needed some help there. He needed some teammates, and they just weren't in the neighborhood. But Edge comes around the side. They want to try and take down Nisha. Nisha getting pretty low here, but the Sunray, it's not doing enough. They will get the kill. But on the side of Thunder, they're all getting pretty low as well, but they're managing to get out the damage in time. They take down Zai, and they will win this fight. Shame they couldn't do that whilst their Bristleback was alive, but that was something.
I mean, it's important to get the kills, and I think Thunder Awaken. So, all right, guys. We're doing it. And I think if you can kind of just ignore the amount of pickoff Liquid has, they are slowly getting to some key Windrunner and Omni Knight timings. I think, of course, you've got the sharp pickup from Omni Knight. You've got Windrunner, only a component away from BKB. Knight even killing off Insania had a little bit of a streak on him, so that's a lot of gold going the way of the Treant Protector.
Not bad, Thunder. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad, yeah.
To be fair, I don't think I've seen a game from these guys where they've been stomped yet. Like, I didn't watch the 0-8 series, has to be said, but during even Bet Boom Game 1, there were moments when they were still managing to impress me in a game where they never really stood a chance. So they're always capable of making these comeback plays.
Yeah, I think the question for me is, how do Liquid utilize their spells in the fights? We saw how easy it is for them to kill off a Bristleback, but then it's like, you've used everything for that one hero. Do you now have enough control for the Windrunner? Do you have the burst for the Omni Knight? And because of how bad the start of the game was for Thunder Awaken, like, the Omni's game is kind of a bit of a bait right now, where it doesn't look too great, but once he picks up Blink Dagger Harpoon, suddenly everything's going to kind of flip on its head, because he's going to be able to instantly kill Insania at the start of every fight.
That's big timings for Sladham, but he's got to get there first. And he's not a hero which farms particularly quickly, so it comes down to trying to make some action happen, trying to get involved without those.
And the reason why Omni Knight is so potent is his shard allows his right click to use Hammer of Purity every 6 seconds, which obviously is a pure-based damage spell. And heroes like AA that have less than, or like 1,000 HP, you're already pretty much ripping through them quite quickly.
Indeed. Boxy rolling on in.
Some
on the
juking.
side. Knight. He's caught by the dust, but he's in the tree line just about and does get the TP away. Pretty close though.
Like, just looking at the kind of the stats for the other streams, it's like, oof. It's kind of hard to give context, but the kills are very close in like all of these games. Even our game, 14-11. I think a lot of games that we've cast so far in the Road to the International has been relatively, back and forth in regards to kills. You can feel like the momentum shift based on what type of heroes are getting those kills, but it has been quite scrappy in a good way.
Yeah.
The win probability right now, yeah, very much even.
And of course, Thunder Awaken, whilst they obviously can't watch the game, they'll be hoping and praying that Azure Ray are able to get the victory over Shopify Rebellion, because it takes a little bit of the pressure off them. Shopify Rebellion, of course, currently the same score as Thunder Awaken in this group stage, which is not what a lot of people would have expected.
Yeah, that is a crazy thing to think about, actually. If Shopify are to lose 2-0, but Thunder get a single game win, Shopify are out.
It's getting spicy. It's getting very spicy. Meanwhile, Thunder are certainly looking to make moves of their own here as they're inside the pit. AA Blast, though, gonna come in. It's a biggie, and it's gonna catch him out, but it doesn't matter. It's too late. The quills are up, Bristleback comes down, and Aegis now in the hands of the Bristle. We know what Bristle's like when he gets this Aegis as well. Very, very obnoxious.
Really nice moves there from Thunder Awaken. Like, Liquid don't really have rush potential with their heroes. They're not buying like Solar Crest. They don't have good ways to go through minus armor. So it take a lot of just time for them to get it off. And yeah, Thunder Awaken, just walk up, use this Ags from the Bristleback, and now the AA doesn't look too great. He's like, okay guys, I've used my Ice Blast. It's on cooldown for a minute, but he has the Aegis, right? 2 lives. On top of that, you have the Omni. I feel like for Thunder Awaken, once you get this Blink Dagger on Omni Knight, go for a smoke. Try and make a play as a team. Because if Liquid ever misuse an egg, misuse an Ice Blast, that's when suddenly the positioning of Sniper opens up and you can get onto him without the fear and threat of death.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's what it's all about. It's what this game is going to come down to is, can you get Nisha? Can anybody get on top of Nisha? And the good thing is they have 2 heroes to be able to do it. It's not just solely up to the Omni Knight, as Knight's just going to get brought down to the bottom side. But it's also Wind's capable, especially when she has a Blink Dagger.
Mickey has had a exceptional game as well. Quite a quiet game, you got to say. 1-2-1, but 13,000 net worth at the 23-minute mark. Practically tied with the Sniper. And on top of that, 275 last hits. So he has just been farming a storm. He's got the Silver Edge, the Armlet, the Echo Saber.
Jesus.
If Bristleback steps up, like, he could just get Ice Blasted or broken, plus in the Diffusal. It's going to be a hard game.
Boxy does get caught out a little bit of the top side here. Uses the Yules to try and buy himself a little bit of time, but I'll stay on him regardless. And he's
looking for more?
Building an Aghanim's. We'll get to that later.
Oh, the Gale.
The Gale. It's doing work.
They see Mickey.
Yeah, he's in the tree line here. Connection from MJC is Sladams. He pops the ultimate and goes in. He is getting himself a safety before he even needs it. Very cute. Very nice try. Kills off Insania, but no major targets really brought down just yet. But still, Thunder, they are bringing the fight to Liquid.
I have never seen an Omni Knight preemptively Guardian Angel, then blink in like, ha, I gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, it just means that the CK just can't turn around and Reality Rift and bonk him down.
For sure, yeah, I'm down for it. No, it was very cool. They're smoked up though. They are trying
This is a big wrap.
Wait, Sniper. They see him.
Oh, the hero behind, in the middle of everyone. He's got no way out of this. Nisha just walks into everyone. Boxy comes in, tries to save the day, but I think it's just going to be another death for him. Yules is up, Sladam's not going to make a difference. Boxy's gone as well. This triangle, it belongs to Thunder.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, what a time from Thunder Awaken. Like, to be able to just recover from how hard the lanes were, to still hit this timing. Sure, it's maybe 3-4 minutes later than what it could have been, but they still hit this kind of death ball mass. Omni Knight with the blink, able to just lead from the front. And of course, the Grimstroke continuing to give Omni Knight presence. He throws the Ink Soul onto the Omni. You please jump a hero. I can instantly get that stun to ensure you get that damage on top. How can Liquid get themselves into a fight right now? You've got the Disperser, the Hurricane Pike on Sniper, a lot of kiting potential in play. And we've already mentioned how Mickey's got all the big ticket items that you would want pre-30 minutes. But they're yet to make that decisive move to find that kill. Of course, the Aegis is going to be a deterrent for Liquid. It is expiring in about 1 minute and 10 seconds time.
I would expect them to wait until that is sorted out before we see any moves being made, but Liquid, they do tend to see the game through their own lens.
He's dead.
Uh-oh, Boxy, brought down again. Always
Nice
just out
BKB from
deep on
Illich,
these
though.
lanes.
From like the start of the game for Boxy to then a couple deaths. It kind of shows that Liquid are just trying to just prolong the game a little bit here. And obviously, Boxy has become the sacrificial lamb of pushing the slightly deeper lanes.
Ooh, talking about unconventional timing. Still 30 seconds left on the Aegis. No Spirit Breaker just yet. It's going to be a while before he can get back to any fight. And they're smoking up and they're looking for stuff.
Spirit Breaker?
Spirit Breaker? Did I mean that? No, I meant Earth Spirit.
There we go. I was looking
Too
for
many
a chance.
spirits in
Like,
the
what's
game.
happening?
Yeah, it's just casting with you. It's just that hero is always, it's always in my mind somewhere.
No, don't blame me.
But here we go. Aegis runs out immediately. Liquid are on top of the bristleback. The timing
So
could
beautiful.
not have been better. Oh my goodness.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I like to think it's like, guys, my Aegis is out. Just immediate death. I'm dead.
And because of that, because of the speed in which they killed him, look at the bristleback's inventory. Look, he's got a backpack recipe for BKB, a recipe for a bloodstone. He's got a lot of recipes, but not completing the items here.
That's a bit awkward.
Very good move there from Liquid, just respecting the Aegis. So the second it goes down and then obliterating him, Thunder Awakened
Yeah.
just didn't even conceive the idea of them trying to go for that pickoff.
Dire's bottom tower.
Nisha takes the tower down on the bottom side with the help of his team. They'll take a tier 2, and the moment the Aegis is over, as is the dominance of Thunder in this game, Liquid, they put their foot down and remind them who's boss.
Radiant's top tower.
Thunder, it's on them to try and make some movements now. Without his Aegis, though, I'm a little worried. The Bristleback did just get turned to absolute dust in that fight. But I'm still interested to see what fights look like if Thunder are all together as 5. Like, how do 5-on-5s actually look this game?
Radiant's top tower.
Not in the traditional sense, right? Like one team has no major team fight and the other team, like we're not seeing like the big heroes in that regard, but pickoff potential is insane. Like, when no one can execute a hero, of course, we've seen the CK plus Ice Blast combination can blow up. So it's all about who makes the jump, who sets up the fight correctly. And I think Illich, he's going to be a key component for Thunder Awaken.
Yeah.
Like expect your Bristle to go down at some point. But it's on Illich to wrap around and find that sniper, to put that focus fire onto him, and to prevent Liquid from just walking through the fights themselves.
It's very brave just standing on the front lines, but he's gone for this build of BKB plus Lincoln Sphere, so he doesn't really feel too bothered. Throw in a shield rune as well, and this Wind Ranger ain't going down too fast. Also not a hero who's reliant on all the heals coming out onto him, so the air blast's not too much of a threat.
And Boxy's already... He's preemptively itemizing to deal with this focus fire from Windrunner. He's going for the Aghanim, so if someone does get out of position, he can roll over, turn that ally to stone form. And Grimstone should be going down quite quickly here.
Yeah, Air Blast was committed for that one, though. I'm wondering if Thunder are going to see this as perhaps an
a go.
opportunity.
Yeah. So only on cooldown for 40 seconds though. So for 50 seconds, but it's been 10 seconds. Thunder Awaken, they have a BKB on Omni Knight. They are looking. Nikkei, can't start him.
Oh my god, Slattern, he's not surviving through this. Way too much damage. Nice Shackle comes through onto the CK, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Knight, he's hesitating with the overgrowth here. Doesn't want to throw it down, even though he's got Knight behind him. Would have really liked to see that tree try and go for that right there, but they're being a little bit cautious with 2 of their heroes dead, which is fair enough.
Yeah, and the CK does have Manta, so instantly would have been able to dispel it and just disengage if needed.
Yeah, just pumping it in case Mickey did use the Manta at any point there. He was ready to follow up.
Look at
Top
top.
side.
Nisha just taking a
Nisha go.
snap.
Tower is under attack. Dire's top
Boxy just very emotionally just popping the dust in the tree line, says, I'm here. I'm waiting. If you come in, I will roll on you. Not trying to be subtle about it, just letting them know that Nisha's bodyguard is ready. It's bottom lane. Ice Blast comes through, doesn't connect onto the Bristle, who now has popped his BKB.
I think that's a thing we don't see too often though. Like the idea that because Dust has the lingering AoE, where if you run into it, you still get hit by it. Like teams don't often preemptively Dust. They still kind of have that old school logic of press it when I want to look for the hero, then it's there. So I like the fact that Boxy is kind of showcasing what to do with a Dust. Of course, kind of Roshan, you do it as well, but at random tier 1, tier 2 tower sieges, just throw down the Dust, why not? Just don't allow for that invisible jump.
No, definitely. Can't put a sentry on the
Roshan
tower
number
after
2,
all.
please.
Yep. Now,
Will
this
Thunder
is
Awaken be
awkward?
careful though? Will they wait bot lane?
I think I'd like them to. I don't see any reason for them to try and like portal up top or anything, but maybe Liquid are looking to give them a reason to come back to top.
The way they're just faking it, I'm like, all right, no. Like, if they've timed it, they know it could be respawning in the next minute or so. Them just parking themselves down here, throw down the wards, Treant Protector with that shard. The reason why it is so powerful in the meta right now is your ability just to stand in the trees, break that smoke, blink, disengage back to your team, and then have that vision advantage. But Tree's positioning right now is nowhere near the team. He is all the way back.
Yeah,
Right
he's
in
the one been
base.
sent back to defend. Doesn't have any way back into the fight though. Doesn't have the TP spot. So
Not a fan of this, that's for sure.
no, they're going to be playing without their Treant. And now they're going for Roshan. Nice Latin, going for it. Side, coming over the top. Gonna give him a vision. I'll see Lich on the sidelines, even using the Assassinate just to pop that Lincoln Spear. Make him feel a little bit of fear. Oh, they see Knight in the back. They spotted him. Boxy immediately on him. Now, things get a little bit awkward. Liquid, they know there's one hero behind them and 4 in front. But somehow, Knight is able to just rejoin his team with the Blink Dagger over on the side. So, 2 here, 2 tricky to go and chase as a roll comes in.
Tree.
They're going into the tree and they're going to be able to bring him down. He will be the first target killed off in this fight. And look at that CK, he's just stuck at the moment. He needs to get off his ultimate. Will finally be able to do so, but not before Boxy's already torn apart. And now, Mickey trying to fight against everyone. AA Blast comes through, clocks onto everyone. That'll take down Sladham. Very nicely done. Knight, they're able to deal with the CK illusions with ease, but Mickey himself has been able to get himself away. So he's going to survive through this. But now, Zai jumping in on top of MJZ, wants to cook down this Grimstroke, should be able to do so. Knight is back, jumps in, big ulti, but Nisha, he's the king of the castle right now, on his hill, just blasting away. Knight comes in, takes down Insane Zilla on the sidelines, likely going to drop, and then Nisha and Mickey joining up with the Silver Edge to finish off the Bristleback. Everybody on the side of Thunder, lying dead on the ground. The fight belongs to Liquid.
Yeah, just the patience from Liquid there, that they wait for the courier to arrive, get that gem. Boxy initiates beautifully onto the Treant Protector, and that was the key theme, I think, for Thunder Awakening, why they were struggling in that fight. They sent the tree back to the base, then they brought him back down to the fight. He kind of spent a lot of time just absent, and then in doing so, they just weren't ready to fight. And yeah, Boxy, he initiates beautifully, instantly killing him off. And sure, CK does get soulbound up, but the fight is quite disjointed here. Illich going in, the rest of them having to disengage. Zai with that egg, forcing the fight to the southern side. And yeah, you're going to see Bristleback. The reason why it's not too good right now, because of that Ice Blast, even with the Omni Knight spells, he's not healing up from the Bloodstone, from the Quills, and he has to retreat the entire time. So yeah, A doing work, Phoenix doing work, the Boxy doing work to set up the fight. And I think for Thunder Awaken, they just wish that they set up this fight differently. I feel like they had the ability to potentially run Liquid over there, but they just weren't kind of just in the right place at the right time at the Roshan area to prevent Liquid from just free casting all their spells.
Yeah, and it all starts from Liquid in the top lane as well, just utilizing the Phantasm to send illusions down the top lane, forcing Thunder, or at least making them feel like they had to come back and send the Treant back to do a bit of defending. And I mean, honestly, Knight nearly pulled it off. He nearly made the base defense, TP'd back to help his team, and then made the fight happen. But unfortunately, just gets caught off as he's about to rejoin his team on the front lines, and Boxy takes the initiative, gets the kill. And now, by the way, Boxy's got that Aghanims finished up as well, so we might see some 6 saves coming out from Boxy if he's able to find the angle.
Yeah, I think it was already pretty hard to find the sniper, and now it's going to be even harder, especially because Nisha's going for a Silver Edge. He sees the fact that the gem from his opponent just got picked up. You now have 2 gems inside a Liquid. Go for it. Treat yourself to a Silver Edge. Have additional forms of just kite.
Treat yourself. You've earned it, Nisha. Good lad.
Nisha's just playing the most like chill little sniper game. You know, he walks over, hits the tower.
I like how, as you were saying that, he's like walking up high ground. The rest is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. There's no Earth Spirit here to help him out, but he wants to try and finish off the tower whilst the... in they go. Sladham's just immediately trying to take down Nisha. Does do a decent amount of damage to him, but not really threatening his life. And don't forget, Age is still available on this sniper, so... Knight, meanwhile, being dropped by both Boxy and Zai, who went back to deal with him to make sure their waves are getting into the base okay. Wave, it is coming, it is delayed, but it is coming. So the siege is still very much alive for the side of Team Liquid, and now no Treant to be able to join in the base defense, at least for the next 30 seconds. Nisha feeling a little bit threatened. Doesn't want to just accidentally get caught out by the bristle smack to the face. And once again, Omni just trying to finish the job. Oh, in it goes though with the Aghanims from Boxy. Saves him, keeps him alive, keeps the Aegis in play. Enchant Remnant, Enchant Sniper more like, doing the work. This is such a long siege coming out from the side of Liquid, but I mean, you've got a sniper, it's working. CK Illusions, of course, shoving in the other lanes as well. And now using the shrapnel for the vision. Sladham, once again, he's going to try and do the same thing. I'm wondering if it's getting predictable now, if Liquid are going to be able to respond to it. And yeah, there you go. Immediately seeing out Sladham. Nisha getting low. They just want to take this Aegis so badly. If there's no Aegis, he can't do this anymore. You can't just be the annoying little dunk guy.
We've used like 2 Sunrays during this. Is Sunray number 1, go hit, come back. Sunray again, go hit, come back.
And here we go. Nick is committing. They want the range barracks. It's getting a bit windy, but that's okay. Village comes in from the side, and there goes the sniper. They will get him down this time. Boxy not there to save the day with the Enchant Remnant, or at least doesn't want to use it for his first life. And do they commit now? Now there's no Aegis. It's still really, really hard. They're still 22k gold down.
Oh no, the Omni Knight's queued up a Midas.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Really?
It's in his quick buy. I don't know if he's going to commit for it, but...
How would you feel about that?
Yes.
Yeah, you love
Maybe. Adore it.
Inspirational. Brave. Provocative.
Yeah. Thunder Awaken will for sure be in a little bit of a spot of bother for sure. Like their primary way of getting back into this game is hoping that Boxy just isn't in position to save a sniper who tries to go for high ground. We saw how awkward it was for Liquid to siege the high ground. They were respecting it quite heavily. CK was looking to skip waves while Sniper was pew-pewing away. But for Thunder Awaken, they need to try and create a scenario that they can do that. I guess the issue is they don't have very good wave clear. So the CK ultimate is doing so much work. Like one hero alone seems to be like out-pushing the entirety of Thunder Awaken. As I said, I'm literally watching 2 illusions of barreling on both tier 3 towers.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Like Mickey by himself is keeping Thunder Awaken in their base right now.
Trian's just working overtime at the moment. He's like, please, can I get like an Octarine or a Spell Prism or something? I don't have enough living armors for this shit.
That'll be the rest of the game. So Nisha, he has been past the cheese as well. So lost the Aegis, but got the cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Will be able to predict. Oh, Thunder Awaken, they are smoked up. But Bot Crate Wave is about to hit the Thunder Awaken base. So this smoke should be pretty obvious for Liquid. And already they aren't really in the area. Other than Zai.
Zai's nearby. And here we go. Yeah, you see him. He swoops away. Zai is going to get to safety. They don't want to chase this far. And Boxy's here as well. Just kind of rolling around nearby, as usual.
That's for me.
Once again, this is so crazy. These illusions from the CK just constantly shoving the waves in. What do you do about this? Not leave your base ever? That seems to be the only answer. You can go on
I feel like we're at the territory where you kind of want Grimstroke to have an Aghanims, so then you can at least take over the CK. Like, it's also why you're not seeing CK go for like AC and stuff, because he knows the potential play from MZ.
Spell Prism on Trian, let's go.
More living armor. Thunder Awaken, they've just not left their base for nearly 8 or so minutes. Of course, they aren't aware what's happening elsewhere right now in the group stage with the other teams. But spoiler alert, if you do want to mute and not get spoilers, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shopify did win their first game against Azure Ray. It's Thunder Awaken. They need to mirror Shopify to draw out a tiebreaker to not be eliminated. Yep. Winning this game, winning the next game, they need to win at least one. But Shopify already now have escaped the 5th slot in the group due to taking 1 game win over Azure Ray so far. And now you can unmute, but you won't hear that because you're muted. But chat will tell you to unmute.
Maybe Scriff can signal it.
Nah.
He's in the zone. So, all in all, Liquid just kind of farming the entire map. Once again, just using the Phantasms, the Mantas to shove the waves in, getting as much gold as possible as they can muster until Roshan respawns, which won't be long from now. And that really has to be the time where Thunder find a way to leave their base. And to be fair, their lanes are in the best place they've been for the past 15 minutes. Still all on their side of the river, but, you know. Here we go, Liquid start to take control off the bottom side of the map and getting ready for Roshan to respawn. Now, we'll be 1 minute 30, so neither team, of course, knows that. But they will both need to be wrestling for control of this area. Do they have any ways to see inside the pit on Thunder Awaken from a distance? Power shot,
They got the power shot, stroke of fate, yeah. They got some options. I think if they're even casting those spells, though, they might be getting jumped by a Boxy or two, so need to be careful. And for the first time, though, in the last 20 minutes or so, they actually have waves in a good spot for Thunder Awaken. This is a smoke where they are running straight into the high ground where they could have already positioned.
Oh my God. To be fair, if you can kill off these Phantasms, it's a decent start to the fight for them, but you are putting Knight in a vulnerable position if the Silver Edge comes through onto him, which is exactly going to happen. Now the Ice Blast comes through as well. Knight gets completely torn apart. And you've got to ask the question, what on earth were you expecting? Illich, he tries to come in around the sidelines to just blow up Zai, but Zai, he doesn't really care. He's still got an ultimate available should he want to use it, and absolutely will. Illich going to get dropped now as well. Nisha takes him out over on the sidelines. MJZ just getting absolutely mobbed with Chaos Knight illusions. And that will spell an end to Thunder Awaken's hopes of keeping hold of this bottom side of the map. And Roshan is kind of an afterthought right now. They don't know when it's going to respawn, but buildings, they're there forever. And Liquid barreling down the bottom lane, looking to break this high ground right now.
I just didn't expect the Bristleback to be so, crazy with his initiation there. Like, he still had the BKB up, he didn't use it. He gets stunned. The A is in play, the Sun. Like, you're running into like a choke point where your team can't join you. It's
Sniper's hitting tier 4.
a little bit surprising, but again, they were down by 25k gold. It wasn't an easy fight for them. This was Liquid's game to win, and yeah, they're already in the tier 4s. There's no buyback on the winner or the Bristleback.
They push very, very fast. AA Blast even being thrown into the fountain, trying to keep them in there. Insania trying to delay them as much as possible. Ancient exposed, no Fortify available. Sladham's trying to get on Nisha in the backlines here, but Boxy comes across and just turns the Omni to stone and just kicks him away. He's not allowed to play the game. He's kicked out of the base. Oh my God, Ancient exposed. Mickey and Nisha just blasting away at it. They'll quickly turn around to blow up MJ said. Knight trying to do something, but there is nothing to be done. The throne is gonna pop and maybe they bring down Nisha. The nice little therapy kill. Mickey, you gotta finish the job here. They gotta finish the job, and they will. There we go. Job's finished. GG's called. Game number 1. It goes to Liquid in a pretty convincing fashion, honestly. Great call to just end the game there.
Yeah, no, just a really nice game there from Liquid. I think the draft had really nice elements of just layers to it, their pick-off potential, how they can farm. I think Boxy had such a stellar game on this Earth Spirit. How he's just sat on mid lane, prevented Omni Knight from playing the lane. On top of it, Nisha had already kind of dismantled Omni Knight to just further hurt this mid lane Omni Knight. And then, yeah, just the way that they moved around the map. The AA giving Earth Spirit just pick-off potential, some flexibility to put the Phoenix to off lane. Yeah, overall, really cool game. Make a free farm the entire time. And yeah, just nice map moves, nice everything. Just, they are top seed of the group for a reason. And Thunder Awaken, they're going to have to make some adjustments because this is a must-win game, the next game that they play. Otherwise, they will be eliminated from the road to the international.
Not how they want it to happen. Scary, scary times here. Can they pull it off? Well, let's throw it over to the panel to break down this game a little bit more.
It was a fantastic showing from Team Liquid there, and Thunder Awaken as well. It feels like most of their games there is at least glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, they're just not able to turn it into results. It is only game number 1, but let's talk about it a little bit more, Lizard, because Thunder Awaken were making moves everywhere, just nothing really following up or taking advantage of what kills they could get on Mickey or Nisha.
Yeah, I was waiting for this Omni Knight for quite some time now. It looked like
Mid
a hero.
too.
Yeah, and mid as well, especially because of the Harpoon addition to the game, right? Like Omni Knight felt like the hero to go to, maybe on offlane, maybe on mid. They picked it out. The problem was they had some heroes unanswered. First and foremost, it was really difficult for them to start fights even, but I think the biggest issue was the sniper. Like, how do you ever get on top of that hero unless he wants to be in the middle of the fight with an Aegis or something like that? That's a big problem that Thunder Awaken just weren't equipped to deal with.
Yeah, let's actually go back and talk about those lanes, because we talked about mid Omni Knight there, but we also had the offlane Wind Ranger and now carry Bristle. We're seeing Bristle having a lot more popularity growing in being picked early on in the phase too, this one getting picked up third. But do you like that it was moved to that safe lane there, and do you think that that really was something that was key for them?
I think it was okay. They kind of got to the end of the draft and they had to pick a hero that could start fights or initiate. Wind Ranger's not the best here, but I also just think there was like, what do we even get here? And it felt like a lot of Thunder Awaken's draft was like, let's pick comfort heroes for ourselves. The Omni mid, something, you know, he's played in pubs and is probably scrimmed with, so it must have been a comfort pick for them or something. They thought they could maybe, you know, surprise a win over Liquid, but you know, I think Bristle carry made sense. They want to play fast-paced. They didn't want this game to drag out. But ultimately, like, the sniper just went so unaddressed that, like, even if this game went even better, like, how do you ever push high ground against AA sniper? Like, I just don't see how you win this game based on the draft.
It's one of those games that you need to crush, and then you need some Blink Dagger on Wind Ranger, follow her up to get on top of Sniper, stuff like that. But
some Blink on Bristle even.
Yeah,
or
pretty
even on
much.
Tree, right? But Tree was getting picked off. A lot of these initiations, he was the one, as we're watching the replays, getting picked off first, and then he's having a buyback, and he's still not even able to get onto the backlines because there's this massive issue.
Yeah, my honorary Eastern Europeans from South America, unfortunately, they don't make it, but in this game at least. But they did go, I think Parker put it the best. They went full into comfort zone. And this is their comfort zone. This is the only hero that they've been winning with Bristleback. So why not go back for him, try it out? Like, the hero is in a really good spot. I think, unfortunately for them, Liquid find all the right answers. You have the sniper with long range, you can't reach him, and on top of that you have Ancient Apparition that will prevent you from using the Bloodstone. It will prevent you from healing, from being unkillable. Ancient Apparition, like, historically has always been the tank breaker, right? And Insania, he just adores playing him.
Would you say that that was the key in that makeup to be able to shut down the Bristle, especially when it came to later, was that AA? And could pretty much substitute in, like, let's say the Chaos Knight or the Sniper with some other carries, looking specifically at the Bristle, right? And finding ways to deal with him.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of the AA, like the other cores can be replaced, but also what's very interesting is Zai on the Phoenix, right? Like, you get that Sunray, percentage-based damage versus all these tanky boys always helps.
And it really caught Thunder Awaken by surprise. So I think part of the value of the Omni Knight pick in Thunder Awaken's mind was, hey, we have this match against Earth Spirit, so you're going to have a good lane. But Sladam had a terrible mid lane. He was getting bullied by Nisha. Couldn't even stick around the lane. Was off running around picking up bounty runes to refill his bottles. So I think that maybe the CK as a core is replaceable, but the Sniper was a fantastic pick because that put the Phoenix into a core role, and this is a Dream Phoenix team. Nothing really hits the egg. Sunray has a ton of value, as Liz pointed out. And then you can avoid this maybe matchup for the Omni Knight that he really wants by putting something that counters him in the mid lane.
Yeah, it was just this whole draft coming together beautifully for them on the side of Liquid. But Insania, we're going to have him as our MVP, I believe, because Insania's Ancient Apparition,
look at that smile.
21.
Please.
The player photos are so
He's breaking
good.
my heart. Like, we should give him the MVP in every game. Even when Liquid isn't playing.
Over and over again.
Look at that smirk. Yeah, Giga Chad's Insania right there.
How proficient would you say Insania is on Ancient Apparition?
I think there aren't many players that are as proficient as him.
Okay, so you'd put him at least top 3.
I would put him, yeah. I mean, Ancient Apparition, it's not really a hero that requires immense amount of skill. Let's put it that way.
The hero has a skill shot.
It has a skill shot, which is always interesting, right? Like, you can toss it into the fountain and whatnot. It's fun, but it's not one of those 5s that are, like, really difficult to play.
Yeah.
He always makes it work, though.
And again, with the item build as well, the Solar Crest, the Greaves there for stuff, and the Glimmer too, where you like, this is stock standard for AA, and would you have seen him or want to see him build anything else?
I would say it's a bit more than you expect from an AA.
the amount
He
of
was very farmed.
Maybe two extra items.
you probably had like over 100 CS. He's probably got some teammates saying like, "Oh, bro, where's my farm? That's meant to be my item there." So
Yeah.
that's the Insania way sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it is. A lot of us were looking at this series for Game 1 because Thunder Awaken are sitting on that bottom along with Shopify, but Shopify was playing their own best of 2, their final one, over on stream B, I believe it was, or maybe C, but we can have a look at our standings to see how they fared on their best of 2, at least the start for it, and they got themselves a win. So Thunder Awaken, whilst they came into this best of 2 tied with Shopify right now, they are falling behind. It is a massive weight for them as to if they are going to be able to force tiebreakers, give themselves another lifeline, but they have to win in game number 2 against Liquid. LGD now also having a little bit of a blemish on their record.
Yeah, they picked up that first loss and a huge win for VP because they were one of those teams sitting down at the bottom of they were by themselves at the bottom of Group C. So getting a win, a confidence-building win against the top team in your group is absolutely massive for them. You know, they're fighting for survival. They have they have more games left than Nouns and Beast Coast. So you know, if they manage to get a 2-0 there, suddenly they're actually looking pretty comfortable to advance.
And that Group C is looking more and more like a tiebreaker central.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm happy for Virtus.pro. I feel like they had more to show than what they did yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. And Group D as well, I want to quickly touch on because we saw Keydstars taking off a game TSM there. So they've put themselves in a little bit better of a position. We thought there was a potential for a 3-way tiebreaker, anything like that to go down for who was getting eliminated. But they're separating themselves from those other 2 Talon and Quest sitting down there, placing more weight on when Talon and Quest do eventually face off in the next best of 2.
Yeah, and even pulling kind of TSM down a bit, you know. So I think there's a lot of tiebreaker potential there too.
Yeah.
So very kind of exciting finish to the group stage with all these games, meaning so much, and that's honestly just really fun.
Well, let's talk about this one a little bit more because we've put the weight on Thunder Awaken having to take this game 1. Obviously, again, it does sort of matter what happens for Shopify, but either way, they need a win for Thunder Awaken up against Liquid. We had some issues with their draft. Do you feel much of it carried over into execution, or with what they had, they did really well, and now it's back to the drawing board more for what they're going to pick up?
I actually thought they played amazing. I thought that game was so over from the draft and expected a stomp, so I actually think they played really well.
Overperformed, right?
Yeah, I think they overperformed, and I think you saw also that, you know, Liquid actually had quite a few squishy heroes, so there was a lot of opportunities to maybe make some plays, even though Wind Ranger was like their only catch. But ultimately, they did play their draft very well, and I think it reflected the fact they picked these comfort heroes. I'd honestly be happy with them picking more Bristle, pick another, basically going back for comfort, because I don't think you can force some new heroes or picks or play styles that don't suit you. Just maybe ban the AA, maybe pick some better initiations and better catch, find better heroes to maybe build a draft around the Bristleback with.
Yeah, for me, the problem with them perhaps is the fact that they have so far only won with the Bristle, I believe, and teams have noticed that. Like, once they won with the Bristle, instantly you could see the AR series, they found the right way of dealing with it and they let it go through. They still ban out, I believe, like, what is it, Dazzles and Invokers versus Thunder Awaken, because those are the best heroes that they perform on, and then they deal with the Bristle in a different way, either with the AA or maybe a PA, some heroes like that can break or just prevent him from healing.
The nice thing is also, like, Liquid's kind of guaranteed first place, so Liquid's in a position where letting heroes through kind of makes sense.
They can play it out.
They may want to play against the Bristle again,
true.
or maybe they want to play against that Dazzle or Invoker because they're guaranteed first. They want to obviously, you know, test the waters with these heroes because that's going to matter when it comes to, you know, the main event.
Yeah, best of 3s when you get into that longer running series.
I'm calling it Nisha Meepo. Pick the Meepo here. Doesn't matter. Just throw it out there so that teams are worried in the playoffs. You know,
Oh, you reckon they should flex something now so that it is in the back of the mind in best of 3s?
Mind games.
Oh.
Now's the time.
I don't like that. I do want to know.
Yeah, but
Meepo. I like the idea of things, just not the Meepo.
Just imagine if you're still playing a group stage, let's not say playoffs, and you see a team that suddenly has a Meepo. You're going through lists and lists of data, like all the different Dota buffs, and then suddenly there's a Meepo. It puts a wrench in your plans.
Yeah, no, you are.
Or
right.
an arc or anything like that. Yeah.
just something that hasn't been hitting the top echelons that we've seen of heroes right now. But I do want to go back again to Thunder Awakened because I want to talk about them. How impressed are you with them? I know that they have only picked up that one, but the fact they haven't been steamrolled or sort of stomped in many of their games, if any, it's pretty impressive. They came in as the 4th seed for the SA region. They came in as the 2nd qualifying team.
Yeah, they haven't been pushovers, and I think that's what you're obviously hoping for, is just not to get blown away. And yeah, they've been very competitive. They've had some close games. I think they've definitely shown that they deserve to be here, and that SA as a region continues to grow. And not at this point, no one's being surprised by South America results, but I think showing that it's not just there's not just EG and Beast Coast. There's a 3rd, 4th, 5th SA team that can compete at a top level.
Yeah. SA as a region growing, also pulling a little bit of Eastern Europe with them. They do have that one Belarusian player, so representing my boy.
All right, then give me some more information. You want to see him win, right? You want to see him at least go for tiebreakers to stay in a little bit longer. So you already talked about go back to comfort, build a bit more around this bristle. But do you want to see things like Omni? You've said like they've run it in pubs before. It's worked for them there. But do you want just more stock standard, like a park? Or
I don't think that stock standard is the way to go for them.
Right.
Just go all out, play your own flavor, play something that's really endemic to the region, and make it work. Like when you're playing versus Liquid, you're not gonna win by playing normal Dota. You need something. You need some flair there.
They need the SA special. The
Exactly.
First pick tiny.
Yeah.
That's the SA hero. They love their tiny. So I mean that would fix their catch issues. But it does feel like they need to just play their way, and as Lizard said, don't try and force some meta that isn't your own.
Yeah. Do you have any other heroes that spring to mind when you talk about that? Just to
Yeah. Right now, when I think about them, it's if they could get their hands on either Dazzle or Invoker, that would be pretty solid, especially on the Invoker. Dazzle is kind of, well, both of them are meta, but on Invoker they play a little bit differently.
Okay, we'll see if it gets through, if they're able to pick that one up for themselves, or if they're going to be running some SA special, some Omni mid there. But I do know our game number 2 is ready, our casters are ready, so let's head on over to T-Gov and Nomad.
Thanks, I guess. We can't do all those things.
I was doing the mustache move, and then the camera came to me, and I'm like, "Gah!" Okay, what up? Hello, how you doing?
Thank you very much, Natty, and the lovely sweater pals over there on the panel. And indeed, yes, we are into the next game of Thunder Awakened versus a Team Liquid. What shall be picked? What shall be banned? Who shall win? This and much more being answered here in game number 2 of this series. And of course, it is now time for Thunder Awakened to pull it out the bag, because their TI hopes and dreams are on the line here.
Yeah, again, they need to win this game to potentially get the tiebreakers. If they are to lose, then we will have, I don't know if the other groups have occurred it, but I'm going to assume that this could be the first team eliminated. So it's very spooky right now in the Thunder Awakened player room. In the bans, of course, I think pretty much it feels the same. I will double check, but it does feel like the same from the previous game.
Spirit Breaker's new one, right?
Yes, it is. For first phase, yes.
Okay, all right. Spicing things up a little bit. Don't want to play against the that nasty Spirit Breaker. And we'll have another tree in, but this time in the hands of Team Liquid. Makes sense. Liquid plus tree equals tree grows. Just need some sunlight now. And, well, Awaken will respond with the Dark Willow. Support's coming straight out
the
of
key thing here is... Honestly, the key thing is they banned out the Phoenix themselves and picked the tree. So if you want a little bit of into the minds of Liquid, it's they don't ever want to play tree into a Phoenix, because they pick it themselves and they ban it themselves to ensure it. So if you're a team competing against them, then have this consideration. But yeah, they go through Dark Willow for Thunder Awaken. I think this hero just very good for the fight constantly. I think Grimstroke is becoming more popular in the idea of like Ink Soul Shard and go fight. Willow can kind of do the same thing. Throwing a Bedlam does the damage. You then have AoE stuns through your Bramble with the roots, and then of course your Fear. So there's cool ways for Willow to equally be as aggressive as a Grimstroke. But you just need the right heroes to kind of give Willow that game.
Yeah, it's like she enables other heroes, but she also is enabled by other heroes as well. It's like a handshake situation. What's your favorite combo with the Bedlam, though?
10 seconds.
This might be a little bit unconventional, but I'm loving the Sand King.
Ooh.
Just because you already have a lot of damage with Burrow Strike Epi, you throw the Bedlam on top, and then you have ways to contain them in the Sandstorm through the Bramble as well. So probably not the combo that you expected, but I like this one. I think Sand Kings are not very popular right now, but in the right hands can be very potent.
Yeah, we saw Saberlight doing work on it in one of their games, I think, against Thunder Awakens. So, yeah, Thunder Awaken know firsthand how powerful that hero can be. Perhaps could be an option. I think another one is a Legion Commander as well. That one, I think most people were thinking when they saw that change to Willow, like, who likes locking people into single target long duration duels? There is only one.
So where are we going to go from here? Trying to think. So, what's Liquid's approach with Treant Protector so far? Nothing. They've not played Treant Protector so far. It's always been banned. This is the first time in the group stage that the heroes actually just got through the ban phase.
For them, yeah.
What's it with South American teams just copying their opponents' drafts? Like,
So like, hey, that looked really cool. We want to do that, but I mean, is it the big Treant answer? I don't know, but either way, Thunder Awaken, they like it. But you've already got Kunkka now. I love Kunkka into AA because Kunkka kind of gives you something else. It's kind of like a heal, like buff type thing, but it's not a heal or a buff type thing. It's like delayed damage. It's just cool. It works pretty well, and AA can't do anything about it, so I do like that interaction.
and you have a lot of chaotic fight as well, because with Kunkka, these Willows and AAs who want to be on the fringe of the fight, just one tidal wave to drag them back in. With a Torrent Storm, they're going to go down pretty quickly. And yeah, Liquid, they're very defensive in nature, but also can be really in your face, right? Like, you got Disruptions, you got Kunkka, all his spells can be both aggressive and extremely defensive. Treant Protector can be positioned so aggressively, but also has that living armor. We mentioned the fact that Willow always needs that just enabling hero. Centaur is going to be the choice. You have a Blink, you have a Stomp, and that'll give you time to layer the Bedlam, the Bramble Maze on top, and the Hoof Stomp's long enough to just also combo nicely with the Ice Blast. The only issue is, it does feel like they are trying to kill one hero, and when Liquid has a Shadow Demon in play, if his positioning is good, that single target, we've got that kill, will always be slightly harder because you have that save.
Team
Yeah,
Liquid's
true.
turn to ban.
There's Spirit coming out for Thunder Awaken now as well, so that'll be their mid laner picked up, and Liquid, they're going to go for the Medusa. So they pick the Treant Protector, which is going to slow down the game a bit, and now they pick up the Medusa to slow things down a little bit more.
Yeah, Medusa doesn't really care about Ancient Apparition, right? Like, you have Mana Shield, you don't really care about your HP, right? So it's kind of like a redundant now concept. You then already tanky in that regard. Then you have the SD to make clones of you to send them down lanes and keep splitting. Thunder Awaken, they kind of need
10 seconds
some...
remaining.
Is Anti-Mage even playable
5
now?
seconds remaining.
Medusa can just go Manta Butterfly and play. Like, we've seen this matchup for so long, where like Medusa goes Manta Butterfly, doesn't care about Anti-Mage, just wins the game in like 25 minutes. But on the flip side, it's like maybe the Anti-Mage in an aggressive style can pressure the Medusa. I feel like they do need some really aggressive mindset carry to be good. Of course, Slark with Diffusal Blade was a pretty good option. But
Are you ready for it? I've got
ready.
it.
Go on. What are you cooking?
Give me a Weaver. Diffusal Blade Builder. Inbuilt Mana Break. Okay, sure. Kunkka's in the game. It's scary, but
Yeah, there we go.
It's
yeah,
fine.
I
It's
was
fine.
about to say there's a Kunkka in the game, there's an SD in the game, there's a tree in the game. There's
don't
plenty
worry
of
about it.
routes.
Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Just kill the Medusa.
Yeah.
But yeah, Slark obviously going to get banned out.
My silence speaks volumes.
Just what the listeners want.
Thunder awakens.
You just cooked me a
Turn to
soup,
ban.
not a full dinner.
Oh, you're a fellow soup hater.
It's just a bit. It requires like croutons or bread to really be amplified.
If you've got really good bread, then I can accept it. But there's no really
True.
good bread on the side of Thunder Awaken. They
No, they're not
yeah.
making much
Sorry.
bread this TI
Remaining.
so far.
And they're barely staying in this TI at the moment. In fact, the fate's not even in their hands. If Shopify is able to pull out the win in the other game, then none of this matters. So they're just fighting a fight. They don't even know if it's going to make a difference. Sad times. Legion Commander and Lycan banned out from the side of Thunder Awakened, so getting rid of those kind of aggressive solo pickoff style offlaners, suggesting that they are going to go for something, I would say,
Screams
ranged
anti-mage,
and
in my opinion.
backblinding.
Is that right now the bans from Thunder Awakened scream anti-mage for me? Like Legion,
Yeah.
Link Duel the entire time, Lycan, the pressure, like it it's such a rare game for it, but like, okay, they banned Void. Okay, Thunder Awakened, they do have ultimate last pick. So what is going to be the offlane for Zai? He does kind of get freedom on whatever he wants to do here. I would like to see them preemptively have a counter to anti-mage. Like they could just go,
10 seconds remaining.
can't they just go for like an axe here
Axe,
themselves? Then you have like axe SD, you counter, like you already preemptively protected from the anti-mage, super aggressive.
It's a lot
That
of
just feels like
protection
a
as well.
comfortable pick. Yeah. What else fits into that category of just strong laner / off lane?
Some kind of
With
bodyguard
anti-mage.
hero.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a good way of describing it.
Just trying to think of like, I mean, Tidehunter could also work as well, but I think there's a lot of
Night
counters.
Stalker also works.
Balanced.
Yeah.
I think Night Stalker is also pretty good. Not the lane dominator, but just the game is going to be so easy for them. Like just play near Medusa, pop ultimate, see everything, and then
Yeah.
take the fight how you want it. Just depends if they want to have a lane pressure or a game pressure style hero.
Like,
Yeah,
part of me is like,
discussively.
oh yeah, Night Stalker can go kill Ancient Apparition and stop him getting his ulti off. But honestly, I'm not sure I even care about his ulti this game. Like, obviously you don't want to just tank an ulti to the face for no reason. But at the same time, there's nothing really like causing them to like. It's not a win condition for their fights. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. The thing for Liquid is, like, with this type of draft, you're not expecting the final pick to fix all of the problems. And by problems, I mean, like, they don't leave lanes with one item and kill everything, right? It's just a lot of, let's just farm 10,000 plus net worth on all of our cores, be so tanky that we can't lose a fight, right? And that's why Zai's pick, like, equally can be a little bit greedy, because they already have tower defense with Tree,
Yeah.
tower defense with Kunkka, Medusa. They just triple down with another like defensive style hero. Could just make the game very stable, no crazy moves, keep being efficient, make stacks with SD.
Look at Blitz as a posture here as well. That's that's quite something.
He's sliding himself into the playoffs right now, that is for sure.
Yeah. He doesn't skip leg day, I'll tell you that much. Long time thinking about this one. A lot of conversations being had. A lot of smiles, which is unsurprising when you've got Nisha and Insania in the team, and they go for Invoker.
All right,
Offlane
offlane
Kunkka then?
Kunkka.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. I kind of forgot the hero was here. I kind of just assumed it was banned, I won't lie, and yeah, put the Kunkka into offlane. And yeah, now Invoker. It's like very chill, kind of stable looking game from Liquid. Don't do anything crazy, and Thunder can go for a Lone Druid now.
Wow.
Lone Druid are actually kind of a cool pick because we saw BetBoom earlier in the Road to the International pick up the Lone Druid offlane for Pure, and he went for Diffusal Blade, Harpoon, MKB. And the Medusa that goes traditionally for Man to Butterfly was not able to muscle up into it. So if we can see that type of itemization coming out from Knight, then could be pretty cool. But then you're also playing into the AoE control of a Kunkka, an Invoker with the Overgrowth, and an SD. It's not as simple for Lone Druid to just A-click on to Medusa for like 10, 12 seconds, right? But
Yeah.
the itemization is possible for Lone Druid to do pretty well into Medusa.
Yeah, it was always kind of going to be a factor in this game. Like, whatever carry you do go for in Thunder Awaken, you got to play into all of this team fight control. You got to find a way to kind of break it. So rather than go for one carry, you go for two carries in a bear and the Lone Druid himself. But of course, not actually really how that hero works. It's more just the bear and the Druid in the back lines kind of being his cheerleader. But nevertheless, you know, we've seen it work before. No reason it can't work this time around. Needs strong initiation, needs strong fighting coming out from Illich and Sladam. Like, we need a very SA game coming out from Thunder Awaken. You know, these four heroes need to go and break the map, put pressure onto Liquid and enable their Lone Druid. And then Druid needs to find his timing, come into the game, and then just bring the fight to Liquid. They absolutely can do it with this draft, though, I'd say.
Yeah, it's just gonna be able to execute on it and have confidence on your timings. If you ever second guess yourself, that's when a lineup like Liquid's is able to exploit it and buy enough time. And already, as we get into the game, Thunder Awaken are drawing on the minimap, looking for a very deep wraparound. But this is Smiling Knight. He is smiling right now. He's playing his lone druid.
Yes, indeed. We do not want to see any more First Bloods happening for SA teams. I think the last 3 SA games we've casted have been SA team getting caught out on the 0-minute mark. Nisha got First Blood in the last game. That kind of set them up for a terrible mid lane.
I'll be honest, man. I thought you meant you don't want SA to get First Blood, like to get the kills. Like, damn, Jesus.
Yeah, it's just really showing my colors here in this cast.
Bro, they're like one game away from being eliminated. Calm down, though, man. Leave him alone.
Well, it looks like both teams going to opposite side of the map, so no clashing going on right now. So we can take a look at these lanes and see exactly how we think each one's going to go. Obviously, mid lane is just going to be the Invoker versus the Earth Spirit, Slatum. Hopefully he'll have a better lane than last game. I imagine he will.
Yeah, of course, Thunder Awaken, they move to the top side of the map to utilize their Quelling Blades just to kill off a couple of these trees. Even though Tree Protector can use Grasp to get that move speed, it just hurts in the level 1, level 2 because he can't go Leech Seed and use the tree line. So yeah, nice little heads up play there from Thunder Awaken. But 2 for 2 split on the Bounty Runes. No one going to be falling too early. Oh, I take it back. Someone is falling early. Oh, no. No. I looked at the mini-map and I couldn't see anyone because the entirety of Liquid was surrounding his icon.
He was disrupted, so you get a freebie on that one. You disappear off the mini-map when you are disrupted. So, yeah, don't see him. And that is unfortunate. They're hiding here? They've got a ward and they're hiding. They want to catch somebody else, and they very well might. MJZ, he's been spotted. Round 2, baby. Same again. Disruption comes out. Zaya's there with the torrent. What a cool Oh, he missed it this time. All right. Doesn't matter. It's an AA. You can sneeze on that hero and it's probably going to die.
But yes, it is a cool combo if they are to hit it, but they don't even need to hit it because, getting the kills. And Invoker going for Exalt level 1, throwing out Sunstrikes. You don't see the Exalt too often, but with the setup that Liquid had, going for these plays, they're able to contribute to the ganks from the mid lane Invoker.
Is it our fault? Did we cast this Cursed Thunder into getting not only First-Blooded, but Double-Blooded in minute 0?
I don't want to be on the ship that you're currently sailing. You did all the words here, but yes, you currently are casting Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, we did say we didn't want to see them get First-Blooded. Oh. Sorry, guys. Insania, meanwhile, just kind of trading with Knight up here up in the top side. Dark Willow's attack time is very silly. Especially compared to a Treant Protector. Oh, nice grasp on Zai. Just going to allow him to keep on harassing him down. So, pretty tricky lane for the Conquer by the looks of it. I know, we see
I think lane position will be... So lane position is key here for Liquid, because you don't ever want Lone Druid to have the chase down potential of a lane and... Oh, he's dead.
Yep. Got caught inside the brambles. Unfortunately, had to walk through 2 brambles, try and get out of that one, and with the double edges coming down, just far too much damage for him to withstand, so ran out of mana, ran out of health. Did have the 7-1, but didn't get a chance to get it off.
I always feel like these Centaur lanes just have that ability to just get the kill. I think people just underestimate how much damage Double Edge does, paired with like the Bramble and having to run around them, so yeah. Good stuff from Thunder Awaken, but Knight dies again for the 2nd time in 2 minutes. This Lone Druid not having a very good start. Died at the Bounty Rune.
Yikes.
Died to the combo. And of course, the Sunstrike's really paying off here.
Yeah, massively, massively. This combo in the bottom lane of just Disruption into Torrent into Sunstrike, like it's pretty, I won't say high skill, but it requires like a degree of coordination, which, you know, is kind of impressive, but Liquid don't really care. They're just throwing him down regardless.
I mean, he has 700 HP on the main bear, or let's say the main bear. Like, they don't even need to be that close to him, right? It's a pretty fail-safe combination, and Knight just needs to be careful. He's already just like losing like half of his HP to his the clone of himself.
Yeah. Managed to get a pretty sneaky disruption in where he's stuck in the trees there, unfortunately. And here we have the replay.
Let's watch the highlight.
Sunstrike, Torrent, and dead. Beautiful. Yes, Symphony of Spells. Just pulling that one off time and time again. 3rd time now.
Anisha also not trying to steal the kill. He's just trying to help with the damage. He's not like that Invoker. But yeah, seeing an Exalt Invoker, wow, what a timeline we live in.
Absolutely. Yeah, I wonder how he's going to develop through the game and what he's going to commit, especially when you don't really have like the large AoE lockdown abilities like we usually see. I mean, you got Overgrowth, sure, but...
Nomad, we do. We do.
We do?
Torrent Storm on Kunkka, Cataclysm on Nisha.
Well, yeah, I was talking about setups for Cataclysm, because that's when we usually see Exalt Invokers. But you reckon Torrent Storm's enough?
Yeah, I think just the slow, the knock-up duration if he gets the talent, and then like the early game he's got Disruption, and then the mid to late game he's got Torrent Storm. It's probably going to be enough to get a couple kills, I'd say, yeah.
Oh, Root comes out onto Zai. They need a little more, and they're not going to find it. Double Bracer, just too tanky. And now, once again, oh my god, FGC's throwing his body into the mix. He's trying to save him, but he's going to go down with him. He genuinely just tried to throw his body onto that to split up the damage of the Sunstrike, I think. But just ended up both getting blended instead.
Oh, that's getting quite outplayed, unfortunately, in this safe lane. They're pretty much getting tri-laned. I think that's the best way of looking at it. And yeah, Liquid just utilizing their heroes so beautifully right now.
It's such a sick combo.
The fact that like, they have to group up to try and tank the Sunstrike, but then they're grouping up for the Tidebringer.
Oh, here we go again. The bear comes in, tries to help him out. Might be enough, honestly. Right click's coming through. Nah, he's got the poison upon him. He is going to fall, but Boxy taking some heavy hits in response. He has got the Fairy Fire to keep himself alive, and that will be enough. Meanwhile, Zai chasing down Knight, gets another hit off onto him, and it's Boxy who goes down instead. Knight just comes in from the side with a preemptive Shadow Realm and takes down Boxy. So Knight survives this time, but he's low HP, and it's really hard to lane on low HP versus the Kunkka. That Tidebringer going to go to work.
Is Nisha actually going to go for mana boots just because of how many Sunstrikes he's throwing out? He's in his quick buy, but it'd be pretty cool.
Nisha is not a hero.
He's a 0.06 Invoker from mid lane.
Yeah, if you ever seen this before. He's an artillery cannon, but he's getting jumped on right now. They realized what they need to do. They need to take out the artillery, but guess what? It's the same GAM combo. Oh, slightly mistimed there on the Sunstrike, and that's going to be crucial for Nisha. He's not going to be able to survive this one with the Magnetize upon him, and he is going to drop. Sada, meanwhile, jumping forward, actually wants to bring down Boxy as well, and just might be able to do so. Rock come through, double kill for the Earth Spirit, but down in the bottom side, the Druid does fall as well.
4th death for the lone Druid, and yeah, sure. Nisha doesn't hit the combo on the Earth Spirit, but Thunder Awaken, they're having to do so much to deal with the threat, right? They're rotating bottom to give maybe some life to Lone Druid, then they're going mid to deal with the rotations there and trying to get the kill. It's a lot of moves being made, and in doing so, your Dusa free farms, your Kunkka happily free farms right now, and surprisingly for Knight, with 4 deaths, still higher net worth than the Invoker and the Medusa.
Yeah, he's got loads of CS. I don't know how, but he's got a lot of money, so genuinely not out of the picture.
He's got Diffusal Blade complete. Like, I just wouldn't expect a carry who's died 4 times to have a 7-minute Diffusal Blade, but he has just rushed it, and
that's wild.
That should be able to punish them a little bit. And yeah, Zai, we're seeing the replay here. Goes on to Knight, Insania walks in, kills him quite nicely. He doesn't have a level 6 yet, so can't go into that form and get a little bit tankier. Also doesn't have points in Savage Draw either.
And apparently there's a top lane in this game, I've heard people say, but we don't get to look at it right now because Zai's being jumped in the bottom side, thrown back on the Kunkka, really far out of position and surrounded by Thunder heroes at the moment. No way out of this one. It's going to take a while, but eventually they will rip through him and they will claim the Kunkka kill. Sladam is having a game, like a real game this time around. He's moving around the map, he's getting the kills, he's making things happen. Double kill up mid's obviously going to enable that a lot. Really good to see. Top side, Illich. There's a lot of poisons upon him. Probably not enough to bring him down, but
it's annoying in amount, but now the supports, they're playing with Knight. They realize, okay, he's got his Diffusal Blade. It's a little bit of a timing here, and Kunkka, he's had a great start, but the window of getting kills with this combo should be fading slightly. And Liquid, they're using their supports onto mid lane. Jumping the after as we speak.
Yep, there comes the Sunstrike down onto Sladam. Sladam trying to get himself away. Does have the rolling boulder, but obviously cannot use it whilst he's got that cold snap upon him. But luckily, the haste rune is there, so he can just run himself away from danger. Very convenient.
Yeah, the tactical haste rune. Get to make the retreat. Oh, and Illich is going for a different build. So we've seen some Centaurs go straight for a heart. Some Centaurs go for Vanguard Blink, but hold that thought for a second. Knight's actually trying to make a gank onto Medusa. He does have the Diffusal Blade.
This is huge.
It's only level 5.
This is huge. They're going to bring down Mickey. Nobody's here to defend him. They find the Medusa, the key target, the key to Liquid's draft, and they leave it undefended. Knight with a great rotation. I mean, the man got killed 4 times in the laning phase. Just comes in and kills off the enemy carry. That was the second death of the Medusa as well.
This is why you never give up, guys. Look at this performance from Knight. 4 deaths into some pretty big kills, right? You know, killing off a Kunkka, killing off a Medusa. I don't think many people would have expected the Lone Druid to have kind of this much impact, but of course, Twin Gates, a beautiful mechanic in Dota, kind of making every hero relatively global. And Mickey is falling for that one.
Interesting as well that Sladam, with his really good start, has just decided to go straight for a Midas. Hasn't bothered with the Vessel. Very surprising to me.
I feel like Sladam his read on the game is he's going to be a little bit more active than normal. This isn't as if a good Blade Mail game. I think Vessel as well, not very good. It's not nice for the Medusa. So out of all the 3 items that you normally go, it's like Blade Mail, Vessel, or Midas. And then sometimes you go Midas after the first 2 potentially. So why not just get to the good items rather than these 2 that aren't as effective? So overall, I'm actually quite a fan of it this time around for Sladam.
Yeah. Well, you make it make sense, T. That's what you do best. As Midases are all over the place right now. We have a Invoker Midas. We have a Willow going for a Midas. She's obviously a long way off. And we have a dead Centaur in the bottom lane. Although I say that, Stampede comes out. Illich might just be able to get away. Never mind. X marks as a problem with Sladam. He comes rolling on this one, and Zai says, all right, I want nothing to do with this. But he doesn't get a choice. The roll is there. The stun is out. Zai is going to get brought down by the Magnetize.
He's on a killing spree.
Certainly is.
You spoke about him just picking up a Midas. He's now already nearly 1 component deep into BKB, so it is paying off for sure.
Doesn't seem to need that extra damage from the Spirit Vessel to be getting these kills. I think that might be the read. Like, he's doing so well. He's got so much XP in the early game that he doesn't need that extra boost.
Knight.
So, yeah. Knight does get away this time around.
So aggressively positioned as well, right? Like, he's by himself inside the Liquid jungle. And
whoa, his true form's an owl. Oh, sorry, mid lane. There's a Willow getting beaten up.
yeah.
No Sunstrike this time around, but does have the meatball to come through and rip through Knight. Foxy and Nisha will be able to grab that kill. Very aggressively positioned there on the Willow.
Also, a neutral item that I don't think we have people talk about too often is this Trusty Shovel. I think this is one of the best neutral items for just efficiency and resources. Like, the amount of times that I see carry players pick it up, because as you're farming, you get a Cobalt for a GPM, a bounty for gold.
Right.
Obviously also providing some gold to the Thunder Awakened side with his eventual demise in the mid lane. But yeah, I think just Trusty Shovel gives just a little bit too much. Just a bit of everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the shovel. We saw it, I believe, from Charlie, I think it was. He just went for it like every game of the qualifiers without hesitation. If he could have got it, he
also
would.
did it, yeah.
Yeah.
It was insane. Like, I'm just seeing some like PA dig like three salves and a mango or something. And
Yeah, just run
you get
into
a Cobalt who
Ancients.
can also scout. Yeah, it's insane.
Definitely.
Probably will get a little bit of a nerf post TI. Now imagine that just after the group stage, Val's like, okay, we're gonna go for an E patch. You got a week. Good luck. Playoffs next. Playoffs are finished. Okay, good. We're on F patch now. Good luck. Finals are next week. Of course, that's
And
not
there's a new
happening,
hearing
guys.
captain's
But
mode.
imagine. Oh, we did the show match before the grand finals. We thought we'd just add it to the game. Good luck. Bye.
Seemed really cool, so yeah, just throw that one in there. Zai,
Fans, guys.
smoke up.
please.
They're going to find Knight. Knight, he is the big target. Does get off the true form regardless. Boat's going to land upon him. In comes a Sunstrike. In comes a Torrent. In comes the damage. It's just not enough, though. Knight, he's living through it all. And now Zai, he's going to get kicked around all over the place. I mean, Knight has to be careful. Can't afford to drop here. And won't. Stays away. Moves around the fight perfectly. and a failed maneuver for sure from the side of Liquid. I think they bought back on the Shadow Demon to pop the Shadow Poison, I'm assuming.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, there was 3 stacks onto the Lone Druid, so he bought back to be able to pop them. It just wasn't enough, and I think for Liquid, their combination, it did work in the laning phase, but once this Lone Druid has the levels, has that true form, the bonus HP, the bonus armor, it is enough to just tank through that initiation, and it helps the Thunderwave. We're very quick to bring everyone to his assistance, and they're finding Insania as well.
Yep. Everyone continues. They move across. Air Blast. Gonna take up to Nisha. Illich, he sees the opportunity, immediately jumps upon him. The Fear is out onto the Invoker. Meanwhile, they'll just deal with Sladam on the backlines. It's Liquid who are winning this fight at the moment. Illich cannot close the gap onto Nisha. And now he's just gonna move around him, pop that ultimate from the Shadow Demon onto him. And Illich does die. Boxy now getting a double kill in this engagement, but gets rewarded with a kill on
And Medusa died as well, mid.
Whoa, 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 that wasn't part of this. This is another thing going on entirely. MJZ's getting run down for it, but absolutely a trade they'll be willing to make. If they can find the bear, it feels a little better, but...
It's a consolation.
Yeah, it's not the best, but it's something I'll just have to settle for here. Jesus Christ, this is a tanky panda. Surprised they're going extinct when they're this tanky.
Yeah, Thunder Awakened just breaking down the map of how they're making moves. They protect the Lone Druid, they then go and make a gank top. Meanwhile, Knight during the chaos, he's like, hello, Mickey, I see you mid lane. And we've already spoke about how Lone Druid into Medusa, he can rip through her tankiness. He likes to buy the diffuser, but he has the attack speed, has the Echo Saber. And Liquid, they need to be careful. They're kind of getting dragged around a little bit with some of these fights. And Thunder Awakened, again, smoked up, looking to go for the kill. They have the Blink on Centaur. They have plenty of burst potential if they find the hero.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Waiting to see if anybody comes to this, but Liquid, they're wise. They will not just be throwing bodies at this middle tower when Thunder in such a commanding position, and now they jump forward. Insania is going to drop here. Mickey just using the cover of his tree and to keep on farming, trying to be as efficient as possible. As Zai down at the bottom side. Also just trying to get this wave shoved out, but Illich doesn't want to let him get away with this. Oh. Yo.
So many sounds.
Sometimes sounds be better than words.
So true, so true.
Zai hunting for anybody, maybe a support on the torrent. Doesn't find it, but yeah, very much Liquid. I mean, they're not massively far behind. It's only a 1k gold advantage for Thunder, but Thunder are definitely the ones commanding the aggression at the moment.
Yeah, and they should be. Boxy, you just tumbled into this.
Yeah, he's got a little bit too deep, and Sladams and Knight are going to be able to take him. Downside is trying to drop MJZ on the side. Doesn't manage to do so, though. Nisha, Tornado, just not really landing onto anybody, but huge overgrowth from Insania, holding back the side of Thunder and giving Zai a chance to get himself out. And he's going to be able to get away, but never mind. The torrent's upon him. The Druid as well doesn't stop. Tier 2 tower, don't care about it. They just keep on chasing here. Thunder Awakened just mobbing down on Liquid heroes.
And the cool thing here for Knight as well, he's going to be going for the shard. I assume he's going to give it to his main bear. He doesn't want fetch from his spirit bear, but if he gets the Savage Roar Dispel, he's going to be able to, get through that overgrowth, not care so much, just kind of keep throwing himself forward in the fights. And yeah, Thunder Awakened, they've hit a timing and they're not letting it stop. Slapped him just rolling after roll. He's found Nisha now in the mid lane again. He's got the BKB. Detection, any defense?
There we go. Knight's in the sidelines. The supports are coming, and they will be able to take down Nisha as well. I mean, Liquid, they're giving it all for Mickey right now. They're giving their lives, they're giving their spells. They're just trying to buy time for Mickey to have a game.
We said in the draft that Liquid, their entire lineup is very kind of passive farm. You wait for multiple items to kick in, and then you eventually just kind of take over the game with your just tankiness and inability to kill off the do so. But yeah, Thunder Awakened, they've made that read beautifully, and they're just punishing this window of just... They can't do anything. Can Liquid make a smoke gank? Not really. Can they kill a hero? Maybe with the Sunstrike combo they can, but they just need to survive right now. This is not their portion of the game to be the aggressors. They need to dodge this Thunder Awakened Death Ball that is just sweeping across the map. Especially when Illich has a pipe as well. Like, some of this just cheap magic damage from Liquid is just fully mitigated as well.
Radiant's middle
Medusa does have the man to complete. Looking towards the butterfly.
I feel like it was only 2 minutes ago as Boxy does fall that I was talking about how Thunder Awaken only had a 1k gold advantage, but they just rip through the map, kill a bunch of liquid heroes, force themselves down the lanes, and all of a sudden that net worth is starting to dissipate. But they're looking for Knight. This could be a huge target if they can get it, but look at the Medusa. Mickey, she needs some help right now. Does get off the Stone Gaze. That should be enough to keep her alive, but Illich comes in from the side. Mickey has no mana, but the team are behind her. They kill off the lone druid. This is huge. Slatums, though, he wants to find the Medusa so badly, and he might just do it. Mickey so low, just trying to find up into this. The lifesteal, it's doing enough. Oh, the disruption from Foxy. No way. No way does she live.
Okay.
She will not. The rock catches Mickey. Mickey to fall, but look at the Thunder Heroes. They have sacrificed everything for this kill. 4 dead on the side of Thunder. Liquid, they do enough. Dude, what was keeping the
coming in
Medusa
clutch
alive
there as well from the Shadow Demon. There was the shard from the Shadow Demon. The demonic cleanse helping out, giving her a little bit of a HP buff up on top of that. She just had I think someone threw a Lotus on top of her as well. Like, they threw all the smallest possible items that they had to keep this Medusa alive, and you got to take that as a win if you're Liquid. And you just killed off 4, and for Thunder Awaken, you're in such a commanding position, but they just played a little bit too disjointed, right? The Lone Druid's by himself, the rest of the team's, 8 seconds away, 7 seconds away. If they were just a little bit closer, there's no way Liquid should be winning that fight, killing off the Lone Druid. But yeah, Liquid, they find a brief moment of poor positioning from Thunder Awaken. And these are the moves that they got to make to stabilize this game, to give themselves the farm. And yep, Mickey completing the Eagle Song now. Only 2 components away from Butterfly.
So he's giving the information at the moment, stalking the Centaur. Probably knows that he's gone for a little trip, teleportation trip. Slide him. He's in the neighborhood. I'm not sure they can do this with just Insania and Nisha, though. Nisha doesn't really have aggressive items at the moment, just Midas, Octarine Core. Very much looking for the late game.
I was really scared for a second, because I was like, wait a second, why is Dusa getting this shard? And then I realized, of course, that Kunkka, Tree, and Shadow all bought their shards. Like, okay, there you go. I'm pretty sure she's top net worth in the game. It's not that bad of a game, right? Because it's not just a freebie.
It is so nice if you can just, like, if you have good enough shards to justify buying them, and then you can take the Tormentor, get your core a nice shard. Very, very good. And Cold Blood is decent. So, not a ton of uses this game, but I'll take it. With Roshan currently getting brought down, of course. They have the bear to be able to get through it. They have the tanks. Knight is currently tanking it, even though they've got a Centaur and a bear, but I guess that makes sense because the bear heals them up regardless. And Bedlam even committed for this one as well. It's a slow Roshan, much slower than I would have anticipated, but at the same time, Liquid, they're not really too bothered about it. They're just going to keep on farming. They know their timings, and it's not yet. That said, Nikkei is about to pick up a butterfly not too far away at the moment.
Yeah.
A couple more camps and it'll be there. Maybe that's something they're looking for, but it won't be just yet. And they don't want to go and fight right before they pick up that butterfly, so no Roshan contest.
Yeah, I think the main thing for Liquid is they need to either... They have to fight into an Aegis, so they kind of want to delay it. And by the time they delay it, Lone Druid will have an MKB. So this timing of Butterfly for Mickey won't be the most... All right, go. We've got this like a carry item advantage. And they need to be respectful of that. And I think it's why it's a very good read from Thunder Awaken to go for that Aegis. It gives you a little bit of freedom with how you approach the next phase of the game. And something that we haven't really talked about is Knight on the Dark Willow. 1 second, Centaur should be dying in the top lane, but
Yeah, they catch him out.
look at the position for Willow build. This is
Wow.
minus and tags. Yep.
Yeah, that is surprising. I'm not expecting them to be go, whoa, 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 bottom lane. They're trying to get this, the Lone Druid. I mean, he's got the Aegis, but when he comes back, he won't have the true form. And they're going to get him. Fladums also very low here, actually almost finished off by the Medusa. They're looking for round 2. Knight, he is bearless at the moment, doesn't want to pull out his Spirit Bear. Still has a true form going through the Aegis, but Nikkei needs to finish the job here. And Zai comes in, finds the tidal wave. That should be enough to finish the job. Knight will fall. Aegis down, Druid down, and now they're looking for more. They're looking for MJZ, Ancient Apparition, not going to survive through this one either, T.
I don't really know what Thunder Awaken were trying to achieve there. They lose their center top, and their Lone Druid's now hitting the bot tier 1 tower. They're making a lot of moves happen on the map, and they're not respecting the fact that Liquid walked the top to then TP into bot lane to get that kill. Thunder Awaken, they need to just kind of clean it up a little bit. They had such an exceptional exit of laning phase, but their own moves now have put themselves at a deficit of farm. The top 3 net worth is the Liquid core scaling up, and
I mean, that was ridiculous. Like, every single bit of advantage they've been working so hard for over the past 24 minutes, completely gone, absolutely diminished, all by one misplay. You know, they just spread themselves across the map way too thin after taking the Aegis. I don't know if this was like some kind of team read from Liquid, something which, you know, the coach identified, the mistake that they're likely to make, or there was just a good read in the game. But either way, they read them like a book, and across the lanes just finding these Thunder heroes and bringing them down. Completely underestimating the Thunder.
Knight is naturally quite an aggressive carry player. When we think about the games yesterday, he was a life stealer in mid lane with no buyback when he died and the game just ended. He was a Luna going for a Tormentor underneath Vision and just dying with no buyback again. Like, he often is quite a, let me try and push the limits and get that extra little bit of something. And yeah, Liquid right now, as they enter the mid game, are kind of fully understanding that and not allowing him to get that extra little bit of something.
Yeah, and when it works, it looks beautiful. And you know, when Smiling Knight's been playing at like his best, you know, you're looking at him thinking like, why have we not seen this guy at previous TIs? He's been around for a while. He plays really, really good aggressive Dota sometimes, but then sometimes it just happens. But they found them. They're going on the backlines here. MJZ is already dead, though. They're trying to find Nisha, but Nisha is just completely outmaneuvering them right here, so I'll have to settle for Insania instead. Not a huge target, especially when he gets off the overgrowth to slow them down. And Nisha is long gone. TP away on the Invoker, over towards the middle lane to back up Mickey as he goes for this tower. And Mickey now with the Manta Style, with the Butterfly, nearly at Skadi as well. My God.
Yeah, on top of that, Kunkka's about to complete his own Aghanims, and they're even pinging out the high ground here. They're gonna probably not go up there.
Feels like a lot, but with the illusions, they can definitely siege it.
Yeah.
They're not coming back. Thunder.
Centaur doesn't have TP. Maybe that's something they've realized. Centaur can't be here, so yeah. They nearly take a mid-tier 1 tower for free.
Look at this Nisha. She's like, come on, little catapult, you can do it, buddy.
Alacrity catapult, what a delightful thing.
The Aghanims, Willow says no. Yeah, I do think we need to go back and talk about this Aghanims Willow, because I don't think it's something that either of us were expecting from this game. I thought Thunder were looking to play the tempo to keep themselves ahead. It's pretty hard to do that when the Willow's going Midas Ags and not getting you any save items or anything.
If Thunder are to win this game, it's because Knight bought Midas, Ags, MKB, Moonshard, Dragonlance, and just killed the Medusa every single fight. We're about 25 minutes away from that.
Druid in a lot of trouble again up here in the top side, being thrown around, just being free-casted on by the Invoker. And now comes a Water Park. He can't get away, thrown around by the Tidal Wave. I mean, they need to finish the job here. They need a bit more damage. Meanwhile, Insania's been killed off by Knight, and actually, Phantom's rolling in. They're turning this into aggressive play, and he's just being healed up by his bear. They're going to kill off Nisha instead. The Medusa, she was not home because she's still sieging. She hasn't got the memo, so they're not going for high ground anymore. And now Mickey could be in some trouble, but Boxy here to back him up, chases Sladam away. Sladam just going to go back, wait for the Shadow Demon's Demonic Purge to come off him, and maybe think about re-engaging, but no, the team's not set up for it.
Yeah, Liquid's playing kind of like a split game right now. It's like half of them want to end the game and try and go for some racks. The other half are going for kills. Thunder Awaken are just like, oh, there's an opportunity, let's go. And I will be intrigued to know if Thunder Awaken can get to the point where they're instantly killing off Medusa, because you got MKB on the Willow, MKB on the Lone Druid. She isn't going to be as strong as other Medusa games. The main question is, can they actually lock onto her for the entire fight? Especially when the Water Park's in play, plus the SD disruptions to save her. Will also Liquid actually use Medusa in the next fight? Like, again, they've been quite split in how they're playing the map.
Yeah, Medusa has been definitely playing her own game, Mickey, from start to finish. Which is what you need from Medusa, to be fair, but It's all about this next Roshan, though. 1 minute 30 until it's up. Oh dear, Insania. He's been called out, and it's very confusing on Thunder because Knight is a carry and Knight is the POS 4. But this game, they're both carries, so there's no way to distinguish them anymore.
Yeah, we can give MVP to Knight.
Who do you want to give MVP to? Ask production. Knight.
Give it to Knight, guys, please.
Tonight.
Thanks. Yeah, Thunder Awaken. It honestly feels like they might just be content with a little bit more of a farm game. Like, this Willow kind of is becoming a potential powerhouse down the line. Of course, not right now. We're still in, like, you know, Keck W territory of itemization, but it's gonna grow on you.
Okay, you could call it that. Let's see. I mean, MKB is going to be the next target, so that's kind of showing you the thought process, you know? Like, I just wants to be the Medusa bully. Wants to be the anti-carry. It's not about just killing off supports. It's about going for the big targets and giving his team the damage he needs. Which I can understand, you know, going late game with this draft. The Earth Spirit, he still does a lot of magic damage, but you want a little bit more, but now I've actually caught out Sladam. Sladam's going to roll up to the high ground, gets on top of Nisha. This is his target. BKB pop from Nisha. They just have to turn around and try and block the Earth Spirit. That's not really happening as Medusa's feared up. She's having some trouble here, down to only 700 mana. A little bit scary for Mike as he now gets held solid, so actually just pops the Stone Gaze just before he freezes to make sure he's going to be AP. Meanwhile, Zai, beautiful tidal wave coming up on the 2-2, then caught onto Nisha with the tornado. They're throwing it all into Medusa. Though Medusa needs some help. She needs it now. They need to come in and save Mike. Mike trying to stand his ground and fight the disruptions there from Boxy. No way does Mike survive this. Knight's Bear, he's on the case and will finally finish the job. The snake is dead, the bear is supreme. And now they look over towards Boxy as well. Boxy cannot move. They're going to turn around, just blow up the main hero instead. They don't need to bother with the bear. They'll go for the druid and they kill him off as well. Liquid 3 survive versus only 1 on the side of Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, it's Boxy doing such a good job there, prolonging the fight just long enough with that Medusa, but also Mickey just standing his ground. And Thunder Awaken, they're like kind of close to killing her, but not close enough. But then the fact it just takes so long, Liquid are able to just regroup, reassess the fight, and then finally kill off that Thunder Awaken aggression there. And yeah, this is where are we at? I keep just clicking on Willow, I won't lie. I'm a simple man. I'm just like, okay, where is Willow at her point yet? But no. And yeah, we just saw in the Invoker, he is going to be going towards the Aghanims. So in future fights, Overgrowth or Torrent Storm into Cataclysm, these supports could potentially just go down through just getting hit by these insane spells of the late game.
I mean, we've seen 2 fights go almost the exact same way now, where they're just trying to throw everything at the Medusa. They almost get her down. They get down to the HP pool, and then she's just narrowly kept alive.
It helps because like she's got Alacrity, she's got Living Armor, there's Medallion, Drum. Like, there's a lot of ways for her just to be buffed up, and in her final moments of life, she can pump out so much damage to then help her team convert on, you know, actually winning the game or winning not the game but the engagement.
Yeah, about 12k damage dealt in the last fight. So Nico definitely, you know, the longer he stays alive, the more he's going to get off. I don't know. I think Sladam needs to think about targeting this this Shadow Demon. He's doing way too much in these engagements, but he's got Aether Lens Blink Dagger. He's not in the fights. He's like another map away, just waiting to jump in. But here we go. Roshan has respawned. He's sitting, waiting in the pit. And both teams know it as we set up for the Roche fight. Hello, looking at Bear. Sladam, he sees his target, he sees Boxy, but Boxy, he's even got an Ogre Steel Totem to try and get himself away. Jump in, 2-man, stun from Illich, not bad. And they're going to try and turn onto Zai. Zai is gone. The damage is there, but look at this. They're turning him around. Stone Gaze out with the split shots, blasting them down. Knight's the only one to drop so far, but they're pretty low on resources. They need to get themselves away. Druid, he is gone, can't fight without his Bear. Illich, unfortunately, going to get left behind, but TP's out regardless, apparently. Okay. Tries to find him with a Sunstrike. That's not going to connect, but even though they survive mostly on the side of Thunder Awakens, they leave the Roshan area, and this is going to allow Medusa to get into the pit. How quickly can they recover and get back on the map inside of the Thunder Awaken? I think not quickly enough.
They are slowly getting so tanky, and it is getting so hard for them to take the fight. And Ooh. I need to double check something. We have a quite all right, important update, guys. I know we got multiple games happening at the same time, but if you are a Thunder Awakened fan, Shopify did just lose their second game. So if Thunder Awakened are able to get victory in this game, they are not eliminated. They claw themselves back into a tiebreaker against Shopify. So it isn't as simple as they're just out now. Like this game, it means their entire TI run.
No pressure then. But they are playing for something at least. And they're trying to do it on the back of the Midas Willow, the back of a Lone Druid. It's a crazy, crazy strategy here, but it might just work out. Bear's about to come back in about 1 second, and there we go. Thunder Awaken, they have their carry back. I'm unsure of where the second Spirit Bear was. Might have just been on cooldown from when he died before, but it's kind of awkward in that fight when you do lose the bear in the middle of the engagement. You just can't fight anymore. You can't contest Roshan either, so. Willow, though, does now complete the Monkey King bar, so has the Aghanim Scepter, has a Monkey King bar, 40 damage, 45 attack speed, pierces evasion, Midas as well, 35 attack speed, going for the Moonshard next as well.
She's going to become quite a threat to this Medusa for sure. It helps that Medusa does have Silver Edge, so going to be able to just disengage if there's no detection. On top of that, you have Disruption. It isn't the perfect Willow game to become the carry and just kill from a distance. There's going to be a lot of things that Thunder Awaken needs to kind of just, tick within the fight, get those check boxes going, and detection, make sure you kind of survive through your Sages. And for Liquid, just fundamentally just respect the fact that Thunder Awaken are scaling, even though the game is feeling a little bit Liquid favored. Like there is always this comeback potential. Like they do so much damage if they can get through it. And
oh my god,
the graphs just a little bit back and forth here. But yeah, Liquid now slowly trying to get themselves a bit of a healthier lead outside of just this kind of 5-6k territory.
Yep, just gonna help with that as well. Whoa, Boxy! that was deep. Sladden playing around here. Both teams very cautious of one another. Mickey is doing the damage to the towers. Illich jumps in, they kick in the Medusa. They want to try and catch Mickey on his first life, but he is going to pop the Stone Gaze. So far out of position, he needs to get back to his team, and he will. Pretty low on mana now. Not really any decent way to restore it. Oh, never mind. Cheese in the backpack could get that in if he wants, but Liquid, they're going to wait for now. Try and use some snakes and get that all-important mana back. Get healthy.
Yeah, and Mickey, he's opting to go for the Aghanims. He kind of feels like he's lacking just a little bit of control around him. So go for the Aghs, allows his Mystic Snake to turn those heroes to stone and amp up a little bit more damage. And at this point, yeah, it's kind of a perfectly fine item choice here. Some people might argue, it's satanic and stuff, but with the AA removing the healing, then sure. I think this is just a kind of nice bit of respect towards what he's against. And Centaur, he thinks he's tanky.
He's not.
But he's not.
He's nothing. That's not a Centaur, that's just a horse. And now going on to the barracks, Mickey doing the real damage, but kicks back once again in the same position as before. And this time should be losing agent, but no, once again, Boxy gets the disruption, delays the inevitable, and look at the water fire just going to work. They need to get away, but they can't. It's too much damage coming out from the side of Team Liquid. Sure, Mickey's finally dead. The Willow's finally getting off her damage, but so is the Druid, and he has no buyback at the moment. This is critical. Mickey's back, and he has a cheese as well, so it's not even like the Aegis was his only form of jumping back into this. Barak is gonna fall. Top lane is down. Do Liquid stop here? I don't think so. 2 heroes dead without buyback on the side of Thunder Awaken.
Centaur uses buyback in the previous fight. They're going to try and keep in, but instant Hex.
So much damage out into Sladam, and he's Xboxed as well. Does he have a BKB? He doesn't. He's in trouble. Stunned up. Torrent, it's on him. He's going down. The Medusa doing too much damage to Sladam. Sladam is gone. Does have the buyback. Immediate smoke out. They need to make something work here. 25 seconds until Ice Blast. That might be what you're waiting for here. Shadow Realm coming out once again, just volleying out the damage onto Mickey. Mickey, he's got the cheese, of course, so never in any real trouble here. And there comes that cheese. So now all your forms of coming back into this. And got and the kickbacks there once again. Can the real carry do it? The Willow, she's fighting from the backlines, but the Stone Gaze is out, and that is going to delay the Willow. She's turned to stone, can't get off the damage anymore, but Sladam escapes on the sidelines. Pretty clutch plays, honestly, coming out from Thunder with just 3 heroes. They're able to chase back Liquid. Ice Blast, it connects onto the Medusa, but I don't think they can chase out this far. You can't fight on your low ground at the moment. But still, Knight and Sladam keeping them in the game.
I feel like for Liquid, though, they just need to wait for the next X mark, allow Mickey to TP back to base, X mark back, get full mana. Even throwing in the clarity, and for Liquid, it is just reset. Look for bot rats, get that Mega Creeps and Thunder Awaken. They need to find some magical entry to this next engagement.
It's not a good game for them if they get Mega, I'd say. Like, you don't have one of these drafts which can really deal with it, I don't think.
Yeah.
You will be stuck in your base, hiding behind your druid. Illusion's coming up to the high ground, Slam just kicking them away, Zai looking for any way he can get off an X. I'm not seeing here, but doesn't really seem to care. Where is Medusa? I mean, Mickey's just farming a camp nearby. Mickey's not committed to this at all.
Right, is it safe yet, guys? Nope. All right, fair enough. Jungle's my friend. They could also just do it like death by 1,000 cuts, right? Like you got SD and Medusa, just send in the illusions, do it for free. Take the range rack first, wait for a second, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing.
But they jump in, they find Zai, kick back. They need some more damage than this, though. He's going to get off the BKB, and now Sladam comes rolling on across, but the water park, the boat, everything's coming down before Zai dies. And that's going to make it a very awkward engagement, but it is enough to force back Liquid for now. Although Mickey does see Sladam here and just wants to force him out. That's the thing, like every time they step out of the base, it does seem like Liquid are willing to go and engage them. But good catch from Thunder. Finds the Kunkka. Again, these goddamn illusions. Willow doing her best to deal with them. First Hyperstone has been completed from the Willow, by the way, so the secondary carry is close to being an absolute monster.
Yes. Liquid, though, they just need to wait. Get the Kunkka to respawn, bring him back down to the bottom side of the map, and then
You think an Aegis is
maybe expect
necessary?
Liquid to... I feel like they've got one siege without Aegis, and they're hexing up Sladam right now.
He's got a BKB. Not really how he wants to use it, but I guess if it gets him a kill onto Insania, then that's all right. Although, the Centaur, he's been chunked. Once again, this Medusa just annihilating him, but, okay, getting jumped by Knight now. The Bear's on top, and they're going to be able to force out the Stone Gaze. That's his first defensive tool gone. Still has the BKB, though. But Sladam in from the side, the kickback. He's still trying to keep this fight alive. He's still trying to keep the fight going for them. And Mickey, he's getting pretty low on the old mana right now as the pit's coming in for the Dark Willow. But Sladam is gone, and the Bear's lying down on the floor as well. But the resummon is there. They'll look onto Nisha. Nisha's losing his health. He's gone. Big Foxy, he needs to leave. Ogre Steel Totem Disruption. I mean, Mickey just needs to get out. Why is he sticking around here? The rest of the team, they're coming back in. Liquid. This is a crazy old play, but with no Sladam, they don't think they can fight, and they might be right. Bear going to be the target right now. The Druid taking some heavy hits. Willow just trying to get herself back. Still no Druid buyback available. Does not have the cash. And Liquid, they get started on the bottom lane. Barrack for jump in. Stun. Mickey in trouble. Mickey's going to drop. They don't have buyback on the Medusa. The game might not be over yet somehow, but Knight, he's getting beaten down. Does he have buyback? Yes, he does. Immediately use it without hesitation. Will he get here in time to save the Centaur? I don't think so. Centaur is gone. And now it is one Knight versus the world. I don't think it's happening for Thunder. They fight very, very hard, but their final lane of Barrack is going to fall.
This is the last time that you might be seeing Thunder Awakens Ancient in their road to the International. If this is to go down, then they are eliminated, and there's no buyback, so it kind of gonna happen.
Yep, 40 seconds for the Druid, 60 for the Medusa, but they can push without her. Nisha is here. He's got the damage they need. Tier 4 tower, first one's gonna drop. Thunder, all they can do is watch. It's such an awkward position to be in, and now the boat's coming down. The Yulls, they catch out the Willow. Knight is gone, and good night. GG is called. Thunder Awaken. Their dream ends here. It was always going to be a long shot for them to make a deep run at this TI, and Liquid will stomp out their hopes.
Yeah, for Liquid, it was quite impressive stuff. And yeah, unfortunately for Thunder Awaken, they are going to be the first team eliminated. And I think they put on some commendable games. They nearly even put Shopify in a position of having to play tiebreakers. But yeah, that is going to be them out. And unfortunately, we do have to see them go.
It's tough. It's a very tough situation to be in. You can feel the emotion here from this team, but great win from Team Liquid, of course. You know, there's a really good performance, and we expect nothing less from them. You know, these guys, they're one of our deep contenders, and we do expect the best from them, and that's exactly what they bought. Great contender, great game, honestly, coming out, like, fantastic series coming out from both these teams. It was very, very fun to watch. And yeah, that's going to just about do it for this one. I mean, it's tough because, you know, you tried to make this Druid and Willow thing work, and it just didn't really come together for them.
Yeah, again, they had some kind of creative approaches to it, and that's what you love to see from a team coming into the Rotate International. You want to have that kind of X factor. But yeah, it just didn't click. They only had, what, it was like 48 hours to be able to either get through groups or not. And of course, it's one of the toughest tournaments in the year just because of how the schedule goes and how ruthless it can be. So yeah.
Tough times, tough times. Let's throw it back to the panel to break down this series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Of course, Thunder Awaken find themselves the first team eliminated from the road to the International, and that means one less South American representative who could even make it to the International. We thank them for their games, especially Game 2. That's incredibly entertaining. But nonetheless, an L was copped, and they are gone. But Dota still has to continue. The show must go on, gentlemen. I'm joined on panel by Lizard and Winter. Winter, you've been in this position before, sadly. After a first tournament, right, as a squad like this, your first big LAN, it's TI, it's kind of a difficult situation. What's the communication supposed to be like in order to calm the temperature down, make sure everyone's not too sad?
Well, we try not to think about it too much, just go home. Go home, take a break, and talk about it after. I mean, obviously, it's going to be very saddening, you know, having to exit the tournament this early. But at the end of the day, you have to try to get the positive out of it, you know. What did we learn? How did we improve as a team? And why are we losing to the other stronger teams, you know? What do we have to do to improve?
And what about you, Lizard? Did you see any positives from Thunder Awaken now that they are gone? What do you think they should be building upon before their next tournament?
I actually did see a lot of positives. Like, there were a couple of games in which they were clearly outdrafted, or maybe they lacked some things in their game plan. But when you look at this last game versus Liquid, that's our definitely one of the favorites in the whole tournament. Like, they put up a fierce fight. As long as they have the heroes to play with, like as long as they have this super active early game to mid game, like some Earth Spirits, Ancient Apparitions, heroes that open the SA aggressiveness up, right? Like if they have those, they shine. And I wonder what would have happened, what could have happened if they had those yesterday and in the previous series, instead of some Omni Knights and Treants and all these passive ones.
Well, the passivity of the Thunder Awaken side didn't necessarily work in their favor. But speaking of passivity and of hero selection in Winter, we were having a sort of discussion off camera about Lone Druid, a hero that's been dominating pubs but has made very few appearances here in the group so far. Why do you think that is? What makes him so good in pubs but not necessarily applicable in tournament games?
I think in pubs, it's more chaotic. The games are a little bit like a lot of random things happening. And I think Lone Druid, he's able to capitalize on a lot of the small little things, especially after you win your lane. He's very strong in the lane, and you get he has a couple of item builds that you can go, like sometimes you see the Diffusal, sometimes you see the Radiance, and I feel like any hero that can snowball from the lane generally is a very strong hero in public games, you know. But in a team game, you have to be able to understand what to pick around that hero. It's not just about this hero is very, very strong, and we're just going to pick the hero, and we're going to be able to do well, you know. I think a good example would be Bristleback. Like some of the teams that are abusing Bristleback, you have to look at why are they winning with Bristleback? What are the other components they are picking with the Bristleback? It's not just about what the Bristleback is doing in the game.
I think one of the best squads will be able to make us understand exactly what is required to draft a good squad around a hero is this Team Liquid. Because early on, Lizard, they were not doing well. They're losing the game. Look where this fight is happening, very deep on their side of the map. A lesser team would not have been able to recover in the fashion that they did, but they clearly understand the pieces to their puzzle and how to make it work eventually.
Yeah, because in the game of Dota, you can't have everything. You can't have the ultimate early game win condition together with an ultimate late game win condition such as Medusa, right? Like you have to have your weak points, and teams usually compromise on what you can get out of the draft. It's a mind game. In this one, Liquid obviously went for the later portions of the game, right? Like you have the Alacrity plus Medusa, and if you do reach the late game stages, you should be winning. However, for Team Liquid, this game was surprisingly uncharacteristically abundant with mistakes, like on that mid lane in particular. Like you could see a lot of failed rotations, not something that you see very often from them, but they were also under a ton of pressure. Like just when you look at these heroes from Thunder Awaken, they were born and made to just completely destroy you in that early to mid game. That's why maybe Liquid looked a little bit weaker in those portions, but later on, once they got everything they needed on the Invoker and the Medusa, they just showed what they have.
I suppose in this game as well.
Yeah, it was also a nice thing, you know, if you feel like you're the weaker team and you draft like a more early game lineup. Because if you play a long game against a better team, chances are you're going to have a higher percentage of making more mistakes compared to the stronger team. So I kind of like their approach this game, even though they couldn't close out the game, but it was a good attempt.
It was a very good attempt indeed, and Thunder Awaken still covered themselves in a little bit of glory here. The unfortunate part is that this is their last showing here on the road to the International. And this is also one of these situations, Lizard, where there's pressure, yes, coming from the heroes from the side of Thunder Awaken, but there's also more external pressure on them. They know they have to win this game. There's no other option. Liquid, they're already first. Doesn't really matter that much.
Of course, for Thunder Awaken, this is do or die, and unfortunately, they didn't make it. Unfortunately, but I do like the fact that they went out with all guns blazing, right? Like, they didn't just give up. You could see some really strong emotions after on the cameras. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Someone has to go home.
Somebody indeed has to go home, but the victors here today on the side of Team Liquid, they get to stay in the game. And of course, Team Liquid, what would they be without a water-based hero? It was Morphling in the past. Now it's Kunkka.
I don't know, man.
What do you think? What do you guys make of this hero right now?
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at Liquid and all the smirks on all their MVP pictures. Like, they already won TI, like at least when it comes to this.
They feel really good. I kind of like this itemization. I'm still not sure how I feel about this hero here, but we'll talk about Kunkka in a little bit.
Kunkka is amazing, I think, right? Like, he's in a really good spot. Like, all these offlaners that are beefy and can buy a blade mail, I feel they're in a really good spot. And Kunkka is exactly one of those. Centaur on the other side as well.
Yeah.
Like, he was picked by Thunder Awaken, didn't win in this particular situation, but I think that hero is going to be picked quite a bit.
I mean, we see that right now. The most picked offlaners in the game, or at least at this tournament, have been Bristleback and Centaur, so it does kind of make sense. Of course, Team Liquid didn't necessarily go for those heroes in the second game, but they get the dub nonetheless, which means that they sit at the top of their respective group. It also means, looking at these standings, there's a very interesting thing. Not just this game eliminating Thunder Awaken, this game, Winter, this saved Shopify Rebellion. Rebellion right now should be sending flowers to the Team Liquid team and saying, thanks, boys, you made life easy for us.
Yeah, time for them to figure out how to improve on the draft, you know. Like, I feel like the drafting phase has been something that they did really well doing Dream League, and they were able to get a good result. But here, it kind of feels like they're not 100% sure about what heroes to prioritize. They've been picking Arteezy's hero early during Dream League, and right now his hero is being picked later. And I feel like when his hero is shown early and you pick like Sablight's hero later, I feel like the game plan is much better for them. Whereas if they leave Arteezy's hero to later and a lot of the picks are being banned, they kind of struggle to come up with a concise strategy to win the game.
That definitely makes sense to me. Of course, Thunder Awaken is gone. SMG and Evil Geniuses are finding themselves in a very awkward spot because if they fail to collect some points today, it guarantees that one of them will be going home. And that leads us quite nicely into our next matchup. EG taking on the side of 9 Pandas. Here, 9 Pandas just need the win to potentially get up to second place. But for Evil Geniuses, if they do not win the game, best case scenario is tiebreakers. And do you really, Lizard, want to have your fate of going towards the playoffs on the road to the International be held in just one tiebreaker game?
Yeah, 100% not, but you might not have an option because 9 Pandas right now are looking really damn strong. At the same time, I have to say and have to admit, EG in the morning series versus Team Spirit, they did put up quite a strong fight, and I believe that if they play the same way versus 9 Pandas, we might see a 1-1, maybe even a 2-0.
It was actually very interesting that he brings up that matchup here, Winter, because when we saw Game 2 relative to Game 1, the thing you were mentioning about being the weaker team and trying to play faster, they sort of did that in Game 2, right? We saw Chris Luck on his Pangolier playing extremely aggressively on the map. Whisper was actually having a phenomenal time. So if you're them right now, do you just say, forget everything we've done up until this point, forget all our preparation, just do what we did in that game and we'll be fine?
Yeah, if you get the Bristol back, I think they can do the same thing. But what if you don't get the Bristol back? I feel like on the off lane, there are very few heroes that can actually play and do like what a Bristleback can do. The Bristleback is
unique.
Yeah, he's unique and he's essentially the carry. So you are trying to basically pick around it. You know, it's a very polarizing hero. And normally, if you look at the current meta, a lot of the polarizing heroes are the carry heroes, where you're playing around the carry. So Bristleback is a different one. So if you get it, sure, you can do the same game plan. But if you don't get it, then you have to hope that you have to win with the other heroes. You know, you have to figure out something you can do with the carry.
This is actually interesting, Lizard, because back when Evil Geniuses were doing well at the beginning of the year, they were doing so primarily with strong performances from the offlane. And back then, it wasn't Bristleback, but Timbersaw able to sort of command attention, take over the game.
Yep.
So it feels like whenever they do that, that's generally when they can win and be strong.
Yeah, they also tend to really lose or break down in the mid game when their own safe lane isn't doing that well. So they focus a lot on their offlane and they can do well, but they also have to focus on the enemy offlane to shut him down, to make their lives a little bit easier. It looks like for them at least, it's the patch of the offlane.
Patch of the offlane always going to be the same way for Evil Geniuses. Of course, for 9 Pandas, they have one of the premier carry players in the world in the form of Ramses, and this is, for the most part, Winter, a carry patch. One thing I've been very surprised, though, by is the fact that they haven't been picking Kiyotaka's his heroes, right? They've been making him play these more strength heroes, the flair of, like, his Tinkers, his Embers. They're like, nah, bro. You play safe. Let Ramses carry this one today.
He's a greedier mid laner, I feel like. And with the current patch, because you have to play for your carry or the off laner, the mid laner feels like the off lane right now, because he's the player that needs to move around. And he needs to be playing with the supports and helping the carries. And he likes to play like Tinker, for example. You know, when I think of Kiyotaka, I always think about his Tinker.
Yeah.
And right now, the hero hasn't been picked or banned, you know. So it's not the patch for this kind of niche mid heroes.
So you're saying you don't want to see Kiyotaka first pick Arc Warden again?
It's like you have these two seniors on your side, right? Like you have Ramses and Solo and these 3 kids, and you gotta do what the older bros tell you, or you're gonna have your ass beat. So it is what it is. Give Ramses that TB or whatever, make him carry, and you can run around with some Kunkka, create space.
Actually, speaking Lizard, remember back in the day when Ramses and Solo were on that epic VP team, right? That was just dominating competition for year on year on year. Do you think this particular squad of 9 Pandas has the potential to get back and bring them back to that level of Dota again?
I'm not sure if it has the potential to bring them to the same level of fame, because they had some remarkable major wins, and also I believe they're the team that won BTS with every single hero, right? Like, they picked.
Not everyone. Puppy banned the last 2, I think.
Oh, okay, he ruined the dream.
Yeah,
he ruined the dream, but it still counts, I believe. However, this Virtus Pro has, 9 Pandas, they have a lot of potential with Solo and Ramses. And I believe they can recreate that flame a little bit, at least for the Eastern scene. But it's a long way to stardom, like the old squad.
It is indeed a long way to stardom. On the other side, Winter, their opponents in the form of Evil Geniuses, we've seen the heights that they can reach. Let's say that this tournament doesn't end up going well for them, right? Do we have to have another South American shuffle to make sure the scene stays as strong as it should be?
It's kind of surprising that we are in this discussion, because we keep saying that it's a carry patch, right? And they have Pakas. You know, Pakas used to be hailed as one of the best carries from South America. And I feel like right now their issue is about... I'm not sure if a roster change will help, but their issue is fundamental, you know, like how they are distributing the resources between the 3 cores, and how they're moving on the map with the supports. Because generally you see the mid laner, like he's moving with the 2 supports, you know, and maybe in a different position on the game. Sometimes the carries, the carry player has to come up and play around it. And I feel like in a lot of their games, it's kind of like the mid laner sometimes not doing enough, you know, like C-Smile, he's losing his lane, maybe a little bit too much, and he's on a hero that needs to do a lot to make space, and you can't do that, right, if your lane has gone so badly.
Yeah. Absolutely not. Well, right now, Evil Geniuses, they need this win if they want to have a hope of staying in the tournament, if they do not want to join Thunder Awaken on an early flight home to South America. Of course, Nine Pandas are looking to try to get themselves second place in this group. Let's find out exactly what's going to be taking place as we get into the matchup of Nine Pandas versus Evil Geniuses.
Thank you, Snell. We're ready to go for our Game 1 South America up against Eastern Europe. We've got the boys on Evil Geniuses taking on Nine Pandas and Denog. A very, very important series as well. Potentially our final series of the day. Hopefully we get some tiebreakers though, but currently EG in a very difficult position where this is a must win, do or die for them against Nine Pandas.
Precarious, isn't it? I mean, we've got SMG playing at the exact same time. They're playing for their tournament lives as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. Basically, only Group B is locked in as having no tiebreakers at this point. Thunder Awaken sadly eliminated. And then we've really got people at the very top of each of the different groups. You know, a big difference between those top players and the rest going beyond them. And the crazy thing is, even regardless of all of that, you've got, what was it, Tundra, Liquid, LGD, and Spirit. They've still got a tiebreaker to come, well, Phase 2 will call it, or the group stage tomorrow or the day after. And if they lose that, they start in the lower brackets. So it's a really interesting group stage here in the road to the international, but you got to get past that group stage first as, you see a bit of a familiar face there in the background, don't you, for Nine Pandas? There's DM, obviously fresh off of a stint with OG, but he's clearly lending his thoughts and his experience from over the years. He's got a great relationship with a lot of the boys, and I wonder how much of him was involved with picking this Enigma, because it is one of his better heroes, but we've really seen it be played a whole lot more in those support positions so far this tournament, haven't we?
Yeah, overall, like, what do you think of the changes that we got out of the most recent letter patch? I know there were a lot more buffs to the Enigma Eidolon. What was it? The cooldown, so the bounty cost was reduced. The cooldown was reduced,
and something like that.
Yeah.
Four bounty reduced. At level 1, 20 seconds lower cooldown, which means that you actually have 100% uptime on it at level 1, which is pretty enormous, right? Also, mana cost reduced as well. So all these little things really do start to add up. It means that you're a lot more, like, remember the support Enigmas that just didn't put any points in the Eidolons just because you wanted that late game threat, you wanted a little bit of that farming potential, even after the nerf where you couldn't convert your creeps anymore. But I know it feels like it's actually a pretty decent lane overall. We've seen, though, in the past, the Kunkka is a pretty decent response to it, and I have to wonder if this is going to be an off-lane Kunkka for Whisper, just because it has been something that EG specifically really do like to switch between both their mid and off-lane. And I mean, against an Enigma, if it's being played in the position 5, which Solo has been the one to play at the majority of the time, it really just rips those Eidolons a new one.
Yeah, right. We saw yesterday as well when EG were versing SMG. They, 2 games in a row was the first phase conquer. So, of course, it's something that they seem to be very comfortable with. And we got a bit of a physical damage minus armor strategy going on as well, potentially at the moment from EG.
Seconds remaining.
You're not thinking that they're going to go back for the old Picard's PA, do you?
Oh, I mean, they could.
Dominated. He went 21-0-10 in that series against SMG. It was not a contest at all once he got that early-ish level of farm. So we'll have to wait and see. They still have a few options open to them. Dazzle, of course, I believe has been the most picked hero overall so far this tournament.
Really?
Or at least really up there. Yeah, I picked up a few stats over the time. Let me actually bring those up for myself. Number 1 contested hero is Pango, but I'm pretty sure Dazzle is the number 1 picked hero so far this tournament. And Pango had like a 38% win rate before today. So just stop picking it, guys. You know, it's getting a little bit stale and it's not even that good.
Oh, my stats is otherwise.
Oh, wait, no, never mind. Dazzle banned a crap ton. That's the one. Yeah, don't worry. There's so many heroes, man. I keep getting my stuff confused.
I get it. There's been some, there's been some interesting ones. I see, Ancient Apparition is kind of on the rise, and this was something that we were speaking about yesterday with, like, the Phoenix and the Life Sealer, but potentially deal with a lot of the tanky meta that we're starting to get. And I know today we've seen Ancient Apparition start to be picked up a little bit more. So I don't think we'll get it this game in particular, but potentially in the next game we can talk about it, and maybe in the following series as well. But it's always exciting to see, like, day 1, kind of the progression of the meta to day 2, and then you're further down the tournament as well.
You have to wonder with this Muerta as well, right? It's something that Ramses, of course, can play, but we've really seen the prominence of Muerta really start to pick up as a support too. And, you know, you mentioned the AA. It's a small possibility of coming out. Like if this Dazzle is mid, if this Conqueror is off lane, if this Venge is like a position 4. Just because against the Muerta specifically with that Aghanim Shard, with the lifesteal, you really start to impact it in that way. But then again, you could just throw it to being a support, right? And that's nowhere near as much of a viable option. So we'll have to see. I think it's too early to commit that much in the form of like an AA, just because Dazzle, Venge, AA feels real squish and you're just going to get run over completely.
Yeah, I don't think this game.
Not this game.
Pandas.
I'm still waiting. Gunnar finally got that mid ogre working, and they won the game. I don't think it was entirely up to him, but we saw a mid ogre Magi. Wasn't the Chris Luck one that I was wanting to see, but you know, it's come out. That's what all I wanted.
Interesting Sven pick though for Pandas. Of course, you've got the natural way to buff your team up against the high physical damage that we're currently seeing from EG. So that Warcry and the eventual Shard's going to be quite nice. Probably revealing that the Muerta will be played as a support now too.
Mm-hmm. Even just against the Dazzle, right? It feels pretty effective. Poison Touch is physical. You've got a lot of right clicks happening. Even Shadow Wave is physical. If you get into the Aghanim Scepter, if it is indeed being played as a core, you know, you're getting a lot of right clicks being laid out from that. So yeah, the Warcry does feel pretty nice against all of that. And the team fight is just overwhelming right now from 9 Pandas.
So how do you feel like you address that on EG? Do you try and, you know, dabble a little bit into your own team fight, or do you go away from that, just look for kind of small skirmishes across the map?
I think you can go for small skirmishes. You can be really clever about things as well, right? Like a swap into a tidal wave back so that you completely isolate someone away from the rest of the team. But the issue is that I feel like they're still lacking a little bit of damage for this this early stage here. So that's what I think they need to be prioritizing a little bit more. And I'm sure that's the discussion that's going on. Like, do they need to run this Conqueror in the mid lane, or does it need to still be that Conqueror responding to the Enigma that's most likely going to be played as a position 5? And, well, it's going to take a little bit of time to get to that stage, but certainly one of the best late game carries in all of Dota is that Faceless Void.
And I do like how they've kept the flex, right, of the Conquer Dazzle. So showing your Picard's hero now means that, like, yes, EG don't have Ultra last pick, so you will have to reveal it shortly, but it's still going to keep a little bit of uncertainty going into this last phase of bans for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, well, they don't really have a ton of damage to actually lay into the Chronosphere, though, right? Yes, Dazzle, if played as a core, can look to do it, but it isn't that real burst that you're hoping for. And that's really what you need when you consider what you're going up against, right? Like Chrono almost exclusively then would need to be used onto the Dawn, just because if not, she's going to ulti and save a lot of the damage that's getting done. You've also got stuff like the Deadshot, pre-BKB. You're just disrupted from a lot of the damage that you're trying to do within the Chronosphere. Even just layering down a Midnight Pulse feels pretty horrible. So it's not exactly the easiest Faceless Void game, but I understand why they've done it. Picard has shown time and time again that he is capable of carrying games if you give him the farm to be able to get to that stage. My main worry is that 9 Pandas are just going to be able to pick up the tempo way too much with super strong lanes, super strong farmers. You've got people that are able to make a lot of stacks. So, yeah, it'll be certainly a bit of a challenge.
What are you currently preferring, as in where they put the Dazzle and the Conquer? Because, again, those are the big things that we need to see them try and work out on what role they're wanting to go. So do you have a preference currently if the Conquer is going to be up against the Enigma? You know, if the Dazzle's mid, what are you wanting?
Well, the issue is that Evil Geniuses don't have last pick overall, right? So they're not going to know what this mid lane is that they're going to be going up against. So ideally, you would love to have that sort of situation where you could say, you know what, we're confident with the Conquer being able to flex at the very last minute. I think you just got to play with what you know right now. And I feel like Conquer plus, let's say, a Vengeful Spirit is going to be, you know, a pretty decent lane if played together, right? All of that minus armor plus the Tiebringer feels really good.
Evil Geniuses turn to pick.
Deep ban. Okay, we saw that in yesterday's series with Zazure, right? We saw Summoners try and port it out in their victory versus Thunder Awaken, so it had a very good performance.
There was no try.
Yeah,
he was the MVP. Absolutely, and it is one of the better answers to the Conquer, so maybe that does reveal the fact that they do want to run it as a mid, but then again, they banned the Pango, which Conquer is one of the better answers too. So they're really not really being revealing too much of anything, but they're going to need to right now.
See, both sides don't have too much reserve time to be able to work out what their last pick is going to be. What do we got from EG? It's going to be the Nyx Assassin. So a very like classic, when Dawnbreaker was introduced, a response to her. We don't even know if it's going mid lane. I know some people even attempted for that to happen. I think we saw it at Dream League a couple times. In fact, I think Kiyotaka played it. So
10
see.
seconds remaining.
This is interesting. I mean, it doesn't really resolve any of the issues that I was talking about, right, in terms of that damage into the Chronosphere. But if they're just saying, you know what, we actually don't want to take team fights, they've got overwhelming damage, we're just going to look to go for a bit more of the pick-off route, right? The sort of strategy that I was talking about. It's going to be a mid-conker, it's going to be a position 4 Nyx Assassin, and an off-lane Dazzle coming through. Okay, something a little bit different. But, I mean, it feels okay. I'm just a little bit worried about, you know, their tower taking potential, the fact that I think the lanes might be all right for them, but if you're not going to be able to land a lot of these pickoffs, and, you know, if you have Miero who's in a position to be able to get a lot of these saves off, I know the Nyx Assassin does disrupt that, and I'm personally favoring 9 Pandas draft right now. How about yourself?
Just seems like well-rounded, right, on the Pandas draft. So, like you said, if you've covered a lot of things, and we're going to have to see what EG can pull out of the hat here. Seems a little bit more volatile, but, you know, this is your heroes we don't get too often. I know Dazzle's kind of rising popularity, but it is an off-lane Dazzle. The Nyx Assassin, you know, how many kills are you going to be able to get across the map? Because you will be able to combine with a Conquer who is going to utilize that vision incredibly well to help with these rotations across the map and, you know, getting involved with the early boat. So we'll have to see. I mean, Matthew really likes these style of heroes, though. You know, the Bounty, the Ricky, the Nyx as well on top of that. But I agree. I do prefer 9 Pandas draft, but let's see what EG can pull out.
Yeah, I'm also interested, like, it is going to be that solo Enigma as well, and you'd have to say that a Dazzle plus a Nyx Assassin, not the greatest at being able to lane up against it. Of course, the Poison Touch, once you get some more levels into it, you're going to be able to, you know, hit every single one of them with that damage. But at level 1, it's just the 2 targets. It's also quite a long cooldown, and there's a decent amount of right-click damage looking to come out as well.
Let's get ourselves underway here for game 1. A very important series as a whole. Like we said, to lead into the draft, EG, you're needing to get some wins. You're currently tied with SMG at the bottom of Group A with 1 and 5. And for 9 Pandas, they're still not even guaranteed a first and second finish in Group A. So they'd love to have that better seeding going into Phase 2.
Just to avoid the kings of the groups, right?
Yes, that is exactly why. So which we'll see. This is very exciting. These two teams as well have played off against each other multiple times so far this year, but no one's really got a big advantage. It's a 5-5 map count either way. There's some best of 2s, a best of 3 in there, but looks very even. Might have a fight to start as well. Ramses is going to lead the charge onto the high ground. The calling could prove to be a little bit awkward here in this close proximity area, but Ramses led him first, and he'll die first as well. The rebuttal's still there, though. Miero will also join him in the grave. Can they get any more kills, though, as Matthew tries to step back over to help of his team? Verify is activated. Alive. One more right click is what they need, and Antares will find it, but it is a bloodbath to start our game 1.
Yeah, 3 for 2, but first blood going the way of EG, and they're going to be very, very happy with that. I mean, that's one way to be able to fix what we felt was a little bit of a shaky draft, just get that gold injection to be able to start things off, and they're going to be very, very satisfied with how everything turned out there, especially with Ramses being the one to be punished at the very start.
And so, we gotta look where all the gold went. Panda, 2 kills, got first blood as well. So what's got the Venge coming out? Brown Boots, double mango, Selv too. So did you like the early use of his gold on the Venge?
Yeah, it's fine, right? You just want to make sure that you're, like, Dawnbreaker is such a strong lane. That's the thing, right? You just want to make sure that you're staying as far away from it as possible. Even you see the impact of the calling, right? We've seen so many people play this hero as, you know, either a position 1, it's still totally viable in that sort of role, but just the potential to be able to, if it gets to that late game, have an additional core is enormous. Azure basically won one of their games off the back of FY playing it.
Just trying to see, Panda might be in some trouble. Another Hammers at the ready from Miero.
He's got the boots.
Boots will definitely come in handy. Andy steps out. So let's take a look at how some of the other lanes are going. We saw that last pick, Earth Spirit. We didn't really touch on too much from Kiyotaka. How do we feel like this matchup's going to be able to go against C-Smile in the mid lane?
It should be relatively even, right? Like, Earth Spirit doesn't have... I guess the kill threat is kind of there, and the rotation potential is as well, right? A Nyx Assassin plus a Vengeful Spirit, two heroes that are super capable of being able to make quick rotations if you're thinking of from the EG perspective. Enigma, a little bit less so, right? Like, you always want to make sure that you're mindful of the fact that he is going to be a little bit more of, not necessarily a lane dominator anymore, but your main strength is you're not really all that mobile, right? You're existing to put a lot of pressure onto this Dazzle to punish any sort of rotations that Matthew might make.
I have to see as well, Solo with that early Blightstone definitely increases that kill potential onto Whisper. So currently they got a pretty good position with their creep wave at the moment. I guess that was one of really the big nurses, right? With the demonic summoning, not being able to drag the wave back. Ramses will take a lot of damage here with Whisper's combo coming out. As long as they can keep the poison touch going, Matthew can stay onto his target. But a Fairy Fire will keep Ramses healthy enough, but he is completely out of regen. Solo's only got 2 tangos to give him.
I mean, the main threat, though, is coming from Whisper, right? I guess he does have the Bracer, actually, to be able to just sustain himself in the lane. Of course, the Shadow Wave as well. And that's also the impact of Solo. Not the greatest microing of his Eidolons, just giving them up for free. Really wanting to make sure that you're keeping them up and available. Even going the Blightstone to be able to start things off on Solo as well, to make sure that they are punishing them pretty frequently.
Well, it's nice, at least the fact you're able to get the Lotus as well. 9 pandas, you even found the bottom one too. So in a lane where you're starved of resources, that's very much going to come in handy.
I honestly feel like Panda would have died twice if he didn't have those brown boots already, right? Like, Dawn is just such a strong lane, especially if you could combine it together with a hero like Muerta, where we've just seen the impact of the dead shot back into the calling have so much impact.
Yep. Definitely, there's a lot of position falls like that, though, where you are very skill-based, and when we can see you look to use that dead shot to such a perfective level, then it always looks beautiful.
Especially someone like Antares as well. Like, he loves those high skill heroes, those high impact heroes, and high damage, most notably, right? We can see him here just starting to build up stacks for the Sven, looking to make sure that he's got a way to be able to really come into this game and get online before the Faceless Void does. Here's that rotation, though, from mid.
So if they're going to be rewarded off the back of this, though, looks like they should. Nice kick away from Kiyotaka, and the dead shot's giving some space. But they will do a decent chunk of damage nonetheless to the Earth Spirit. So currently C-Smile's got a big advantage, also a level advantage as well. I mean, what are we looking at? 7 denies compared to the 1 from Kiyotaka. Meanwhile, bottom lane Miero as well, being left alone. Panda, because he's able to pick up a kill into the Dawnbreaker.
At least Kiyotaka was able to get both the Bounty Rune bottled and the Water Rune, right? Because you see, it's got like a 10 attack damage differential between the Kunkka and the Earth Spirit, and that's just off regular right clicks, not even taking the Tidebringer into account. So Earth Spirit needs mana to be able to last hit, right? And we see how much of an impact he's having.
He's going to be vulnerable now as well, completely leaving the lane, top lane. Yeah, Ramses continuing to get chased down. That second point in the poison touch is really making this much more difficult for Ramses to survive this time. Double TPs through from 9 pandas. They will get both kills, but it is such a heavy investment.
And it just leaves C-Smile completely on his own, and these TPs all happen around the time of that 5-minute wave. So if C-Smile chooses to, he could look to shove it in before anyone is able to get back. I suppose the downside is it's up against an Earth Spirit who can pretty speedily get back to that lane. Doesn't quite want to get rid of the Dazzle Courier. Just looking to get a bit of information first, and it's actually going to get revealed walking up into Matthew.
And to still have some members nearby. And Tyrus isn't playing with too much mana, though. So it buys the Arcane, so now has some small spells to look to utilize. C-Smile is starting to rotate over, and with the threat of the boat, they've got to be really cautious on Pandas on how they take this, but Whisper as well is in danger. And Tyrus with one more right-click secures the kill, but now it's Panda and C-Smile that will bite back, and there's nothing they can do to touch C-Smile, not with the run buff. They can make the attempt. Maybe Panda's an easier kill at that, but he too will be safe under the tower.
Tower is under attack.
You see how much emphasis they're putting on to making sure
going
that they're
for
not
it.
giving this stuff away. Yeah,
This
why
is
not?
huge. Kiyotaka, if we can get a solo kill into C Smile, there's a big level advantage, and Kiyotaka now has the 6. Does he want to look to Panda next as well? He's got a Fairy Fire to work with, magnetizing the arsenal as well. Another rolls up if he wants to go for it, but the stun, it will not matter. Panda's got enough health to be able to survive through the Earth Spirit combo, and now he's level 5 as well, pre-7 minutes.
It's looking real good for Panda. He's even going to be able to build up even more of these stacks as well as secure that Wisdom Rune for his team. As a position 5, I enjoy the little things that some supports do that others don't. You know, always making sure to consume one of those tangos during the fight, right? Not wanting to leave it, making sure that that extra little bit of HP is the difference maker. And it absolutely was. You know, he probably ends up dying to the Earth Spirit if he doesn't pop 2 tangos all during that fight. Actually ended up popping 3, my bad. So well done by Panda.
I guess it's a lot of space with all the action we've seen on the opposite side of the map, and that means Bakaz is going to have a incredible timing out of his might. His top net worth very close to having the recipe completed as well. We see there's a big difference in regards to Miera's net worth and the Faceless Voids.
Yeah, but not too much of a difference between the Svens, right? Even despite the fact that Ramses has died a couple of times. And of course, as a Sven, especially on the Dire side, you don't need mana to be able to farm. You could just walk back inside of this Mighty Mines buff area, get all of that regen that you could possibly need. Plus, he's already got the Morbid Mask and now the Quarterstaff coming out to him as well. So he's going to be just fine in terms of picking up his own net worth as Antares builds up some stacks at the exact same time as well. I just wonder when it's time for them to invade. That's my big question. You know, I feel like the next 3 or so minutes is all going to be around this, like, rune control as well as map control and vision control. You don't want to be giving away a lot of these juicy stacks inside of the EG triangle, because you do have heroes that are capable of taking it, whether it be Earth Spirit, you can even use the Midnight Pulse for it, the Calling, the Dawnbreaker as well. Miera is basically begging for a team fight to break out in that sort of area so that he could Solar Guardian in and then look to yoink it away. Because again, team fight is the area that 9 Pandas excel in right now. Just got to be mindful of that Nyx though, right? Can't be getting your counter initiation ruined just by a simple Spike Carapace.
Yeah, do you like this? Fire out. This is an item we have not seen in a very long time. The Parvis on Matthew. I mean, this was the hot commodity thing at the very start with the introduction of this item, and then it kind of fell off a cliff. Well, what are your thoughts on it this game, though?
Not quite sure, actually. I mean, I think when you're thinking about it, it's all just about obviously having a bit of that extra mana regeneration. The strength, the physical block component is always nice, I suppose, against a Sven. But it really is only the Sven. I was wondering, like, why isn't going something like an Urn instead, or maybe a Solar Crest that obviously has a lot of value when you're playing with a Faceless Void, where a lot of his damage is based off of those time locks. And you know, if you're able to do that a whole lot more often, then the damage output really does start to ramp up a lot more quickly. So it's a very defensive itemization that he's going for, but maybe if they do want to get to this Giga late game and go for the classic EG blueprint of Pakaz just getting enormous, that's the way that they think that they can do it best.
Well, if they can slow him down right now off the back of the smoke, this is going to be huge for Pandas. Yeah. Does pop from Kiyotaka. He knows someone here. He's going to reveal himself, though.
He's going to get out, though. Turns into daytime. Get all that vision.
They're instantly through as well. Oh, no, man, right. That's Roche to the portal. So, but EG, the boys were coming not to be. So, Solo's very farm, though, man. There's 34 last hits with the Enigma. Solar Crest already completed. And they've got a bit of an army starting to brew in this middle lane as well. So, I guess C-Smile is here to look to address it. But I will force some members on EG, which could mean that Pandas can have a numbers advantage on the other side of the map.
I'd love to get a stat, not right now, it's probably too early, but in, let's say, 10 or so minutes as to how much gold has come from these Eidolons, because we just saw C-Smile absolutely just destroy a split wave of them, and, well, that's a big reason behind why he is top of the net worth right now on this Conquer.
Well, what's the progression you're hoping to be out of C-Smile? He's got that Blade Mail currently queued up. Of course, there's a lot of other routes he can look to go down now with this second item.
Yeah, have to wonder, like, is he going to go down the route of, like, straight into a hard? Is he going to go into a BKB if they feel like they need to fight right now? Or is he going to go into that pickoff style that I was mentioning before? Like, do you rush an Aghanim shard just to have that tidal wave, or maybe even the Aghanim scepter?
Whoa, okay. I really didn't think he was going to have the damage to solo kill Antares. It was stalking him for quite some time.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But they got options, is what I'm saying. And I mean, as long as you're making kills like that happen, then, you know, no Muerta, she is a good amount of your damage output that you've got for this early-ish stage, even just as a support. And the fact that you don't even have to worry about her, you know, being out with a smoke with the rest of the team means that Picard can just sit back, get more value out of this Midas, and just continue the farm cycle.
Are you worried the game's maybe slowing down a little bit too much at the moment for Pandas? Like, if you compare, like, again, C-Smile is free farming this Faceless Void Midas is going to scale very well. I mean, we haven't spoken too much about Ramses, who's taking this Ancient stack and doing it at a rapid rate, so he's going to have this Echo Saber completed, but would you still like to see Pandas playing a little bit more aggressive, or do you feel like, you know, it's fine for the slower pace at the moment?
At the moment, it's fine, right? Like, he's looking to build into the what looks like the BKB for himself. He doesn't have the recipe queued up just yet, but that's the thing about the Sven, right? You're not ready to just go at the very beginning, even with all of this team fight, as Matthew just looking to watch onto him right now, make sure he soaks up a little bit of that experience as well, just standing near. And you have to wonder, when you're playing up against, you know, these cheeky Matthew-style heroes, you mentioned the Bounty Hunter, the Nyx Assassin, the Riki as well, like, how much of it is ingrained into your mind of, we just need to be watching our XP and how much it goes up, because if it's going a little bit slower, he's just keeping an eye on us. Even going to be able to drop down a ward just to prevent a few more of those stacks of the Ancient camp.
This was getting stalked at the moment. First use of the Solar Guardian. Rewarded with a kill as well. Very easy. Even solo TP is in because should get through. Maybe not. What? Oh, no way. Dude, that roll.
Just short.
Oh. Well, they're all coming though.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how successful they're going to be though. You know, I know Roshan's down bottom, but it is way too early for this lineup to be able to take it.
Oh, nice scan. Yeah, who showed? It's not gonna matter. I'll see everyone now. Kaz instantly TP's out, so yeah, EG want nothing to do with this potential fight down bottom. So this should be our first T1 tower of the game.
Yeah, it will be. And they're gonna pop the cliff for it, but with a Solar Crest, with a Dawn, this should be clinical for them to be able to pick this one up. Matthew's going to be able to yoink away that Wisdom Rune, though, so if you commit this heavily onto that, it means that you are going to start coming out a little bit on top in terms of the experience mark. If you're going to scout out Antares' movement.
What just... Did he just steal his clarity? He stole his clarity.
Maybe.
He stole his clarity.
What if he...
Dude, these dudes are past. What am I looking at? There's no way. There was no tip. There was no... It was just a ping. There was a single ping and nothing else. Surely there was...
I mean, if you're Antares, do you really want to bring attention towards that?
Oh my god, that's so funny.
If that was happening to me, dead silent, bro. Dude, I wouldn't be saying a word.
So Matthew, so we got a solo kill onto Antares, soaked up Ramses' experience, stole the Wisdom Room, and then stole his clarity. Dude, Antares is like, this position 4 has got my number this game.
I wonder if he's just going to hold on to it, and if EG end up winning, just put it in front of the base at the very end.
Ramses should be able to get the kill with the help of Kiyotaka, so probably reveals that cliff ward though. The sun did come from the low ground, but it is still a lot of kind of reactions out of 9 Pandas, but this net worth lead is starting to accumulate a little bit further. 2,000 now. Ramses taken over the top of the net worth and is pole vaulted way ahead of the Faceless Void as well. So we are really seeing this cleave come into play compared to the Midas.
Oh, for sure. Like I was mentioning before, right? Just being able to play Sven on the Dire side, have a little bit of those additional stacks to be able to play around with. He's actually walking up towards where Matthew might be playing, and he's once again scouted out the movement coming through from the Sven. So, I mean, the big thing that they're worried about right now in EG is, I know I've been mentioning the Faceless Void a lot, but you've still got other heroes to play around with, right? C-Smile, 700 gold away from that heart. He's doing a great job of picking up his own farm. You're also about 1,300 away on Whisper from picking up the Ags, and he's got a Midas as well to be able to assist him with that. So shouldn't be too long until they get to that stage, plus the level 2 ulti.
What is the scaling like on this core Dazzle? Is it something that they should be concerned about? Is Matthew's going to get hunted down? So Poke the Bear and Ramses will be able to buy back. So we'll make him work for it in the end. Really make him work for it. Does he go for the deny?
Tumbler's toy?
Oh, I mean, if he can last long enough, Vendetta's up in 2, but not going to be. Down at the south, though, there's a further fight that breaks out, and Tara's able to get the secondary kill. Now with the boat come crashing down, there is a response in the Solar Guardian. Yaro's found the stun, but it's not going to matter in the end, so a 2-for-1 across the map.
You were talking about the scaling of Whisper
Yes.
once he gets into the Ags. I mean, it's fine, right? But the thing is, they've got so many ways to be able to get onto the Dazzle, right? And the counter initiation, I suppose they've got it from the Venge as well, but you just have to be concerned about with the amount of farm that Ramses is picking up, eventually being able to go into a Blink Dagger and just straight up pop it before he gets off any of those spells.
Black Hole, first one of the game down bottom with the help of Kiyotaka's damage. That is a gigantic kill. Well done. 9 Pandas able to continue to slow down Bakaz's farm.
That's exactly what you're wanting, right? That is the late game threat that you're concerned about right now. And you've even got a BKB on Ramses already picked up as well, in addition to the Echo Saber. So it's not like he got it purely from the Diffusal. He hasn't gone for that Blink Tag that I was talking about, but just another route of being able to find those surprise pickoffs in the Shadow Blade 2. I don't hate this either.
You're just mentioning before about kind of the positioning based on the Dazzle. I mean, you look at that, you pair it with the Venge and the Next Assassin. These are other squishy heroes. So with the Blade Mail Hearts, Smile's going to have to act big inside some of these team fights. And
he's a big boy already.
Without a doubt he is, and he's going to continue to get to that stage. A potential kill onto Solo will help out as well. We're getting a little bit of farm in the backpack. Ramses is coming down, but of course there is nothing he's going to be able to do by himself.
As soon as he sees Dad in trouble, he has to save him, man. Yes, have you seen any of the 9 Pandas content going out? It basically always is Solo just, not bullying, but, you know, just letting him know that, you know what, I'm 10 years older than you and I'm going to show it.
I did see one clip, I don't know where it was from, maybe it was them at Riyadh or something, but Solo was like, he was tickling like Antares or Kiyotaka was one of the members. It was mid lane. Again, as back-to-back kills onto the carry of Evil Geniuses. 9 Pandas starting to make some really clean movements. There's going to be a response though, EG. Quick into the middle lane. They're going to look to try and address Kiyotaka at the moment, but the boat comes out as well. That's enough damage to get the kill into the Earth Spirit. But do they have anything left in the tank for the other members? Because Ramses
is coming.
He's going to come through from the river as well. Lands the stun onto C-Smile, who we said before is very tanky, but he doesn't have that much armor against his Fence Cleave, as Ramses will catch up to him in the end. But EG did still strike back though nonetheless. They're able to get 3 kills as a response.
Yeah, and Matthew ends up living again as this next assassin. He was on 1 HP, just given the assistance of that ROM buff to be able to get away. But you'd have to say that in terms of what sort of heroes that you're looking to trade, the Faceless Void once again going down is a big issue. Still, overall though, it mostly is like the way that they're coming out slightly on top in net worth is purely the supports on 9 Pandas, which isn't the worst, right? A lot of the time you're thinking, you know what, we actually want the cores to be the ones getting a lot of this gold. Not necessarily for the 9 Pandas lineup, right? When you think of late game threats as supports, you'd have to put Muerta and Enigma really up there. Solo's got a Blink Dagger now as well, and just 30 seconds left on that Black Hole cooldown.
Pyro's got a blink and he even has a Scepter queued up. What do we make of this item? The parting shot from the Muerta.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. It's a good way to be able to reduce a lot of that damage going into the Chronosphere, right?
Cheeky Matthew stole the shield rune out of Kiyotaka's face, and that's going to be hunted down inside 9 Pandas jungle.
Surely he dies. Okay, this time he will. I'm still wanting to see some cheeky plays with like a Muerta and a Storm Spirit. Obviously, it's not a Storm meta right now, but if you ult the Storm with the parting shot, then he can actually use the illusion, just zip in and like do all of that mana.
Spot. Link up in a couple seconds. It will be stopped short though. Will delay the inevitable. A big heal into the blink away. Okay.
Pretty hype from Whisper.
They are looking for a Wisdom Room still as well, because may have
As
the Chrono.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially with how low he is. Hang on a second,
surely
Atara's...
not.
Okay, he's got a BKB, I suppose. There's the ultimate. Matthew will be there, though, to stop the TP out. So, I mean, because that is your 9-second BKB charge, and you did get the Wisdom Room as well.
They will have enough to be able to take this out. I mean, we've seen people solo the Tormentor as the Dazzle. What's up?
Is Kiyotaka going to go for this? Yeah, looking for the solo kill. They know the BKB's on cooldown, so there's going to be a ridiculous amount of magical damage, but Whispers here. All they need is the Grave, and Uppercars can jump on over. That was a ambitious attempt from the Earth Spirit. He's going to be punished for that.
Gotta risk it for the biscuit. And I mean, it does still make some space, right? It causes another TP to be used up towards that top side. C-Smile not in a position to be able to defend this bottom tower. They've got the glyph, sure, to be able to protect it a little bit. But again, like, you've got these supports even that are able to farm. Solo's the one that's looking to take this this Ancient Camp farm right now, and he is becoming an absolute beast.
With this Desolator freshly completed from Aero, this is going to be Roshan as well, so we will see this Dawnbreaker scale 0, 2, and 5, but Layered Mail, Echo, and with that Deso, of course, and we're going to see what we saw at last TI as well. Blink Shard, BKB, he's going to be a real big menace as this game goes on.
Mm-hmm. The old Resolution build.
Yes, sir. Good run.
Not good enough.
Not good enough. An even better run from some.
Have things changed for you in terms of your winner picks after the first day and a half of group stage?
I must say I did really not think Spirit were going to go 8-0. So, but no, I think I also didn't rate Tundra as highly as what you had. I know you said Tundra Spirit Grand Final. I thought Tundra were going to be like top 4, top 5. They're looking very good at the moment. So
yeah.
Maybe just my opinion is raised slightly more of Tundra. I thought Shopify were going to probably look a little bit more convincing, but importantly for them, they're through to the next phase. That is the most important thing. So
they will be playing in front of the quote-unquote hometown crowd because, again, no Americans, unfortunately, on that roster, but that will not stop the USA chants coming through.
It's been a while. They are going to have to get those chants going. Maybe a little bit rusty, but sure.
And TSM's absolutely through, I believe.
Yes, I mean, I think that's been the big thing where we're just seeing everyone has been able to take maps. And even, unfortunately, of course, Thunder, the team that was eliminated, they look pretty goddamn good in a lot of their games as well and very close. We're seeing, Nouns get some victories, one over Gaming Gladiators, some others, and, Keat Stars as well. So
they took a game off Tundra, man.
Yeah,
they're the only ones to do it. Like, you cannot sleep on any team during this road to TI.
Competition is at an all-time high, and Pandas in this game trying to drag this net worth lead a little bit further off the back of the smoke. They will go for a roll onto C-Smile. Everything committed to kick him out of the Dawnbreak roll. Is it going to matter, though, in the end? Grave is there at the last second. Hasn't been able to activate the boat. Another swap as well. The defensive support's keeping C-Smile alive. And now it just might be disaster. Kiyotaka rolls deep onto the tier 2 tower. And Uppercars is here for the cleanup. They've got to be cautious about Ramses, though. He'll be able to assassinate the Panda on the back line. Now Kiyotaka ready for the second round. But does he want to try and target down to the south? Won't catch the Dazzle, though. But we do see, though, these very position-heavy supports and members on EG, if they can get their defensive spells off, fights can look a little bit messy for Pandas.
Oh, absolutely they can. The one thing that I actually just noticed as well is that a little surprised at how low level Kiyotaka is. He's level 14, equivalent to both of the supports on his team and a full 5 levels behind C-Smile as well. So that's a pretty big deal. Like, it's level 15 that Earth Spirit hits his big power spike and being able to do just that extra little bit of damage, whether it be from the Magnetize or the Rolling Boulder.
So how do you get even more tanky on C-Smile? Are you now at just the stage where you're like, all right, this is where the Venge and the Dazzle come into play? We look at some other items, or?
Maybe just the BKB, to be honest, so that you're not getting that chain stun, right? It was so late that he was able to get into the water park when he was already kind of back to safety. It was off the back of a really nice swap coming through from Panda, but you just want to not have to be worried about the silence from the Magnetize or the stuns coming through from the Sven or the silence from the Muerta.
It's a pretty good ward, though, that Pandas are going to be working with. They'll see Picasso, who still has BKB Chrono. Oh, Eclipse Solo as well on the outskirts. Instant response from the Solar Goddess, but Bakaz will turn to the Enigma. And they've got the numbers advantage, and with the Water Park, they're all going to get ripped apart. Evil Geniuses. A clean 3 kills for them.
This is it. This is the Bakaz threat coming through, and tips coming through from the team, understandably, just for that multi-man chrono. Isolating a lot of this save potential, right? They've got superior team fight on 9 Pandas, but Chronosphere is that big equalizer.
All right.
That's a big pickoff, though.
They're starting to come, though. He's going to be forced to pop a BKB.
He's got Gem as well on Nyx.
Can they continue to hunt? Yeah, Blink's going to be up pretty shortly. And it was... he had Arcane Rune, so BKB low cooldown. But nonetheless, it is still down. Let's see if they want to do anything with it, though, from EG.
Only 25 seconds on the cooldown of the God Strength as well, so it's not like they're incapable of fighting if one does break out in the next little bit, and they're going to know that the Chronosphere is not available. Remember what I said about it being that great equalizer? Well, the thing that's going to save them potentially is this Observer Ward.
Kiyotaka is going to be in a lot of danger. See Smile compared with Matthew and Panda, they should be able to bring down with the Spirit. Even with this heart, all the health they kill through him.
Fighting.
Who's going to be able to come out on top? Ramses, there's the God Strength coming to play. But the rest of 9 Pandas, they're starting to funnel down, but they will be far too late.
Credit just needs to be given to the warding game coming through from Matthew there. The Nyx Assassin just providing that little bit of an Observer Ward that can't be dewarded just from that high ground sentry. And it means that you're able to pop the Sven before he was able to get that stun initiation onto you. And I mean, it lasts for long enough that the rest of the team is able to join in. Again, we have to reiterate how much this game and this series means to Evil Geniuses, right? They got to get some wins on the board if they're looking to avoid elimination.
This is huge for them. But the objective, see Smile is able to take the Wisdom Room. They get that T1 tower. This could be a difficult fight. I mean, Ramses is still dead for 40, though, but they do have a nice Observer Ward from Pandas that will now be removed, so probably no fight around the Tormentor. They should know Solo. See where they jump into the black hole! But the instant response, Matthew Spike Carapace, he was ready for it. It was almost enough. A great jump, but Matthew, it was even better.
Oh, just the past couple of fights haven't gone 9 Pandas' way. Solo was on his way towards the BKB, but he's only been able to complete one component of it, so wasn't able to pop it before he went in. And that, speaking of fresh items, was the Blink Dagger just freshly coming out from Matthew there. He was literally just delivered about 5 seconds prior, which allows him to get that Blink in with the Spike Carapace, interrupt, and make the turnaround happen.
Dude, look at the change in the gold, though. 10,000. I mean, the graph is skyrocketing up for EG, but we take a look at the net worth for the individual players. I mean, Kiyotaka has fallen off a cliff, 6, 6, and 9. Item progression has been non-existent after the heart. The Dawnbreaker as well, we were mentioning, we've seen at past TIs this year be a real big threat in the late game damage-wise, and his net worth has also kind of fallen off as well. So it's a big advantage that EG are playing with off the back of these past couple of team fights.
Absolutely. I mean, even just the fact that, you had the Tormentor stolen away. Obviously, it wouldn't be going to Miro because both supports don't have their own shard, but it's going to need to mean a little bit of that additional gold investment is required until you really feel scared of this Dawnbreaker. It's level 20 with BKB and the shard that Miro really needs, and it kind of feels like EG have reached this point where they're pretty confident with the amount of farm that they have. I mean, things haven't really changed with the Kiyotaka versus C-Smile disparity. It's now 7 levels in C-Smile's advantage, so he's having a fantastic game on his Conquer with a Hex as well.
Matthew might be able to solo kill on... Oh man, okay. Just a little bit of poking. Still, there is always this threat of this, BKB Black Hole as this game goes on, but that's where we need to look at the position from Panda and how 9 Panda is going to be able to deal with that as well. And Blink along with the Silver's Edge from Ramses can really help with his positioning, same with Kiyotaka. But you're going to need the gem back so you can at least get some information to find that jump on the back line.
It's a lot of damage per second coming through from the poison touch
they
now as
cancel
well.
Ramses'
They've caught out Ramses, yep.
The rest of the team's starting to move on down.
The heads before the BKB, they should be able to pull him up before there's any response again. They get the perfect start, and it's going to follow up into multiple kills as well. Matthew is such a nuisance. This Nyx assassin, man, we do not see it often, but he's having so much impact with this hero.
Oh, very worthwhile of that last overall pick coming through. I honestly expected him to be able to survive through that one, but I suppose this is what happens if you go this Dawnbreaker as more of a core role as opposed to, you know, the Aghanim Scepter Dawn that might be able to save you against that Faceless Void.
Still no BKB from Solo. Even if it was there, swap's ready to go. They're gonna get the instant jump in. Solo just broke the trees and...
Oh no.
Now they're going to glyph the wave as well. EG, everything they can get to be able to help everyone is trying to hit the objectives as well. They don't have the greatest pushing lineup, but it will not matter with all 5 heroes.
I mean, honestly, even if they initiated onto them at this point, I mean, you were up to plus 27 armor from the bad juju there from Whisper, in addition to all of those heals. It's just like, who do you even go on? You kind of have to catch both Panda and Whisper in a chrono. Sorry, in an initiation. They still want more. They want to catch them on the retreat.
Yeah, there's a pretty good ward. Kurotaka's really far ahead of the team. Still a BKB ready to go. Miera gets a nice initiation onto the Nyx Assassin as well. They're splitting their attention onto multiple members, but C-Smile with the combo out. Miera's going to drop under the cover of the BKB. It's up to Ramses. He needs to find the angle, wants to deal with Whisper, but the reactions are perfect. Whisper jumps to the right. BKB wasn't activated. Kurotaka to the rescue, but it might not matter. Bashes, Ramses is already too low health to be able to fight into Bakaz, and they call it even before Ramses dies. EG. It felt like 4 or 5 fights in a row have gone their way, and as a result, they'll take game 1 over 9 Pandas.
They will indeed. I mean, it was looking decent for 9 Pandas at the beginning there, right? They were scaling incredibly well. Almost all of their cores were in a really good spot. They had about a 60% win probability at the 20-ish minute mark, yeah, 22, 23. But then it was all EG from there. It's all on the back of Matthew, to be honest. And we see laughs going all around, and for good reason. I mean, yeah, Ramses is like, what happened? You know, it really felt like they were setting themselves up for success, but a cheeky Nyx Assassin through multiple plays back to back to back to back shows that it is not someone to be messed with.
Well, spoilers as well. In the SMG versus Entity series, SMG won game 1, so we are still tied down at the bottom of Group A. So both these teams, I mean, it's been difficult for them to get their first series victory. They're going to have to do it again. They're going to have to get another game victory to stick around.
Yeah, I mean, whether it be in this series or whether it be against each other in a tiebreaker, right? It's it's going to come down to the wire. Luckily for 9 Pandas, there's no situation where 9 Pandas can actually get eliminated, is there? I mean, I guess if both of those go 2-0, we can have a 4-way tiebreaker from getting eliminated. So that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, there's still a lot of permutations potentially on the line. I mean, we've seen 9 Pandas talking it out as a group. They will have a little bit of time to work out what went wrong for them and how they can look to adjust heading into this next game. But it is just game 1 of EG up against 9 Pandas. With that being said, we'll throw it back to the panel. We'll see you guys shortly for game 2.
Thank you very much, Aries and Daynog, for bringing us that wonderful game. Evil geniuses grabbing a victory, making this a very entertaining day, and making sure that you don't want to miss a single second of the Dota action here on the road to the International. I'm joined on panel yet again by Lizard, by Winter. Lizard, let's start, bro. What happened? They were winning the game. Things were going okay. Things were looking fine. Ramses is busy farming, getting absolutely massive on his fan. You know, Kurotaka, definitely very underleveled, but I did not think the game would end in the fashion that it did. Please break it down. What went down?
Well, you have one team that's trying their best to win and play the game of Dota. You have this Enigma going for some crazy black hole, Sven farming up and joining every single team fight. On the other side, you have a Dazzle with a Midas farming up. You have everyone else, Kunkka also in the jungle farming. Their carry as well, just chilling, farming. Meanwhile, Matthew, this solo Nyx assassin, is creating space for everything to happen. He's just hunting everything down. He's breaking smokes. He's hunting the supports. He was a menace pretty much throughout the game. And I believe that he pretty much enabled the way that they played.
I mean, Matthew was playing Nyx Assassin, the first Nyx that we've had the entire tournament, Winter. What do you make of the hero? And what do you make of the way that Evil Genius has played the game, making Matthew be the one to pretty much dangle and make all the space by himself?
I mean, he had no choice. He has like a bunch of farmers on his team, right? Everybody's just hitting
board,
creeps.
though, that Pandas are going to be working with those supercars.
Yeah, so I feel like Matthew has to do so much, you know. And on the other hand, 9 Pandas kind of let it happen. They were also like sitting back and just, you know, trading farm. Instead, I feel like the Earth Spirit actually had a lot of responsibilities to run around the map because you need to play with the Dawn. The Dawn doesn't want to move around to make space, you know. He wants to farm on the side lane and wait for someone to make a gank happen, and then you join in with your Solar Guardian. So I felt like the Earth Spirit was also not doing enough in that department because they needed to understand if the game goes late, Sven against Phaser Sword, you're gonna lose, you know. You're not gonna win the game later. And you have swap against your black hole. So even if solo has a lot of items, there's still gonna be a cancel for the black hole.
But why don't we see more Nyx, Liz? Like, what's up with this hero? I believe we had a similar situation back in, I think, Season 2 of the DPC. Prior to that, nobody was playing Nyx. Kaka plays it one game, and then everybody in China decides to play Nyx.
Yeah, well, he did get buffed, I believe, recently, right?
Yeah, he got buffed.
Yeah, so maybe that's one of the reasons why we'll see more of Nyx Assassin. But I always find that hero, like, at the moment, it's perhaps a little bit easier because of the sentry situation and
but the way you are playing the game, it's also hard, right? Because it's a lot about team fights, and Nyx is not the strongest hero in the team fight. Like the buffs, I feel like it's more appropriate for a core Nyx, where because they changed the level 1 Mind Flare, so it does a lot more damage when you are lower level, so you have a lot more burst at lower levels. But it doesn't really apply for the support, right? You don't really care if you're a support.
I still feel like some of these heroes, right, that aren't played, when they get a lot of buffs, you can't look at them from like the standard point of view. This is how Nyx should be played, or just wait a month or two and you'll see some pop star getting like top 10 spamming Nyx Assassin, and then you copy it.
Well, we don't need to copy a pop star. We can copy Matthew right here, as he was able to get the W on his Nyx Assassin. One of the intriguing things as well that happened in this game, Winter, is that he was buying Pavis. This is an item where several months ago was the most bought item on supports. Now this is only the 4th one here on the road to the International. What do you think has changed in the support meta to make that item not viable anymore?
I think a lot of the other items that are being prioritized, like drums, 4-star, like drums and Solar Crest was like the imba item the last patch. You know, now it's a little bit more balanced, but still, you know, I would still consider those items over the Pavis. Pavis doesn't really give me enough like stats, like especially if I'm a support, I buy the item and the item doesn't give me enough mana. Especially, I feel like it doesn't feel good because I can't cast my spells depending on the hero. I think some games you can buy like against Legion, against TA. I think this game he bought it because it was against the Sven. I feel like maybe certain games like this you would have some merit to buy it. But overall, I always feel like I would rather have a 4-star, I would rather have a Solar, or I would rather have a drums.
That definitely makes sense to me. One of the things that Matthew has been excellent at throughout this year is not just making space, as Lizard has said, but doing so particularly on the Invis heroes. And the reason it makes a difference, Liz, man, poor Antara is poor solo. I have to spend so much money on sentries this game.
That's one clarity snag. I'm not sure if Antares did it on purpose, even like you drop the clarity, and if Nyx Assassin takes the I know you're there.
Yeah.
You know, the clarity just disappears, and then he pings it afterwards. That wasn't on purpose. There's no way.
He's just sad, hating life, being very annoyed.
Yeah, if the Nyx can do that to you, like just run around, steal your runes, steal your items, and you're not doing anything to punish him, it's a big problem in the game. It means you're not actively trying to make smoke plays, you know. Like you're not taking over the map, you're just trading farm. Both teams, they were just essentially in that game trading farm. I don't even feel like anyone was playing the game, you know. They were just farming, and then eventually the team with the better late game just won the game.
Yep. Team that has Phaser's way generally tends to win under those conditions. And of course, this not only gives EG the W, but it keeps their hopes at the road of the International alive. So looking at the standings here, they still have a little bit of work to do because SMG managed to pull off a shock upset up against Entity. So now at the bottom, you know, this must suck, Liz. You come into today being like, guys, we just have to win this one series, then we'll be okay. Maybe not. We still have more work to do. We might still have to be here all night playing more tiebreakers to move to the next day.
Yeah, but at the same time, for Evil Geniuses, I do like their progression since the morning, like with the way they came into the series versus Team Spirit. The first game, abysmal. The next one, much better. And now against 9 Pandas, they finally take the W. So if they continue going down this path, they can easily go through the group stages.
They certainly can. Elsewhere in the world right now, if you're looking at these group stage standings, we currently have Nions taking on the side of Virtus Pro, and that game has massive ramifications on Group C. There's right now a 3-way tiebreaker.
Oh, can't wait for that. Can't wait for that, man.
It could be a 4-way tiebreaker at the bottom, Liz.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, this is actually a very stressful place to be.
I remember one of those in the DPC.
The one that took like 2 days?
Yeah,
The Euro
one that would literally never end. But it was a 3-way though.
Yeah.
This time around, yeah, it's an interesting situation in Group C.
Yep, there was the one that never ended in Europe. Even the NA one, there was one that took like 16 hours or something to finish. Of course, there is yet also in Group D, not much really known about the bottom teams. Talon Esports, Vivo Keyed, as well as Quest Esports could still find themselves going home at the end of the evening. I don't think this has happened before, Winter, where the only team safe is the team at the very top.
Yeah, I mean, every group has a team that's clearly better than everybody. But for now, the other teams are going to have time that make it out. They're going to have time to
adapt a bit.
Yeah, to adapt and figure out. There's always a TI. It's not necessarily the team that does the best at the group stages, and then they're going to be doing also really well. Sometimes it's a team that maybe they're in the middle of the pack, but they were able to figure something out and adapt and try to change their strategy, because the teams that did really well initially, you might be feeling, okay, we're winning right now, right? You don't know what's wrong, right? Or maybe you do know what's wrong, but because everything is going well, you just do the same thing again in the playoffs, and then maybe somebody comes up with a solution and you don't fix the problems in time that you see in the playoffs. And
sometimes losing on time is a gift, right?
Yeah, that's precisely true.
So you must peak with losing, not just with winning. You must know exactly when to feed, a tactical feed.
I mean, it's more about like knowing how to solve the problems when you're not given a lot of time, Like, not every team can do that.
That's one thing we always see whenever we have these large international events, right? Everybody learning from one another. And one thing I've loved about seeing this road to the international is when you look at those group stage standings, throughout this year, we all complained about how boring things were, Western Europe dominating everybody. There's only 2 Western European teams who are sitting at the top of their groups. Everyone else is from a different region. And sure, yes, we might be seeing a lot of South American teams struggling a bit, but you still have nice surprises like Vivo Keyed Stars. We could still see a resurgence of talent. It feels like it's the first tournament we've had this year, Lizard, that genuinely feels like an international affair.
It definitely does, especially when you consider the Chinese performance so far, right? Like, the Chinese teams are doing extremely well. LGD finally standing up and playing for what that whole team, that whole organization should stand for and look like. That's like world domination, right? Always. This is the first tournament in quite a long time that I'm seeing them actually go as flawlessly as they have. They're 8-0 right now, right? Or 6-0? No, they dropped
the
the
last
game.
one game.
LGD is 7-1, yeah.
Never mind, I take all of that back. They lost.
I mean, good enough, 7.
Close.
It's okay,
Close.
it's all right. But historically, Winter, we've always had, at TI itself, Chinese dominance. Once you especially get into like the top 8 placements, even if Chinese teams weren't necessarily winning, there'd be 2, 3, sometimes even 4 teams making up those top 8 slots. So it feels like maybe they needed to come back to Seattle and they're like, guys, rediscover the form that made us the scariest region in the world.
Yeah, it might be their favorite city. They might love the food here. That's why, coming here, there's a lot more motivation to do well. And obviously, they figured out something that the other teams are not really, picking up on time with the new patch, and it's working well for them. We'll just have to see whether they can carry on the momentum in the playoffs after this.
Yeah, playoffs are obviously going to be a very scary place to be, because if you all do not remember, the first team gets to pick their opponent from 3 and 4 in the other group, but you still have to play another BO3 on days 3 and 4 of the playoffs in order to get into the international proper. Before we get there, though, of course, we are still in our matchup of Evil Geniuses versus the side of 9 Pandas. For the Pandas, if they go down 2-0 here, we could have that massive tiebreaker situation. But they've been here before, Liz. Like Solo, Ramses, the old guard.
Many times.
The situation. Many times.
They've been here many times, and so many times before on TI they have failed to impress. Unfortunately, those two together historically have done well in every tournament, majors, some standalone tournaments, whatnot, but never truly at TI. However, in the group stages, they kind of always did fairly well. They would get out of group stages, but top 6, that's kind of the maximum.
What do you think, Winter? How do you break that sort of habit of plateauing at a certain point, get past it and make sure that you can perform at your best, even at a tournament with this much pressure?
Well, right now I feel like they definitely have to sort things out in terms of the draft. I feel like a lot of their players are kind of unsure about what they have to do in the game, the 3 cores, when I look at them play. So they have to try to figure out like how to use the draft to kind of mitigate some of the problems. And it's not easy, you know, like trying to figure out during the break, like 15-minute break, and then you have to like try to come up with some strategies that can, lower the chances of the problems happening in the game, because you're not going to be able, realistically, it's hard to fix it right away during the break.
I'd put more emphasis on the young blood, on the young stars, and less on solo, so no enigmas.
Yeah,
give him some
because when you are talking about adapting,
spirit breakers, ogres,
you have to try to maybe let the young players do their thing, and then the old players try to you have to try to play something else that can make it work for them, because it's easier that way. Like sometimes the young players, because they're lacking experience, and if you tell them to do something that they're not very comfortable, then it might be difficult.
Well, we're going to be finding out if the old guard of Solo and Ramses have been able to make that team talk happen to their young boys in order to avoid that dreadful scenario of infinite tiebreakers at the bottom of the group. To find out whether or not 9Pandas has what it takes to come back, or if new EG is actually that hot, we send it over to our casting duo. We have Ares, we have Danog, we've got some Dota, so take it away, boys.
Thank you, Snat. And we are ready to go for our second game. Again, it is a deciding game as well. Inside the break, you were taking a look at some different results on some other streams. Game 2 was going on, Entity up against SMG, and Denog, that was not looking too good for SMG at all. I think it was 20 minutes in. At one stage, they were 19-1 as well. So Evil Geniuses, there is an opportunity for them. If they can get this victory here, then they will still be around. They will not be eliminated out of a Group A. It is do or die. And for Pandas, hopefully they're able to get that top 2 slot as well. So we are still fighting for a lot here in our potential final game of Group A.
Hold a minute. Does that mean that regardless of what happens, we're getting some sort of tiebreakers? I'm pretty sure it does, right? Like if it's a 1-1, then it's going to be EG versus SMG tiebreakers. If Pandas get 2-0'd, then there's going to be a tiebreaker between, I believe, SMG and someone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's the one avenue where it actually gets avoided. So that's what they're all going to be praying for. They don't want to have that stress of a single series potentially being the difference between elimination and not. And Winter was talking about on the panel, the young blood wanting to stand up and the old boomers needing to be playing the simple stuff and adapting. Solo's really the only boomer on that team, man. I mean, Ramses is the second oldest, and he was always known as, the big young star. He's only 24. He's not old by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a lot of weight that has to be put on, there we go, the dad of 9Pandas lineup.
5 seconds remaining. Geniuses turn.
Seems like he takes that responsibility very well, though. Again, like we were kind of touching on it in the previous game with all the clips that we're seeing from Solo and messing with the boys as well. It really seems like it's a very good atmosphere, and I can't imagine it would change too much with DM coming in. I mean, DM much way better than I do. I haven't spoken to the man, so I can imagine with him coming in as well, it would be still very good atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a really big wealth of knowledge to be able to pull from. He's a multi-time TI attendee as well. And you know what? When your backs are up against the wall, what do? You go back to your tried and true stuff. Antares, Skywrath, Mage. Obviously, it was much more popular when the Undying was a lot more meta, but he's still just so confident on this hero. And I feel like Miero as well, you need to put him a little bit more team fight-oriented stuff, right? It felt like one thing that I do absolutely agree with Winter about is that it felt like their understanding of what each player's roles were in the game was a little bit twisted. They got a little too farm-centric, and when you're up against a Nyx Assassin and you know that there's no way to be able to Solar Guardian in, I feel like you kind of need to change your style a little bit on the Dawnbreakers. So maybe they're going to veer away from that, from something that's just able to be completely uncounterable. And, well, you and I were trying to raise the Dino Dancers in the chat. We'll keep it going because we got a Primal Beast coming through.
Oh, we do. So a very similar hero, more than likely for Kiyotaka in the mid lane. Of course, we saw the Ice Spirit last game. And we'll get the Dino out of him as well. Of course, Miero has the capability to play it. Nonetheless, a very, very active mid laner.
And it's a great pairing together with a Skywrath as well. A lot of the times people just think, LC, but that Pulverize feels pretty good as well in that regard. I wonder if they're potentially... It's possibly revealing a little bit too much too early I know you're not really a big fan of, early picking 2 supports, but not a bad Rubik game to be able to start things off. Pulverize, one of the better spells to steal throughout the entire Dota arsenal. One thing as well, like we talked a little bit about how underfarmed Kiyotaka was, right? And more specifically underleveled than underfarmed. He still did the most damage on his entire team. Like I'm shocked at that being the case. I know he was going up against someone like C-Smile and consistently using the Spirit Vessel on him, so that's obviously going to give him a lot of that damage output. Plus the Blade Mail, of course, doesn't hurt. But I mean, the fact that Miero did the least damage on the team really just goes to show how even going this full damage build, it really didn't work out too well. And well, I talked about the Shadow Death, sorry, the two supports starting out being not amazing, but this feels not too bad, right? You've got a save for the Pulverize. You've got a way to make sure that there's no charges happening from the Primal Beast as well, just through the Demonic Purge. Just that constant dispel onto him means that he's basically stuck in a fight once he commits. So I quite like this pickup.
Like you said, though, we do see both supports to start, though, very position-based supports. So always screams out the potential, especially with how strong Spectre is at the moment. That's probably something Pandas are questioning. We'll have to see, though, if there is a potential for it to be played, because you will not have the last pick of the second phase. So there is going to be a response from EG. And we get the Chaos Knight. Probably not now with the Chaos Knight, which is a little bit interesting. They play into the Primal Beast. I know this hero has a lot of AoE damage as a whole, but I think just CK is probably top 5 carries. Maybe you could even say top 3 at the moment. Look like a very strong hero and a great lane as well. So if it's going to be CK Grimstroke, it's a very strong safe lane for EG.
I mean, it just puts so much pressure onto Antares, right? You cannot be caught out on this Scarith Mage because you are just going to melt to all of that damage coming through. Multiple stuns, some armor reduction from the Reality Rift. It's devastating. And CK already has such high base damage as well. And now the fact that the crit is even higher is just so significant, right? You're always going to get a good time in the laning stage. So that's something that I'm a little worried about for Nine Pandas as well. I really feel like that level 15 talent is being slept on a lot and not mentioned at all. Like a 100% reduction on the damage taken during the Phantasm, especially in this meta where Heart and a couple of braces has so much value. It's a lot of reduction. You basically, your illusions, instead of taking, what is it, 350% damage, it only takes 250%. That's a big reduction. And especially when you're going into something like Heart, all of your illusions become incredibly tanky.
Yeah, which we have seen a couple of CKs go down that Heart route, so...
Yeah. 325 down to 225, so yeah, even better.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, well, Panda's going to go down the Templar Assassin route, something we've seen them flex in the past with Ramses and Kiyotaka. What do we make of the TA this early? Like, what do we think the big reasoning is behind picking up this hero?
I mean... It kind of seems like they still want to farm a little bit. I mean, it does enable pickoffs into an objective pretty quickly, right? That's something that I felt that, honestly, both teams were lacking a little bit last time. And, well, here we go. It's TI and Elder Titan has to come out. It also does help, of course, with a lot of that armor reduction being provided as well as the magic resistance too, right? So it really feels like they've got a little bit more of a game plan in mind this time around, pick off through our strong burst damage and use that to be able to take an objective off the back of that.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a very nice response as well to the strong safe lane that we were mentioning EG had with the potential Chaos Knight Grimstroke. You've got that now with the Elder Titan Templar Assassin. So, of course, there is some flex from either side. We got the response out of the Bristleback, though, so something that, again, we are getting a lot so far through the road to the international group stages. How are you going to look to respond to that, though, on Pandas? Probably looking for, some form of percent damage. Break now comes to mind as well.
You got it on the Primal, so it's not too bad, which also just some AoE damage against the CK illusions, not horrible either. The big thing is they needed someone that was going to be able to take stacks, right? Shadow Demon's going to build up stacks for you, so Bristleback feels great. I want to see if anyone else does the strat that Collapse does, where he actually only puts 1 point into the Bristleback itself, just so that he can get more Quill Sprays off. It basically depends on how tanky he feels he's going to be, so... we'll see. We'll see. If he ends up dying a couple of times early, then maybe put a few more points into it. But if they feel like they need to ramp up their own damage, then by all means, just put the 1 point in.
Yeah, we saw 33 doing it earlier today as well. I mean, it's a very interesting read on how you actually play the Bristleback. I think those are the only 2 people that I've seen do it so far compared to some others. I know like someone like Smiling Knight, who we saw play the Bristleback, carry is still maxing out Bristleback. So it's just the very this again always a beautiful thing about Dota, how some individuals have just different reads on compared to others on your play style and item builds or skill builds.
You know what? I'm going to take the notes from the guys that are top of the group. I think they've got a pretty good idea of how it's all going to go down.
And not even just top of the group, I'd say 33 and Collapse are like top 5, but really top 3. I think they are the best offlaners without a doubt, and then like the nerdiest as well. So yeah, if you're watching replays, you're watching their replays.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You're an offlane player. Do you frequently watch their stuff?
I have before. I haven't put that much attention to watching replays lately, but I have in the past. Yes, they're nice to be able to learn from. How can you blame them? They're the best of the best. Again, you want to improve, you got to do it.
I mean, I spend my days watching thrilling Maposhka warding videos. It's great. Fishman's a great warder as well, and X Nova too. So, that's just how I bide my time. Second monitor, just watch where they put stuff.
Do you have on your other monitor of what this 23rd pick's going to be for EG?
Let me just check the script real quick. Meepo. I don't know.
Oh, no Meepo. A Whisper Meepo, huh? Into a ET Primal? That's an interesting script we got.
Sure.
I don't know, we're going crazy. I mean, again, this is for their lives here at TI potentially, at the road to the International to get there. So got to get this victory on EG. We'll see what hero that's going to be for them. They're actually going to close it up with an Earth Spirit. So we have seen Whisper played into the past. I guess, apologies. They're looking for the mid lane. Yes, not Whisper's hero. Sorry. So yeah, you got your Sea Smile Earth Spirit. You got Whisper on the Bristleback.
Feels nice. This feels like a well-rounded draft that has multiple ways of initiation. You've got 3 really tanky boys and 0% base damage. There's not even anyone that really likes to build into an urn either on this lineup as well. It's going to be Kiyotaka feeling relatively confident going into the Sea Smile Spirit. He really feels like he just didn't get enough out of that lane previously, but he knows that he's going to have that base damage advantage. I mean, they felt like they just needed a little bit more control just to be able to set up for things like the Echo Stomp, the Earth Splitter. I mean, I suppose that is the only % damage that they've got, right? Is the ET at this point.
Yep. So let's see, we haven't gotten a lot of the Earthshaker. I mean, of course, it's a couple of patches ago, but with the regional qualifiers, we were seeing it have so much success, and then the couple tournaments afterwards, Riyadh and Dream League, but it has fallen out of popularity a little bit, but Kiyotaka still played it 3 times at the most recent Dream League and looked very good with it, and against the melee hero too. So let's see what we have in store for us in this game in particular. Do we like a draft more than another? Do we feel like EG have what it takes to get this vital 2-0, or can 9 Pandas get the victory in game 2?
I think they do. I think they're going to be putting, like we mentioned how strong this Chaos Knight Grimstroke combination is going to be, and I really feel like it's going to be Miero and his Primal Beast being the one that sets a lot of the tempo, right? And we mentioned how important it is for them to be able to get into something like the break through the Aghanim Scepter. If you're able to put a lot of focus onto him, just gimp his net worth, make sure that he's not able to get a ton of farm, then that's not going to be too much of a threat, and the Bristleback can potentially take off. So I'm favoring EG with this one.
Okay. Just to update as well, SMG, they did lose that game versus Entity, so with a win here from Evil Geniuses, they will knock out SMG, some staple names within the scene that have had some incredible success, and even, of course, TI winner in Mind Control as well, standing in for SMG. So let's see what Evil Geniuses have in store for us. A lot of tips to start, and if you weren't here for game 1 prior, we had 5 kills before the horn even sounded, and we might get another battle as well, as because
run away
leads the charge. Kiyotaka able to get away accordingly.
Doesn't need to level up his Fisher, which is quite nice. You really don't want to ruin your laning stage off the back of that. So just his ability to be able to get away. They should know that there is the potential for there being a ward up here on the top side as well, so they're going to play accordingly around that.
Is Intara's going to do this sentry trick? Looks like he is.
Yeah. We'll see if he does it before we explain it. Makes a lot more sense if people could see at the same time, you know?
Yes. He's smiling a little. I thought I saw a chuckle. I don't know.
He's a happy boy in general.
Some nerd stuff right here. This is actually some nerd shit. I don't know.
Who was the one that did it first? Was it DM? Is it his influence?
I've seen Antares do it before, but he was not the first person that I saw do this sentry? I do not remember. But of course, reasoning behind it is when the creep wave goes under the tower, you're going to aggro to the sentry, which will stall the creep wave from Radiant connecting to Dyes. That'll mean that 9 Pandas will get their own creep wave under the T1 tower, which will naturally then shove back out. And Tara's even potentially going to body block this. So this is further helping out the equilibrium.
You've still got... You obviously have to go to the lane here on Pakaz. He's trying his best to body block the other wave to make sure that they still do meet outside of the tower range. But, I mean, I understand why you do it. I understand that they want the lane to push out, but giving that potential for an earlier level 2 onto this CK Grimstroke is not exactly the most ideal situation either. So it's basically like, pick your poison, you know? Do you want that higher kill threat, or do you just want to enable yourself to pick up a little bit of that extra farm early?
But we do see like straight away Antares blocks the small camp and hard camp's already been blocked from Radiant. So it will be very difficult for them to be able to reposition this wave accordingly in a very kill heavy lane that EG have. So interesting little mechanics coming out from Pandas. Again, some nerd stuff, which we love to see over time with the development of that. Meanwhile, Solo might just get a kill onto Matthew with the banishment the last second, though, is going to hold him short.
Mm-hmm. You say that people love nerd stuff until Tundra win another TI off the back of it. Then people are saying it's boring.
No, but it's Thompson. Come on.
True. That's the big difference maker.
My guy actually. I was half watching the game earlier, but I don't know. There was some crazy Pugner. Yes, there was some wild Pugner performance. So this is an interesting timeline we're in for a potential 3-time winner.
Mm-hmm. Not just him as well. AUI too.
That is very true. And the potential back-to-back too.
Maybe the lane is a little bit too far. I was about to say, watching this bottom side, just Panda and Pakaz with level 2. You have to be very careful on Miero, especially with Antares moving back, which they scouted out because of Matthew's ward to be able to start building up some of these stacks.
It's a lot of emphasis, though, right, on trying to minimize what C-Smile can do in this lane. I mean, he did just get his bottle delivered, so had 3 sips to work with, but no water in. And we know this Earthshaker can really bring down the resources at a pretty fast rate with the enchant totem spam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, similar to what I was talking about with Primal Beast being the one that needs to be making a lot of these plays. It's going to be C-Smile for EG's side, right? And if you can look to hinder that as much as possible, I mean, a First Blood would go a long way towards it. He's forced to kick him back, so that means that even harder to be able to secure some of the last hits now in the lane.
Top lane gonna have a bit of a fight breaking out here between Whisper and Matthew. Starting to stack up the poison, the Quill. Solo will TP out. They'll try and turn to Ramses instead. Solo does go back to the tier 1 tower, so he's still going to be nearby if required.
It's going to be both Lotuses picked up as well by Evil Geniuses, so they've potentially got the stuff to be able to enable a bit of a dive going on here as well. Looks like Ramses wants to dissuade that as much as possible, just getting as much harass on whenever he can with those refraction stacks being up. You don't really care about the Quill Spray.
Do we feel like once Whisper gets... Oh, actually, TP in top from Antares. Whisper now, we've seen him fall pretty low. They might have to go for Matthew instead. So an easy first blood's going to be rewarded for the boys on 9 Pandas, and Solo will claim it. Now, let's see what they can do down bottom, though, because, again, like we're seeing, EG, very heavy kill threat lane. Miero's got a decent position with a Queen Wave. In fact, Panda's even starting to leave the lane as well.
They're not going to be able to scout this one out, really feeling like maybe they have the potential to go for a kill here onto Kiyotaka as he's looking to grab this water rune. Looks like they're going to be able to bully him away enough. Is they... Oh, stun just off the mark. 2 stuns off the mark.
Get the other side water rune, though, so nonetheless, it will keep Kiyotaka in a bit of an awkward position with his resources.
Mm-hmm. Look at how much pressure they're putting in onto Whisper, really not giving him an easy time, but that's the thing with the Bristleback, right? All you really need is this...
Wait, is he dead?
Yeah, he is dead, actually. I'm surprised. I thought with the wand plus the healing Lotus, he might have been able to back off in time, but just that early point in the natural order, being able to reduce that base armor was the difference maker. I was about to say, like, with him being super tanky, Matthew, he's enabled to be able to move back and bring up a lot of these stacks. Yep.
Yeah, what's that stack count looking like? I should be able to start making the first couple. Dude, Meld is such a crazy level 1 spell. It's just so dumb. 5 armor, For 12 seconds?
Yeah.
80, like, it's just, what is this?
100% uptime.
It's like, you're such a strong side laner. Even, I mean, mid lane as well with an early level meld. We will see, though, Solo's been very frustrating for them. And yeah, they're going to lock him into place. Even Whisper, sorry, even C Smile wants to come in to try and get a little bit of experience.
Unfortunately for them, it's going to be Matthew picking up the last hit there. So ends up getting a bit of gold. Not the worst, but you know that he's going to get a ton of farm from these stacks that are eventually going to be claimed by Whisper on his Bristle. And you just feel so much more confident leaving the Bristleback once he gets into the Vanguard. So it would have been prime kill to be able to give over to Whisper there.
Yep. Overall, though, how's that blink timing looking for Kiyotaka? He's going to have the treads completed now, so start to make his way towards the blink, in which we've seen as soon as this Earthshaker has it online, you look to try and use that Echo Slam and further your way to an early Scepter. So once again, either side putting a lot of attention and trying to secure these runes. It will go to C Smile, though, for the first power rune, so we'll see how he's going to look to try and utilize the Invis.
I've been really impressed by Miro so far. Like, the amount of farm that he's been able to claim, he's cutting the wave. And
what's going on here, dude?
Might be yoinking this away. He might be echoing them all.
Really nice sentry placement. Yeah, there's a ultimate advantage on Kiyotaka compared to C Smile. They're probably going to have to bring Whisper on over. This is looking pretty messy. It's a big Echo Slam, but it's not enough. Whisper turns, stands strong, and the Quills, they'll ramp up the damage. Solo's going to go down as well. That was a peculiar engagement from Nine Pandas, just invading into the triangle. I mean, you were wanting to use the Echo to maybe take the stack away, but there was always going to be a numbers advantage on EG.
Not just that, it was underneath a ward the entire time as well, you know, not just checking if there was anything up on the high ground. You know how much EG are going to be valuing this sort of area, so yeah, it doesn't really make too much sense to not consider it.
Oh, poor Vieira, they cliffed the wave. Oh, he's really stuck now. They're gonna double TP. This is so much time wasted. Double wave from Vieira. Magnetize is there. Maybe he gets stunned. Trample's nowhere near back up to be able to maybe kill the crew wave before he dies. So, dude, this poor off-lane Primal. I mean, he's got 39 losses, I suppose. A little bit more than the Bristleback.
I still think he's done a pretty good job, right? It's just that EG are playing quite well. Just looking to punish a lot of these excessive movements. He's forced to farm that far away because it is not a favorable 1v1 matchup against the Chaos Knight.
Oh, they got him range. Okay, never mind.
Just more stacks. That's the thing. Worst case scenario, you can always just look to move back, and they're really wanting to protect this vision. They won't be able to, but they'll get a kill instead.
Corio. Oh, nice. I guess the one nice thing, right, is that you do still have this Dire Observe ward around to the south of that outpost, so still haven't been able to deward that just yet from EG. And Echo Slam's back up in 25, so you can still look to try and invade once again from Pandas.
But as soon as Miro shows up on this bottom side, you know that he's not going to be part of it because he just TP'd back down towards that lane to be able to pick up his farms. So maybe that leads them to believe that they've got the potential to take it completely unopposed. I say completely. Ramses is actually the one that's looking to potentially get it, but
dude, Whisper's so low. Again. Whisper is so goddamn low, but Panda, does he get him out? Last arcane bot, that's going to be enough to get the kill. That's a big one. Killing spree from Antares and Q is going to do it. Dude, he needs his gold.
Is he going to stack it?
Oh,
you can't get this greedy.
That's, oh, maybe just lines it up for a big ultimate onto the Chaos Knights. He Smile. He'll be free inside the team fight. This Magnetize could prove to be an issue, but he just doesn't have the health to stand strong for long enough duration. As this time, Nine Pandas, a much better invasion out of them. They'll bring Ramses over as well to help secure the stack, and Kiyotaka now has 1,700 gold in the bank.
I mean, if there was ever any understanding of Vision wins games, like that is it, right? The first fight happens underneath EG Vision, EG win the fight. Second fight, Nine Pandas have the advantage and they're able to scout out that CK coming through. They wipe him out as well as take all of those stacks.
And importantly, right, Miro gets some time by himself down bottom too, so it completely shoves the wave in. Taz, in fact, below half health, and he's probably going to get another wave for free before Bakaz comes back. So this is at least nice that he's getting a little bit more farm by himself.
Ramsey's getting a ton of farm as well. Obviously, some of it off the back of those kills as well as part of the stacks, but Yeah, I mean, the big thing is, I was expecting Kiyotaka to be the one that's playing a little bit more greedy to start with, as looks like we'll get a death onto Solo, potentially. He's a speedy boy. Nah, he'll still die. But
They're going for the cars, bottom lane with the Mystic Flare, and Tyra's in early level 6, and all right. I mean, Bakaz's farm has fallen on a cliff, dude. That death around the triangle, now to bottom, he had to run down because he TP'd top. And this CK lower net worth than the Primal Beast.
Mm-hmm. We've seen it a few times, right? People picking these lanes specifically because they are lane dominators, whether it be a Lifesteal or whether it be a Chaos Knight against these advantageous lineups. And I mean, if it doesn't work out for you, you can find yourselves falling a long way behind. Already a 4K net worth advantage for 9 Pandas.
This is not the start you're hoping for in a game where, with this win, you go over to phase 2, and with a draw, you're playing in a best of 3 versus SMG.
Mm-hmm. Scary. I'm pretty sure we're going to see, I think Talon and Quest are going to be playing against each other, and Keystars as well. 3-way tiebreaker in Group D.
God damn. All right. I mean, I was wanting tiebreaker on tiebreakers, so hopefully we get many more to come as well. Potentially a couple extra rounds if there is that 3-way tiebreaker.
That'd be hard.
Seen last year, Talon were playing in the tiebreakers, knocked out by Entity in the best of 3, 2-0. So gonna have to do it back-to-back years.
You'd have to say they've had a much stronger year this time around, though.
They have
for this to be the way that it ends.
Yeah, grown a lot, but
Radiant's
so there's all look good at a lot of tournaments, not enough to get over the finish line multiple times, and now this one, big tournament you're always looking for. They fall a little bit short in the group stages. Not short just yet, though. And potentially for EG as well. Not there just yet. Still a lot to be working with, but what can we expect out of these boys? Because we're 12 minutes in, 4,000 deficit. Like, this Templar Assassin very surely can really ramp up the tempo. And yeah, we're going to see that. This Blade Mail, along with the Earthshaker Blink, like, they are ready to go on 9 Pandas.
I'm a little surprised that he didn't look to commit with the rest of the team right now. I guess they were a little bit far off, but in my opinion, Miero's got to try and make some sort of play happen while he's got this bit of a spike with the Blade Mail, and more importantly, prior to Matthew having level 6.
Can Matthew get in range? Banishment should be there. Actually going to use it aggressively, so Antares can switch up the Mystic Flare. Echo slams out, but it's not the greatest from Kiyotaka. It'll still net them 2 kills, but Kiyotaka is going to go down nonetheless, so Whisper and C Smile. I'm going to find some rebuttal. It's not guaranteed just yet, especially with Miero looking to try and charge in. Even, dude, Ramses comes out of nowhere as well, connects to the fight from the mid lane, and Bakaz is too late. In fact, they might chase down Bakaz. He's going to try and TPR, but Miero has no way to cancel that.
All right. It's a nice little... is it a nice trade? 2 supports for Kiyotaka? I'm not so sure, but he'd already picked up his Blink Dagger, I suppose, so a lot of that gold was reliable gold, didn't end up losing too much from it. And the important thing is that Ramsey's able to be part of it once again, getting an assist off the back of that. Actually, he got the kill onto C-Smile as well, so continuing to extend this lead a little bit. I'm still a little bit worried about what Ramses is going to do when it does start to get to the later stages, right? It's going to be fixed up a little bit if he eventually does get to level 25, but you've still got plenty of ways to be able to break those refraction stacks, whether it be Cool Spray, Magnetize, Earn, the Grimstroke, Inkswell. It's a lot of little instances of damage. So prior to him picking up the BKB in particular, he's going to be suffering.
But before you get there, though, you take a look at EG's members, and they are very low armor, which is a huge concern. And when Whisper is having a decent game, so we're going to have to see a pretty early Lotus Orb, it looks like, for him to help out with his armor issues. Do you have a kill as well, potentially onto the Shadow Demon, who also, only 5 armor, Grimstroke only 5 armor, so TA could just eat many members alive here at the early stage of this game before there's too much of a concern with them dealing with the refraction.
And you got to remember as well that it's not like, even if you had 50 armor, you're playing with an Elder Titan as well, so he could just remove that one on top of that as well. I mean, we're going to need to see some people starting to build into some actual armor items. Right now, I think only Primal Beast actually has it.
What do you make of Solo actually maxing out Natural Order? I know Kings has gone back and forth over the years on how you look to skill the Elder Titan. Do we like the max out Natural Order?
Maybe they just feel like they need to go for a little bit more pick-offy style, like he's not the one doing a lot of the right clicks in these team fights, and maybe they feel like EG are going to play a little bit more of this passive game for now, so that you don't need the Echo Stomp. But if you're able to just enable Ramses to keep running at people, if you're enabling the Enchant Totem to hit like an absolute truck, then, you know, it feels like a pretty valid way to look to build this ET.
Okay.
And they're just going to try and keep running at them. Smoke's coming up. You've got the drums freshly finished on solo as well.
Just DD as well for Kiyotaka. No one's here. They're currently top side of the map. They're gonna have to pivot their attention over towards a different side. What's the call gonna be from them? And instantly some TPs are coming through. Looks like Matthew's gonna try and respond. We do have an Echo Slam out though. Kiyotaka with a quick solo kill onto Panda. Meanwhile, back over towards the secret shot, but the fight will continue to break up. T-Smile with a roll in. It's gonna eat the full duration Mystic Flare, and with the max out Ancient Seal, and Tara's pretty much just solo kills your mid laner.
That's the thing, right? He ends up taking a lot of damage, but he ends up doing so much for Antares there. Look at how much damage he ended up taking on the Earth Spirit there. It was 1,700, just 1,000 alone from the Mystic Flare. Just great positioning, gets rid of that ward. I'm sure he would have loved to place up some vision of his own, but it's even more valuable if you're able to take out this C-Smile Earth Spirit and keep him down on the net worth. Like, he's pretty close to Antares.
Because he's going to finally look to show up to the fight. They want to try and target down Kiyotaka at the moment. Solo might be a bit of a nuisance here with the AoE control. The Whisper with a fresh completed Scepter as well. Now they're going to go towards the ET. Miero will charge on forward still. It's looking a little bit messy nonetheless. Ramses hasn't been able to find an angle to right-click. And now because he could potentially go back in. It's going to be C-Smile that will lead the initiation as Panda's continuing to disengage further towards their tier 2 tower. And Tara's in some danger. They'll split their attention over to the right side, but lacking the stuns, or at least, you know, being able to land some of the smells along with the roll, they will still get out nonetheless on 9 Pandas. They do lose 2 heroes though, so a nice little fight from EG.
You got to wonder though, like, how confident do they feel with being able to fight with this Phantasm on cooldown? Ramses looks like he still wants to continue pushing on forward. They've got a bit of a vision advantage off the back of those traps, and it seems like they really just want to take away the EG side of the map for now.
It was a pretty impressive fight though, nonetheless, down this much gold at such an early stage for EG.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see, I mean, a lot of it is on the back of Whisper. He's going to have to do some heavy lifting here to be able to claw EG back into this game. And where does the response then come for 9 Pandas? Like, currently, do they have ways to address this Bristleback at his current state?
I think they do, like, just off the back of the burst damage that they've got. And they've also got an okay amount of stuns, right? Like, we didn't see it that time because they were the ones that got gone on. Yum. Solo ends up actually just getting torn a new one. But Pakaz, he's always going to have that potential, right?
Top lane, it's Kiyotaka. That's a big combo out, but the Mystic Flare's not enough. All right, just tank 2 spells. Why not, dude? All right, like, are you serious? A big Echo and a Mystic Flare. He doesn't even drop to like under a quarter.
I think that was only with 2 points in Bristleback as well at the time. So this is another factor that you also need to consider, right? What are these neutral items going to be that Evil Geniuses pick up? Right now, I believe they've only got 1 tier 2 item, but up against an Earthshaker and a TA, Gossamer Cape is the best tier 2 item you could possibly hope for. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 4 of them coming out. Probably not the CK. He still needs something that's going to enable him to dish out a little bit more of that damage, and he has gone for the Specialist's Array, but it's just such a good item against this 9 Pandas lineup.
The value that it has this game, especially, I mean, movement speed on a Bristleback, right? I mean, he's 533 movement speed, maxed out warpath. Like, he is zooming across the map. But they're gonna have to continue to repeat this though, because Pandas, they are gearing up for a potential Roche, and they should be able to take it very fast. I do think they know though, this ward at least scouted out Ramses in the area, so EG is starting to group up.
How quickly are they going to be able to take it? Hart not quite finished up by Miero, so he's not going to be able to stand on that front line, As a TP coming up now.
Kiyotaka to jump outside. Miero, oh, look at the backline, where'd they go? Grimshark and Shuddered even not here for the fight. It's all the cores left remaining, but the cores are doing some damage. Whisper will turn to Ramses. Now Miero as well is in some danger. He wants out. Miero actually cancels his TP because Ramses brought back. This is a heavy investment, and Pandas, they need to get something out of it, but because should be able to deal with Antares down to the southern side. Whisper is just a beast inside the middle, though. This Bristleback turns the Ramses by refraction, and his health pool's gone next as well, and they're not done. Kiyotaka is next on the list as well. He's got the enchant totem up in a couple seconds. Solo as well, trying to retreat away. The ET won't make it. You're gonna hope the Earthshaker can. I mean, more fights are breaking out simultaneously on different fronts. Because rips apart the Dino. Now Kiyotaka as well, still going up against Whisper. The Aqua Slam almost enough. Whisper might go down on the enchant totem.
They both do it.
Gets him. His dying breath. The Quill will still secure the kill. What was that engagement?
It was a crazy one, and the most important thing is that it went on long enough that Roche has gone down towards the bottom side, so... Close. So yeah, not only do you get a dieback out of Ramses on his TA, look at what he's done to his net worth as well. We were talking about Pakar's fallen a little bit behind, but certainly not the case anymore. It was like an 8k net worth lead in Nine Panda's favor. It's shrunk all the way down to 2.
Dude, what was Whisper's damage? The Bristleback just, both lives of Ramses just disappeared.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that we talked about how Meld is OP, but not with Gossamer Cape. That's the thing that's enabling him to survive through a lot of this. That's what it enabled him to get that trade kill onto Kiyotaka as well. And it's being pinged out right now, the Roshan down on the bottom side. It is still, like, that one-shot threat is still there, of course, by Kiyotaka. He ended up one-shotting Matthew on his Shadow Demon with Solo standing next to him. It was like 900 damage, so it's still crazy what they're able to do, and he's still got plenty of room to scale.
And we did see, nonetheless, though, even though the fight goes EG's way, like the capability of Pandas to be able to very easily deal with EG's backline, which are very important. Like these are two spellcasting supports with some save along with control out of Panda. So you're going to need to continue to kill them off, and you can do that with the 3 cores you have on 9 Pandas. But it's just a question of, can you kite the fight long enough to have Whisper in like a 1v5?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what's coming out to him. Okay, so starting the build towards the Aghanim Scepter on the Primal Beast. It really feels like Miero, all of these items that are going to be just so advantageous for him. I mean, if he can build into that, plus the Blink Dagger, plus the BKB, he is going to be the most important hero this game. We talk about the squishy-ish backlines. If he's able to jump on the Shadow Demon and disable him with a Pulverize, enormous, right? It's just enables so much with what the rest of the team is able to do. He'll have the break as well for the Bristleback and enable TA to really walk in and do her stuff. So I'm really just looking at Miero for the next 10 or so minutes. Can he be part of successful fights as well as have some uninterrupted farm?
This is not the fastest Roche. Do they want to contest? I mean, they got the read, it's going on, but they're not starting to TP down on 9 Pandas.
Yeah. More important, I feel, for Kiyotaka to be able to get into that BKB for himself. Really feels like he's being hindered, kited around a little bit. Of course, he does have the enchant totem to be able to fly around, but surely he's fine. Oh, maybe not with the haste.
He's got Hurricane Pike completed. He should be able to get some more distance away. Wait, are they going? Hang on, what the hell? And Tara's. Oh yeah, now he has to TP out. How many damage? Oh. Nice 4-staff. Well done, Ramses.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't result in Ramses dying, but he still has the Blink Dagger for himself as well. And he's actually going into some break of his own. Maybe just feeling that they don't need to just rely completely on the one person, which is understandable, right? Like I mentioned, I have to be careful here. You are going to have Miero who's prioritizing taking out that backline. He is basically the only one that's going to be able to get there relatively quick, right? You always want Kiyotaka to be that secondary form of initiation. Talking about those Gossamer Caves, we have one on the SD, so not going to be getting one shot, but no one else has been able to pick one up.
You see Panda, fortunately he couldn't get his own, but he's building Wraith Bands, double Wraith Band now for him, so he's just looking for survivability. I guess like, he got the Eye of the Vizier, right? So it doesn't need something like an Aether Lens. Feels like some other utility items aren't required from him this game. So yeah, just doesn't want to get one shot.
It's good value.
Yeah.
And in 30 seconds, it's going to double in value.
See,
like they want to take a fight before that, though.
It's an interesting smoke as well. And Tara's is solo smoked. There's no timing of the wisdom. I wonder what he's maybe trying to drop some vision. Has no wards, looking for a solo kill. I don't know what he's looking for.
Well, it's providing information is what it is, right? They know that they still have all Ramses.
Oh my god, 2 heroes under an observer ward. It's going to be a massacre. Solo instantly gets the read. There's a cliff ward. It's not going to matter though. They'll try and get the return kill onto C Smile, but the invulnerability into the roll gets him out of danger. They're starting to move down on Kiyotaka, who's probably going to be a little bit too late though. Don't do it. Ooh. Oh, wait, Kiyotaka? Oh, dude, it's a huge echo, but you're in the middle of 3 now, and you've got no other boys. We can TP up the BKB, we'll cover it, but is that worth it?
Maybe just considering that, like, as long as the Earth Spirit is dead, the initiation potential coming through from Evil Geniuses isn't quite there. So obviously it sucks that you don't have the TA up and farming while all this is happening, but as long as they're not able to continue pushing on forward and taking away too much of your map, it's not as big of a deal. So that's the sort of trade-off with that Echo. And they know that they want to still get a little bit of that farm for themselves. He's even going into a Silver Edge too. So they're realizing that Whisper is public enemy #1.
I guess,
I don't know if you can afford to just jump next to the Bristle though. Oof, got to be able to get away.
Well, the kiting could be a really big issue as this game goes on, right? We spoke about the Grimstroke really enables a lot of your control. So if you kill him to start, if you are able to survive the big burst initiation from like Chaos Knight, because then you can potentially disengage away from him afterwards. So it looks like they want like these long drawn out fights where you dance in and out.
Kiyotaka is barely avoiding any sort of detection right now. Yeah.
Kiyotaka's going to be rewarded with that. They should get Antares.
Doesn't have the BKB this time around. Is he going to go for a kill? Yes, he will.
He should be fine as well. They are cutting him off, though. Car's going to get revealed underneath the lane. It's an interesting game we have.
Just running at him. Oh, this is a big
BKB if he needs it. But Car's going to be able to jump over the top as well, but the physical damage is overwhelming. But Car's level 20 CK AC as well, so these towers are going to fall and they might see high ground.
It might indeed. I mean, you're not wanting to use a buyback at this point. You really need to start getting into that crit for yourself for the Earthshaker. And he's almost reached that level 20 mark as well with a plus 50% enchant totem damage that would be so vital at being able to just pick off those supports. I'm sure he's going to be checking, the itemization coming through. Who is the easiest to kill across the board? And for right now, it's got to be Panda.
Oh, just missed the Panda got. There's nothing changed. Yeah, I guess it's not really going to be able to farm anything too crazy in the meanwhile.
The armor's doubled, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, that's all it needs. Solo, though, has got dreams of a scepter, so let us see
good.
If we can
let more support scale. We got an Arcane Rune top as well. No one's going to spot it out, actually. Never mind, Solo does. I'd have to claim it prior to this fight, although it's great value if you give it over to Miero.
What a great spot to fight. High ground ward with ages expiring. We'll see Kiyotaka starting to connect. They're going to lose the ward before they get set up, though, so maybe a little bit more awkward for 9 Pandas.
Yeah.
We'll go for C-Smile, though. With the backline, because runs into Miero. A lot of damage early on. The break is there, and the turnaround's instant. 9 Pandas blow up the card before you're able to respond, and now Kiyotaka's hunting for more. Instant Lotus Orb gets him out of the ATOS. This is pretty deep from Pandas. Gotta pay some respect to Whisper, and they'll do just that.
They've got good mobility, though, with the Blink Dagger, with the Silver Edge, with the Hurricane Pike, with the Enchant Totem Aghanims. And with no CK to have to worry about, you just feel so much safer now as these supports. Maybe Antares can go for an aggressive play.
Yeah, he's going to get blown up. Nicely done. Great use of the vision.
It really is a night and day difference with how these supports feel, right? Like you are not worried at all. You're not going to get 100 to 0'd by an Earth Spirit. You're going to be able to run away from Rispa most of the time, just because you do have these like avenues to be able to stop him from doing just that. I mean, the Echo Stomp is effective.
Brother. We are some fearless stuff right now.
I mean, I think he's the reason that 9 Pandas have been able to come into such a strong place once again in this game. Like, the arrogance of youth coming through, just 19 years of age. And he's not a depressed kid anymore. He is really putting on his big boy shoes.
What a stage to do it as well. Potentially sending... They're chasing on Whisper. There's a DD down bottom. Anders will be the first to scout this out. We have really great carry. Really, Dino's not the worst, to be honest, with Trample, but would have loved if Ramses were able to get it. We do have some Wisdom Runes, though. So it looks like Panda's going to be able to back on off. We're 30 minutes in, 5,000 net worth lead. A very, very even game.
For sure. 6k really doesn't mean all that much in the grand scheme of things, right? The right people are still getting a lot of the farm. We know what Earth Spirit is able to do just with that little bit of base. And he's realized the impact that this Elder Titan is having against him with those early points in the natural order. Results in him going into an early-ish plate mail. Probably going to turn it into an Atos as well, to be honest. Sorry, not an Atos, Lotus Orb, to be honest.
And tires. Okay, cheeky solo kill. He's so annoying with Ceremonial Robe, and he also, because why not, supports can buy core items. He's got a Silver's Edge queued up.
That's the joke, surely. Come on.
No, we didn't mess around, brother. Come on, Ramsey. They're starting to veer their attention down to bottom. Kiyotaka, seeing this mobility, he's going to be able to run into C-Smile just before the roll.
Is he actually doing it? He's already bought the Shadow Amulet, surely not.
Look, Spire. A little bit awkward use of the Echo Slam. And Jesus, what is the damage? Whisper. Oh, it just blows up the Earthship with one combo. That is a big start to the fight. Can Ramses turn the tides for 9 Pandas? They're taking a fight deep inside EG's territory. Miero and Ko are going to be able to turn it back around, though. They'll get a nice rebuttal, but it's not going to matter in the end as they isolate the Templar Assassin on the high ground. Now Miero will look for the TP. He makes it out, but Evil Geniuses strike back.
Somehow leaving behind the Dino Illusions even after the TP out, but you know what? That's fine. It's all well and good, but not for 9 Pandas. They just find that quick pick-off. Look at all the damage being done out by Whisper. Like 6k alone in that fight. Probably 80% of that was done to Kiyotaka himself. Is he actually going Silver Edge on Antares?
Antares? They're going to get him? No TP. Shadow Amulet. They got gems. They got gems. Never mind. Antares. That's crazy.
I mean, Glimmerkirk doesn't stop you from getting Mystic Flared, but it was a really nice positioning quickly there by Whisper to make sure he soaked up half of it and then went forward and cleaned that one up.
There's a lot of objectives that's going to go EG's way. They'll get the tier 2 and probably Tormentor, so Matthew's the last one without the shard. But they are respawning and starting to get into position.
To be honest.
Oh, it's a great shard to get. There you go.
No more silence. No more slow coming down from the TA trap. See the Ramses, he's got his own Aghanim shard as well, so that silence is going to be removed too.
Who do you feel like is currently in a better position? Net worth lead is nothing at this stage, so who do we feel like with the lineup is going to scale a little bit better as we go on?
I mean, I just feel like Miero has almost all that he needs to be able to truly be that big impactor on this game, right? And yeah, now the Silver Edges are starting to come out as well. You've got one on Ramses, you've got the Aghanim Scepter on Miero, you've got the Silver Edge on
Speaking of Miero. Okay, I thought they could have glimpsed him. They're going to go the long way around, though, here on EG.
Who has
Pandas, do they read this? It's a good scan from Radiant. Leads red.
Miero is bait.
Don't want that target, though. 4,300 health. They'd love the backline. They'd love Ramses. Their reaction with the blinks, able to dodge out to the right side. Miero's going to look to start. Give them some information to work with. C-Smile's going to be in the kickback. Ramses in the middle with the stuns out as well. Ramses in trouble. It's a big earth splitter, but it's not enough. Ramses goes down, and now where's the damage? Miero's doing a load in the middle of the fight. Kiyotaka is hunting the backline, but this is just space. Kiyotaka won't get anyone. Back over to the right side. Whisper, he'll chase down Miero. The response is there, and Tara's almost solo kills because, but the armlet toggles, he'll still go down. Miero comes, crashes in, but there is no way you respond to Whisper's bristleback. He will be untouched in this team fight. Although maybe they'll deal with C-Smile and able to break back out. Just kite Whisper, that's the name of the game. Deal with every other component and leave the Bristle to last. Wait for the breaks, wait for the Echo Slam, and drop it straight on the head. But the Bloodstone heal, it won't be enough in the end as 9 Pandas. It was a horrific start. You lost Ramses, but everyone else pulled their weight.
Man, Ramses and not buying a BKB made a more iconic duo, but it's just that impact of all of these other heroes. See how much Miero does off the back of his blade mail, off the back of that uproar, releasing all of those different shards with the break, and of course the trample. And he got 3 tramples in the middle of that fight and 2 blade mails. That's how long that one lasted for. 2 pulverizers too.
Another potential solo kill. And Tars, dude, what'd you say as soon as you saw this pick in the draft? Let's just go back for comfort. A Grandmaster Sky, who's 7-3 and 14.
Who is still building the Silver Edge, by the way. He was just staying in the Shadow Amulet for the longest time in the lane, just waiting for someone to show. And I mean, a fair few times I was like, oh, they've got a gem and they're going to be able to catch him out and just rip him apart. But it's one of those cases where luck starts to play a little bit of a factor, right? The Bristle didn't walk close to him. It was the CK that did first and foremost, and we saw how much damage he was able to do. Finally, they're going to be able to secure that Roshan for themselves. Any Aegis claimers? Looks like Kiyotaka's the one. He has been diving in pretty deep, so it makes a lot of sense. And now they don't have the gem, so this Silver Edges and this Shadow Blade on this Skywrath Mage are really going to start to pay dividends. Oh my god. Is this the first ever Skywrath Mage Silver Edge? If it ends up happening? That right-click damage, it's a factor. What are they going to be able to do now off the back of this? Hit Tormentor just for the gold.
Such a wild game we've had, though, where off the back of the laning phase, a 7,000 net worth lead for Pandas. EG knocked that down to 2,000 off the back of some incredible fights. Then, for the next 10, 15 minutes, fights go back and forth, but now 9 Pandas been able to accumulate the biggest lead of this game, 11,000. And again, just to reiterate the stakes, EG with the loss here, they will be playing tiebreakers, a best of 3 against SMG.
Which is pretty significant and even more worrisome considering now you've got more scaling happening from the supports.
Oh, very cute from Panda. Not enough, though.
Should have got
on bottom.
Cape.
Miero, all right, potential another pick off. Matthew's in a good position. Use it aggressively though, but oh my god, the response is instant. Bakaz is in along with Whisper. 9 Pandas are a little bit slow. Halbert's gonna stop some of the damage out of the tempo. That's a great stomp from Solo. What a perfect counter initiation. And now they're into the middle as well as Kiyotaka's gonna join them down bottom. The buybacks can be there from EG, but it's not gonna matter. Kiyotaka just ran past them. Kiyotaka assassinates the Earth Spirit. And he's got the Aegis they have to go through as well. You will need more buybacks because we'll use it now. They should be able to deal with the first life out of the... Can they get more though? I mean, this Earthshake is a difficult man to go through. BKB still down for a couple of seconds. Oh, Enchant Totem.
You got the charge back in for Miero.
It didn't get away. It didn't get away. Oh, could you see the Enchant Totem? Went straight up in the air instead. And now Whisper, since it's a sign of weakness, as 9 Pandas, all they can do is look to retreat as a team. Maybe with the break they can kill Whisper, but Ramses, he wants out. He wants nothing to do with his engagement. Blinks over to the right side. Miera's just stuck in between 4. Ramses is trying to find an opportunity to go back in, but it looks so difficult.
They found
poking and prodding. They'll kick him back into the lion's den. A great blink away, but it doesn't look like there's gotta be an escape. No way. Does he get out? No gem enjoyers. And Ramsey's out.
back and forth. I mean, after all of this and after 3 heroes still dying, 2 of them being cores, you've still got this gigantic net worth lead from 9 Pandas. I know it's getting to the later stages where net worth doesn't start to matter as much, but it really is the supports just setting themselves apart, right? What you're able to do on solo here. There's still the gem actually on the ground next to Whisper right now.
And Ramses is still bottom. Far out, dude. What? This man is just... He smiled. What's going on?
The EU smiley face coming into the equation.
Let's go. Dude, 9 Pandas. It's like you got Antares being a pest across the map, solo killing people. You got Kiyotaka just munching on supports. And our Ramsey just blinking in front of like 3 heroes and getting away. What are they doing?
He's finally getting towards that BKB though. What is it now? The 12th item BKB coming through from Ramses. Hates buying it, but it is going to become an absolute necessity for him. It honestly has been for this past little bit because he is just getting fully chain stunned. I figure it might have gotten a little bit better once he's at level 25. That's why he was able to blink out of these past 2 kill attempts because of how many refraction instances that he has. But if the combination is still on point, he can die absolutely.
Antares. Is he Matthew?
The gem is still there on the ground, by the way, behind where the tier 2 tower bot was.
I mean, you'd love to use his arcane.
Yep.
He will not spy anyone by themselves, though, so it does look like they're going to get the gem as well. Solo with the long trip around. I still see it on the ground.
Nah, he's got it. I do too. That's weird.
Hang on. But they're too... this... I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Still there? It's still there. So I have no idea. I don't know if
it's on the career
bug.
for sure.
Yeah, no, it's in his backpack now, but it's also still bottom. It might be a visual bug. I don't know. Anyway. Gonna smoke up Pandas.
They would love a pick off here. This is
I mean, one more fight just closes out the game. And they might be able to get it on Matthew as well. Miero, a deep charge in the base, which can start to get messy. You don't have the full fight to be able to dance in and out. Miero's still going to be able to turn with the pulverize, but some early usages out of the BKB and EG. This could be their opportunity. They'll need a long smoke wraparound.
There's no Phantasm Illusions, though, to be able to play around with. You didn't pop a ton on EG. But the thing is, 9 Pandas, they pop BKBs, and that's going to be a pretty significant factor, right? No BKB on the Primal, no BKB on the Earthshaker. You're very vulnerable to this Magnetize if C-Smile is able to get on point with landing it. He's up to level 20 now, so he is dealing a significant amount of damage.
It's just... Fights have looked so difficult for them to win when it's been... You know, the previous one, when you had buybacks, and now it's a true 5-on-5. And in fact, I mean, Dai can even buy back as well, knowing that Radiant will not be able to rejoin.
They know Antares is down here. Probably just going to check with a ward, and they're going to see it placed up as... Yeah, there we go, Panda, looking to remove it. Could have potentially gone for that kill attempt there. I mean, this Skywrath Mage is just down here below the tier 3 tower, completely on his own, waiting for someone to potentially show. And, well, there you go. There's the impact of the Shadow Blade, allows him to get away. Thankfully, it doesn't look like he's going to go into the Silver Edge, prioritizing the Scythe of Ice instead.
Very understandable, but also boring itemization. And
your pubs are safe, bro.
I don't know who builds a boot to travel Aethos Silver's Edge Blink. That's one of the difficult ones to be able to guess if you don't see who the hero is.
Yeah, guess the hero, yeah.
You don't have to worry about that. So to have this game stalling out a little bit, which is, I mean, sure, 9 Panda is going to be able to continue to accumulate a hell of a net worth lead off the back of this, get more map control and be able to get this last outer tower. But it is making these buybacks come off cooldown very slowly, which is what EG are hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, they still feel pretty confident in their teamfight potential, right? It really just does come down to who do you get the initiation onto, because overall, you would have to say they are lacking in stuns. The big thing is you want to make sure that it feels like EG have been getting kited a little bit in recent times, but if you're able to kite out, force out the BKBs and then kite 9 Pandas, things change dramatically. You know, you can look to find that secondary initiation and come in with the second use of the Bristleback active and then just clean up the team. I really just don't feel like you're able to kill Ramses with the primary source of initiation.
Got a DD now as well here, so Miara's just going to pick it up with almost refresher completed.
Pretty long Roche respawn.
Yep.
Ramses looks like he's going to bank on it being top. Might just drop down a trap inside the pit.
So how do we look for the fights to start for EG? Like who's that person then you're looking to kill?
I mean, to me, it's got to be one of the supports, right? Like, you need to force out a rotation from someone else who would love to take the gem away from solo as well, just to be able to, you know, claim a little bit of that net worth back, claim a little bit of that map control back, because I really don't feel like anyone else dies, right? They were caught inside the base for the longest time on Kiyotaka and Miero, and they've both got about 5k HP.
Kiyotaka is hunting.
This
was currently underneath the trap. Kiyotaka will show for a second, but Kaz is ready to follow up.
That's a BKB
to stop the drag back near Miero. Is going to push them forward as well.
That's kind of significant. They didn't pop too much. Just a Lotus Orb and a Demonic Cleanse.
Need to really start to recontrol this entry. This is the big issue with not having this gem at the moment on EG, that the traps giving them so much information and vital kind of pathways towards each lane.
But maybe now Kiyotaka is killable, right? No BKB, they don't have any sort of Lotus, so even with that 4.8k HP, you're vulnerable to the Spirit Vessel. You're vulnerable to a lot of the damage coming through. You still need to be on point, of course, with your stun coordination, but it just becomes a whole lot easier. That's why he backs off completely.
There is that gem as well, so... Wait, I swear they bought a gem. Who's holding it currently?
Might be on the...
Okay. Yeah, it was. C-Smile just got it delivered. So a couple of wards, they should be able to get rid of some really big traps that are continuing to scout EG out. So we do have Roche up in 20 seconds. Of course, the buybacks are about to be off cooldown. Because has got enough gold. There's nowhere near enough gold, of course, with Whisper buying out for the overwhelming blink. And C-Smile has almost got enough for himself as well. So this is at least something that will be back in the arsenal for Evil Geniuses.
For sure, for sure. I mean, Miera's, he's even got the refreshers, so no buyback for him, but it's just so much potential in these fights. He's very, very livable with the Ascetics cap as well. So we were talking about, you know, that perfection in terms of the stun combination. He's not getting stunned 100-0. He's going to get the BKB off at some stage in these team fights.
That could just be devastating, though, with double BKB, double Pulverize. Like, who we spoke about EG and, like, who they're trying to blow up, and we've seen 9 Pandas have tried to deal with the supports as well. What about Miero, though? Like, with this Pulverize, it's a long-duration stun lock. Who is he wanting to pretty much take out of the equation?
I mean, you'd love the Shadow Demon to be the one, but you don't want it to be the Shadow Demon prior to the Aeon Disc being popped, right? That's the big difference maker. You would love to be able to use the Pulverize a little bit later on into the team fight, potentially. I know he's got the... actually, he doesn't have the Blink Dagger, so probably won't be able to make that instant jump to the back line. So it's all about just using the Uproar, soaking up a little bit of that damage early on, maybe forcing out some cooldowns from EG, breaking the Bristleback, getting rid of the Phantasm Illusions, and then using the Pulverize after that, refreshing it, doing it all again.
All right. Well, we do have, of course, off the back of third Roche, we've got a Refresher Shard given over to Solo, along with the Cheese and Ages on Ramses. Big reason why they didn't give the Refresher to anyone else is because Kiyotaka's playing with his own Refresher Orb. No reason for that. Here comes the High Ground Siege, the potential last fight of this game.
Trying to slow things down a little bit. Matthew pushing himself a little bit forward. Of course, again, it's just an easy way to be able to get away on that TA with a refraction, able to move on back.
What to do with that trap?
Miera's only 150 gold short of being able to buy the Ag's Blessing. He's got the Blade Mail backpacked right now. It's not the greatest Uproar usage, but it's just got such a low cooldown that it doesn't really matter.
Kiyotaka is ready. Fine. Oh, the mine jumps in, gets a tower, jumps out.
My money. Look at the cars. He's gone for the full wraparound. This Observer Ward has somehow managed to stay alive, and Antares has actually got to move on back. It's not under... Yeah. Oh, he shows in the mid lane, though. Don't think that'll be enough for them to move on forward. They're still worried about the Aegis, and if they can just hole up on their high ground, that's going to be the dream for EG.
It's a pretty nice neutral item. Telescope on Panda, especially for the 2 supports to help just your position accordingly.
Mm-hmm. Even just for the geomagnetic grip on allies as well. You got the Aghanim Shard on C-Smart. Finally, they get rid of that serve wards, so it's looking bleak. Not too much vision that they've got outside of the base right now for EG.
And Tars isn't there currently. So they're going to take a fight. It'll be 4-on-5 and make it 4-on-3 now as well. Soulbite gets a great connection onto 2 cores. Meanwhile, they've isolated Miero as well. This is a great start to the fight from Evil Geniuses. They need to get more off the back of this, though. Ramsey's first slice is taken away.
He'll have the BKB.
How do they set themselves up for the second round? They're instant use to the BKB. They'll kite Ramses, wait for this to expire. Meanwhile, Miero Kiyotaka not going to be able to bring down the Grim Stroke. They will do so after the banishment. He's got a buyback and will look to reuse it. Can they get more, though, EG? It was looking great to start, but with the opportunity there, they'll only get a couple of kills. Whisper's a little bit isolated from the boys. Break is out, needs some protection. Picard's going to be able to deal with the main damage from the backline. Now Ramsey's in some danger. Pike down to the low ground. Echo Slam's not enough. EG, can they catch up to him though? The retreat from Pandas and Naples thanks to Miero. He'll give them enough time. He might get a kill instead, Miero. Are you serious? 5,400 health. He's not even close to dying. Gets all the boys out. Kiyotaka wants to go back in as well. Oh my god, this primal beast hero.
He is a beast. This is the reason we were wanting to raise the Dino Nets coming through it for good purposes. Miero just standing on the front lines, being that absolute nuisance for the entire EG roster.
Whisper? Okay, pretty quick blink away and some reaction. I don't know, man. That looked like probably one of the better fights you're going to get from EG, down 38,000 gold. And if you can't win that, how are you going to win any others?
Whisper's played his Axe Labyrinth. He dodged every single one of those Axe Shut Uproar releases, but still not going to protect the barracks. Really not wanting to use the buybacks, but they're going to be forced.
You're going to have to. That's going to be a dieback out of the Grimstroke. Quick reaction, but the fissure onto 2. Matthew's protected with the on disc and instant Picard's buys back when he sees an opportunity to deal with Antares. But again, Miero, you're not killing him. He's just running straight to them. Meanwhile, nothing. I mean, Kiyotaka is just blowing up a backline member. Is going to go down to the Quills. Buybacks once again. That's the main source from EG to potentially turn the tides here in this fight. Is it going to be enough, though? It's because assassinates another member out of Pandas. Double buyback for them. Ramsey's in some danger. Pike will get some separation. They're going to be able to turn him back to face the Chaos Knight. Ramsey's still with the net worth lead. Should easily be able to win this, especially with the members playing behind him. Because tries to arm the Toggle, but it's just not enough. Miero still stands strong, pretty much unscathed through this team fight. He's got Kiyotaka still ready to go with a refresher as well, but Whisper will try and do whatever he can. One more fight, one last hope. But he will almost be killed off. He's able to step over to the left side, dancing in and out. A great blink to reposition. Meanwhile, C-Smile, they'll just turn their attention over towards the Earth Spirit. Matthew, I mean, he's being so annoying with the banishments. And it will get the Earth Spirit back inside the base. But it is 5 versus 2. It is too much for them to handle. 9 Pandas far out. This was a difficult game.
No one can kill
They had to work for it.
Even the fountain.
And that is hell of a way to be able to celebrate this victory for the boys on Dire.
Oh, the GG being dropped as well. I wonder if that's an SA smiley face coming through in response to Ramses coming in. But it's going to be a 1-1 series at the end of the day. And that means that we are going to get those tiebreakers in group number A as well.
Yeah, far out, man. That's going to be crazy to be able to see how EG can perform in those tiebreakers, because this game would have drained them as well. 52 minutes, and now for them to go all the way down to the finish line. Unfortunately, just unable to topple 9 Pandas, and now they got to go through another series today.
They do indeed. I think I was actually mistaken a bit earlier. I saw the little graphic that popped up, and I saw Talon Quest 1-1. That was just the kill score. I think Talon were actually able to win that game. So Talon's through, and they've even got a chance to be in one of those upper 2 spots. Quest out of here. So we've got one set of tiebreakers, I believe, coming through, and potentially more, depending on how the Gaming Gladiators and Beast Coast matchup ends up faring. So this is really coming down to the wire, isn't it? I mean, this road to the international, we're going to have stage 2 regardless, with first v third or fourth, and then, 8 different best of 3s, but we've got more series to come before then.
And that is the only way you would want it to be with the tournament, the biggest one of the year and the one that everyone looks forward to. It is Christmas for us, and we're going to be rewarded with some tiebreakers. So we'll have to send it back to a panel to be able to evaluate what happened in this final game. But when we come back, we'll have some more series ready to go soon.
Thank you very much, Aries and Daynok, for bringing us that action. And not only was the reward going to be for us getting more tiebreakers, but 9 Pandas are rewarded with getting higher up in their group and not having to fear being eliminated here early on the road to the international. As our casters mentioned, there are still some other really intriguing games happening because there is a guarantee of tiebreakers between Evil Geniuses and SMG if they want to stay in this tournament. And right now, in Group C, we have a currently 4-way tie that could potentially happen. All of that contingent on the results of Game and Gladiators versus Beast Coast. So before we even delve more into the peculiarities of what could happen, we need to take a look at that game. So we're going to send it over to our casters who are right now in the thick of it for Game and Gladiators versus Beast Coast. So stay tuned.
So let it be, get out of there, and Shadow Fiends almost got the BKB finished. Be a lot more confident once Jim Park is able to pick that up. How's that Ags looking on Bristleback? Okay, he has it now, so yeah, Ags has been concluded on Sacred. So we're getting to see that effect.
Yeah, that should at least help quite a bit. I do think the Ags is okay. Dark Mago barely does get the blink off. Yeah, so BKB SF, Aghanim's Bristleback, I think it's go time. You force a Roche fight or take a fight around this area. I think both teams understand this game and bring everyone. Beast Coast are smoking.
Yep.
It's crunch time.
It absolutely is. It's been a couple minutes since we've had action, and we're due for it. Into the Roshan pit they go. Those gaming gladiators. So now it's Beast Coast. It's on them to decide how they want to play this out. You have Sacred smoked up. So there is the gobble up. Throws in Jim Park, actually. Okay. No Requiem for him because obviously Gaming Gladiator's already fallen back. Bristleback. Gonna get pulverized, immediately stopped by the Fissure. Sacred has that axe. But he needs to run.
Gets to tank through it. I mean, Game and have a lot of items now at this point to, like, I think kind of, ooh, I like this move. Just go for the second smoke and just try to get around them.
Ooh, if they get Shadowfin especially, well, they got the Bristleback out at least. The onslaught forward. Cookie going off, and now BKB actually with the Requiem from Jim Park. Gets the fear on the Primal Beast. Is he tanking up? It looks like it. A miss kicking in, and he's going to manage to survive. But the Echo Slam comes down to finish the job. However, Dark Mago in a bad spot because of that. So it will be a trade of a 1-for-1. And Shadowfeet TP'd away. They're just saying, we got to get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, they did use a lot already, right? They've used BKB on Jim Park. Requiem, Echo is gone. He traded himself for the Primal Beast. Definitely a good play by Dark Mago. But yeah, SF without BKB, incredibly hard to play. And let's see, do they want to force Roche here? Looks like they do not.
That's what I was going to say. It means they're giving up Roshan, but never mind. They don't force it.
Yeah, I guess that Gaiman might just be happy enough that whenever Beast Coast posture towards Roche to just fight them there.
Okay.
And then just, you know, it's like, okay, we don't want to...
Use it as bait.
Exactly. Like, just let them go there, we go fight them.
So they're going to take a little more time, control the top part of the map, because in about 30 seconds, obviously Roshan is going to make his journey through the Twin Gate towards the top. It still feels, I know it's been in the game for a while, and it still feels weird to say that and see it in action. It's like, Roshan, I'm going to go on a walk.
Honestly, it's still pretty funny to me as well. It's okay, Jim Park going to go for a Mask of Madness, which of course will help him with a lot of damage output, and then you can split it later. But the Ratio, top of the net worth now. He's having a very good game.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's CK showing off. But Silence, the Chorus, Heart, Echo Saber, Armlet, Blink. And now he's thinking the Assault Cuirass, which will certainly be great. Roshan has made his journey to the top, so far not making a play on it yet. Jim Park, meanwhile, he's Silver Edge into the mid lane, and actually gonna just take out the creep wave. No one there to fight. But now they're going up to the Roshan, so they know he's up here. And here comes the, as you're mentioning, is Beast Coast going to try to respond to this, or do they just let it be?
Maybe it's hard, but I feel like they should probably look like you have the gobble up, you know, maybe you can smoke up, pop someone in, Snapples on top of us. we have not seen the Snap Axe actually come to effect yet in any of the last fights. So it looks like just free road for Gaimin.
Yeah, they tried again with the launching and the Shadow Fiend, but at that point, Gaming Gladiators had already fallen back. So yeah, they're just gonna give it up. They'll fight, and in the end, it will be free for Gaming Gladiators. I'm sure Aegis. I mean, who do you give this to? I guess CK is the obvious choice. But
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, you'd be happy with any of them. You could even give it to Ace. Like, if you think that, okay, Quinn doesn't die, Darachi doesn't die, give it to Ace. But, you know, if it allows Darachi to just go ham sandwich, get in the backline, then sure, let's go for it.
So it becomes official with that kill there on Roshan. Earthshaker did spend that time farming up and finishing his BKB at least. So
yeah,
good news for Beast Coast. Stinger has his Aether Lens, has the Shard, of course, over on the Shadow Demon. So he's doing his job there as well.
I mean, Beast Coast, I don't think they have like too many plays on the map at this point. Like, sure, your Bristle is strong, but if they catch him off guard, he's kind of dies. Same with, honestly, most of your heroes, and most of your kills can only come through Shake or Snap. So it's on them to like see if they can find that. If not, I think this whole map is Gaimin's as well. Like, they also have a gem, so they'll slowly just shrink it more and more. So Beast Coast have a hard couple of minutes ahead of them.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jim Park trying to finish a full Hurricane spike, but just really trying to keep on top of that net worth chart. If anything, him and CK have been bouncing back and forth. Mid lane, Bristle back. Going a little more comfortable to
Glyph TP.
That's going to be initiation for the CK. Duraccio going in. Blade Mill comes out. The Gem Part, the Gobble to throw it. The Requiem, Necrophos. Can they come in time? Yes, they can. He does get the turn kill on a Bristle back. Bristle has a buyback though if he wants to use it. Shadow Demon going to be picked up. The Echo Slam hits Duraccio, and the Fissure to take him out. So the Aegis going to be burnt, but Shadow Fiend was killed off. In the back line, CK now looking to help out his teammates more, including Ace to get the pulverize on Earthshaker and help slam him down, and now Bristleback is also going to get caught up too. So, yeah, the gobble up initiation. I mean, yes, they killed Necrophos, but it's just still not enough across the board, and Gaming Gladiator is too strong.
I mean, the supports actually did so much. You had the full Sunray, Spirit Vessel, Terrorize is coming out. That was a dieback as well for Sacred. Maybe if the initiation was a little bit of a Beast Coast, that could have worked out. I kind of like the play, but yeah, Gaimin, they just get to strike back. Like here, maybe if the Gobble Up stun like connects and it's a bit more clean, everything could be cool. But yeah, I mean, Jimper is just kind of alone, right? Egg comes out, it looks great. Like, who can help him?
And the live action. You saw on the bottom right there as we're replaying this fight, of course. So yeah, I'm with you there with the gauntlets. You mentioned this region especially, they love it, but it feels like such an all-in tool that it's hard to really have. When it comes together, boy, is it beautiful, but that's an 0 for 2 now, and that feels pretty bad. But yeah, Snapfire was just found in the trees there in the live action, and easy kill for Duraccio on the Chaos Knight, so even more adding to it. It's essentially cleaning up the whole team there.
Yeah. Man, this Necro is getting, Quinn is getting so strong in this game. That's a third hard on Gaming Gladiators with some tankiness now on the Primal Beast as well. You're about to have Sanj completed. Ogre Seal Totem as well on Necro is incredible. Generally, when you play against SD, you can't really move, but now he has the Shard. The Ogre Seal allows you to maneuver, so yeah. Some very nasty things coming out for Gaimin.
Mm-hmm. Pushing in the objectives now, feeling confident to do so as Gaming Gladiators. Well, kinda. They send the creep wave up at least, but the rest of them are going to fall back. We're about to hit 30 minutes into this game, and I think that's the cue, Casey, as you were mentioning in the draft. I think Beast Coast, have they hit that marker? Have they hit that limit?
Yeah, I think it's getting hard for Beast Coast right now. Like, I was hoping for them to be doing a little bit better. They have to execute big combos right now. Because for Gaimin, I think it's chill. You know, you have the 3 bros in the front line with the heart, the Sunray in the back. For Beast Coast, it's a little harder to play these fights now.
Mm-hmm. Well, Sacred in pursuit. No, nice stun, but Necrophos.
Oh, gobble, gobble.
Took it away initially. There's the gobble. The kick. Okay, that was pretty. But the same result, though, perhaps, as the Echo Slam, the Fissure, doing everything. Disruption onto the Chaos Knight. Schofield manages to barely stay alive. Never mind, he's dead. And this CK, again, that they kill the Necrophos, but
and break.
You still have Ace and Duraccio just way too strong.
There is so much stupid HP you have to... Oh, I kind of like the play as... Hold on, it's not done yet, Stinger. Trying to put on the juke boots. Did get its TP cancelled.
All right.
Looks like he will make it out. So 2 for 2 at the end of it all. Gobble Up did work out beautifully, but yeah, there is so much HP that you have to kind of like chew through. Like what, 4K on Ace, 4K on Duraccio, and like 4K on Quinn.
It almost feels... I also don't even know if I understand the whole Shadow Fiend sending him in either. It's like, yes, the blow up is nice, but I'm kind of with you that the Bristleback, just get him in a good position in the midst of them, let him be that chaos factor, and have your Shadow Fiend not be in a very vulnerable spot of the process. Because that's also an issue.
Yeah, I guess...
Sorry to cut off your entertainment. I know you were enjoying the game. You were deeply invested in the outcome of Gaming Gladiators versus Beast Coast. However, don't worry, I got your back. Head on over to Stream C to continue that matchup as Breaky CPK and our boy Kezu is making sure to inform you of exactly what's going on there. Here, though, on the main stream, we have some very important business to attend to. Our first tiebreaker here on the road to the International. I'm joined on panel yet again. I've got Lizard, I've got Winter. So, Lizard, firstly, before we talk about the tiebreaker, right? What a game. EG versus 9 Pandas game 2. I think that might be one of my favorite games I've seen in the tournament so far.
So far in the group stages, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty damn solid. A lot of mistakes happening left, right, and center. Like nerves definitely kicking in for some of those players. But that's what makes LAN Dota just so incredible, right? Like these tournaments, they just get into you. The pressure is on. You make some interesting echo slams here and there, some interesting rolls as well from the Earth Spirit, but in the end it just makes the game more interesting.
Does it make the game more interesting? And Winter, because of the chaos that has happened, there is a new lease on life for South America, potentially, right? Actually, for you, from someone from Southeast Asia, you should have been happy that they lost, right, on EG, because it means that SMG gets to still have another shot at competing.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice for SMG to have another shot, and overall, I feel like both teams have quite a lot of problems that they need to solve, like EG, SMG, and right now it's all about like figuring out a strategy that can make your weaknesses not so visible and try to just play good Dota, you know.
I think it probably helps as well that once they came into this particular day, both of them are able to notch up some wins, right? Lizard mentioned it earlier that EG was clearly ramping up. SMG, honestly, I'll be honest, I didn't think they were going to be able to take a game, but they did. And now
yeah, me too. Same. Yeah.
What do you think the odds are going up against EG now in a proper best-of-3 environment, not a BO2?
I think EG is probably my favorite in this series. I feel like overall they exhibit more understanding of the meta, and execution-wise maybe not as good as the other teams. But overall, I feel like they kind of know what to pick, but they're just not playing well enough.
It definitely looks like they're the more cohesive team out of the two, and at the same time it feels like this is some buzzword that's been thrown around for a really long time, but identity. Like they have a little bit more of that than SMG seems to, at the moment at least.
At the moment right now, both of them are still in danger of being eliminated from our tournament and no longer be able to continue their road to the International. Just a quick reminder of how we got here. You see all those teams at the top: LGD, Team Spirit, Team Liquid, Tundra Esports. All of them have won their group and have the right to choose their opponent for the next phase of the competition. Our first phase of tiebreakers between Evil Geniuses and SMG will determine who will join Thunder Awaken in an early exit from the tournament. And right now, Gaming Gladiators versus Beast Coast. That series is not over. If Beast Coast doesn't get a single win, they will be eliminated. And if they do, then we force a 3-way tiebreaker between themselves, Virtus Pro, and Nouns. And if they just get 2-0, then it's Gaming that has to be in that tiebreaker. But no matter what, we are going to be having some very interesting things happening in Group C. But sadly, and somewhat surprisingly, Winter, Quest Esports eliminated in Group D instead of Vivo Key Stars, which most people were expecting.
Yeah, I feel like for me, I would have put Vivo, Key Stars, and Quest at the bottom two anyway, but I didn't expect Quest to lose out, you know, in terms of comparing to Vivo. The overall good day for South America kind of sucks for Quest, but I mean, they're a new team still, you know. They have to figure out what they're going to do next year, and they have time now.
Yeah. What do you think happened, Lizard, with that squad? Given how much promise they were showing throughout the year, given how good they looked at Bali, how they looked decent at Riyadh, but the signs of a really good squad were there.
Yeah, but there were a couple of changes happening recently within them as well, right? And overall, group stages are merciless, and the group that they were in is really damn strong. Vivo, obviously, most of them, we took them as the team that's going to get eliminated, right?
Yeah.
Most of us at least thought that way. But unfortunately for Quest, they were the ones that got that one extra victory.
Speaking of Southeast Asian teams, obviously we're going to be seeing SMG very shortly in their tiebreaker matchup. I quickly want to touch on Talent Esports. Were able to recover. Yesterday they went 0-4. Today they went 4-0. Everybody in this room, except Lizard, did not believe that they'd be able to make this comeback. What is it about that squad that made you feel like this could actually happen today?
Look, Talon, they have proven to us so many times before that they can bounce back and that they're a very high caliber team. It's the nerves, I believe, yesterday that got to them. You could see them making some very uncharacteristical mistakes for Talon. And they just needed to kind of refresh during the night, think about the game a little bit more, maybe think about the morale and how they approach the series. They went from 0-4 to 4-0, right? So.
I mean, they were also playing the stronger teams in the first day, so that also might
be a small issue.
Yeah.
Now things are going to be somewhat easier, hopefully, for them if they want to continue in this tournament. Let's quickly talk about what the people in SMG are like here, Winter, because you have no one, right? Obviously, mind controlled here at this tournament. These are people who have never actually been eliminated this early once they get to a tournament like this. And I've always had this feeling that winning is a habit. So do you think that habit's going to kick in for them in time before the tiebreakers start?
Yeah, but if the team is not sorting out their issues, then the habit might not, affect too much. I didn't really get to see much of their games, but from the 1 or 2 games that I saw, I feel like they don't really have a very good cohesion among the 5 players whenever they are moving around the map and where they are playing across the board. And I feel like that has been one of their major problems in the games that I've managed to watch. And right now, maybe certain areas have been improved because they've been able to play a lot more games together, and so hopefully they were able to pull more synergy between the players and play some good Dota.
Well, Southeast Asia has their hopes right now pinned on SMG getting through this tiebreaker, and of course South America does not want Evil Geniuses to join Thunder Awaken in an early exit from the road to the international. Let's see who stays, let's see who goes, but more importantly, let's see some Dota. So we send it over to our casters to bring you SMG versus Evil Geniuses in our first tiebreaker on the road to the international.
It is do or die for one of these teams, SMG versus Evil Geniuses. We're going to rematch as well. We've seen these two teams, of course, go up against each other yesterday in a best of 2, where, in fact, we were even casting that series then as well. We saw the 1-1 tie between them, and this is going to be crazy that one of these teams is going home. I mean, for SMG, 4 players, everyone but Genuel, the last time they played at TI was 2018. We're not even there just yet. They even have to go through phase 2, even just to get to TI, which is crazy. And then, of course, Evil Geniuses. Last year, of course, 3 members from Thunder Awaken with an incredible placement. And then we even saw the likes of Beast Coast as well, where we see some of them from with a top 8 finish. So these teams, these players have had some great showings at TI in the past, in particular, of course, for EG, where a lot of them made their name last year. The fact that one of these teams isn't even going to move into phase 2 is crazy.
And it just goes to show how international Dota is these days, right? It's not, I mean, we even saw Quest, they're going home as well. So the Western European dominance, it's not there anymore. Only 2 of those teams at the very top of the table are from Western Europe. We got an Eastern European team, we got a Chinese team as well. And there are even, the South American team was the only team that took a game off of Tundra. So it's like, I'm loving to see so much of a closer skill gap between a lot of these teams. I love teams that provide something new and use a bit of a different style to them. You'd have to say Evil Geniuses is one of them, with some of their flex, with some of their potential for scaling. We've talked about Matthew and his hero pool as well. Really exciting to see if he's able to bring that one out, because I think he played a pretty damn good Shadow Demon game, but I feel like EG plays so much better when he plays a more aggressively oriented style of hero. So whether that be one of these stealthy heroes that's able to provide vision, provide a bit of initiation and pick-off potential, or if it's just like a big team fight hero. So we'll have to see how it all ends up panning out. The big thing for for mine is that I just remember Picard's going 21, 0, and 10 on that PA. So I want to see SMG, if they're going to stand a chance, they got to play to their strengths, which is doing a pretty good job in the laning stage and then pushing off the back of that. Can't get too complacent, can't get too passive, because Picard's is one of the best farmers out there.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, we saw that be the case in that game one where he was able to take over. We saw in the series as well, both game one and game two was a Pango and a Conquer. SMG, of course, the first pick Pango, and then EG responded with the Conquer in both game one and game two. So we'll see if that's going to be the same case now in this best of three. Also in game two, I mean, you highlighted what Picard was able to do. Game two was a bit of a flip. We saw that the Life Stealer played for mid one, didn't have nearly as many kills as Picard's, but went flawless and had an incredible performance. Really, it was the offlane MC Earthshaker, something we've seen him in the past be able to dominate on, and that was a big reason why they were able to get over the finish line. So there's a lot to look forward to, and I really wonder what kind of adaptations we're going to have as well from that series just a day ago compared to now.
Yeah, even just like we saw in that previous series that we were just watching that included EG, right? Picard's didn't look, I don't want to say anywhere near as menacing as the Chaos Knight, but it's certainly a different style of hero, right? Much more brawly, little less farm-oriented. You're not able to scale quite as much as some of his other cores that he really does excel on. So I just, whatever it happens, I want to see both teams playing to their strengths. You don't want to go out of TI off the back of playing like not your Dota, because it's like not what everyone is doing. That's what got you here. So stick with it, play to your strengths, and hopefully we're down for a banger. It's best of threes now as well, not just a best of two. We have to crown a winner at the end of this to see who is going to be moving on to phase two of that group stage.
We are about to get our draft underway as well. So let's see how the big brain can come into play. We haven't even really mentioned Heen as well from SMG. So let's see what he's can help do, get them over the finish line, because he's also a 8 times representee at TI. I mean, of course, got to keep in mind he was able to get the victory with Mind Control when Liquid won. So of course he's been here, done it all. Was with Secret in a lot of coaching as well on multiple other different teams. So Heen has definitely got the information and knows how to get some, at least set up a team to be able to have success. But you always see how he's going to be able to do that in this series in particular.
Yeah, you have to wonder like how much of that most recent game is going to be affecting both of these teams, right? But both teams were able to secure the first win in their most recent series, and then the second one didn't go anywhere near as strongly. I mean, SMG got absolutely stomped by Entity in game number 2, and it really felt like you were just banging your head against a wall as EG in game number 2 against 9 Pandas. So I still want to see percent damage coming out, man. This really does feel like the meta of like super beefy heroes, both off the back of Heart, off the back of a lot of these really nice scaling items. Spirit Vessel's not enough. You got to have something like a Phoenix, you got to have a Wyvern, you got to have an Underlord, you got to have something along those lines. You know, we saw even Azure do it with FY playing the Doom. Infernal Blade does a similar sort of thing. So if you're not going to do it, you're going to get exploited.
5 seconds.
And no Pango, thankfully. I'm so done with that hero, man. I mean, you mentioned C-Smile with the fact that he was able to play it twice in a row, played a great game twice in a row up against SMG, and he played a great game against 9 Pandas as well in that game number 1. He was a big part of the reason why they were able to secure the dub. Oh, here we go. They're going back for it. And again, this doesn't reveal anything, right? You could flex it to, honestly, 4 different roles. Now, you could still work as a support. I know for SMG in particular, Zhao has been playing the Dazzle a little bit when it has been let through, but of course, EG picking it up. We saw how effective Whisper was in that game number 1 of the previous series.
And again, it's got to be said that this draft is already very different to what we saw in game 1 and game 2 in the previous best of 2. Like the fact that actually SMG get rid of the Pango and then EG changed. Instead of going Conquer, they banned Pucks, one of no one's top 3 heroes, without a doubt. Top 3 heroes. We don't see it often anymore, but obviously they feel like that could be a great way to address the Dazzle, and then SMG go down this Enchantress route. So they can flex. We've seen Arfu pick up the Enchantress and really shine in the late game, but of course Januel is very comfortable in this as well. But it is a different opening from either side compared to their previous best of 2.
And what I do like about it from SMG's perspective, I was mentioning that they need to play a lot more aggressively, right? They need to play to their strengths. Zhao, we saw he wasn't quite as effective when he was playing, you know, a bit more of that was it a Nyx Assassin? What was he playing?
Was
It
it
was
Bat
like
Rider?
really Bat Rider. That's right. Like he just felt super uncomfortable on it. But when you've got something like an Enchantress that's able to put a lot of pressure on, or if you have him playing, you know, the likes of an Oracle or a Treant or an Io or a Phoenix, he just feels so much more capable on those sorts of heroes. And if you're going up against EG, who are probably going to pick a hero for Pakaz that's going to be able to want to sit back and farm, just having something like an Ench who's able to put some map pressure on, even just solo, is going to be enormous for them.
Lifesteal ban is a little bit target, of course, the previous game that we were mentioning, where Mid-1 was able to have a really good showing. That game, there was a offlane Centaur played from Whisper, but of course we have seen earlier today, like you said, that he was picking up the Dazzle, so I do kind of wonder what the reasoning is behind the Lifesteal. I don't know if it's just some recency bias with how good Mid-1 looked on it, or if they're considering picking something up. We are going to get our double support from SMG, so Afu's got the Coddle.
Potentially. I have to wonder if this is going to be like a... Could
Please
this
don't be
be
mid.
a mid coddle?
No,
Or
no,
even
no.
offlane? I mean, we've seen Zai do offlane coddle. We've seen
Yeah,
Zai do
Zai can
offlane
do
clockwork
anything.
and made it work. So, you know.
5 seconds.
I don't know
I
about
mean,
them.
you just consider that, like, again, it's effective for shoving lanes. You get a really big power spike early on, just if you go core with Boots of Travel into, like, a Spirit Vessel. So your Vessel Carrier is there really early on, and you're able to deal somewhat with Dazzle just constantly trying to spam heal a lot of these waves, right? So it feels like it's doable in a core role, but I mean, having that level of flex is quite nice. It means that EG really need to decide what's going on, and this really dissuades against that.
Who would have thought?
Who
EG
would have
Conquer.
thought? Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, mentioning a lot, but we just saw it in the previous series as well with the offlane, the offlane Dazzle, mid Conquer, and like you said, dissuades against the Coddle. So very comfortable. We saw Venge in that game from EG was picked up to follow with the Conquer.
What you go against this? I mean, we have the OD has been banned out a lot against the Kunkka. Also potential for Necro to be one of the other heroes that comes through. Again, you've got that % damage against these strength heroes. You feel incredibly effective. Kunkka, yeah, he's got a lot of magic damage coming out from a lot of his spells, but still a lot of it does come from the Tiebringer as well. Physical damage from Dazzle too. So it's nice to be able to dodge out a lot of that.
How much of an issue is it the fact they've shown their double supports? Because now we can't look at something like an Ancient Apparition or a Phoenix as well to add on to that to potentially deal with this Conquer Dazzle.
I get what you're saying, and it is a little bit of a concern. I mean, the thing is, though, you want to make sure that you've just got the potential to be uber aggressive. And I think AA and Phoenix aren't really that mold of heroes, right? Like, Kunkka still is going to hit a pretty decent timing, but as long as you give him a good lane to be able to play around, then I don't think it's that big of an issue, right? Like, if you beat a hero, pick a hero that beats the Kunkka, then suddenly you're not quite so concerned. Of course, the issue comes with this level of flex is, hey, we get to see some Dusky coming out. Just with honestly, all 3 picks here, you don't know where EG is going to play them. Basically, the only thing that you're confident about is that Pakaz is not playing any of these heroes, and they've been saving his until pretty late into the draft.
10 seconds remaining.
And Toss Dazzle,
Capable of scaling, right?
yes. I mean, it's always nice having a little bit of BKB piercing control as well here, potentially for EG. I think Matthew's always very confident. I mean, you were saying to start on like those melee heroes that can jump in, and he has the capability to play some range heroes as well, but
it's a lot of physical damage. That's the thing that just springs to mind for me. So is it going to be the Sven for the Warcry? Is it going to be, like I was saying before, the Necro, who is somewhat capable against that? Is it going to be an Underlord? Again, % damage against 2 strength heroes feels not too bad, especially if you're able to combine it together with someone like a Keeper of the Light, just to refresh those spells a whole lot more. I know it's not really super meta, but I feel like it could potentially work here. The thing is, like, you don't know what hero that EG are going to pick into you, but when you think of Pakaz heroes that are able to, sit back and farm a whole lot more, it's kind of the antithesis of what you want to be picking into an Underlord, right? You want to be picking those early lane-dominating style heroes, and that kind of goes away from what Pakaz's strength really is.
Yep. We've got to see how SMG look to try and combine the Coddle with one of their heroes too. I mean, this is a big factor of it with the Chakra being able to refresh one of the spells. I mean, you can't get that Pango combo. Ember feels pretty weak at the moment as well, so you're not really looking towards that. So you know, what is going to be that hero from no one to be able to combine with the chakra out of the coddle?
I'm having a bit of a think about it, even just for like what Mind Control's hero is going to be, if this is indeed going to be the sort of strat. They're going to go for some late game themselves. All right, don't hate it. Do you hate it?
I mean, you're playing into potentially 3 saving heroes if you want to include the boat if it gets it off fast enough. Like, you're going to need to get a lot of damage inside this chrono, and you have a response potentially for EG as well. You could already be looking at something like a Wraith King for Bakaz. I mean, that hero versus Faceless Void, and it is starting to feel very strong as well. You've got a lot to amplify him with physical.
What did I tell you about the coddle, bro? What did I tell you?
I mean, I just hope it's not MC playing it, and then if it's mid lane, I mean, Conquer deals very well with Coddle with the X. So
5 seconds remaining.
It's always the main concern, isn't it? And they've even got some decent initiation on top of that with the Tusk, able to roll in, lock him down. Not the greatest amount of mana to be able to play, armor to be able to play around with. But what I liked about the Void when it was picked up wasn't necessarily even the Chronosphere, it was the time dilation. You know, it takes away one of the big strengths of the Dazzle, just being able to constantly be casting spells, be stacking up that bad juju, be making a lot of these right clicks happen. And there's the Bakaz hero that we've all been waiting to see. I mean, they're going all in on this physical damage lineup right now. Some minus armor from multiple heroes, the tag team even buffing up a lot of that physical output. Feels pretty strong to me. And these are some squish heroes right now on SMG.
I really like the ban from EG. You need to have a hero from MC just to start. You cannot be relying on the Faceless Void. Someone needs to have that stun to be able to set up for the Coddle. So Axe, probably, of course, a perfect response to the Dazzle. I mean, maybe you're looking at something like a Centaur, but low armor could be a concern. X into Stampede against Conqueror's really not the greatest as well. So are there any like Blink initiating heroes that come to mind?
Probably Tidehunter is the one for mine that I'm feeling strongly for, excuse me. Of course, the Anchor Smash effective against the PA, even just having the Dead in the water against a Tusk and a PA really hinders a lot of their movement capabilities, and it gives them that additional way to be able to set up for a lot of these fights as well. Not just for the Chronosphere, but it really does enable both the Techies and the Coddle too.
Is it? Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, Tide Techies is a very strong lane. Is it fast enough though? Because I was thinking more of like a lower cooldown roaming hero.
I get what you're saying, but I mean, you can build Meteor Hammer, right? So at least you're going to have that plus the Enchantress for being able to possibly take towers. You've got a Keeper of the Light, most likely going to be mid, that's going to be shoving out waves. And that's the thing, right? You just need to take away the space that PA has to be able to farm. And, you know, taking towers early is the way to do it. So that's really what I'm wanting out of whatever offlane does end up getting picked up. We're still assuming that it is going to be offlane for SMG, but it's probably most likely.
EG, they're potentially going to be able to pick the hero first, so it looks like currently SMG are, I mean, covering their tracks. Of course, both Doom and Urshik can also be played as a 4, but what do you feel like they actually currently need? Like, is this a Toss Dazzle lane? Are we looking for Matthew's hero? What do we, Panda's hero? Yeah, what do you think they need on EG?
I think you're waiting for a, there's that under Ben. I think we're waiting for a Panda hero right now. I honestly wouldn't hate them picking up the Phoenix, to be honest. You don't do a great job of shoving out lanes, but it just enables these fights to be extended a little bit further. I mean, there's even like a Treant Protector available. You could even... Could you go Wyvern? No, okay. Wyvern's a little slow. Oracle, perhaps? I mean, even just the Fate's Edict is quite nice against a lot of the magic damage that they've got.
Are you wanting a stronger support, though, to protect the PA? Because that can be one of her weaknesses in the lane.
Sure, but you don't know. Like, maybe they feel like a lot of the stronger offlaners have already been banned out, right? So it's not quite as big of a concern.
Let's see what the choice is going to be for EG. 10 seconds left, so we get to see what their last pick is, and they're going to outround it. They do go back for the Venge, which is something we brought up in the second phase that they paired with the Conquer early today. So it's physical damage through the roof.
Mm-hmm. Not even just from the minus armor, just from the Vengeance aura as well. You also got now a swap for the Chronosphere. You've got ways to, increase the stuns just to enable PA even further. The thing is for mine, like, outside of the Conquer, you have very bad wave clears. So I really want SMG to try and get on the front foot, whether that be with a Tidehunter, with a Beastmaster. We haven't seen too much of that, but that's a mind control staple as well. You'd love to be able to just constantly toss out those. This is another one that gets quite aggressive too, so don't hate the Spirit Breaker. And I still think it is one of the most busted heroes of this entire TI.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the style of hero I was potentially asking for as well, just with someone who can play very active with the Coddle and scale, like you're mentioning. So you're able to get on top of the Dazzle, which again, EG are playing with another lineup that's very position-based, like we saw earlier today in regards to their support. So there's going to need to be a lot of emphasis on their vision, on, you know, if C-Smile goes down this Blade Mail Heart route, you know, how Matthew's going to play it as well, because this Spirit Breaker is going to be able to cut through the back line.
Yeah, and I think we might see a similar sort of strat to what Nine Pandas flexed towards in that previous game, right? Just ignore the tanky hero. In that game, it was Whisper on his Bristleback. This time around, it's going to be C-Smile on the Kunkka, right? Just try and avoid him as much as possible. And I feel like the timing that SMG are really going to be playing for is either a Shadow Blade or an Ags or a BKB on this Spirit Breaker. You just need to find a way to get in onto that backline, whether it be a Venge or a Tusk or a Dazzle. Doesn't really matter which one it is. You've just got to take out one of these heroes that has the potential of dying early on into these fights.
How are we feeling, my friend? This is a best of 3, no best of 2, so you're potentially being able to go to 3 games. We need to see how this first game looks. So between either side, EG going back for, you know, something that we've seen work for them. You know, game 1 versus SMG with the Bakaz Phantom Assassin, and of course this minus armor recently in that previous series. For SMG though, we like what they're pulling out. You know, the mid 1 Faceless Void, the last pick Spirit Breaker. Do we feel like they have what it takes?
I think they do, but it's a lot of pressure to put on to Januel. I think because they haven't gone for this Meteor Hammer builder or a natural pusher like the Beastmaster, it means that you really do need to be the one to be able to take a lot of these towers on the Enchantress as well. Another reason why you pick it up, it's a relatively strong laner, right? So you want to make sure that the Dazzle doesn't get off to a good start. You want to make sure that you're putting that pressure on, reducing the area of the map that Pakaz's PA has to be able to play around with. And I mean, what better stage to be able to prove your worth if you're Jao, your first TI, and you're in an elimination series. This is the time to really step up.
Have fun and a smiley face indeed, so we get ourselves underway. So let's see how we're going to break out as well. Previous series, we saw a bit of action before the Horn. How do we feel like overall the lanes are going to go? I mean, the big one I'm looking at is, you mentioned in the draft how the Faceless Void time dilation can prove to be very frustrating for the Dazzle. We have seen though, like, I mean, Dazzle Toss sounds like a scary, scary lane. I mean, we also know that Enchantress is a laning support that can often turn the tides around to actually favor your carry. So do we feel like the Ench is enough to help the Void, or is the Toss Dazzle just going to be too scary for SMG safe lane?
Well, just have a look at some of the items that they've been purchasing up on EG's side, right? Matthew has a Blightstone, and it's pretty rare, honestly, that Tusk would start with a Blightstone. So that just gives you an indication of exactly what their game plan is going to be. Just get uber aggressive, look to try and pressure away the Enchantress, because, you know, I mentioned the time dilation being good against the Dazzle. That's more for level 6 and beyond, right? Okay. When the bad juju really is starting to come into the equation and you're wanting to just spam it out every 3 seconds. But early on, it really is going to be EG favored in this top lane. It's going to come down to positioning as well with some of the other lanes, right? No one, he can't really go too far forward, doesn't want to be getting clipped by that Tidebringer from the Kunkka. Very, very low armor. What are we chuckling about?
I know, I think Arfu wrote something and then... Oh, sorry.
Scribbled it out or something?
Yeah, mid one wrote something and then Arfu scribbled it out, because I'm pretty sure he wrote something about Arfu. I don't know. Anyway, I didn't get to see what it was. But yeah, so more about this mid lane. You're speaking about the low armor for the Coddle. So just trying to play distance away from the Tidebringer? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're seeing a Kunkka going up against a Coddle or a Puck or a Void Spirit, these low armor mid heroes, that's really what you're wanting to... You don't want to be taking free damage, basically, from the Kunkka just off the back of Tidebringer, getting a lot of these last hits. The plus side, of course, is that you're quite speedy. So you should be able to position yourself in a good spot so that doesn't happen too often. And of course, we know that no one is such a skilled hero. Noughts and crosses.
Yes, Noughts and crosses by himself, and he's winning. Very well done, mid one.
All the internationals are going to be like, what the hell is Noughts and crosses? Because it's tic-tac-toe everywhere else, you know? And they're just wrong.
Are they?
Yeah, I think so. We do it right here.
What makes them wrong and us right?
We're from the future.
Okay. That's a good response. I'll take that. Us Australians know how to do it. You're living upside down, but that's okay. It is possible to cast upside down. Have you tried it before?
I have not. You know, I need all of the brain power that I can just to get to this level. I don't think that I could handle doing that much more.
It's a rush to the dome. Yeah, it's definitely interesting hanging from the ceiling, looking upside down, but sometimes you see the game in a different light. You're able to read what's going on. Yeah, it's quite fun.
You know, I talked to you about potentially, you know, coming and casting in the same spot, but I don't know if I want to go to your casting dungeon now if you've got, like, the mechanics to be able to hang upside down in the little shed that you're casting from.
Just a little bit of acrobatics while the cast's going on. Just getting a workout in at the same time.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe do some, like, what do you even call those when you're, like, hanging and you're trying to do sit-ups off the back of that? Like hanging crunches or something? I don't know.
Yeah, you can go with that. I don't know. That'll work. But hopefully we get
these guys know how noughts and crosses works. You don't get 9 turns in a row.
Mid one's just Manzi, you gotta go. Once you get back to his again, your first TI in quite some time, gotta go through phase 2, but you know, last time was 2019, so that was on the Secret Lads. But it has been quite some time till we've seen him there. No One as well. It's going to be an interesting battle between C-Smile and No One too. I mean, you know, C-Smile has been around for much longer than, you know, some of the likes of like Dark Margot, for example, who again really made his name with the Thunder team. But you know, we'll see how he can go versus one of the more experienced mid laners. Had, you know, some stints in Western Europe, and I've said it before, I really think No One was doing a great job at transitioning into a carry, but back to his role in the heyday where VP were that ridiculously dominant team. I mean, you know,
they were them.
Yes, they were them, without a doubt. I mean, the run that we saw from Virtus Pro was exceptional. The fact that you can go to multiple ESLs and win a couple cars and be them. And really the closest teams to it has been, you know, Secret in their run. And then, of course, this year for Gaming Gladiators, the only team that had won every major in a year. So it's going to be good to see the little battle we got. I don't know what's going on.
What's Observer trying to do? Just give blood grenades out for free? I mean, we saw multiple gems in the previous game just sitting on the ground. So why not? If you could just duplicate them, it's like free money. It's like investing in GameStop, you know?
Yeah, how's that going?
It's going great. There's a movie coming out about it soon. Ugh. Rip me.
Oh no, that's not good. I don't want to see a DC.
I mean, they said it was sound issues, so hopefully it's just like, or the restart will solve it.
You know, at least, honestly, we've had like, at least on the ones we've been covering, we've had no issues. Our slide issue was the bug we saw yesterday, which was
just a slide issue.
I mean, it was really fixed pretty fast, though. Let's be real. Last TI, we had to wait, you know, again, an hour and a half for that OG Liquid game, and then you know, yesterday the bug. I mean, they have the power now to be able to remake a game. I mean, we didn't not have that capability a year and a bit ago, even, you know, maybe 2 years ago. So yeah,
it was actually hotfixed as well. That bug was hotfixed.
I did it.
Yeah, I saw it. No, it was like, all right, we got it. We got it all sorted.
I think I saw someone on Reddit say that they saw the bug like a year ago and predicted it might happen, but it was some title. I don't know, it was a clickbait title or something, but
clickbait on Reddit? No,
it never happens, right? I mean, Reddit's a harmless place. It's good to lurk around.
Very smart, 12k
best
MMR.
of the best.
Oh, I'm paused.
Best of the best. Back in with a couple of G's and ready to go. Game 1.
Hopefully not a couple of G's in a row.
No, not in a row. We don't want that just yet. Don't want that just yet.
What we have seen from both of these teams is that they will not be like 9 Pandas. They will not see a lost cause and then just GG out. They will wait until the very last second. Both EG and SMG notorious for that.
Afu? That's, not a good high gun, my friend. In fact, that is a high gun where you're going to run into 4 EG heroes and give a first blood over to Because, who again was 21-0 in game 1 versus SMG yesterday on the Phantom Assassin. They're going to go for an interesting play because they also have 30 seconds to go all the way around. Mid one is reading this, I think.
I mean, look at how much minus armor they've already got, right? Like, the Poison Touch is going to slow people down. You got minus 3 from the Wave of Terror. You got 2 from the Blightstone. You've got a Blood Grenade as well. Mid one should be able to scout this one out.
Even if he levels Time Walk, I was going to say he's got to go down.
And they're going to see the full squad still sticking around. So let's see what happens. Maybe they're going to be able to catch out C-Smile on his own. But again, early on, they really don't have that much damage potential.
Don't let him get the bounty. Click faster. Oh, we got it.
Nope.
Okay.
2 for
We
2.
did see. It's very interesting, like with how either side like plays the map, and then instantly you see the response. SMG ran to the mid tier 1 tower to go underneath the radius to try and scout if there was any vision there. Just recognizing, of course, you see multiple EG members. What's going on?
What's going on the top side? They're just in the Roche pit. This is level 1. He doesn't have bash level. Just go through.
No way. No way, dude.
You know he doesn't have bash level. You saw him time walk. He's eventually going to do it. But now, I mean, imagine if they're able to kill him somehow.
He missed one last hit. Did get the experience though, but how much did mid one miss any? I mean, yeah, I have to imagine he did as well. So, all right. Interesting start. You already see what the spam's able to do, though. The no one some of you brought up before, of course. So that early ring of protection to the urn is going to need all the stats he can get.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, in any sort of situation, if he's able to just be standing underneath the cover of that tier 1 tower as well, going to do a lot to be able to help him and his survivability. Of course, once he gets to level 6, it won't be as big of an issue with the healing component of the spirit form.
They did nerf the self-effectiveness out of the chakra magic. Was it 50% before? I can't remember. It was higher, right?
I think they nerfed giving it to other people, and they made it a little bit better
yes.
for yourself.
I think you're right. Okay.
So it was getting a bit too obnoxious, specifically with Pango. So, thankfully, more bans of Pango, please. No more.
Yeah, less Pango games are always fun. More Conquer games.
Mm-hmm.
That's also
maybe not.
maybe not as fun too. But overall, we shall see. So again, top lane is really the interesting one on how mid one, how much is he truly going to be able to get out of this lane with the aggression that can be there from EG. Genuel does have this small camp to be able to play with, so already the little ghosty. They already unlocked their hard camp as well, so this is going to be a big thing top. The fact that Matthew was denied a full creep wave, and now it's really going to be an issue for mid one to play with the lane away from his tower, especially again with the aggression that EG can play with.
I think he only ended up pulling half, so it wasn't quite as bad, and that's just so that mid one wasn't really able to contest the stack. So still ends up getting rid of one melee creep, but it's not the biggest deal, right? And as long as Zhao is able to just consistently make sure he's securing these small camp creeps, he got a ghost in the first instance, probably one of the better ones that you can get. I think he's still just going to be A-okay. It's just such a strong lane. You have to make sure that you're staying in a very safe spot on the top side. Bottom, though, there's a little bit more action. It's gotten past the stage where if Pakaz were to die, he wouldn't be able to TP back down, but the lane couldn't be in a better position for him.
I think, last time it was the Bruce back, right? That MC was playing, and we did see there was a lot of threat onto MC's life in that game. They were able to get a couple kills inside the lane as well, so we shall see with the early wave of terror, and if Pakaz wants to go into the Orb of Corrosion, which he does currently have queued up.
Makes a lot of sense. If you're looking to just play just that tiny bit more aggressive, I think they know that SMG aren't going to let them just sit back like they did in that previous one. You know, it's a lot of respect being given to your opponents. You know that they're not just going to sit idly by and not learn from their mistakes.
Afu. Good use of the level 2 in the taser. Finds the disarm on Pakaz, so it didn't feel like there was an opportunity to jump on forward. And looks like
overall, though, the lanes are going pretty much as expected, right? Like, Kunkka can't really stop the Coddle from getting too much farm, and Coddle has been able to pick up that Urn of Shadows. Thankfully for no one, with his good positioning, he hasn't really been taking too much harass as well, but it's really that top lane that's been the key difference, right? Mid one is suffering somewhat. He's still getting experience, but this is what you're wanting to prevent happening. Whisper getting all of this farm, because we saw how effective he was previously.
The fact that they got that hard camp pull is just devastating. Bottom lane, MC should end up going down here with the jump over, and now Arthur as well might be in some danger. They're going to need another round of the spells. It should be up pretty shortly. Blasov gets some distance, but Pakaz with the slow and the missile helps find a double kill, and I don't know, Denog, this is not a person you want to give multiple kills over to start this game.
No, definitely not. Even just Panda being part of a lot of the assists, right, means that he's just going to be in this situation. Now he's got the boots, so you feel a lot less vulnerable against the likes of a Techies and a Spirit Breaker, just able to get your positioning on point, He's even pulled what I consider the worst small camp in the game just because it barely kills one creep. But if you're able to stick close by, it gives a lot of experience, this Kobold camp down on the bottom side, which is obviously going to give them so much benefit just being able to go for these consistent kills with a Wave of Terror.
Lane though, trying to make an attempt onto Whisper, who is alone at the moment. So SMG will be able to get their own kill across the map, and this is a much-needed kill, and you hope that mid one gets it with the little farm that he's been finding. You need to get the kill nonetheless, and okay, they will. Jar gets it. So, of course, with all that going on, though, Matthew was able to drop a very deep observer ward that's scouting out no one on his farming, so you lose the kill, but that ward sets up for a potential rotation with C-Smile's Ghost Ship to hunt down no one now.
Exactly, that's what it's for, right? You got to give something to get something, and well, unfortunately for Whisper, he was just overestimating himself a little bit, going too far forward to make sure he's able to survive. Mid one might be the same sort of thing, though.
Oh, they got the snowball anyway. Tries to time the blast off, it's not going to matter. Mid one back over the lane where Genuel's coming on over. Mid one's still not dead just yet thanks to the taser. No one's going to make his first rotation. A great use of the ensnare, but they'll miss the blast. You know, the damage is going to be lacking from SMG, and you need to get out and cut your losses because Whisper's already found a double kill.
It was actually Panda that ended up TPing in. C-Smile still able to sit most of the time in that mid lane, pick up even more of that farm. Just going for the value avenue this time around, right? You can't afford to fully wait out, just go full on greed straight into the heart of Tarask. Maybe now the Blade Mail just as another value item, and he hasn't had to use that boat just yet.
No one is wasting so much time to top and now to bottom, and these Coddle rotations are going to be instantly thwarted. The ward on top of the rift, Evil Geniuses yesterday had their number in game one, and it's looking like that might be the case again. 2,000 net worth lead with 6 kills.
Really what I'm looking for next is, I mean, Mind Control is the most farmed on the team, which is probably not what you've come to expect considering he has died, he hasn't been able to participate in a kill. Say that, he just ends up giving the mega kill streak over the Tars. Yeah,
oh my God.
5-0 with the first blood being picked up as well by Bakaz. He's going to get one of the fastest Battle Furies I think that we've seen. So this is looking real good for Evil Geniuses to be able to start this one out. And again, it's just what they're able to do with the lane equilibrium, right? It's constantly staying right next to their tower on this bottom side. And that's the area that I was more concerned about, at least for the super early game, not so much anymore.
And now we are going to get to a stage where we could be mentioning there could be a huge lack of damage in the early game for SMG.
Oh, yeah.
If these Coddle rotations still don't continue to work out, like if he doesn't go Vessel, it doesn't, like, Dagon, I don't know what the item build's going to be for no one, but it's just him, and Radiant have so much sustain with the Rum, with the Dazzles sustain as well, because we are going to see Whisper getting involved super early. This is a 8-minute Midas here for the offlane Dazzle.
Yeah, 8-minute Midas, and we've got Midas, I believe, being queued up by mid one and Mind Control. So they are not looking to get active at all. They are just saying, you know what, laning stage didn't go well for us. Let's try and greed it out. Let's try and make sure that we're able to scale off of our levels. If MC's able to get into that level 9, he can be a bit of a nuisance, but again, going up against a Kunkka, it's not the easiest hero for a Spirit Breaker to play against. You can just get that X marks off onto you.
So who makes the space, though, for this double Midas on SMG? Is it just some calculation deaths? Maybe Genuel is at least going to be annoying and try and soak some of the experience. He probably will die, though, although 2 points Nature's attendance is really making him work for the kill. In fact, he's going to be able to get out of danger. So
yeah, pretty speedy on the Enchantress, especially at nighttime with the boots of speed as well. Plus the pig pole. All these little things do add up. And I was saying before that Zhao does need to be the one that, you know, puts a lot of this map pressure on. He hasn't been able to do it too much yet because of what's been going up on this top lane.
Because was charging up the rift, he cancelled like halfway through.
Now they know that mid one's here farming next to the tower, but being level 6, it's always a little bit of a concern with that Chronosphere available. But Panda just freshly picks up his own level 6, so maybe they do go for that sort of play.
Because TPs are starting to come down. Rainbow TPs, in fact, they're going to have to damage. No one has to go the long range, but with the blast, it's not enough damage. Because he's now got the run buff. Mid one's going to have a pretty good angle here for the Chrono, but the Snowball stalls it out momentarily. No one on the outskirts, but is completely out of mana now. It's not going to matter in the end. A big double kill for SMG. Are they going to be able to deal with C-Smile? Panda will start to move on down. Another blast connects. The damage mitigation from the swap doesn't help protect him. And now it's just the supports from Evil Geniuses as SMG. It's a Delta split. Left and right they go. And that is a much-needed fight from SMG. A great move in through the rift. No one's looking for Matthew. I mean, he's got a teleport, but MC can still move on down as well. Charge is going to be there fast enough. Snowball, beautiful timing. Matthew, he's looked exceptional so far to start the game on the Tusk, and he should be rewarded once again with another kill onto the offlane on SMG.
He was praying for the bashes there on MC, but just not going to be enough. And yeah, with multiple people going down, because even after respawn, he ends up getting a kill onto Zhao as well. Still not quite yet. That level 6 on the Enchantress means that she is a deer that just ends up dying real quick. But yeah, like you said, getting that mega kill streak over to the Keeper of the Light brings him so much closer towards that Spirit Vessel, and maybe it'll start to solve a couple of their damage issues, but you would have to say at least until the Techies hits level 6, that's still going to be a factor.
I mean, that, you know, involvement from mid one gives him his Midas now. So recovery Midas online. And Chrono down for 70. So, I mean, that's what we're going to have to see, though. How you can convert the rotations out of no one, and then how the Chronos are going to look from mid one, whenever they're online and ready to go.
The thing is, though, you know that mid one's not going to be part of any sort of engagement for the next minute. So the question that comes to my mind is, what are EG really looking for? They don't care if the things see the Faceless Void on the lane. That's the least of their concerns. It's what are they able to do? Who else can we look to go for? Because we know the Void isn't going to be participating. They just want to go as far away as possible, down towards this bottom side. You can see MC almost has enough to be able to purchase the Midas just one creep away. If they're able to kill him before that, that would be enormous. Just lose a bunch of gold. They're even going to glyph so that he doesn't have that little bit extra. Good positioning by Zhao, though.
Yep. It's the gank. So I wonder when EG start to now consider about Roche. You've got 3 points Terror, max tag team with Medallion. Because no Deso yet, I don't think that really is a concern, but we'll see when they feel like they have... Oh, mid one? Okay, it's fine. Yeah, we'll see when they want to try and consider about Roche.
And maybe they just want to wait a couple of minutes. I mean, that's still going to be bottom for the next 2.5, so you could probably afford to wait things out. I mean, the other concern is maybe they just want to bait some sort of fight which puts the Chrono on cooldown, because even if SMG somehow break even or even win that fight, there's no way that they're going to be doing Roche.
Yep. Like, how do EG also break towers too? And we're still yet to see them really put any damage into an objective, so that is one thing that is always going to be a bit of an issue for them as this game goes on. At the moment, they're not really too concerned. 2,000 net worth lead and really continuing to grow as well, but that is kind of something we will have to look at on how they're going to be able to find some objectives across the map.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about either of their drafts, to be completely honest, but at least with EG, you can see that there is a definite game plan in mind, right? Like this physical damage route. If they beat it, they beat it. But, you know, you've got something that you're looking to play around. Those Roshans, those quick pickoffs, the itemization is all going to be on point as well. For SMG, they didn't exactly have the greatest tower push either. You know, that's why I was really emphasizing Januel on his Enchantress. And I guess you can also see it on Arfu with the proximity mines as well. Maybe he can look to make a little bit of that happen. But from all their cores, you're really not doing any sort of tower damage in this early game.
You see Arfu, in fact, takes a little bit of the Ancients. No one's also going to grab some of them as well. They will look to smoke. Connecting down to bottom where currently Matthew is, and deep inside the jungle C-Smile is as well. Matthew's in a great position though. Intercepts the smoke. And he's going to be a nuisance over the snowball, but he should still go down nonetheless. Rated, they are even TPing in Panda. He's going to be in range for the swap, won't even look to go for it. So there's a kill from SMG. Let's see what they're able to do off the back of it. I mean, no objectives. Maybe they can drop a ward, but nothing too crazy.
Gives them 2 vessel charges now, so it's a nice little bonus for them. Looks like no one's going for the Yule Scepter as well, so just providing that little bit of protection for himself. Nice way to be able to dodge out perhaps the Kunkka boat combination as well.
Pretty impressed though with how SMG have stabilized this game. Like, it's only 2,000 gold. Yes, you look at Bakaz and that is very concerning, but how do we feel like EG as a whole? Like, would you have preferred to see them be a little bit more active, or do you feel like they're fine with the status of this game?
I think EG are fine overall. Like, you want to make sure that you're not letting them get free value out of the minuses. That's the main concern for mine. I mean, mind control's all the way up to level 11 already off the back of, a past couple of fights and getting into this minus. And yeah, see you later, Afu.
Sacrificed.
The main concern for mine is, again, with the Spirit Breaker, with my reasoning behind it being busted, you can just clear creep waves so quickly. You can force a lot of defensive rotations out of EG. So the thing that's concerning me is that they haven't, like you said, been able to take too much map control, take too many towers. So it feels like with this change-up, because... Yeah, okay, so he had a BKB queued up for quite some time, despite having 2 components of the Desolator, and he said, you know what, screw it. Let's go back for the Deso. Let's look to try and make something happen. They want to try and take a team fight up top. They want to win it. They want to use the Siege Creep to take that Tier 1 tower, and now Roshan is top as well. So if they could look to get a synergy of all of these things together with a freshly purchased Aghanim Scepter from Whisper, that's the main goal for them.
Yes, yeah, they're ready to go. So we need to see what SMG want to do to combat that. They're going to try C-Smile mid. This is very ambitious. MC is charging across the map, but the Blade Mail are both active, and it's still a lot of damage nonetheless, and they do indeed bring him down. Arthur might be a consolation prize, and MC jumped in with a Nether Strike. Mid one still coming over with a Chronosphere at the ready, but a great split away. AG will make sure there's no potential of the Chrono. Now, even Januel revealed himself for a second, so it's going to be a 3-for-1.
This gets annihilated. What the hell? He was killed faster than Elon's killing Twitter right now. I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous, with Xiao just basically getting one-shot by PA.
Middle tower is under attack.
He needs some armor, man. He's almost got the Dragonlance, to be fair, so a lot of that kill threat is going to start to come out from this end. You can't just ignore her completely. Do you want to perhaps see a Solar Crest come out from Zhao after the fact? Both for protection as well as just buffing up your Faceless Void.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, they're going to maybe... It looks like they're completely avoiding this top side, so they want nothing to do potential Roche fight, even with Chrono at the ready as well. So, should be a free Aegis. They are just happy with continuing to farm, continuing to let these Midases go to work.
Has always been one of the biggest...
Bottom again, C-Smile?
Counters, yeah.
This time they don't have the Vessel instantly.
Yeah, and he's got the BKB now as well, so it feels so much safer. But yeah, the Aegis is one of the big deterrents to the Chronosphere, of course, right? Like, just having a second life really just puts a stop to a lot of those plans, and that's even if you are able to kill him the first time. You know, we've been talking about a lot of the saves that have the potential to be able to come through, whether it be Shallow Grave, Swap, even Snowball if it's, for whatever reason, on the edge. And Matthew, he's nearly got the Blink Dagger as well.
It's a very difficult Faceless Void game to land Chronos for mid one. In fact, I don't want to say impossible because he could do it, but like, I would not blame him. We see some not the greatest Chronos. Oh, Arfu, hello. Multiple EG heroes pop through. Why not all 4? Rotating down to connect to C-Slow. Should be able to get this tier 1 tower. They've got a great ward as well, and also we are going to be looking at the Wisdoms in about 2 minutes 10, so 2 minutes 50, sorry, so we might even stick around to try and continue to control that.
Everyone's got his Mjolnir picked up as well, though. Has to be very careful about sticking around. If a PA is hitting the tower, that means that the team is close by. At least he's going to be able to pick this one up before that fight happens, and he's got a lot of damage output coming out now off the back of his attack damage as well. Actually going into the Solar Crest next is...
Pretty much the Octarine. Needs one more component, but he's got the gold for it, so... Scary snap.
Again, it's just the distraction plays. That's all that MC's trying to do. Keep these other lanes pushed in. You don't really feel all that confident in being able to fight just yet, but that is just the second tower that you've lost for the game. And you would have to say that no one on his Keeper of the Light is one of the better heroes at being able to just keep this push away. You just got to be very careful. You don't know where Picard's position, so it's always just going to be in a position to be able to jump you. Doing a very good job of stalling for now.
Yes, yeah, very impressive. See if they're able to continue to do that though. Januel looks like once again it's going to be the sacrifice, trying to pop some spokes Wasn't used this time for the attempt, but nonetheless does see 3 heroes, so instantly, see MC is going to TP down to bottom, means that mid one, who has made an interesting decision going from Mask of Madness after the Mjolnir is completed, so winning looks like a little bit more kill threat by himself inside the Chronos. Do wonder how he's going to continue to progress as this game goes on as well in regards to his items.
He just wants to chain bash people, but we saw how effective it was when it was being played up against Ramses on the Sven, right? Kind of similar sort of thing up against a PA. Of course, maybe the, the evasion. Yeah.
Jump over the top, it's not going to matter. Even though the mine scouted them out, no one gets blown up. And Arthur stuck inside the shards, trying to pump fake. Won't be necessary to get the blasts off, but I think maybe, I don't know if
you melt.
I don't know if the pings were too late or something, because they walked up the higher ground with the smoke and the mine pop, but I think potentially because wasn't with them, he was a little bit closer to the coddle then.
Gotcha. And even just the Tidebringer itself did about 700 damage to be able to kill the coddle just then, so it's a lot to have to contend into. And again, you got to give some commendation to SMG. They're positioning themselves around this this Wisdom Rune. Matthew looks like he'll be in a position to take it, but as long as they're not taking objectives with this Aegis, I think that's the bigger issue. They might be able to yoink away the Tormentor. It's not an amazing Ag Shard to be able to give over. Dies in about 2 seconds. But again, you're just getting more usages out of the Midas. You've got Spirit Breaker now level 15. He's got the Bulldoze cooldown available as well. He's got the Octarines. So you're just so much more capable to be out on the map and a lot less killable. And this is the big timing that I was talking about, right? If he's able to get into that Shadow Blade on Mind Control, maybe you do find a pick-off to be able to start these engagements, and then Faceless Void, who is in a very advanced position right now in mid one. I think he should be able to just get away. But yeah, if MC takes out, let's say, the Dazzle or the Venge to start the fight, it completely changes mid one's potential for really impacting these team fights with the Chrono.
Maybe in trouble here. Of course, it's not going to last too long with the stuns. Jesus, though, MC gets blown up from the physical damage. Still barely any armor for him to work with, so we've really been seeing his praise. I know he's got 5 deaths, but just the stalling game for him, but finally they're going to be able to cut him down, and all the lanes, bottom's not in the greatest position, but I guess without Bakars nearby, they won't be able to put any damage into the tower, so game will continue on.
Bought a couple of the Shadow Blade components as well, so didn't end up losing any gold, but means he doesn't have the buyback. But again, the relatively weak push that EG have is not going to punish too much. And we've only got, actually the Aegis is just expired, so not really too much damage after that. I think it was only, what, a 2k increase in net worth, which honestly isn't the worst against a PA that's this farmed and, you know, with that second life available.
I do think the big thing is, like, not now, but the fact you got 2 Tormentors, so Panda's got 1, but really just your cores next are going to get them. And the 3 cores have great Ag Shards. If the fact that Bakars doesn't have to buy his, but Whisper with the Hex or the Conquer with the Tidal Wave could be very frustrating, so that is something. Matthew was getting charged for the moment, not going to be the case. When do we feel like SMG are looking to go? Because again, Aegis is out. They've just been completely stalling. No one is about to have Octarine completed. Are we finally going to see them maybe be a little bit more proactive, or still not just yet?
I think they can be, right? Like, you need to make good use out of this Chronosphere. Mid one has a good amount of farm. He could fully buy up the BKB if he really wants to. Mid
one, don't keep going left. He's going to run straight to EG. A smoke once again will connect. It is far too late, and also no one's TP's not even going to be there at quick timing. I mean, just the physical damage. The output is incredible. I mean, Bakars is already looking for MC in the mid lane as well.
Should be able to get away with that freshly picked up.
They might get no one. Matthew with the shards, not even going to attempt.
They're pinging Bakars right now, and look, Bakars is actually pinging MC.
Going to look to turn. I mean, they're starting to come over. BKB from Bakars.
Shield
blast off is useless. Now the shield rune means that Januel is next. He's just going to run to him. He's just going to run straight to him. Knows there's no escape. MC wants to try. You're playing with fire at the moment on SMG.
It's all about the distractions, man. It's all about waiting for mid-1 to be back up and available. The supports will give up their life freely to make sure that mid-1 has the potential. And it's always been like mid-1 teams have that similar sort of mentality as MC. Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble here.
Need detection.
Just able to get away. He used the last sentry that they had in the mid lane to try and catch him when he went for that previous dive. Bounty. They do just immediately charge again, though, onto Whisper. Part of it is just to, of course, get back onto the map. Stops in front of the ancient camp area instead. Now it's just a matter of, all right, we got Shadowblade, we got a little bit of extra survivability, time to work towards our Aghanim Scepter. But maybe mid-1 has different plans. He's level 15, he's got that -3 seconds on the Chakra Magic cooldown. He's got his Octarine Boots of Travel. Would love to have this E-Blade to not only, of course, deal that increased damage, but against this very heavy physical lineup, provide a lot of protection to both himself and the team.
Matthew pops mid-1 smoke, of course, with the nighttime. Pinecone might give them some information. Very difficult person to start the fight on, but no one else is really nearby. C-Smile's going to chuck out some stray spells. Might have to pop the BKB. Radiant is starting to tip in. Looking a little bit awkward, though, from Evil Geniuses. Where is because Rainbow's starting to come out. SMG, do you want to continue with this engagement, though? Happy with the start. BKB, all of the Conquer spells as well.
And again, it's just delay gameplay. Charging through the mid lane. Oh, never mind. Charges to the mid lane, goes MC. Put a little bit more pressure on with that 25-minute creep wave. And it was very measured by mid-1 to not just drop the Chronosphere. I know it was a juicy prospect for them to be able to do it right onto 2 heroes that were in a position for it, but Venge hadn't revealed at the time. So there was always the potential for the higher value target to get swapped out, and then suddenly EG have the potential to make a big play of their own.
Ooh. The car's got a glimpse of the charge.
Yeah. Ward placed down though. Someone has to be very careful.
Dude, it's a great ward placement. This is huge. SMG, if they can get rid of the Dazzle to start the fight, there's the swap away with the stun as well. Because no Chrono for the fight, and this is all EG's for the taking. Look at this flip. SMG want nothing to do with it. Because Phantom Assassin is 10-1-7. And that ward was perfect, though. But again, the supports, like we were saying, Dazzle and Venge, or Dazzle's not even a support, but just the saving aspect you can provide in these fights makes it so difficult for SMG to execute.
When I say one hit, that's what happened. It was ridiculous that the amount of damage he was able to take out. Sorry, 2 hits, but it was 1 hit onto the techies. 1,800 damage, I believe, in being able to instantly wipe out Arfu there. But it's just crazy how much damage this guy is doing right now, and it's only going to get worse with the Aghanim Scepter freshly picked up. He could just go from target to target. Doesn't even have the break. So once he picks that up, you're suddenly not worried about the time lock. You're not worried about the Greater Bash coming through as well.
And you are really not armor builders. That's the big thing as well. So there's never going to be a stage where you're going to be able to find these items to maybe mitigate some of the damage.
That's why I was wanting the Solar Crest to be able to come out from Zhao, you know, not only just for the aggressive potential for mid-1 on his Faceless Void, but even just if he gets jumped, maybe it results in you being, you know, 3-shot instead. Maybe that requires you the time to be able to get the time walk off and be able to get back to safety.
Roche is up in 10, and that doesn't look like there's going to be a contest from SMG. Back to the stall and farming game they go. So 3-second Roche. I mean, we do see some item choices, though. Mid-1 actually opted for the Aghanim Shard. So wanting just extra range here with the Time Walk to potentially hope for an easier ultimate. You almost have Scepter on MC, but this will be an ages and cheese for the boys on Evil Geniuses, who have had firm control of this game.
It's a nice neutral item choice by mid-1 going into the Vindicator's Axe. A lot of times you see people do it when they were wanting to go the Mask of Madness just for that little bit of extra damage output, but really Faceless Void with this item build is all around the time lock damage, right? It's not so much the right click, so the extra attack speed is going to be nice. And then of course if he gets initiated on with the see you later Afu, if he gets initiated on with the Cranium Basher or the Abyssal Blade, then it's just going to result in so much more survivability, and maybe he does get that time walk back to safety.
Matthew has been very impressive this game on the toss, 5-2-15. He brought it up to start the series. You know, we were both impressed with the Shadow Team, and unfortunately just wasn't enough to get them over the finish line in that game versus Pandas, but This is something he's very comfortable on, the melee position for us, and he's looking incredible, just being able to read the map, set up for some of these rotations, and pick us onto the supports. And he might be nearby as well, anticipating MC. He smiles there, Whisper's there as well.
Oh.
He ain't slipping out of them. Grass is firm. Another kill for the boys. See Smile's going to celebrate with some torrents. Man, why don't we tip it if we're getting the kill?
Sure,
oh,
why not?
Like it? Yeah, well, Bakaz is alone. Oh, with the damage from Genuel in mid one, you're praying for some more misses. They won't get it. They are not going to stick around on the respawn, though, with the Chrono having to be used for that. But, you know, there was 3 minutes left, 3:30 left in the Ages, so that is something. I mean, you probably are going to forfeit your outer towers now, though.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, it prevents that dive up onto the high ground, right? It might cause you to think twice. And I mean, they're going to reach these timings soon-ish by SMG as well, right? 350 gold away from MC being able to get into his own Aghanim Scepter, so just even more presence on the map consistently. This is a big pickup if they're able to get it, though, onto no one, which they will.
Of course, set up once again from Matthew's Tusk. Whispers on a monster tree back to the mid lane because also assassinates Arfu. They got dying left, right across the map. And TT will follow as well.
Didn't even try and pop the Ghost Scepter there on no one. Let's try and maybe survive, not get hit by the Walrus Punch. You have to wonder after this Abyssal Blade. Looks like Bakaz has the Shard queued up, but I wonder if he's going to consider going into the Nullifier. It's really not a bad game for it. Remove the Bulldoze, remove the reactive taser, with all sorts, Ghost Scepter as well. They've even got a siege creep to enable this push even further, and this is really where the power of the Dazzle comes to the front. Even if they had the Chronosphere, once you start getting these armor stacks up, you might not even kill anyone inside of it.
Or even at the stage where we're high ground walking.
There's that Ags, though, for MC. Probably a couple of creeps away from being able to pick up the level 20, so his damage is no joke at this stage. It's really just about the survivability from this point onwards, so I probably want to see something like he's going for the SNY. I'd rather see a BKB, personally, just because he's got the Octarine core, he's got that cooldown reduction, and really the only way that he's getting caught out is if there's an X marks landing in onto him, you know? Even now, like, just predicting that they have this big spike coming. Lincoln Sphere now for Whisper. He realizes how important he is to the success of a lot of these engagements. So let's see if he reveals himself on the lane. He stayed hidden for now, but that might change some of this target prioritization. Maybe Panda is the one that they're wanting to go on. He's gone for the classic double Wraith Pan build, the extra value. Hasn't gone for the Aghanim Scepter, so it makes the bench a really
man. They are not together with mid one. He's going to time walk towards. Who's this mid one?
He needs his
Might have to use the Chrono defensively, but what can they do off the back of that spot? Keeps Matthew alive, and now the Grave is going to be there as well. This is not the start that SMG need when you're 18,000 behind. As MC tries to make some space, but Bakaz will just jump over four. They haven't guaranteed any kills just yet, but the Torrent Storm out, it'll stop MC's retreat, and our C-Smile's going to try and lock onto mid one. Back inside the middle as well. Januel's continuing to beat with the impetus, but it's just not enough. Mid one gets crit down. And no one dies on EG, man. It has just been their game from start to finish. It hasn't looked close. A 4-0 from them. And they can look to get some objectives now off the back of the successful fight.
Really is a similar sort of game plan to what we saw last time. They ran this similar sort of lineup, right? Dazzle, Kunkka, big late game carry, whether it be the Faceless Void or a PA. It just feels like it is their 101, the strategy that they're going to go for every single time. Even just taking his time to be able to clear out a bunch of these remote mines because he's got that Paladin Sword. He's just going to regen it up immediately. And, I mean, this feels like tier 4 attacking territory, right? Like, you're going to try and bait out a buyback from the Faceless Void. Looks like they're going to take the measured route, though. Back off. Look to secure those Mega Creeps. I'm not really sure how much Octarine Techies is going to change things, though.
You got tier 2 Tormentor and Wisdom Rune up in a minute, so play this one a little bit more measured here from Evil Geniuses with the lead they have. Lads as well from Venge, because of course, why not?
Ench has 3 Wraith fans and a Quiver. So, yeah, doing his best to be able to survive that extra little bit. But, I mean, it's the issue that we had with SMG when we were casting that game previously, right? It just feels like they have different priorities on the different members where they're not able to fully connect. Like, have we seen a single 5-on-5 fight this game? I don't think we've seen SMG fight as a full unit once.
But I think that how are you ever going to be able to do that with the start you had?
I think it's possible. I think you hit, there were small windows, but I think you hit windows where, because of a lot of the pushing that, for example, MC did and continues to do with his charge once he was level 9, it's so much more viable to be able to go for these sorts of things. Even just like the couple of minutes when Aegis had expired and you hit into your BKB Mjolnir, for example, maybe then you could look to make some sort of play. And Bakaz is just going to continue to scale, not even level 25 yet, so he's going to get even stronger once he gets to that point. He's going for an Aeon disc on Bakaz, wanting to keep that death to just 1. Never mind, he's got MKB. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, as soon as he sees the Eagle song from the Faceless Void, he's like, all right, time to make sure Mid-1's life is even worse than it is right now.
Well, we are getting close to it. In fact, yeah, he does have this butterfly completed, so... See, we're just going to wait for next Roche on EG. We continue to play aggressively, and Bakaz is going to have an MKB as soon as the butterfly is completed, so pretty much nullifying that big item pickup here from the Faceless Void. And I don't even know if a Chrono on 5 is... Dude, there's an Arcane Blink on Whisper. Oh my god.
Sure. Refresh it constantly.
6.3 second cooldown. The top lane is not even going to die as well. Ducks into the trees. So they will try and get themselves set up for potential quick roast. They've got a decent ward placed out. You do have bottom lane getting shoved out. You do have mid getting shoved in as well. So you are going to be forced to come back eventually to deal with it. It's a long roast spawn though, 240.
Feels so bad seeing the butterfly picked up immediately into the MKB, doesn't it? Right? You're really not worried about anyone else other than the PA, and yeah, you, like you said, just immediately counted. Even like multiple linkers as well, right? So who does MC charge? It really feels like it still needs to be Panda, but he's just hanging around on the backside with the Smoke of Deceit. They're going to need to go for some really clever plays to be able to try and find some sort of wraparound, but it's just so hard when you've already had 2 lanes of racks taken out. The creep pressure alone is just enough to make it so much more difficult.
You have to fight around him, so what you're just going to have to choose. If you're taking fights blind, it will not be... It's going to be so difficult. So you already lost that previous ward. If you've got another one to drop down, maybe you can use the creep wave for some information.
At least they've got 4 up top now. MC's not quite with them, but can join very quickly, of course, as we know. And you would hate for him to be laying a charge into someone that had freshly picked up the Lincoln Sphere, and he doesn't actually have that initiation, and once again, it becomes a 5v4.
And is in a pretty good position. Up the smoke. Now, where's the dazzle? Whisper can always use the Grave to protect him. Actually jumps away. So not in range for the Grave, and no buyback as well. It's a 4v5. They're going to back to their high ground where they do have vision to play with.
It's a perfect start.
How can you find the opening here for mid-1? The Torrent's going to protect the Chrono. MC might just get blown up from full to 0. C-Smile is just controlling it perfectly. The Conk is such an issue. Now Bakaz sees an opportunity to jump the Faceless Void without the threat of the Chrono. Once again, it is all EG. They barely break a sweat. This Conker hero... What a one it is indeed, and now Roche, unfortunately, still not up just yet. They will be able to get the rewards afterwards.
Oh, it was the perfect beginning that they could have possibly hoped for, right? Venge dead, no buyback, wouldn't have even mattered if you're able to start it off, but then it's just you're going into this such small choke point that you're able to get that Torrent Storm, giving you insane value. You once again, with that level 25 on the PA, get multiple procs of the coup de grace, and it just makes it so much more reliable for you to be able to jump in. It was a pretty good time walk timing by mid-1, but it's just not enough. You know, the 6-second cooldown felt like an eternity for him.
I really wonder, like, heading into this next game, how you're going to try and change the draft up from SMG. Because I do not think you can give C-Smile the Conquer again. I mean, KDA might not...
Dazzle, to be honest.
It's just like... I'm very surprised at least the games we've seen from them. This is our third game. I don't know about the other games, but how they haven't put priority on no one's Conquer. Like, if we go back to his days on Virtus Pro, this was the Conquer player without a doubt. I mean, he was the inventor of, like, the Radiance Conquer that took everyone by storm. And I feel like you got to look at something a little bit differently if you want to ban it, if you want to block pick it or something, because this year it's freaking dumb. It's just it's dumb. You can nerf it a little bit with some of the some of the attributes and some of the numbers. It doesn't matter. It's just the control in fights, dude. It does too much, and now he's got a refresher shot on top of that.
I mean, to be fair, they didn't exactly make it easy for themselves either, right? As soon as you saw the potential that this was going to be a mid-coddle, you didn't really like it. You know, we talked about why the Conqueror is quite good against it. All of that reposition really hinders what Coddle does quite well, which is, you're pretty elusive. You can deal a lot of that burst damage, but not if you get caught. You have effectively zero survivability in that sort of instance. And yeah, we were really hoping that they were able to take the fight to EG a whole lot more, but they went down a double Midas route. It doesn't really feel like the SMG DNA.
They know he's there. Someone's... Oh my god. Oh, that was way too close. Oh no.
You know that C-Smile is there, just backing up the rest of his boys.
Because?
Look at the jump.
Dude, just X him back, almost be able to get a kill. Maybe they see an opportunity now. Yeah, C-Smile's going to drag him out. Now he's got a buyback at least, but... And I just keep using the X's and keep assassinating some other members. Go for MC2. Oh yeah, this here is also equally dumb as the Conquer. You do. Oh, he jumped in the torrent.
It's over.
What is Conquer? What is this hero, man? Are you serious? Let's celebrate. Time to fountain dive. Time to get some more kills. EG. This was a incredibly clean game one. I mean, they steal the gem. It does not matter.
Just that water world just coming through, just completely ruining Mid1's life. But I mean, that BKB still has 8 seconds on it, man. They just haven't been able to find these sort of situations where no one has any level of effectiveness. And it really does all come down to the Conquer, doesn't it? Like, he's the one that stopped a lot of the push happening just through the Tidebringer. The minimal push that they had. He's the one that sets up a lot of the fights. He's the one that provides the majority of this teamfight collective. And I'm not even sure if they've lost a single time when they've picked up the Conquer for him. Maybe once, but that's they just look so much stronger when he's able to pick it.
Yes, they do indeed. And obviously they came in with a strategy and the strategy didn't work. I would really like to see them shy away from the Coddle. We saw them play it in game 1 versus EG when Arfu picked it up, and it wasn't to success as well. So let's say they feel like they had a strategy heading into it. Unfortunately, it was not enough for them. These are boys that are very experienced, but you are now one game away again of likes of Mind Control, Arfu, Mid1, No One. These are 4 times TI representatives. They all have not been back there since 2019. This is crazy. The young guns coming up through South America who had some very good showings last year at TI with Beast Coast and of course with Thunder. A 1 game away from knocking SMG out.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing that SA fans are going to be happy about, of course, the smiles on the faces right now as a result of that game 1, but that bodes really well because we know how much of an emotional, momentum-based team Evil Geniuses are.
Yes.
And, when you see them, looking like they're hating life, don't expect too much from them that day. But Panda, big smiles, Whisper giving big smiles before, even Pakar's cracking one, and it means that they are on, they are ready, and they are, feeling pretty confident, I believe. It's a best of 3, but if they continue this sort of action, it might end up in a 2-0, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, the boys are feeling good, and like you said, when they get that confidence, when they get that momentum, we've seen, of course, recently at some majors, Berlin and Lima, they had some incredibly high finishes as well. So 1 game is all they need to move forward into phase 2. Firstly, let's send it back to the panel and see what they had to say about this game 1.
Thank you very much, Aries and Dana. Game 1 of Evil Geniuses versus... I don't even want to say it, boys. SMG, they're about to go home. Lizard, what's happening?
I was just watching Panda. The game ends, he wins, he doesn't stand up, doesn't celebrate with his team. He's just staring at the screen for the next 5 minutes. Still staring. He's forever to stare, man.
He's locked in.
Never ends.
It is the right thing to do, though, Winter, because One of the things that we actually ended up seeing, right, when they played each other within the group stages is that these two teams went 1-1, right? So he knows that this is just the start of the journey. It's not the end of it. You have to win the full best of 3 in order to stay on the road to the international.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good, he has the attitude that even though we win, we still have to, stay focused, keep improving, keep learning, what did we do right this time? Why are we winning the game? So you have to keep your focus and try to replicate the same thing, just do the same thing and get it over with.
I'm actually curious from both of you, right? Sometimes I think when a game is as clean as it was, from what we saw from EG, it can be hard to isolate what it is that they did right? It just feels like the entire universe was guiding them towards victory. But if you were to isolate a moment in that game, Lizard, what do you think will you be able to say? As we're going to probably see some highlights in a second, what do you think was the reason why EG looked so clean?
The moment was when Faceless Void got picked, and they had Venge Dazzle on the other side. I think that's the moment. I feel like that's, in particular, this is a different game, but in that one, that was probably the moment. Also, PA just, having a lot of fun, a lot of free farm. Meanwhile, Kunkka creating all that free farm for her because he's the master of the space at the moment, right? Goes in with the water park that everyone is calling. It's so difficult to deal with that hero. Too tanky as well, like Blade Mail and whatever else he buys feels invincible. By the way, the boat as well into the chrono, not too bad.
Very annoying, lots and lots of buffs, and obviously lots and lots of damage as well coming out of the PA. But Winner, what do you think? As we've been going towards and through these group stages, we really have been seeing that out-surviving and outlasting your opponent seems to be the name of the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, and also laning, I think SMG didn't expect the Dazzle to just be able to nullify the Enchantress. They pick Enchantress to win the lane, but Dazzle doesn't really care. You send a creep over, he's going to poison touch the creep, hit the creep, and your creep is just going to die. And like Admir said, the Void doesn't like to play against Dazzle in the game, in the lane, And what can you do? You're so far behind from the laning phase. They were like around 3k gold behind at minute 7 or 8.
Are we gonna talk about the techies, or should we just like ignore that?
Yeah, I mean, the Takis is not a hero that
it's not a hero, that's it.
Every other team is playing.
At the moment, it feels like,
really not the best hero in the world. Someone who is playing a hero they doesn't play all that often, right? Whisper hadn't played Dazzle. Up until the game he played just before this, he'd not played a single Dazzle game in 2023. And I believe in all of the DPC majors as well as here on the road to the international, nobody had played this hero off lane. They'd been playing it mid or support. So him whipping it out here, Lizard, what kind of madman must you be to be like, guys, trust, this is going to work?
I feel like Dazzle on the offlane isn't necessarily that innovative, like it has been picked in the past, not recently perhaps, but if the hero is in the meta and if he's a core in the meta, he can definitely be played on the offlane. He played it almost to perfection. I think the laning stage they really did crush the Faceless Void, but it wasn't only the Dazzle. Like one thing the Dazzle really wants to do in the lane is dominate it, and he had a really strong position to allow that to happen in a form of Dusk.
One thing I also liked about his build here, Winner, he, for some reason, wherever MC would show up on the map on his Spirit Breaker, Whisper's there. Almost every single time, right? That must be so frustrating, but it also shows that he really understands how to play Spirit Breaker, but where to be on the map to make space for his team while everybody else is farming up to get big enough where they're just dying in one shot.
Yeah, I mean, from the side of SMG, you could see like a very, very clear problem. Nobody knows who to play with. SB is just like, MC is like charging the creeps. That's the only thing he can do, clear waves and try to push out, buy some time for the Void. But the supports were like quite clueless, There were a couple of times where the Keeper of Light, he got caught, and they were just like, oh, we have to TP now. And then they TP'd in, but couldn't save him. Then everybody just died one by one. They weren't really sure about what they had to do in the game.
Yeah, not being sure about what to do in a game of this caliber can be a bit to your detriment because let me remind everybody what they're playing for. Right now, both of these squads are in a position where losing this best of 3 series will see them eliminated from the road to the international and having zero chance of participating at TI proper. The way it's looking at the moment, Team Spirit Entity at the top of Group A, Team Liquid and Betboom at the top of Group B, LGD and Gaimin at the top of Group C. because Game In has just eliminated Beast Coast in a 2-0 fashion, which means Group C will not have any tiebreakers. And of course, Group D has Tundra and TSM. Now, some of you might be confused, seeing that some of these scores are exactly tied up. Why is that the case, that we've been able to seed it in this fashion? So here's how the rules work. If you're in an elimination position, which EG and SMG find themselves in right now, then you play a best of 3, the loser of which ends up being sent home, and the winner, of course, proceeding to the next phase of our competition here. And if you're above them and you have the exact same score, how we do it, we go head to head. We see how you resulted against the opponent that you are matched up with. If that ends up being a tie, then we see who has beaten the opponent right beneath them, and we keep going ad nauseum until we can determine who's actually the best team. And because it's an odd number of squads here, it means it's impossible for it to actually be a tie, which makes life easier for us. We don't have to resort to any 1v1 mids or anything like this. But before we head into our next game, the fact here, Winter, that we might be saying goodbye to 3 South American teams in one day, how did we get to this point, man?
I mean, South American teams, even if you look at in the history of like all the other tournaments they play, they are teams that always draft on their comfort. You know, they don't really care about what's the meta. They just want to pick heroes that they are good at, they're comfortable playing. And sometimes I feel like if the meta really does not suit your heroes and you keep wanting to do it, you're just gonna lose, you know.
Yeah, that's what ends up happening to so many of our compatriots from South America. And we're seeing now the furtherance of the group. Of course, Spirit, Liquid, LGD, and Tundra have the opportunity to pick their upcoming opponents. So before we talk about the upcoming Game 2, Lizard, if you are any of these teams, right, let's say you're Spirit, who do you want to pick from Group B?
I'm probably picking Rebellion. Like, from what these two teams have shown in the group stage, I think if I was Spirit, I'd pick Rebellion. They're more acquainted with them as well recently. They have more data probably on them, so it looks like an easier opponent to beat.
Okay, Winter, if you're Liquid, who are you going?
At this point, probably, I would say probably... I mean, if EG makes it, I'll probably pick EG.
Does it seem like an easier opponent to play against than 9 Pandas?
Yeah, I think 9 Pandas, they have a higher ceiling overall as a team. And if I'm looking at the games where EG are losing, I feel like it's easier to exploit their weaknesses because they don't really have... I feel like the draft, sometimes they are picking heroes that, like I said before, that it's just for comfort and it's not exactly the best in the meta. Maybe I'll just try to remove the Dazzle and just let them have the other heroes.
Okay, that makes sense. Obviously, we did see that LGD in Group C, they won their group, so they have an option to decide between Keyd Stars and or Talent Esports. Now, given how Keyd Stars might be the only South American team left, it's a difficult thing to decide, right? You could choose them thinking they're the weaker opposition, which is technically true. And, you know, Talent was struggling yesterday, but today, Lizard, they're on the come-up. I'm not trying to play a team that has a newfound momentum in a do-or-die situation. I'd rather play the team that everyone already had lower expectations for to begin with.
Yeah, 100%. Like, if you look at Talent and how they have performed today, you'd rather leave them for a little bit later. Let them cook some more.
Let them cook.
Yeah.
Let 23 cook. For me, the very interesting thing, though, Winter, Nouns and Virtus Pro. Nouns in particular... No one expected them to look like how they did. You know, they've been somewhat up and down. People thought they'd be the weakest within their group. If you're Tundra, you need to decide between a Nouns, which could genuinely surprise you. You know, Astini can pull out some random draft, right? Or a Virtus Pro, which is a bit more of a known quantity, but also when they have a very high ceiling, like that one Spectre game we saw from Kiritic, they really can be a terrifying team. So if you're Tundra, who would you rather go for?
I think it might be a bit more dangerous to play Nouns. You know, I feel like Nouns, they have a chance that they might bust out something that you are not ready to deal with, and something more special, not expected. So I would probably choose VP. I think overall, when you look at their games, they're more predictable. I think it's easier to plan a draft and try to figure out what you need to pick and ban against them.
That definitely makes sense. Well, we still have one more piece of business to finish off here. This tiebreaker series determines who goes forward on the road to the international. 9 Pandas already having shown what can happen when you win a young series, you know, in a situation that elevates the mood, brings everybody back up. EG, having suffered that loss already, will not want to do so again. I feel a little bit bad for SMG after that game 1 because getting crushed in the game list, it's hard to recover that morale. Like it's hard to just say GG, go next, especially because we've known historically players like Mid1, players like No One, these players like Mind Control, when you've been in this position before and having lost, those memories can flood back in a very inconvenient time in these games.
Yeah, and it's not only the last game that they lost, right? Like, they lost quite a few of them in the group stage. Like, losing is a habit that's really difficult to get rid of, unfortunately. But I don't think that morale is that big of an issue. Like, you could see mind control after that game, obviously dismayed a little bit, but the teammates would come and, you know, cheer him up a little bit, get him ready for the next game. I'm sure that they can take the series away from EG if they do everything right, but that's a big if.
Yeah, it's a big if indeed. It's a big ask to make sure that you perform to maximum level up against a squad like Evil Geniuses, who also known for making chaos happen on the map. Outside of this particular tiebreaker series, you know, we have a lot of situations here on the road to the international where teams need to show their maximum effort, need to put their best foot forward and demonstrate to us why they have what it takes to become the new champion, lift the aegis, and go on to win TI. Of course, we're going to be finding out if one of these teams will be joining us on that road. Will it be SMG? Will it be EG? We find out with Aries and Daynok. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Stan. We're ready to go. We got game 2 draft just around the corner. SMG, of course, taking on EG. Backs against the wall. One game away from being eliminated in the road to the international here to try and make it over towards phase 2. Daynok, what do we want to see a little bit different heading into this second draft for the boys on SMG?
No Kunkka, please. Just get rid of it. I think that's going to be the biggest priority. Just making sure all of these tanky heroes, they actually did remove a fair few of them in the previous draft, but you got to get rid of the stuff that they're most confident with. And maybe SMG are actually considering picking it themselves. I know you mentioned that no one over the years has been really, really good at the Kunkka. They chose first pick for themselves. So they're going to be able to open up this draft with the Kunkka if they feel confident about it. And I feel like it just fits into so many different drafts that why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you pick the Kunkka? I don't know. It's very strong, so let us see. I mean, importantly, you can't go that Pango, which again we saw yesterday in that series versus EG, so that will be somewhat different. I mean, we saw the response from them was the Enchantress when the Dazzle was picked from EG. Do you feel like Enchantress is a hero you can pick right now, or there's just other heroes with a different priority? Well, it looks like one of them is the Venge.
Okay. I mean, it is, again, a Januel style hero. It is going to be something that he's able to play a little bit more of that reactionary role, right? Like I mentioned that Ench was good for the previous game, but I really didn't feel like he ever put any tower pressure on, right? You compare it to the likes of Celery playing it, for example, or even FNG. He didn't make it to TI, but he plays a great Enchantress. Those are the sorts of heroes and player combinations that really do work because they're able to, even if it results in yourself dying, bring a lot of attention away and still get something on the map as a result of it. And that just really doesn't seem like Zhao's strength with regards to his playstyle. Something like the Vengeful Spirit absolutely is. He's got really fast reaction speed, and if you're not going to ban it, they're going to pick it. Again, EG is probably the worst team to leave this in the pool for, not just because he smiles great at it, it's because Whisper is totally comfortable playing it as well. Give me that percent damage, man. Something. Wyvern, Phoenix, Lifestealer, Underlord. I mean, Spirit Vessel, it's not enough on its own.
No, it is not. No, it is not. And again, you're not gonna go AA with Avenge, so we're gonna have to get a little bit crafty here on how we're looking to try and deal with the Kunkka for SMG. Of course, like you said, have the potential to be able to put it in multiple roles. We'll see what the bans are going to look like. They will get rid of the Bristleback, which we saw banned in the second phase of that previous game.
I mean, maybe their mindset is, look, if we only have to deal with one really beefy hero, we can just ignore it and go for the other ones, right? You've gotten rid of the Primal Beast, you've gotten rid of the Bristleback. Those two plus Kunkka are probably the big three that we're really seeing this TI. Of course, Centaur is still one. I guess you could maybe say the Earth Spirit is another, but certainly not to the same extent as the other three have been in terms of both their survivability and damage output and even utility off the back of everything else. So my mind just keeps going back to what is no one going to play now, because I really feel like the Kunkka counters out a lot of what his strong parts of his hero pool are, and they're going to pick, you know, one of these big sustain heroes. So it's a bit of a block pick, but honestly, with the Rum onto yourselves, you could just use it for its healing aspect as well. I love the Phoenix. I'm really surprised it's not being picked even more.
I agree. A lot of team fight now as well for EG. So this is a big thing. So let's see what you're going to look to try and address on that on SMG. Like, do Do you try and double down yourselves and be able to match the team fight out of Evil Geniuses? Do you try and just look to play skirmishes across the map? Because you're going to need to decide.
What even egg hitters are super meta right now? Like Snapfire is not meta anymore ever since they moved the talent from level 20 to 25, you know, the little shredder using your attack damage. Gyro, not really meta. I think it's been picked at the start of today 4 times for a 0% win rate. Medusa, not super meta. Juggernaut, not really. Lifestealer is a little bit, so it wouldn't be the worst Lifestealer game, but it's been banned out.
Yeah, sorry.
So yeah, like it's, I know you're always wanting to jump in there just to try and get one up on me, but you know, everything that I'm saying kind of just fits well, right? I feel like EG have got a little bit better grasp of the tournament meta than what SMG does right now.
Okay, so very good response against the Phoenix. A Stampede to be able to reset away from Supernova, take fights on your terms. I think the big thing is just the fact that I really like Conquer X versus Stampede. That is always very frustrating to play with. You drag him back into Sunray, it's a lot of damage. Now, you will also be able to follow that up with a Shadow Demon, so that is a very strong lane combo, Centaur SD.
There's a lot of kill threat for sure. I mean, Centaur level 2 is really just... I don't think anyone deals as much damage as Centaur does at level 2. It's actually kind of insane. Maybe a CM, but it's like not burst damage, whereas Centaur's absolutely is, and it's just so much easier to set up for the hoof stomp, even without the disruption. I mean, that feels like a pretty strong lane answer to it as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do against this? And you'd have to imagine, like, part of the reason you're picking this Shadow Demon is they want to go some sort of hero that ends up utilizing illusions, and you know, now you're going to be able to take one of those back. Look at the smile. Like, I would be putting my points on EG if I'm one of their fans, or if I'm just a general viewer, because the vibe is good in the EG camp.
Do you pick your mid one or no one here? You still do not know if the Conquer's mid or off. So
I feel like you pick your mid one hero now. Like, you gotta get a little bit more revealed about, you know, at least what they think is going to be coming, or what they're banning to protect. And I feel like no one, he hasn't been enabled. Like, a big part of why SMG were able to go on such a strong run, as well, Shaker's a decent laner, but you really haven't resolved the issue of how you're supposed to hit this egg, you know? And it's not like they have great initiation. We saw the positioning from EG has been on point from both Matthew as well as Panda. So you're not really putting yourselves in a position to get punished too hard. You've got 2 really tanky heroes to be able to stand in front of you that you have to get through.
I guess maybe the call is like what we saw with that Panda's EG game, is you just have so much mobility now. Again, I mentioned your Stampede versus X, but at least only one person's going to get caught. Earthshaker's very mobile with Blink Enchant Totem. So I think EG need to try and have a way to outround their draft with a little bit of like AoE control, because when they pop these abilities, SMG are going to try and reset out of the fight. So
there's also the argument that once you've popped Echo and Stampede, what else have you got on SMG? I know, you know, the double edge does start to stack up once it gets later on. You will have the Enchant Totem because it's going to be a core Earthshaker, but it really doesn't feel like you're going to have too much longevity. And that's exactly what EG's draft provides, right? You've got the boat, you've got the Sunray, you've got Lifesteal coming through, you've got the Nature's Attendants. Just a lot of inbuilt survivability right now on Evil Genius's side, and no percent damage on SMG.
Are we looking about a Sven here for SMG? I know the hero's been nerfed a decent size. I don't think it's having the greatest success at the moment in at the road to the international, but I'm just thinking like raw damage and capability to be able to deal with the CK.
I get what you're saying. You just want the ability to deal with CK, provide a bit of protection to the team as well with the Warcry. A lot of that burst potential, right? If you're able to get a Blink Dagger, stun up the Phoenix with the God Strength, maybe you do burst him down before he's able to pop the egg and have the Sunray available. That's obviously a big component of EG's team fight. And I think that's exactly what they want. We actually do see a Gyrocopter being banned out as well. So it would have been an okay response to what they have so far, but it really does feel relatively underwhelming. I think it's got to be the Sven, honestly. I don't see too many other options to be able to deal with multiple units, but then, like, I guess Shadow Demon's going to be making stacks for you, and it's decent for the lane, but once it comes to, like, the game, what is actually happening, you know?
maybe potential TA for mid one. We get the Muerta. That's still in. All right. Okay, we've seen this hero have a lot of success so far, whether it be carry or position 4. See what the responses be for EG. They have plenty of time to work out if it's a conk off lane or mid and how you address the Muerta.
Yeah, I mean, do they just go into a little bit of magic damage now to be able to deal with it, right? Just pierce the veil, don't really care too much about it, try and outrange her somewhat. Even if you just wanted to be able to find like a blink onto the backlines, I wouldn't necessarily hate a hero like Zeus, for example, just to be able to A, deal with the Muerta a little bit, B, interrupt Shaker blinks if possible. You can deal with some of these illusions that Shadow Demon might be making. It gives you a little bit of an advantage in terms of vision. And again, you've got these really tanky heroes to stand in front of you, so you are going to, the majority of the time, just be able to get off a lot of your spells.
So you just feel like the big thing, you just want some more AoE damage to do with the Muerta? That's something they're currently lacking, and maybe...
Magic damage specifically, yeah. I mean, I could even see a Tinker working, to be honest.
Ooh. Yuck. Please not Tinker. Don't do it. Not that filthy hero, honestly, Tinker.
What else is there? I mean, you can't really Pugner, because Pierce the Veil, you can still hit the ethereal targets, so probably not going to be the case. If Whisper was to play something... What else has he got?
Well, are you currently happy with the Conquer Earthshaker? Like, do you have to, yeah?
Could you Timbersaw? I really wouldn't hate a Timbersaw this game.
Whisper Timber is very scary. Do not know where that hero is currently like positioned strength-wise, but dude plays an incredible Timber.
I mean, all that damage against even Pierce the Veil Muerta against two pretty beefy heroes that rely on their strength. Another tanky hero just to stand in front of the Phoenix. It feels pretty solid to me, but instead it's gonna be a bounty hunter. So what is this? Is this gonna be... Well, I wonder if it's going to be a core bounty. Just because we've really yet to see the impact of that base attack time being reduced down to 1.5 seconds. That means there's only, I believe, around 5 heroes that hit it faster. No, it's going to be Whisper playing the Phoenix instead. I mean, it's a great Phoenix game still after all is said and done, right?
Yeah. So, if this is something we brought up in yesterday's series with Evil Geniuses playing, saying that the Bounty Hunter was buff, the Riki was buff, these are all Matthew heroes. We got to see him play the Nyx Assassin earlier to great success. Now he gets another pesky little invis hero, and Whisper again showcases his strength of an offlaner with his very wide hero pool, being able to pick up the Phoenix. So there is your potential, your Bounty Enchantress Conquer, making a lot of rotations across the map, Phoenix egg late game, which can be a bit of a concern, but how do we feel? Do we like at least a bit of a different draft that we're getting out of SMG compared to that previous game? Do we feel like they've fixed enough of the issues they had, or can AG get a 2-0 here in the best of 3?
I don't know, man. I just really like this Phoenix pick. I think they haven't really addressed it all that much. And now that it's been promoted to a core, which you pretty rarely see, it just shows how much confidence they're having in the pick as well. So I think EG, sadly for SEA, are going to be able to take this one 2-0. I haven't been all that great with my predictions so far today, but I'm feeling pretty confident about this one, both for the draft as well as the attitude that we're seeing from these EG boys today.
Yep. See, like we've been saying, how big that attitude truly is for Evil Geniuses in a lot of their runs at multiple tournaments. So we'll see if that is going to continue. Big smiles there has been so far on the cameras as we get ourselves underway. What can SMG pull out of the hat? It's going to need to be a hell of a performance from them.
Instant DC, the classic C move.
Sounds again.
Sounds again coming through. You just have to think back to, what was it, SMG versus Execration, where no one told them to fix their problem. But, well, this is TI. We give them a little bit more breathing room.
This is also, that was a mid one with a lot of confidence after you go, what, 2-5? Does it count? 2-6, apologies. It's been rough for SMG, which is really sad to see the fact that, you know, with how dominant they looked in the qualifiers, and that was like, for people that didn't see, I mean, SMG just blew everyone apart. It wasn't close. Grand final was absolutely obliterated Blacklist, who were the probably favorites heading into it. I mean, some big names on that team, and SMG beat them twice. Just was not
2-0
even close.
twice.
Yes.
Not 2-0 and 3-0.
So, and unfortunately, your Mastros was a very stable person. You couldn't ask for a better stand-in in MC. Again, we've seen so far at OG, he's had top 4 and top 6 at different tournaments so far this year when he stood in for OG. And again, if we go back to 2018 with Ninjas in Pajamas, there was a top 6 at Kuala Lumpur Major. You could not ask for a better stand-in as well from MC, and he's going to have to help get the boys over the finish line. On his Centaur, platinum tier. Let's see what he's able to do with it as well. SMG aren't out of it just yet, but we need this experience to shine in this game for them.
Do indeed, and I mean, SA, they're doing it for the pride of the region. We had a few surprises come through. Thunder really taking it to a lot of teams. Unfortunately, eliminated already. Keatstars, they're through. They're going to be part of the playoffs moving forward. And so you get some Brazilian Dota representation coming through. Beast Coast, unfortunately, eliminated. So EG want to make sure that Keatstars aren't the lone SA team. And we know how much of a deep lower bracket run EG is capable of.
I was trying to scout some wards. I think he just got too close, in fact.
No, he wanted to be able to scout out the observer ward. It still saw him, the one on the left.
Did it? Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, yeah. I thought it was he was positioned a little bit more to the left. So we'll have rid of the observer, but nothing is going to happen as of it. Looks like we'll get a 2 for 2. A bit sneaky positioning from Matthew. In fact, he's going to yoink the bounty in front of mid one. So
Sure,
yeah, 3 bounties instead.
I mean, if you ever want a crash course in how to annoy people, just watch Matthew Bounty Hunter replays. He just does so much. And of course, it's one of these position 4s that have the potential to, somewhat scale into the later stages, right? Like if you go Boots of Bearing, you might choose to go down the Aghanim Scepter route. We've seen bounties go like a Phylactery instead, just for a little bit of that extra movement speed slow, allow them to stay out on the map. Or you can even just build Solar Crest and buff up the likes of your CK.
We've spoken a lot about this Conqueror and your potential heroes to address in the mid lane. We've seen OD from Somnus have a great showing. What do we feel about the Earthshaker for no one here?
Feels pretty good, honestly. Like one of the big strengths of the Conqueror is that you outlast hit a lot of people, and Earthshaker certainly isn't one of them with the Enchant Totem aspect. The big difference maker that I'm really seeing is that you're just able to make so much more consistent plays as the Conqueror relative to the Earthshaker, right? Like you're always a threat. It's basically only relying on the Tidebringer, and you don't even need to fully commit the body. Or just actively building into stats as opposed to something like the Blink Dagger.
Very intrigued as well on how mid one's going to be able to get off to a good start here with Muerta. Has been very hot and cold so far through the road to the international. What do we think as a whole of this hero? Because again, we've seen teams like Shopify have a lot of pride on it with first picking in general in a draft. We've seen likes of FY having incredible games with a position for Muerta, but do we feel like mid one is set up for success with this hero this game?
Not necessarily, right? Like, actually, they're going to make a bit of a play here onto the bounty.
Should be able to get a kill as well. Mid one's hunting very deep for it. Doesn't look for the dead shot. Going to try and go for the Phoenix, but there's a lot of resources expended between either side.
Mm-hmm. Will also result in them not securing too many last hits as well, as it was all happening underneath the tower. It's one of the bonuses of having the Venge, right? You do end up pushing, and Matthew might end up dying.
I don't know if Jenny will pop the cell with the Wave of Terror. I thought I maybe heard a sound cue. Regardless, able to find the kill with the sentry drop. Nicely done. That is first blood for mid one. And now the wave should be able to bounce back into SMG's favor, especially with this hard camp pull coming through from Genua.
I mean, I really like the Muerta, just to pick up on your previous point there, but I like it much more against agi carries relative to strength carries, right? Because that's really the one where you expect it to shine. You're nullifying a lot of the agi heroes' impact, which is through having a lot of armor, so you're very survivable. Strength heroes are just pure HP, and the Pierce the Veil doesn't give you as much of that increased value.
We do see how that strength hero is shaping up here for Bakaz, which we saw earlier today. Had a decent showing overall, but wasn't able to get them over the finish line with this Chaos Knight. Might be able to put some damage into Arfu, but ducks into the trees. No Chaos Bolt there for the CK.
They do have one Sentry Ward still for this lane, as they're going to die mid one.
And they're going to be rewarded off the back of that. Matthew's going to give Whisper a little tip. Level 3 now here for the Phoenix. Wonder what the item build's going to be for him. We've seen, you know, maybe some offlane Phoenixes are considering something like a Midas, being able to get those levels and scale into the late game. He has the urn currently queued up. What would you hope for the item progression from Whisper?
I think you can go into something like the Vessel, maybe, you know, just a classic Tranquil Boots, Magic Wand. But then after that, it really does open up a little bit. Maybe he chooses to go into the Scythe of Vice. Maybe
bottom lane. These poisons are really starting to stack up because gets a little bit of life back. But MC will still cut him down. Panda's taking a full creep wave.
Yeah.
MC's still not even going to hope for the attempt to be able to kill Panda. He'll backs on up. They're happy with the trade they got.
Oh, it's actually changing things up a little bit on Whisper, going for the Veil of Discord instead. I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, remember, it's spell damage, not magic damage, as another team fight.
A lot of action. Genuel probably going to go down. Whisper finds a dive, so the slow's going to be there for mid one. Maybe you line these fans Fire Spirits. We do see how much it's able to mitigate some of the Muerta's damage, so another kill for them up top, and they have some more urn charges now for Whisper.
Mm-hmm. Very nice way to be able to start things off. And so yeah, what I was mentioning before, that spell damage for a Kunkka means that you're amping up that Tiebringer, feels very effective. Well, it's just amping up yourself, provides you a lot of that mana regeneration just to be able to stay out on the map, even with Phoenix using the majority HP to be able to make a lot of stuff happen. But again, it's a great value Sunray game against a Centaur, but also just enabling your... Is Midone going to die again up here? No. Maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Dude, Whisper... What a... Oh my god, man. He is one of the most frustrating offlaners it must be to play into. The plays this guy can make on a hero, like, we don't see Phoenix offlane a lot, but he's 3-0.
And we don't see a level 5 Phoenix at 5 minutes too much either. This is not the start that you want to give. Just one of those heroes that gets so much value off of levels. You don't really need too many items. It's just all about the levels to be able to make that big impact happen.
So they will be able to get a return kill onto Matthew. 1-for-1 exchange. Fortunate mid one doesn't get the kills because you really need his gold to continue to ramp up here with that Midas already queued up.
You gotta have the gold start before it ramps up. He hasn't had the greatest start in a lot of the games that we've been seeing so far, unless the matchup in the lane was really favorable. Bottom side for Kaz, potentially getting a little bit of action onto him, but just being able to dodge out that stun. One of the advantages, of course, of playing the CK is that movement speed that you've got.
I mean, this is scary that they're already highlighting the fact that Bakaz can play solo in this lane and Panda can rotate. It looks like he is going to come back through the portal, but there is always that risk of a secondary support to be with mid one.
Probably just going to feed him over a tango, and then do you even need to stick around? I'm sure Panda's just going to be annoying and, you know, play that sort of aggressive role that I was wanting to see out of Zhao last time. Here we go.
See, as a result of the rotation from C Small, both come crashing down. Evil Geniuses are continuing on with that momentum in the previous game. They are looking good to start game 2.
Man, look down at this bottom side. Like, it's the perfect time for that rotation, right at the 6.5 minute mark, when you've still got the Siege Creep alive, when you've got an Enchantress with one of the better value creeps in the wild with Ripper, just to keep the creep wave alive for the longer period of time. And you know that Arfu is not going to be there to just consistently save and soak up a lot of that XP. He needs to be back there securing the Wisdom Room for himself, and luckily for him, it's not going to be Matthew standing next to him and stunning him up and stealing it away. He just ends up getting his own, but it's still a lot of damage being done onto a tier 1 tower this early.
It's going to continue to be a concern, the fact that C-Smile can make these easy transitions to the side lanes compared to no one on the Earthshaker. Like, he needs his Blink Dagger. Maybe if you get a haste, you might move. Without that, you're not going to be looking at it. And even Radiant supports have the capability to be able to secure these runes as well. And, well, they're currently top lane, putting some pressure onto mid one. We're already got a movement through the portal, so mid one's going to be very cautious positioning. They can dive the tower thanks to the Wildwing Ripper. And if required, they're going to Supernova as well to drop. They're just going to turn and try and kill the egg, but they're both going to die in the end. It will not matter. This is already at a very scary territory for the boys from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and this is what the Enchantress is capable of. This is why you pick it, to make these sorts of aggressive plays. And, you know, I suppose having a hero like the Chaos Knight to be able to pair together with, you are one of the more self-sustaining heroes for the laning stage. But, you know, once this movement happens, once the Centaur has his level 6 and his Vanguard, he just doesn't see the value sticking on that bottom side. There's no siege creep to be able to play around with, so you're not going to lose your tower anytime soon, and you end up being able to take away the enemies. So it's already a 4K lead at 8.5 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How do you make plays when you're behind as well on SMG? You do not have supports to do that. They need levels, they need ways to keep up. We haven't seen too many stacks in the jungle from Arfu, a couple of Ancients, but I mean, maybe no one will drop Echo to farm his Blink with it, but how are you...
It's just the little things, honestly. Like with Arfu, when he was securing that Wisdom Rune previously, he could have stacked the Ancient camp to the very right-hand side of the map, and he didn't. You know, it's clear that EG have got him flustered. He doesn't end up getting another stack off of the Ancients just there, even though he tries to. And he's almost level 5, so he's approaching that level 6. But the big thing that I'm seeing is lacking is another gank attempt.
It's going to be the timing on the... Yeah, perfect there from Arfu. Will mitigate some of the effectiveness out of C-Smile's ultimate, but it will not stop them from getting Januel. They might not be done, dude. Matthew's going to be able to charge on forward for Arfu. They'll TP in MC, but can they get the turnaround? It's a big Echo Slam, but all they get is a bounty. Now, MC will even turn to C-Smile. A Stray Fisher from downtown. They'll need the damage from the Wetzer to maybe even get more as well. With the calling drop, the silence mid one actually dragged back to Phoenix. These are the kills that they need from SMG to get back into this second game. That is a much needed rotation from the offlaner and the carry.
Just like that, they're back into it. Maybe just getting a little bit too confident, right? Like, it's pre-10 minutes, diving almost a tier 2 tower. Matthew ends up going down to be able to start things off, and it looks like he's going to be able to secure the haste before he gets ganked with that Dust of Appearance. But yeah, maybe just getting a little bit too deep there, and suddenly you've got a bit of a game on Mind Control, right? He's all the way up to 2nd on net worth off the back of that.
Might be dead, though, on Mind Control.
Yeah, he takes damage. The toughness toy. He almost tried to get down, but not going to be the case.
Kaz hasn't been getting too active across the map, and as a result, with all his farm, top of the net worth, 5,400, armlet completed, and the mid-siege will continue with the catapult, along with the Dark Troll Summoner. We're still lacking these ultimates to be able to play with now on SMG because then they use prior. His tower should go down without a defense.
Yeah. The boys coming out, the Skelly boys, just allowing them to take so much of this map control so early. Kaziva just using his Phantasm Illusion to put a little bit of that pressure down on the bottom side. Might actually be using it to scout out if there are any stacks inside of the Dire Ancients area. Looks like he might be just trying to influence the wave a little bit. That full damage to the next creep wave. And this is how a player like Picard just accelerates his farm so much, as he got a little bit of a hunt going on, or it might just be a scouting mission from Matthew.
So they do have Genuel in a decent position. Looks like they'll just go for the Vengeful Spirit instead. Try and be able to land some of the track kills. They're actually going to try and Stampede to protect him, so they are starting to move on over. A smoke with Arfu and no one. Blink has been delivered. You need a juicy kill than Panda. That is not enough to reveal this Blink. Great positioning, though, from the Enchantress. They might just have to go for it. And they will. A couple of Enchant Totems will secure the kill. He's going to make him work for it, but won't actually stand too long without only 1 point in the Nature's attendance.
0 in the Untouchable as well. That's the thing that ended up making sure that he wasn't able to survive through all of that. So still, you do your job though, right? Blink reveal onto a position 5, not exactly the situation that you're wanting. We're talking positives. Mid one, he's been able to get the Midas picked up, and he's working towards that Maelstrom. I'm just concerned of who is going to be taking this this big Ancient stack, right?
Matthew? But he's so fast. Phase Boots Winlays with the track.
Yep.
He's out. Bottom lane, MC. He's going to potentially go down. Picard has dived incredibly deep for it, and no one might have to drop the Echo Slam for the kill, and will do so. They're starting to move down, though, from Evil Geniuses.
They're pinging out this gigantic stack as well, and what better hero to take it than the Kunkka? I believe he's got the blade mail coming out to him as well, so very, very keen to start this fight happening. And again, without the Echo Slam available, without the Maelstrom up on the Muerta, you are very vulnerable to losing this one. Yep. Looks like Panda's even going to place down a Sentry Ward to stop the stack from happening, but you want to invade, you want to steal this one away. You've got all your spells available.
Yeah, to go back to the Muerta real quick, like you said with the Midas completed. First Midas we've seen out of Muerta so far at the road to the International. So, yeah, this is a bad situation, calls for the recovery Midas, and we'll see if he's going to be able to get that time, but someone needs to get this stack.
It looks like no one at MC are going to do it. It's not going to be the most efficient, but yeah, they'll get it in due time. I mean, MC is really tanky with that Vanguard. Double Edge just 3.5 seconds cooldown. And Matthew's going to be like, thank you very much. I'll take some of that XP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're coming though.
Yeah. Well, they love this courier snipe.
Close as the Conquer, a little bit too far. Wisdom
Rune
Rune
still
too.
Get the tower off the back of it. Yeah, the Wisdom Rune, they're going to be looking to set up.
They cannot fight. They don't have the health pool. Not in a close area like this. You've got the Supernova already. This is going to be messy. MC will get the jump. Wisdom Room's picked up. A pretty good timing out of the banishment. Now the Stampede to reposition, but the backline, no one. He gets swapped into the middle, and now you've got to address the Supernova, and they will not be able to run away from it. That is the messy fight that happens when you take a fight in a close proximity area like that, and Evil Genius is fighting 3 for nothing.
5, 1, and 4 on this Phoenix, and it's looking like another great game coming through from Whisper. That's not even talking about C-Spile. He's been relatively passive this game, just 1, 1, and 3, but I mean, he's just been picking up his farm, doing just classic C-Spile stuff, getting into the Blade Mail, and I mean, he's already felt kind of unkillable, and it's only going to get even stronger once you get that full 4th point into the Sunray.
You're going to have a super rich Enchantress who has a Dragon Lance now completed. You're going to have Matthew's Bounty Hunter that can itemize into utility. What do you even want out of the bounty this game? I mean, you can go anything. What are you hoping the bounty is opting for?
I wouldn't hate a Solar Crest personally. I think because he's committed towards the phase boots, you probably don't want to go the drums just because it's not as easy to be able to convert it into the boots of bearing. I just want something that's going to give him a bit of that passive regen when he's roaming around the map, right? So that he liked the Parvis, but up against this lineup, not sure it's going to be the greatest value.
A lot of options here. It's a nice thing about the bounty, especially when you're able to have 14 kills at 15 minutes in. Mid one could be vulnerable. I mean, Januar's in a decent position, actually going to run straight on top of mid one, so they swap. It's up to MC to be able to counter-initiate.
Nice,
it's a pretty decent hoof stomp. The Stampede will get some separation because we'll still rip apart MC, and now I mean, no one's ready to go with the Echo, but EG doing such a good job to make sure they don't group up for any opportunity of a turnaround. So again, 2 heroes go down. I mean, you keep mid one alive, but you're still just, you're bleeding track kills over.
That's the bigger issue, right? Like, it's fine to even take... It's not fine to take even trades, excuse me, so it's just going to lead to things leaning more and more in one team's favor, and right now, EG are not letting up. I can't recall the last time I've really seen them play too much on their side of the map. They've just taken away all of the space that SMG have to be able to farm. It's honestly getting to the point where mid one needs to just use a smoke to be able to get out to the other side of the map. But even just have a look, it's in a pretty obvious spot, but this high ground ward above the Radiant Tier 1 bottom tower is going to reveal if he's just farming in that sort of area.
I mean, the vision game has just been exceptional. We see that very often when Matthew is playing these style of heroes, and we even see with the ward down towards the east side of the map. Arfu already has used the banishment, so C-Smile's going to be able to commit the combo. Kaz is on a killing spree. You're already seeing some of the damage. Oh, top lane actually back there, no one in MC. They're in a lot of danger now with the wraparound. Matthew, they're going to be able to clean up no one, and they're probably going to get mind control. Stampede's still down for another 5 seconds. No one is anywhere near the neighborhood to protect him, as Whisper, Matthew, and Panda are just cleaning up, and you've got C-Smile and Bakaz together on the opposite side. It's going to be a repeat of game 1.
It will, and I mean, like you said, those 2 cores are still just farming away. Both of them, I believe, already have the Reaver picked up and about the same speed that they're going to be able to secure that Heart of Tarask. And again, they just have no answers on SMG to be able to deal with it. And it's the double impact as well, right? You've got a level 12 Phoenix as well.
Oh my.
More trap gold.
Oh, this must be so frustrating. Playing 2 games like this back to back where you cannot get out on the map, where you have 0 counter playmaking potential. Wherever you run, you're under wards, you're on a bounty vision. You see 3 heroes leaving the base, they smoke under the observer.
What can you do? What can you do?
It might get Whisper, very low, no one. You get that vision, it'd be a huge kill. 5-1 and 6, it's a big streak.
Just the fact that it's not.
Is he gonna react for the egg? No, sir. Big one for no one.
It's a lot of gold.
Yes, sir. Much needed kill. Matthew as well. Should be able to cancel that with a banishment. We'll get a secondary kill along with it. We'll get no one a little bit closer towards his scepter. MC close to the plate mail as well.
It's going to be very nice. I mean, he still does need to be the front line, and no one else really is able to stand there. Even like the supports on EG are somewhat capable of doing it, right? We've seen Matthew be the one leading the charge a lot of the time, and he's decided to go into that Aghanim Scepter for himself. And why not, right? He's already doing such a great job of, you know, getting a lot of those track kills for himself. Why not deal the damage as well and yoink away even more net worth from the enemy team?
I haven't even noticed, but it's a full duration, pretty much sentry at the die triangle.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just more farm taken away the bank of mid one and SMG. There's your first heart. And second is now enough gold for Bakaz.
You know it's bad when mid one buys his own sentry ward to be able to get rid of it. That is his in the dire triangle. You know, it really does feel like there's been a little bit of a communication breakdown. At least for mid one, he's been able to get that Gossamer Cape, so really nice against the Conquer, even a little bit against the Sea Cape with that initial jump and damage output might enable him to get off the Pierce the Veil. But it's going to be a long road back for him.
Yeah. Now no one showing top lane. He's going to be in a lot of danger as well. Whoa, nice, very nice blink. I mean, we see how they're setting up across the map. You've got Genuel, defensive support playing behind the Earthshaker, your second support playing behind mid one, and then MC, the maybe more survivable person around mid lane, just to potentially clear this wave and get out. So again, it's stall out and hope that the supports can just protect the cores whenever they get jumped. But EG, they've had enough. They're like, all right, time for Roche. Let's get this objective and let's just start 5-manning down some lanes.
Sure, why not? I mean, it's the safe play to make, right? They waited until it was down on the Radiant side. Instantly, as soon as Roshan went through that twin gate, and they're not even going to wait the full duration. They're letting Pakaz and Seasomal be able to take it. They know that they're capable of taking out mid one, especially if he continues farming underneath this Observer Ward.
Oh, dude, what a smoke play. A couple of people hitting Roche and a couple of people smoking.
Oh, you can't hit this Tormentor, man.
Oh, silence again, but the calling makes it a little bit awkward for the Phoenix. Do you want to commit now? Mid one use the Pierce the Veil. They're going to swap in aggressively. Radiant are moving over, and you do not have mind control for this fight. So you'll lose the Wisdom. You're going to eventually lose that Tormentor along with the tier 2 tower as well.
Mind control does have a TP if you really needed to do it. Looks like they're feeling content enough, right? It's an 11k net worth lead, 21 minutes in. You don't need the bounty hunter. He's even potentially there to be able to scout out mind control and possibly interrupt any TP that he has to be able to come back and help the rest of his team.
Dire's bottom tower.
Might just choose the more selfish route. Get the farm. Only 500 gold away from the Ags on bounty. And now there's even more damage output coming through. It's not like they were lacking it before, but, you know, Panda on his Enchantress has the Sproink available. So multiple ways.
See, they're going to try into Matthew. Oh. Oh, that's young. All right. We'll see Smile top. Got a Stampede. 85 seconds without it. Now they're going to hunt as well. Instant
Just feels so confident, right? Like, he's got the Aegis for another 3.5 minutes. They've got pretty decent vision as well inside the SMG jungle, and they know that there's no way that they're going to be able to retreat. So suddenly the Supernova gets even more value. Whisper can just look to position himself on the front lines.
Do really like this gem pickup though, nonetheless, from Arfu. I think it's just much required.
Necessary.
Yeah, necessary in the status of this game. So we'll get this ward to the eastern side Ancients. But of course, this tier 2 tower is going to go down uncontested, so that is nice though. The Lotus from MC. Also very much needed, but let's see what they're able to do. 14,000 net worth lead, continuing to grow. I mean, you just stall out the Aegis. I mean, you still have it for another, pretty much 3 minutes, so it will be a lot of time where EG are getting full map control.
Mid1 has a decent amount of damage now at this stage, right? He's level 15, he's got that talent picked up for himself. Only 2 levels behind Bakaz, despite the fact that he didn't have a great laning stage. I mean, this is a ballsy play. You gotta risk it for the biscuit, man. You gotta make that sort of play to kind of scare him off, prevent him from playing the game he wants.
And they are cutting him off. All right. Oh my God, what are those reactions? No, because they're gonna go for Matthew now. This is a little bit closer to the tier 1 tower. This is not the fight you're looking for. Because you should be able to stun up Arfu. Defensive swap. Because jumps over the top. Nice reactions. Arfu gets out of danger. So Januel with a track kill over. They are still hunting though. They see Arfu on the retreat. 5-second blink cooldown. Will be too close to the base. So yep, all they'll get is the Venge.
So no one's going into the BKB. I get it. You know, he's got the Aghanim Scepter. I really wouldn't have hated to see him go something like a crit, just because I feel unless they get that jump and convincingly are in an advantageous spot at the start of a lot of these fights, a BKB isn't going to change anything, you know? Like, they've got enough sustain at this point on EG to be able to withstand a lot of that. I mean, Double Heart, Sunray, Enchantress heals as well. You got 4 staffs coming through. You've got additional movement speed from the track if Bounty Hunter's the one that gets gone on. It's not easy, and they're all fully smoked up behind Bakaz while he's still got a minute or so left on his Aegis.
I guess this is the one thing about Dai, the potential to swap back inside the base. His mind control protected with the banishment will be okay. So let's see how they can get crafty here. Swap into Fissure, maybe blow at 1, but you got to go through 4,000 health of Bakaz.
Twice.
And Muerta's not back just yet. That is your main damage source.
She's got the Mjolnir though.
Scepter just completed though. Chris Lock has his Torrent Storm now to work with.
It's a Moonshot, not a Mjolnir. That's actually pretty effective now. It's just moved into nighttime, so you've got a little bit of advanced vision on SMG to be able to make plays with. Clever little adaptation coming through there from Mid1.
See how much it's going to be able to pay off with that extra attack speed. 16,000 deficit. It's 19% probability at the moment has been EG for the entirety of this game and series as a whole. So Aegis will tick out. They do see Bakaz at the moment. They did smoke prior. They will re-smoke as well. Maybe they can catch Bakaz as he's rejoining the team. They're going to be closer this time than last.
They're just keeping a track on that Aegis. They don't want to go too early. They know they've got the potential to blow him up.
They're going to see Bakaz with a jump over the top. Can they blow him up from 4 to 0? Aegis ticks, and they bring him down. An incredible start for the boys on SMG, but can they capitalize and get a better team fight out of it? As C Smiles onto Mid1, a swap to get some separation, but it's not enough. Mid1 will go down as EG just far too ahead. Even if they lose their carry, it does not matter in the end. As Whisper will burn MC down, he's going to try and disengage out to the left. There's already a TP and Matthew can cut him off. MC will not be able to TP out of this one. A 4 for 1. And I don't know if you're going to get a better team fight from that from SMG. It looked great to start, but the boys on EG are just way too far ahead.
Couldn't have been more perfect, honestly. And I mean, they've got the glyph left, but that's about it. Panda ending up being the one dishing out, a decent amount of damage, but it was, again, all the Phoenix. He just survives for the very start of that team fight, launches out all the fire spirits, and enables that turnaround. Without the BKB on the Muerta, you just don't have the potential to just stand there and man fight. You're always going to be affected by that attack speed slow.
And we still got Echo. You'd love Panda with him holding the gem at the moment. Swap back. I don't know if you're getting Conqueror, not with an Echo like that. Gets a little bit of damage out. Mid1's back into the middle. They have kind of separated C-Smile away from some of the defensive heroes, but Conqueror just runs it in the middle. C-Smile takes to it all. Again, this hero is absolutely ridiculous. As now Bakaz is back in. But dude, what is it? What is with this
is a total
hero?
MP Terrorblade vibes, man. Just ban it. The C-Smile Conquer needs to be removed. And look at them. They're even taunting him a little bit. They're like grouping up saying, oh, you wish you could echo this right now. And yeah, they place down the flag, say this is our territory. We're the ones moving on to that phase 2.
Oh. I mean,
Not one last stand, it seems.
Oh my god, you even got to go up against Panda's damage as well. What can you do? Mid one's back up in 5 with Pierce the Veil. The base is in shambles, soon to be Mega Creeps as well. EG are not looking to leave. We'll poke and prod. We're going up against the 4K hero, and with the damage from Panda, MC Dragback's just gonna die to the impetus. Arfu has to protect it, but it means that there's no banishment for the Venge. No one gets a pretty good jump in with a stun onto 2, but now he's tracked up and down to half health. Swap back onto C-Smile. Mid one's gonna be nearby. It's a decent chunk of damage. C-Smile will go down, gets the board off on the Torrent Storm. It's gonna give them at least some control to reposition back to the left side of EG.
They just don't have anything left, though. That's the thing. 20 seconds left until the Echo. No Pierce the Veil, no Stampede, no nothing.
We'll deal with the Phantasm Illusions, at least minimizing some of the damage out of Picard.
Look at Panda. What a Chad.
Picard is going to be back in as well.
Cares.
No one activates the BKB. 5 seconds left until the Echo Slam. Melee Barracks, 500 health as well until the Mega Creeps. SMG, they got to go now. MC tries to jump in to find the initiation. Picard's down to half health, but it's not a good follow-up. It's not enough, and as a result, SMG will be knocked out. Their hopes of making it into Phase 2 and potentially the International 12 will be cut short, as Southeast Asia will only have one representative in Talon, and Evil Geniuses will move forward.
They will indeed, and they'll do it in convincing fashion. You can see no one, he's feeling it, right? This is not how I expected his journey to go. He got given a bit of a lifeline coming through to the Southeast Asian region after a few stints within Western Europe with Old G didn't work out too well. That's not the way that Januel's first TI was expected to go, but you got to say they were up against it, right? Having to switch up one, potentially even 2 of their roster off the back of visa issues and everything that goes with it. The fact that Zhao even got to play was a bit of a last-minute thing, so I'm sure that they were probably even scrimming with one of the potential substitutes coming through, and Zach, the manager, really giving him a bit of a pat on the back. It's still a job well done to be able to get to this stage, but they're the guys moving on Evil Geniuses.
Yeah. It is going to be sad to see with an international where, again, we do not get the caliber of players that we have on SMG. Another TI slips out of their grasp. Again, 4 of these players haven't been there since 2019. We saw Januel there last year with Fnatic. The boys from South America, when they get this momentum going, they are an incredibly scary team, and that confidence is really starting to rise from them. We've seen them have some very good results the first half of the year, with the Berlin Major, the Lima Major. Towards the end, Bali and Riyadh was not the greatest from them, but this is a team to look out for as we move over to Phase 2 now. So congratulations to them. And unfortunately for SMG, condolences. They will be now the 4th team knocked out from the road to the International. We are done with our tiebreaker as well. With that being said, let's go back to the panel and see what they had to say about our final game.
The final game of the first phase here of the road to the International. The group stage proper has concluded, and that means we've seen 4 teams going home. Thunder Awakened, we said goodbye to them first. They were joined by Beast Coast, joined by Quest Esports, and now Team SMG falls by the wayside, which means that Evil Geniuses can proceed, and their road to the International is not over just yet. I'm joined yet again on panel. I've got Lizard, I've got Winter. Sucks, it's sad. Everybody has to go home at some point, right? That's the very unfortunate part about competition. Somebody has to lose, somebody has to cop the L. Both of you have been competitors in the past, so would you mind explaining to the viewers, tell us a story about some of the painful losses you suffered and how you were able to overcome it going forward?
Do I have to go through emotional damage straight away at the opening of the panel?
Yes.
Yeah, you just kind of neglect it, you put it to the side, look into the future, and that's it. You just go over it. There's nothing much that you can do, right? A loss is a loss. You try to learn from it, try to improve yourself from it, and play on.
What about you, Winner?
The first thing that comes to mind is you just want to stay away from Dota, after a loss like this, take a break and try to reset, try to figure out what you want to do next, whether the team's going to stick together. It's definitely very, very tough times.
Certainly is tough times, and these tough times are going to be swag for the side of Team SMG. They go home and will not have at least 2 teams from Southeast Asia. Only one remains in the form of Talent Esports. That does mean, though, Evil Geniuses, you know, will be staying in the tournament. They'll be joining Vivo Keyed eStars as one of the representatives from South America. And this is a squad, Evil Geniuses, that a lot of folk, when they first formed all the way back at the beginning of the year, there was expectation that not only would they look good, but they could go and compete and challenge for tournaments. Let's not forget, winner, most of the players on this team, right, they were the ones that got top 6 last year at TI. So it maybe shouldn't be too surprising that when the chips are really on the table, they can turn it on like this.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely showed that they had the potential of doing well in a tournament of a scale like this. Right now, it's definitely not looking that as good as last year for them. They have to try to figure out how to sort out the small little details in the draft, in the plays, and improve, you know. Good news for them, they have time. Every series moving forward is a chance for you to learn and improve and fix the problems.
What do you think, Blizzard? Given the fact that, like Winter said, there is time now, you're not just playing game after game after game. You only have one BO3, well, you start with one BO3, then you have some time to still develop.
No, I actually wish they had like consecutive games in the next few days as well, because they're looking stronger and stronger in each series they have played today. Obviously, they had a very slow start to the tournament, but it didn't look that way today anymore. Like, they significantly improved. Even the series that they played versus Team Spirit, I keep on repeating that, like the first series of the day. The first game was doomed, like from the get-go. Some mistakes have been made, but the second game, it could have been theirs.
Yeah, I mean, this format is a lot harsher, you know, if you're not in good shape when you're starting the tournament, you play a couple of very bad series and, you know, you find out, oh wait, we got no time already and we have to go home, you know. But lucky for EG, they are able to stay here, you know, after starting the tournament in not the best fashion. So moving forward, they have to figure out how to get back into last year's shape, you know, when they were at TI.
Well, they're already starting the road towards that with Matthew playing some of his signature heroes. Started with the Nyx Assassin earlier, went on to the Bounty Hunter this time around. Hex, the Aghanim Scepter. I am not a spammer of this hero. I've always hated going up against it and playing it. So tell me, is this the, if I'm an up-and-coming Bounty Hunter player, is this who I should be following?
Is this the item build that you should be following? Probably not. Is this the player that you should be following? Probably yes. There's multiple item builds that you can go on. So this one with the Hex and the Aghanims was good for the game. Doesn't always have to be purchased. I feel that Bounty Hunter actually should have been the flavor of the meta, the flavor of the tournament as well. I believe we should be seeing more of him, at least now that EG is going through. We just might, because he received some incredible buffs, patch after patch.
A lot of good buffs coming in for the Bounty Hunter, and that's allowed EG to remain in the tournament. So let's take a quick look at what the standings have to tell us, because they do matter quite a bit. Of course, the eliminated teams, SMG, Thunder Awaken, Beast Coast, and Quest Esports. But above them, this is where things get interesting. Noun, VP, Talent Esports, Vivo, Aggro Ray Rebellion, Nine Pandas, Evil Geniuses. All of those squads now have to be worried about being picked, right? So talk to me about this, winner. What do you think? Do you prefer being the team that gets picked by the opponent, or should you just be like, we got to slide through, we're just being matched up against anybody else?
Yeah, obviously you like, you know, to be able to plan your opponent, you know, like be the team on top, you know, have the mojo with you. We did well, we deserve to choose our opponents, you know. But at the same time, you know, some people will tell you, oh no, it's actually extra stress because you have to figure out, you need to make extra plans, you know, or who are we gonna play against, what if we pick them and then we do badly.
Yeah, just do the coin flip, let the fate decide, whoever it decides you play against.
Yeah.
If you're Team Spirits right now, I think you can do that, but probably will be flipping on Shopify Rebellion.
What, you're gonna have a rigged coin?
A rigged coin, yeah. 2 heads.
Double-headed coin. The thing that stands out to me, though, looking at all of these results is, Blizzard, you were mentioning earlier that each group has a team clearly better than the rest, right?
Yep.
For me, it's not just that there's a team that's better. It's the gap, the distance by which these teams are better than the others.
Yeah, the gap is quite significant at the moment, at least, because you can see that some teams have figured out the patch, figured out the game a little bit faster than anyone else. I have to say that I'm pleasantly surprised by some of them, specifically LGD. Like, they have really shown up to this tournament. And in Group D, Tundra, I didn't know what to expect with Thompson, but it's definitely working out for them.
Thompson has been a revelation for that squad. Something that's been also very intriguing has been witnessing the rise of TSM. They've had some shaky results. There've been a couple of tournaments where they started to look better, but it hasn't necessarily been the year that they desired. However, Winter, at the beginning of the year, Moon Meander specifically says, I'm forming this team, we're sticking together until TI, no matter what. And he got a lot of heat for that over the course of this year when the results weren't coming in. Doesn't it, if you're him right now, man, you must feel so vindicated.
Yeah, I mean, as the coach, when the team's not doing well, you have to tank everything. You have to, okay, it's my fault, you know. But when the team is doing well, then obviously you're going to feel really proud of all the decisions you made, the drafting decisions, the roster decisions, and whatever that you did with the team, you know. I mean, that's just the life of the coach.
It's rough being coach. When it's going bad, you take the blame, you tank it. When it's going well, you're just proud of them.
Yeah, the players are your babies, you know. You have to protect them. You have to keep them safe. You have to make sure that the only thing they need to do is worry about the game.
Just worry about the game. Mama Moon definitely has that advice, and he knows exactly how to go about it. That's why TSM has been doing a lot better. North America in general has been doing a lot better. There are 3 teams from that region within the tournament still, and they'll be progressing onto the 3rd day of competition. We're going to be witnessing exactly who the teams are going to be playing as we have the bracket. The number 1 seeds have made their decisions as to who they want to play. What's really fun is that I don't even know what I'm about to see. So let's take a look. You were correct, Master Lizard. Spirit going directly there for Rebellion, which will mean that Entity takes on Azure Array from Group B. We see Team Liquid having made the selection for the Evil Geniuses. We see LGD choosing Keed Stars, and then Tundra making the decision to take on Noun. So outside of the Tundra one, a lot of this going pretty much according to plan with what we expected.
Yeah, I feel like Tundra Nouns, they could have just as well chosen Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, you asked me this question just now, and I said I'll probably choose VP because I felt like VP might be more predictable, whereas Nouns, you never know, you know, you might run into some strat, you know, by Astini.
I feel like, yeah, European teams are more or less always more worried of Eastern European teams than NA teams. It's just like historic in that way.
Which matchup are you thinking when you just look at this bracket is the most exciting one that you want to watch?
Talent? Gladiators Talent, maybe?
There's a lot of good ones, like Spirit Rebellion for me is good. Entity Azure probably the closest when it comes to the skill gap, I would think. Liquid and Evil Geniuses as well. Extremely intense match. Like Liquid bringing in all the nerd Dota, all the stability. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses, you saw how they played in the last series.
The one matchup that I feel a bit hard done by to have to witness, this Bet Boom versus Nine Panda situation. Of all of these games, it's the only inter-regional situation, and there's a lot of increased pressure, not just because these other players know you so much, but now if you knock them out, you carry the hopes of the region on your back, winner.
Yeah, I mean, it's not fun having to play your competitors this early, but it is what it is, and they both know each other really well, having played each other so many times throughout the year. It will actually be a fun series to watch for me.
Yeah, and at the same time, there's like 4 Eastern European teams still in the pool. There's Spirit, there's Batboom, 9 Pandas, and Virtus Pro. So, what's one less? Even if you win, I'm sure the region won't take it against you if you lose afterwards.
They'll just like, it's fine.
It's fine. We still have 2 more.
Yeah, we still have a couple more.
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad that we still have multiple South American teams as well. In fact, the only region that's left with one standard bearer is Southeast Asia, so they
we have to adopt some other teams, you know. Right? Oh, Abet, Shopify. Oh,
okay,
NTS, you know.
TSM.
And then TSM, yeah.
TSM, come on.
So let's reflect back, boys, before we actually move on completely to think about the next couple of days, right? I want you to give me first your favorite moments, right? And then your standout thoughts, right? Things that you didn't expect but have now become apparent as to what Dota should be looking like over the next few days.
I think I told you Muerta is like first pick hero, you know. It was in the first day. Was it you or Nat? I was like saying, why is Muerta not first pick? Then the more games we saw, teams are starting to just pick the hero right away or pick our band. I think that was one that I remember the most. And the other surprise for me is like how Talent started so badly. Like I expected them to do really well from the get-go, but you know, luckily for them, they're still here, you know.
They still have an opportunity. What about Julius?
There has been so much good Dota. Like, it's all a big mess in my head right now. But if I could take one game away. Maybe the Spirit's Ricky mid game. That one was definitely
that was
standout performance. Yeah,
that was really fun to watch. It'll intrigue you to know, Mr. Winter, that now Muerta, after this last game that we just witnessed, 25 games, 60% win rate.
Yeah, insane.
For a hero that versatile, for a hero that does that much damage, for a hero who can actually carry games, that shouldn't be happening. I'm sure by the time Saturday rolls around, please just banner every game, please.
Yeah, you also have to filter the data, you know, because some of it is support and some of it is carry.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Because you can just pick Muerta, decide later, and still win. We've seen it played as a safe lane. We've seen it played 4. We've seen it played 5. It's just too good.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that can skew the data a little bit. Not only is it support, is it the carry, also which teams are playing her, right? Like if you have a team like Team Spirit 8-0, picking her, obviously her win rate is going to be higher, right? And then you have some different heroes that were picked constantly by teams that got eliminated, and because of that, their stats are a little bit lower.
Well, at this point, we do not have any teams remaining who haven't been eliminated. I mean, of course, tautological, but that means that every team that's left is good enough to compete for the Aegis, and that means that we can move forward with our group stages to the second phase on the road to the International, which does mean some Dota 2 action. This is going to be coming up soon. Super hype matchups. We start the day with Team Spirits taking on Shopify Rebellion. We then go to TSM taking on Virtus Pro, Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses, and then Game & Gladiators versus Talent Esports. All of them will be taking place here on Stream A. I guess just the primary stream at this point. All international matchups tomorrow, which is going to be really, really, really fun to watch. For me, I know you all are talking about this GG talent, but I really want to see that VP game with TSM. I have a feeling we're going to see some cool stuff there. And then, of course, on Sunday to round out the weekend, we have PSG LGD, well, no longer PSG LGD,
just
taking on just LGD, man. Can't get rid of that particular habit in my mind. KDS will be their opponent. Bet Boom will be taking on 9 Pandas, a matchup we've seen time and time again. So a nice little piece of deja vu. Tundra Esports taking on Nouns. Brother Steeny, bro, go train, my friend. And then, of course, we end the day with Entity versus Azure. For me, of all the playoff games, right, that's the one I want to watch the most. Because it feels like both of those teams are in a similar place. We have some up-and-coming players, a little bit of experience on the roster, and not that much expectation, which means that anything that they can get, the further they go, right, it's only upside. They can just play without that much pressure, without that much heaviness on their hearts, and then just deliver the best Dota they can.
Yeah, of course. And for me, it's probably Entity. Like, I just want to see them versus Azure. I feel that they're really closely matched, and it's always fun watching Stormer on a big stage.
And so, till Winter, before we go and take a sleep, prepare, drink some water, which team do you think is going to get out of this that people don't expect? Give me a dark horse.
Give you a dark horse. EG.
EG?
Yeah.
EG.
He's a convert.
I'm converted by my friend. Yeah.
I mean, beforehand, I was a convert of the Church of Jim Park. Sadly, Jim Park is no longer with us as Beast Coast has been eliminated. So I guess I'll join the bandwagon. Let's go to EG. Let's see if they can make it happen. But of course, we're just going to be witnessing the prowess of everybody, exactly how good they can be, but mostly witnessing everybody challenging for the Aegis. I hope to see you all there in a couple of hours at this point in time. So make sure you get some sleep, get some water, get a couple of pubs of practice in, and join us tomorrow to continue the road to the International as we figure out who will lift the Aegis and become the champion of TI in 2023.
He turns around, the bristles back and tears them apart. Nearly double this member coming out from Picaz. That's a great way to do things. Oh my god, Ancient exposed. Mickey and Nisha just blasting away at it. They'll quickly turn around to blow up MJZ. Knight trying to do something, but there is nothing to be done. Awkward position to be in, and now the boat's coming down. The Yules, they catch out the Willow. Knight is gone, and good night.